While the other players are still in the introduction phase, this young man directly chooses to skip it and drop straight into the novice village, quickly giving himself a cool nickname, the number 1, Jianghan Water. The first mission Jianghan received upon arriving in this world was to eliminate the beginner monster. This weak little creature meant for newcomers is everywhere. Seeing that the village chief clearly looked down on Jianghan, he puffed out his chest and seemed eager to prove his abilities when accepting the quest. But unfortunately, the So Lam here is incredibly powerful, and the only weapon in Jianghan's starting inventory is a dry branch. And this branch, when used to attack the monster, only dealt 5 HP damage to the So Lam. Not only did it fail to hurt it, but it also enraged it further. Jianghan was counterattacked by a So Lam, losing 50 health in just one move. A beginner monster with damage 10 times higher than a rookie. What kind of monster is this? No matter what, I have to protect my life first. Hearing this, Jianghan quickly ran away before getting punched again. Then he retreated to a corner to check his status board. Not only is the health paper thin, but both attack and defense are like a pot. Jianghan quietly calculated, thinking that the other players are probably all watching the intro presentation. He has to come up with a way to get ahead of them in level before they arrive. Jianghan looked around and saw a soldier from the novice village. This person must be at least level male or higher. I'll go talk to him. Hey Gi, can you help me with something? No way. That person always refuses. Jianghan is so angry he clenches his fists. Why is this beginner village full of uneducated people? From the village school to the soldiers. None of them are friendly to newcomers. New adventurers like you should think for yourselves about how to protect yourselves from Sora Lam's attacks. Let me tell you, even if you have 10 gold coins, don't expect me to help you. Jianghan is smart and immediately understood the soldier's intention among us adventurers. Besides me, who else is there here? I have no gold at all. I can't give you more. If you don't agree, I'll go find someone else. The soldier saw how determined Jianghan was and was completely flustered. A few days ago, the village chief said that a group of new adventurers would be arriving soon. They are NPCs assigned to help new players, so they take the opportunity to push up the prices. But today, he waited all day and only saw Jianghan. The others didn't even show up in the shadows. Furthermore, although he initially asked for 10 gold coins, Jianghan negotiated it down to just 1. But it's still a huge amount of money since this soldier only earns 50 silver coins a month. You can exchange 100 silver coins for that 1 gold coin. Such a good deal. You'd be crazy not to take it. He quickly called Jianghan back. Then, under the guidance of the novice soldier, Kai La, Jianghan learned the basic D-level swordsmanship, the C-level combo attack, with basic swordsmanship being an passive skill that increases attack by 5 points, and basic combo attack being an active skill. When used, it can hit twice in a row. The first time deals 75% extra damage. The second time, 80%. After gaining experience, Kai La immediately demands payment, but Jianghan just arrived in the novice village. He didn't have any personal assets yet, so the two of them made a contract. Within a week, Jianghan has to pay Kai La 1 gold coin, or he'll threaten to die on the spot. By the way, I'll add another gold coin, and you give me all your equipment. With Jianghan's relentless grip, Kai La had no choice but to compromise. So now, all of his equipment is on Jianghan's body. Even though it's just basic armor and a sword, their attributes have already increased a bit. In this world, the lowest level equipment is basic, then it gradually rises through bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, our spirit, earth, and finally, the highest, heaven. Although both the armor and sword are the lowest level, this attack clearly means to confront Jianghan directly. Just at this moment, the other players have finished watching the intro and all headed down to the newbie village. Jianghan didn't hesitate any longer and directly ran to the So Lam hunting ground. He tried swinging his sword, using basic spiritual energy attacks. And indeed, the damage had increased significantly. The So Lam went berserk, still charging at Jianghan to drain his health. But thanks to his armor, his defense also increased. Jianghan swung his sword again, defeating the So Lam in front of him and earning 10 experience points. That feeling of a critical hit dealing 66 damage was just too satisfying. Jianghan therefore became even more aggressive in his attacks. Before long, he leveled up twice, increasing his attack and defense by 1 point each, and gaining an additional 100 health. 2 hours later, Jianghan returned to Tanthu village. The new players were all stuck, unable to defeat So Lam. The village chief was extremely disappointed because this group of adventurers was too weak. Just as he was secretly calling them useless, Jianghan had already returned. At this point, he has reached level 3, and Jianghan throws down a bag filled with So Lam's core. The village chief let out a loud fart and grunted. It seems that at least a few of the brave adventurers have an IQ comparable to an ordinary person. Jianghan gritted his teeth in anger. This old man really looked down on people too much. Seeing that, he also activated his fierce mouth to retaliate. This mission is too easy. Old man, do you have any other tasks? Yes. I will let you go to defeat the 10 great demon gods. Do you dare? Destroying the demon gods is an SSS level mission, and for a novice like Jianghan, it's truly a nightmare. Originally, the continent is divided into 2 factions, the bright and the dark. The 10 strongest generals of the Dark Army are called the 10 great demon gods. If you can defeat them, you will gain endless glory and numerous rewards. Specifically, he was promoted to the 1st rank, receiving a large sum of gold and the mysterious family heirloom of the village. But if he failed the mission, he would face severe punishment, including 50 levels, eBay, 000 reputation points, and paying a fine of 10,000 gold coins to the village. And most importantly, the deadline to complete this mission is only 1 month. Zhang Han, even when thinking with his knees, could tell that the old village head was trying to make things difficult for him. So, you're not brave enough anymore. I thought you were smarter than those fools. But it seems you're all the same. Faced with the village elder's provocation, Jiang Han indeed fell into the trap. All right, I accept. Jiang Han agrees to take on the task, but he thinks the punishment is too harsh. So he demands that the village chief first hand over his family heirloom. That old man agreed right away. On the surface, he looked happy, but deep down he was secretly calling Jiang Han stupid. Anyone with less reputation points will definitely be pursued by the Bright Army. The old man is sure that the 10,000 silver ingots will definitely belong to him. Jiang Han accepted the mission and received an S-rank scroll called the Fire God's Wrath. This is the family heirloom of the village school. When tearing the scroll, it will unleash a forbidden spell of the fire system, dealing a fixed 5 million damage to all enemies within a 200-meter radius in front. Its limitation is that it can only be used once. And so Jiang Han began his 1-month journey to destroy the demon god. At the beginning of the journey, you encounter some gray wolves that are quite strong. This one is much tougher than the blue wolves. Although a bit cramped, in the end, Jiang Han was able to defeat it. A wolf that rewarded 80 experience points and 3 coins. Now Jiang Han is starting to regret it. I didn't expect that heirloom to be a one-time use item. No wonder that old man was so eager to let me use it first. With his current level-up speed, defeating the demon god in a month is impossible. Jiang Han just wants to get out of this world as soon as possible. But it seems the system can read his mind. It kindly warns that Jiang Han has signed a contract for 1,002 gold coins in this world. If he gives up, he will have to compensate with physical items. And the current market price is 600 yuan for 1 gold coin, meaning Jiang Han needs more than 5.9 million yuan to break even. And he just graduated. And the best job he can find pays only 8,000 yuan a month. Jiang Han forced himself to stay calm. Ahead is a pack of wolves approaching. With the weight of 10,000 gold coins on his shoulders, Jiang Han immediately turns and runs. Because with his current ability, fighting 10 wolves at once is impossible. He found a lone hunting wolf and defeated it. By fighting alone like this, 2 hours later, Jiang Han reached level 7. At the same time, he received a pair of wolf gloves, increasing his defense by 2 points. The entire pack of wolves had been eliminated by him. But now a huge demonic Lang Vuong has appeared. According to the system's description, it was originally just an ordinary gray wolf. That wizard used forbidden magic to turn it into a powerful Lang King to serve as his guard. This one is level 12. Bronze grade. With 25,000 HP and 25 defense points. Jiang Han's attack just happened to break through this defensive line. He originally planned to fight some small monsters to level up. If you want to break the current situation, you must find an unconventional way. Especially since there are no other players around right now. Thinking that, Jiang charged toward the monster. The demonized Wolf King roared and counterattacked upon seeing someone attacking. Its claws just slashed at Jiang, taking away 270 health, while his current total health is only 700. On the contrary, his attack only caused the monster to lose 9 health points. This disconnect was essentially a death sentence for a novice like Jiang. Not to mention, behind him a level 5 young wolf appeared. Before Jiang could react, it bit his wrist hard, losing another 78 health. Jiang, in pain, clenched his teeth and grabbed the little wolf by the neck, holding it out in front of the demonized Wolf King. Sure enough, its attack stopped. Jiang was right. Even a wolf wouldn't hurt its own pup. He used the pup to threaten and then kept attacking with basic combos. The Demon Lord was furious, but Jiang used the young wolf as a shield, so it dared not move forward. Each of Jiang's attacks only chipped less than 10 health from the Lord, so it took him 2 hours to make it lose half its health bar. At this point, the little fox seemed to have reached its limit of fury. It doesn't look quite right. Jiang immediately felt uneasy. Could it be that this has already evolved? Evolution is the unpredictable factor officially recognized in the eternal world. Creatures within the system, even the most common monsters, have this ability and can even evolve up to 3 times to become stronger. And the boss monster's evolution rate is even higher than that of ordinary monsters. Looking at the Wolf King now, Jiang is almost certain that it is 90% evolved. After that process ends, the system kindly reminds Jiang that the demonized Wolf King has just used a blood-sucking skill. Each minute consumes 0.2% of remaining health in exchange for a 15% increase in attack and a 20% boost in speed. Jiang shouted. First at Solam, now at the Wolf King. This system is really pushing players too far. Before Jiang could think of a counterattack, the monster used its ultimate move, the Wolf King attack. Both Jiang's speed and attack power were reduced by 10% for 30 seconds. Then it used the swooping claw skill again. But this attack was aimed at the small wolf in his hand, instead of Jiang. Maybe after evolving, what they call maternal love has also become weaker. The Wolf King deliberately kills the little wolf, so that Jiang has nothing left to threaten it with. After using the claw swipe, it was stunned for 5 seconds due to the high damage. And Jiang took this chance to attack as much as possible, but in the end, he's just a chaffinch trying to stop a carriage. As soon as the 5 seconds are up, he gets slashed by Lang Vuong, losing 310 health. Right now, Jiang's health bar is only at 91 out of 700. With this situation, only a fool wouldn't run. And Jiang isn't a fool. But unfortunately, his speed can't keep up with the demonized Lang Vuong. It just leapt twice and caught up with him. Jiang can only dodge to one side. If they don't attack again, he's definitely done. If he doesn't fight them, the monster only gets more furious. Jiang senses an opening here. His attack and speed are far inferior to this monster, but his agility is a bit better. If you move carefully, retreat while attacking, and try not to get caught, you still have a chance to win. And so, Jiang struggled with the monster for a full 5 hours, with just his basic swordsmanship and basic combo skills. After 5 hours, Lang Vuong's health bar was truly depleted, but Jiang was exhausted to death. In return, he gained 2,000 experience points, 500 reputation points, and his level instantly increased by 3 tiers. And because he was the first player to loot a bronze-level boss, Jiang also received 10 free attribute points, 1,000 reputation points, and a special divine understanding tool. The system suggests that Jiang share his knowledge openly on the world channel with other adventurers, which would earn him 10,000 reputation points. He immediately agreed, and the entire continent erupted. Most players hadn't even left the beginner village yet, but someone has already defeated the boss. Jiang's announcement immediately exploded with new friend requests. He immediately refused everything and even forbade them from being friends anymore. I just want to live a peaceful life like a stone by the roadside. Please don't bother me. Unfortunately, Jiang immediately turned back to face the monster. Just as he was about to gather the loot, suddenly a cold voice rang out. Who was it that ruined the puppet I painstakingly created? The one who appeared is the sorcerer Zhou Hun, who transformed King Lang into this form. As soon as he saw Jiang, he screamed in anger. Turns out he's a bug-like adventurer. If he's going to die, then so be it. You bastard. Jiang felt a chill of sweat and boredom. and no matter how he looked at the sorcerer Vong Lin in front of him, he seemed extremely dangerous. Han introduces himself as a dark gold-level powerhouse of the continent, only one step away from reaching the spiritual level. Moreover, since Jiang Han defeated the Wolf King, a puppet carefully created by Han, this person must be furious with him to death. A small village novice with a powerful dark gold-level expert present is truly terrifying. Jiang Han sincerely praised, but it turned into a sarcastic remark from the sorceress Vong Lin, which only made Han even more furious. Although that sorcerer is injured and not in good shape, you can still see Han Ao's strength through his eyes. Jiang Han pretended to be obedient and patient, begging the Vong Lin sorcerer to grant a small request before he died. What was the request? Try saying something. Seeing that Jiang Han remains so calm even now, the sorcerer looks intrigued. Jiang Han immediately begged Han to show him his status panel. If the opponent's health was below 500, he would have a chance to fight back. But the Vong Lin sorcerer was not a fool. His condition is too weak now. Showing it to the opponent would be like handing himself over. He directly ignores Jiang Han's request and raises his main staff to attack. But I've already caught your reluctant expression now. Jiang Han raised his forbidden spell token in front of him. You'd better stop now while you still can. Now it's the mage who is afraid. He never thought that a humble adventurer like Jiang Han would have such a device. Jiang Hen, seeing the other person's face turn bad, continued to threaten. He wanted to check the opponent's stats and also take all the treasures from him. That wizard, even though badly injured, doesn't want to be oppressed. He roars loudly. Don't think. I don't know what you're thinking. You're afraid my health is about to drop below the damage threshold of the forbidden spell. Huh. Planning to loot while the house is on fire. Come on. Let's see what you've got. That forbidden spell can only be used once anyway. Thinking that provoking him would work. But the wizard didn't expect to face Liu. Jiang Han has already activated his banishment spell, and the first scar has appeared. Sorcerer Vong Lin felt a chill run through his body. If he were at his strongest, he certainly wouldn't fear that tiny forbidden spell. But given the current situation, he truly can't hold on anymore. Even if he's just an NPC, he still wants to live. At least for now. Before Vong Lin, the mage's words, Jiang Han's actions truly came to a halt. Tell me, what do you want? Give me all your items and equipment, and I will leave. Jiang Han reiterated his purpose once again. I can't risk giving my tools or equipment to the adventurers because it's against the rules of this world. Vong Lin's face grew very grim, as he sought another way to compromise and continue living. And the other option is to break the rules and accept Jiang Han as a disciple, teaching him the swordsmanship of the Dark Army. Faced with this proposal, Jiang Han couldn't help but hesitate, because if he agrees to become the disciple of the necromancer Vong Lin Daniel, he would be considered to have completely betrayed the Brightness Battalion and would also lose 100,000 reputation points. Jiang Han also suspects that Maj Daniel is plotting against him, because once he chooses to join the Dark Army, there will be no turning back, becoming a grasshopper on the same string as him. Moreover, his class is a warrior. This is a well-rounded profession with all 4 attributes at 3 stars. Jiang Han thinks that this guy's petty dark swordsmanship is completely unnecessary for him, but unexpectedly, Daniel went even further, raising his hand to swear before the gods that if Jiang Han agreed to become his disciple, he would train him with all his might and make him the only dark swordsman. The dark swordsman is a hidden profession, with all 3 attributes at 5 stars, and the attack attribute reaching 6 stars. In the history of the Eternal Continent, the Dark Swordsman is recorded as the most powerful, mysterious creature in history. This person is cold, violent, despotic, and extremely cruel. Jiang Han feels that these descriptions fit him perfectly. Anyway, compared to the path of the Silver Lotus, he still prefers to be a fanatic of blood and chaos. So Jiang Han agreed with Daniel and officially joined the Dark Army. At the same time, due to this event, he successfully changed his class to the exclusive hidden profession of the Dark Swordsman. Immediately, his body and appearance underwent remarkable changes. The basic swordsmanship skills immediately advanced into dark swordsmanship, while the basic combo turned into a chaotic screeching attack. You also received another rare item, a soul ring. But this new appearance of Jiang Han is truly insanely ugly. Daniel explains that it's caused by the evil aura emanating from within the body. Once strength is sufficient to control it, the original form will be restored. Then he temporarily used a concealment spell to hide Jiang Han's footprints. Unfortunately, it only lasted for 3 days. Gyang Han began to sigh deeply, then spread his wings and took flight. Hey, I have now switched to the only hidden profession, but my master is only a level of ghostly mage in the dark gold rank. My future is truly quite concerning. Daniel was so angry that his whole body trembled. Being so blatantly blocked by his disciple was really quite irritating. Your young friend's ambition is quite grand. Rest assured, I will use my strength for the dark camp. If one day someone stronger than me appears, then they could become a disciple of the 10 great demon gods. Hearing this, Jiang Han's spirit was reignited. Then Daniel gave him an A-rank class change trial mission, saying that only after completing this mission could Jiang Han prove his loyalty to the Dark Army. The mission is to eliminate 100 adventurers and NPCs from the righteous camp. Hearing this, Jiang Han broke out in cold sweat. The Dark faction really is domineering, making him kill 100 people. The difficulty is just too high. Jiang Han initially wanted to refuse, but Daniel wouldn't give him that chance. He was seriously injured and needed 3 days to recover. That was also the time he allowed Jiang Han to complete the mission. The difficulty was that, because Jiang Han had joined the Dark Army, he could no longer ask the Goddess of Life to protect him. That means once he dies, he can no longer respawn at the revival point in the new village. Daniel revealed that after losing the blessing of the Goddess of Life, he would also receive the protection of the ancient demon god. But what exactly that protection entails, Jiang Han needs to complete the trial mission before he can say. And after Daniel leaves, Jiang Han's mood becomes very complicated. Although he betrayed the bright camp, he gained the only hidden class and also received upgraded equipment and skills. It's also unclear whether it's true or just words. At this moment, a few gray wolves pass by. Just in time, Jiang Han used them to test his new skill. As expected, the shadow skill is still something else. Jiang Han just swung his sword, and the entire pack of wolves fell to the ground. He also gained a few equipment items from defeating the monsters. Are you guys planning to keep scamming to make money in the village? Then you get blocked by a rogue adventurer brothers. Are we covered here? If you want to level up, go somewhere else to train. Don't bother me. He feels that the group coming later is also too unreasonable, relying on their numbers to seize territory like that. But these people have formed a guild and shamelessly bully solo players like Jiang Han. He activated the recording mode, intending to upload the video to the global channel and ask Jiang Kuman to help find justice. The two of them rushed forward to overpower him, but unexpectedly, their swords couldn't even pierce Jiang Han's armor, and he only used a little force to send both of them to the afterlife. After switching to the hidden profession, Jiang Han's stats skyrocketed. Even he didn't expect that his precise strike could send those two guys to their graves like that. Moreover, since joining the Dark Squad, killing players also earned experience points, which is really a great deal. The team members saw their leader get defeated by Jiang Han and all charged at once, not realizing that to the opponent, they are now just experience points. Coincidentally, Jiang Han also had to meet the KPI for that trial mission, so he started to unleash his fury and slaughter wildly. The group of players kept falling one after another, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Han had already taken down 17 of them. After defeating the entire group, Jiang Han returned to Tanthu village to sell his equipment. Many people immediately recognized him as the first player to defeat Boss Quiet. The equipment Jiang Han sold was all low level, but at the moment, these items are already quite rare. The scene quickly turns into an auction, with everyone vying for them. In the end, someone bid 10,000 for a set of equipment, and he also had a set to sell. He also has a set of equipment to sell. Jiang Han joined his guild, but he quietly refused, saying he just wanted to be a free player. Now Jiang Han is part of the Shadow Orchestra. Joining a righteous guild is like handing over your neck for them to cut. The other person, seeing he couldn't invite you, wanted to form a partnership instead, saying that in the future if there are good items, he would prioritize selling them to your Dragon Clan guild. Jiang Han immediately agreed. After confirming the order, he was about to leave the shop. That person also acted quickly. The money has already been transferred to the account. The next step is to post the video of him taking down the An-Min guild on the forum. Jiang Kuman quickly erupted. Many people who disliked An-Min's guild sided with Jiang Han. Your provocation of their guild has reached the guild leader's ears. He immediately angrily ordered all players in his guild from Tanthu Lai village to be summoned. At the same time, he calls on more adventurers to join his guild. all aiming for one goal, to hunt down Jiang Han. With a prize of 50,000, the number of people the guild leader wants to gather must be at least 100. He's probably aiming to wipe out Jiang Han completely. This number is a bit beyond Jiang Han's imagination. But isn't this exactly the experience point he was hoping for? With such a grand assault, the Min Guild indeed sent quite a few people, not disappointing him at all. The two sides quickly clashed in a fierce battle. One side is for the reward of 50,000, the other is to quickly complete the class change trial mission. Jiang Han's sword swung, killing 2 people at once. The crowd behind him looked shocked. Maybe Brother Min's guild didn't send so many experts. Although members of the Bright Army can respawn, each tough situation like this will cause their level and intelligence points to drop. They are all in a difficult period for the country, so they start to falter. The guild leader with the nickname Chaos Under Heaven, seeing himself panic, begins to speak out to reassure everyone. He promised that every fallen enemy today would be compensated, and also said that Jiang Han has a high level. So if they managed to defeat him, they would surely gain many powerful items. Jiang Han sneered mockingly, feeling like he just heard a ridiculous joke. You want to steal my equipment? It's not that easy. The level of the people Lone the Tianha brought is all low. It's already hard enough to deal with Sun Lam, and now they want to surround him. Moreover, they are all melee fighters, with no archers or mages attacking from a distance. Jiang Han thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of swinging his arms and legs freely. Every slash of his sword claimed a few lives, while their swords only took 1 or 2 health points each time they struck him. After 20 minutes, they finally managed to reduce Jiang Han's health to about 1/5. Just when they thought they had succeeded, Jiang Han leveled up to 11, and of course, his entire health bar was restored. This entire process left everyone stunned, once again boosting their morale. The more they rush forward, the more it suits Jiang Han. The more people there are, the faster he can complete the trial Daniel gave him. In just a blink of an eye, 74 lives had fallen to Jiang Han's sword, and after only another 15 minutes, Jiang Han had officially completed the mission. That's why we could stop here. But those reckless fools keep rushing forward. Jiang Han also didn't want to miss this once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity to level up. While the members of the Min Guild on the right side were already in complete panic. They've been fighting tiredly all this time. But Jiang Han is still very agile and energetic. Fighting him feels even harder than fighting a boss. When Jiang Han's health bar was almost empty again, he leveled up once more. And this time it truly caused chaos among Min's guild members. They didn't understand why Jiang Han could level up after killing other players. Of course, no one expected that he had joined the Dark Guild, so everyone believes that Jiang Han's ability is due to the bat-shaped item he obtained when defeating the Green Boss. Chaos Lord. What should we do now? In the chaos of the world, he immediately ordered the dissolution. The adventurers didn't wait for his second command and immediately ran away. After this, Min's guild will probably be laughed at by everyone online. Jiang Han gracefully opens the status window to check his experience points. He immediately received a new notification saying Daniel is in a desperate situation and may lose his life. As a disciple, if Jiang Han doesn't come to rescue him, he will be killed and lose 50,000 reputation points in the dark battleground. Tea-master. Jiang Han only swore for an hour. What kind of mentor is this monkey? This is clearly a gossip reporter. Jiang Han quickly ran back based on the location. It turns out someone eager for fame is trying to capture Daniel to get the reward and advance in the righteous army. But when Jiang Han arrived, he saw someone who looked familiar. If this isn't the village chief of Tanthu village, then who else could it be? But now on the screen, it shows an old man with the identity of a blazing flame mage. But just like Daniel, besides the name, everything else is question marks. Completely impossible to trace any information or stats. Trung Thon sensed the evil aura on Jiang Han and immediately guessed that he had joined the demon path. What are you saying? I am a good young man who follows the rules. I am a capable person. I am a capable person. Jiang Han pretends to be stupid, but still cannot hide his aura. Trung Thon's lips curl into a sinister smile, planning to capture both Daniel and Jiang Han and bring them back. By then, you'll surely receive a great reward and have a high chance of promotion. Can we win? Jiang Han turned to Daniel and asked softly. Before the arrival, I wasn't sure if we could win, but they've arrived, and we'll lose even faster. We will win. We will win. So, what do we do now? Daniel reveals his only plan. Han wants to secretly cast a teleportation spell to take both of them away. But the condition is that Jiang Han must keep the old man occupied for 20 seconds. Jiang Han can go along with Han. But this is a task he must do. If he's going to put in effort, it should be turned into a mission with a generous reward. Daniel had no choice but to wait with Jiang Han, or else there would be no one left to help Han escape. The game system automatically turned this situation into a new mission. Jiang Han has to hold off the blazing mage Brandy for 20 seconds so that the soul summoner Daniel can open the teleportation array. As a mentor, you're not trustworthy at all. Now watch me. Don't you think your young master looks down on me? How dare you whisper and scheme in front of me? Brandy gritted her teeth as she raised her staff, intending to burn both of them to ashes. Don't move or I won't hold back. Jiang Han once again pulls out the forbidden scroll. Brandy still stubbornly claims that that tiny forbidden spell has no chance against him. That means they handed over the authority truncheon to Jiang Han. And Jiang Han didn't hesitate, tearing it apart directly. A blazing fire erupts, fiercely threatening to swallow Brandy whole. The old man can do nothing but try his best to shield himself. At the same time, Daniel's teleportation formation was activated, and the two teachers were immediately pulled in and disappeared. Immediately after, a new notification was sent to all players. The content is that the player Jiang Han Tui betrayed Quan Min's camp, and the magic array was activated in a different wasteland area, with Jiang Han's map showing a plain of war-torn fields. That cruel announcement was also sent to him. Jiang Han immediately grimaced. The reward system is too generous. Surely, from today on, countless adventurers will be eager to challenge him for the rewards. Moreover, saving Daniel will also bring many consequences. Jiang Han betrayed his oath with Kaila soldiers and village chief Brandy. The punishment he received was a deduction of 100,000 reputation points in the Quan Ming camp, along with losing 50 levels and 10,000 coin. But Jiang Han doesn't have that much money after all. It's just a pity that both his level and attributes have returned to the starting point. Jiang Han had no choice but to complain to Daniel. After all, he was punished like that because he chose to stand on his side. Daniel promised he wouldn't mistreat Jiang Han, and he truly kept his word. The reward for stopping the Flame Demon Sorcerer is 100,000 experience points, and the rare S-Rank Vicious Kick skill, which instantly boosted Jiang Han from level 1 to level 14. As for that skill, honestly, its damage isn't that high. However, during the exam, he would use his strength to kick directly into the opponent's face, which greatly affected his dignity, so Jiang Han could still reluctantly accept this so-called evil diaper kick. Daniel also emphasized that this is an ancient, lost skill, which he discovered while excavating the tomb of a powerful expert. Unfortunately, his body is that of a mage and not suitable for this skill, so he can only keep it temporarily. And now he passes it on to Jiang Han, the infamous stomp that has been lost for ages. Many powerful warriors in the Dark Army have always hoped I could pass this skill to them. Daniel enthusiastically promotes his reward. Fine, Master. Is there any other reward I still haven't uncovered enough? Daniel announced loudly. Don't be too cautious. Do you think a single forbidden spell can be exchanged for a lost S-rank skill? It really isn't a loss. But Jiang Han still wants to level up a bit faster. However, Daniel is even tougher than he imagined, and definitely won't give up any more equipment or skills. He was eager to leave with Jiang Han because this wasteland of wounds was not a place under the control of the Dark Fortress. Daniel stops here because his wound needs 2 more days of rest to fully heal. He hands Jiang Han a bottle of medicine. He said I could take this to level up, since the monsters in this wasteland aren't very strong anyway. Jiang Han took the medicine bottle, a healing potion that could restore 500 health points per second, and the missions Daniel assigned, even with difficulty level C, were delivered immediately afterward. Jiang Han quickly agreed, and so he resumed his monster hunting and leveling in the wasteland. The first creature he encountered was the demonic lizard monster. This is a common level 18 monster with 20,000 health. Jiang Han hesitated a bit. That divine lizard's health is a bit fragile, but both his attack and defense are much higher than the Wolf King he once chased after. However, Jiang Han's overall strength has also increased significantly since then. If they weren't surrounded by a pack of lizards, it probably wouldn't be a serious problem. This is just the perfect opportunity to test out the new skill. That kick of yours. Jiang Han takes a big step forward and ambushes a sleepy divine lizard. This kick took away nearly 1/10 of its health and caused a stun effect. leaving the opponent unable to counter for 2 seconds. Then, he used the active skill Frenzied Touch to advance further. These 2 seconds were maximized by Jiang Han to launch an attack. The moment it ended, the lizard demon suddenly went berserk and fiercely kicked Jiang Han in the right leg. Losing 400 health points, definitely a serious injury, but it's not worth much compared to his current strength. Jiang Han quickly thrust another sword at the demon lizard, successfully killing it and gaining 500 experience points. The commotion here has attracted 3 or 4 more lizard gods to surround us. Jiang Han fights while retreating, trying to keep the distance and avoid being encircled. This tactic is really effective. In just a few minutes, he had defeated all the lizard gods. At this moment, a window suddenly appeared. But it wasn't a system notification. It was Longdong Van Lai, who used to be in the Dragon Clan Guild and was friends with Jiang Han, sending a message. Hu Yende, you've been getting quite famous lately. Big forums are all discussing the assassination attempts on you. But Jiang Han doesn't really care about that. What he cares about now is the reward from each divine worm, which only drops 2 copper coins and 2 silver coins. Truly pitiful. Longdang Van Lai seemed to read that thought and suddenly made a bold proposal. Hu Yende, selling ahead is not an option. Longdang Van Lai's plan is for the 2 of you to secretly team up. Jiang Han lets him take his head to claim the reward. Then the 2 of you split it secretly, but Jiang Han has joined the Dark Army and lost the protection of the Goddess of Life, so he can no longer be revived. Therefore, I am willing to offer 20 million. This amount truly made Jiang Han pause for a few seconds. 10 million yuan. That is indeed an astronomical price. Even if his account were permanently banned, that money would be enough for Jiang Han to become wealthy and reach the peak of his life. But that was before he transferred his position. Now Jiang Han is in 1.02 Dark Swordsman in the Eternal Row. 20 million yuan is indeed a lot. But Jiang Han wants even more, so once again, he refused. Longdang Wanli saw Jiang Han's determination and didn't force him anymore. He only kindly reminded that everyone in this world now wants to kill Jiang Han. Ignoring this for now will only bring real harm when the time comes. Don't worry. My reward is also very valuable. Of course. I have a good reason. Then that's good. I wish you happy grinding. Jiang Han casually took out a few new pieces of equipment to sell to the Long Tribe Guild for 3 silver each. Longdang Van Lai generously agreed. After negotiating the payment and transaction method, Jiang Han continued his career of chopping gods and leveling up. His experience is increasing rapidly. He's already reached level 15. Jiang Han's body begins to mutate. In other words, he is evolving. The system reminds that the hidden power of the Dark Blade Swordsman within Jiang Han has just been activated. And he has also gained a new passive skill, the Power of Death. According to the introduction, those who acquire this skill can walk the boundary of life and death and use their own consciousness. Jiang Han's healing power will make others envious. From then on, not even the holy light could punish him. It's roughly like soul projection. Each time you soul exit, your blood bar will recover 0.5% per second. The effect of entering the soul and fighting will decrease to 0. Baifanji, Jiang Han was so happy his mouth almost reached his ears. He can recover up to 30% of his health in 1 minute. If you can't win, just run. In less than 4 minutes, your health is fully restored to fight again. At this moment, Longdang Van Lai sends a new message. He transferred 30,000 to Jiang Han's account, then hid the equipment in a remote place and notified the partner of the location. Then he continued slaughtering indiscriminately, and in the blink of an eye, he had defeated 500 divine demonized beasts. The equipment dropped was a pair of copper-grade cutting shoes that increased movement speed by 2%. Only level 16 and above can use it. Jiang Han is still a little short. After doing some quests, Jiang Han had to log out because his stomach was protesting. While he was busy eating, the members of his Min Guild here were urgently planning their revenge. Zhang Hen, having just finished eating, returned to eternity. But as soon as he appeared in the wasteland, he was struck down by the divine serpent's tail, losing over 1,000 health in a single blow. This time, it was no longer an ordinary demonic divine serpent. It is the demonized king of blood, with 20 million health points. The martial arts tournament boss raid is here. And Jiang Han, full of fighting spirit, rushes forward with his sword. He took a running start, jumped, and then used his sinister kick skill. The boss lost 1 0.73 health points and was stunned for 0.35 seconds, leaving Jiang Han stunned. The little lizard minions were stunned for only 2 seconds. But this boss was immobilized for such a short time. Moreover, because of that kick, Jiang Han was also poisoned by the venom from the king lizard. Every second, he loses 50 health points. Continuing for 10 seconds. Jiang Han initially wanted to save it. But in the end, he had to take out Daniel's healing potion to use. Just after drinking, the king lizard king attacked again. Zhang Han, feeling anxious, kept launching ruthless attacks. The dragon serpent exploited its advantage of a long, heavy tail to strike at Jiang Han, but he didn't give it the chance to do so. First, he cut off the monster's tail, then launched a series of attacks. Within minutes, the demonized Tich Ditch King was struck by Jiang Han and had his head pierced. This time the loot dropped is quite a lot. Jiang Han's eyes widened in amazement, and he is even more eager to see what equipment will drop this time. And what exceeded Jiang Han's expectations happened this time. 2 items dropped, a suit of armor and a staff, both with decent attributes. It's just a pity that Jiang Han isn't a mage, and Long Dang Van Lai is the best solution he could think of right now. At first, Long Dang Van Lai wanted to refuse because the equipment requirement was level 20, which his guild members couldn't use, but Jiang Han still insisted on bargaining, saying he could use it sooner or later. After haggling for a while, Long Dang Van Lai set the price at 50. Ling ling ling. Jiang Han quickly confirmed the order, and the two of them, following the old method, transferred the money first and then went to the wilderness to get the head. In just a few days, Jiang Han had earned 100. Ling ling lin. The potential of the eternal world is so vast that I believe it can bring me even more in the future. Turning around, there are still a few divine beings left. Jiang Han quickly finished to reach the required level and put on his shoes. Now his equipment is almost complete, so he can take a break for now. Jiang Han hurriedly left the Eternal Realm. He was about to order takeout when he saw a message from Vuong Kai inviting him to a barbecue. Vuong Kai is Jiang Han's childhood friend from university, and they first met when they stayed up all night installing games together. Since graduation, the two of them have maintained a close relationship. As soon as they meet, Vuong Kai greets him warmly, with eating and drinking just as a side note. The main thing he wanted to talk about today was introducing Jiang Han to a new job as a professional gamer. Vuong Kai thought that with Jiang Han's skills, it would be a waste not to pursue a career in gaming, so he is working at the Vin Hang Game Company office. If he could introduce Jiang Han there, they could be together again. Forget it. Jiang Han bites into a skewer of meat and starts making excuses. Vuong Kai even thinks Jiang Han is afraid of multi-level marketing. He kept bringing up a series of company benefits, including high salary, insurance, and free meals and accommodation. Seeing Vuong Kai keep talking non-stop, Jiang Han couldn't help but reveal that he's starting his own business. This little wordplay is really clever. I asked why you kept refusing. Turns out you've already started. Jiang Han chuckled. Vin Hang is such a hot game right now. It depicts life so amazingly that it's called a second world. With such great appeal, how could a game addict like you not be tempted? Vuong Kai, curious about the in-game item, wanted to level up together when he returned. But Jiang Han hesitated and said they had to keep this secret for now. Anyway, right now the entire server is looking for your head. Even though Vuong Kai is your close friend, for safety's sake, it's better not to reveal any information for now. Vuong Kai nin vamatlo lang chuaban min thikam thairat batluk. Konjavo bimat. Chang fai chom draw choi gao. Jiang bing woi. Da jui sa sao. Damn. I didn't expect him to be able to guess that Jiang Han could only keep denying and pushing away. Vuong Kai also stopped being curious and revealed a secret to Jiang Han. That is in the Eternal Game. After players reach a certain level, they can enter the secret realm. As for when exactly it opens, Vuong Kai doesn't know, but the secret realm seems to be related to the innate talent of the adventurers. It appears that the official game development company doesn't like the simple method of relying on luck to select participants. Therefore, they decided that only through trial could they determine the strength of a player's innate talent. And Vuong Kai learned this secret information because he was an employee of the company. The two of them ate and drank to their fill, chatting for a while before going home each. As soon as Jiang Han got home, he logged into the game immediately. Daniel was a bit surprised to see him complete the quest so quickly. Jiang Han was eager to get him to reveal the reward. Daniel was also very generous, directly giving him 25,000 experience points and a level silver ring. Jianghan immediately leveled up to 17. And that ring was also a good item, expanding his inventory space by 20. Ling ling ling. Even though Daniel is just an NPC, he couldn't help but ask after recalling what Wang Kai said earlier. Master, do you know any news related to the innate talent of the adventurer? Talent, Daniel, was a bit suspicious when Jiang Han mentioned that, but considering that Jiang Han, a novice explorer, has only been on the Eternal Continent for a few days and hasn't gained his talent yet, it's normal for him to have this question. Daniel begins to explain slowly that once the strength of the adventurer reaches a normal standard, similar to an NPC here, they will be allowed to enter a special secret realm. Inside this secret realm, they will have a special trial to test their skills. After passing the trial, they will have nearly 60 minutes to acquire the talent they desire. These talents are like colorful balloons. Once the adventurer chooses the talent they are satisfied with, they can leave. You mean to have 60 minutes to choose? Jiang Han even thought he heard wrong. 60 minutes might seem long, but in reality, most of these talents are quite ordinary. During those 60 minutes, he could only see talents of level C and D. And Daniel used the example of the sword god from the Brightness Battalion. Their talent is Sword Heart, which can increase damage by up to 80% when using sword-shaped weapons. Sword Heart is a level SS talent, the highest peak across this entire celestial continent. Among the sword gods, SS-level talents are so rare they can be counted on one hand. This is also the highest level of talent recorded so far, with lower levels including S, A, B, C, and D. Seeing Jiang Han's face full of ambition, Daniel couldn't help but speak up to remind him, "Kid, don't overthink it. With my S-rank skill, that vicious kick is already a gift to you." But Jiang Han still refuses to give up on the idea of achieving innate talent. Master, what must I do to meet the NPC's standards? Daniel secretly estimated that the NPC's standard is silver level, mainly because the system will base it on the strength leveling situation. Some people can enter the secret realm of talent once they reach level 21, but others have to level up to 30 or even higher. But that's not what Daniel wanted to mention right now. His body has improved a lot. Now is the time for him to let Jiang Han receive the protection of the demon god. Jiang Han holds his breath and waits. Does he really want to know what special power the ancient demon god's protection has? And if it can replace the hero's resurrection privilege? Daniel's sword points directly at Jiang Han's imprisonment. He begins to chant a long, tedious incantation. After finishing, a bolt of lightning from the staff strikes directly at Jiang Han. I felt as if my whole body was immersed in boiling oil. But the pain disappeared before 2 seconds had passed. Jiang Han turned into a lump of black coal and retreated. Thanks to him, the system gained the protection of the demon god, and now has the right to receive titles. And the latest title Jiang Han received is the Traitor, because he betrayed the Brightness Battalion. This title grants an effect where the last remaining health points can be increased up to 100%, and he also became a bronze-level boss. Now Jiang Han roughly understands why the boss's blood is so thick. The adventurers supporting the Kwangmin camp can cheat death thanks to their unlimited resurrection ability. They trade their basic levels for the right to come back to life and continue leveling up. Then the Hakam camp must also be balanced by increasing the difficulty of defeating it. Currently, Jiang Han is a traitor. After joining the Black Shadow camp, his power growth accelerated, and it became very difficult to defeat him. It can be said that now Jiang Han possesses 2 professions, singing and swordsmanship simultaneously. How is my beloved disciple Jiang Han doing? Is he feeling amazed by the protective power of the demon god? Daniel also looked excited, a grin stretching all the way to his ears. It was indeed a bit exhilarating. Master, where should we go next? We can't just wander around outside like this forever. Right. Daniel nodded. Now that his wounds have fully healed, he no longer needs to hide or run away. Actually, my identity is not as simple as you think, Daniel said threateningly. But Jiang Han just responded with a casual, excited, "Oh," to amuse him, because deep down, he only thought this guy was fooling himself. The two of them began their new journey. Not long after, they entered the new territory, the city of Yuam, which was originally the domain of the Bright Legion, called Tian Kuang City, but under the attack of the 10 great demon gods, it was turned into the land of the Dark Camp. However, because it is very close to the Bright Camp, war often breaks out here. The goal to reclaim the city of Heavenly Bright from the previous Bright Army has never changed. As Jiang Han and Daniel reached the foot of the city, a clear and sharp voice suddenly rang out. The city lord has returned. Quickly open the gates of Jiangying to welcome him. Jiang Han was stunned for a few seconds, not expecting Daniel to be so selfless. Han really has a complicated identity. He is the Lord of the Dark City. Daniel only rose to power half a year ago, and very few people know this. It is thanks to the role of City Lord supporting my strength that I have the chance to break through to the spiritual level, Daniel said proudly. But Jiang Han was still stunned. This really is too hard to understand. Based on the limited information you've gathered, the level of the city in this game is divided into 5 tiers. From childhood to adulthood, it was gradually village level 4, town level 3, fortress level 2, city lord level 1, and the highest being super city lord. Daniel just broke through to the spirit level. Previously only a boss at the dark gold level. So how did he take over the level 1 city lord position? Their strength to conquer a level 1 city must be at least from the earth level or higher. Seeing Daniel return, the soldiers cheered happily. Even though they were just a bunch of dried bones, the deputy city lord also personally came out to greet him. He is the gold level undead knight Cantor. Like Daniel and Brandy, Jiang Han couldn't see any of Cantor's stats besides the name. As soon as Cantor saw Daniel, he quickly dismounted and knelt respectfully to pay his respects. Daniel hurriedly helped him up, and then introduced Jiang Han to him. This is my new disciple, Yi Jiang Han Shui. To respect him, I can sense that your hidden aura is extremely terrifying. Your future prospects are indeed broad. I don't know if Cantor was speaking honestly or just flattering, but hearing these words made Jiang Han feel quite at ease. The recruitment process for relatives had to come to an end eventually. Daniel and Jiang Han returned to their private room, and only then does Jiang Han dare to voice his thoughts from earlier. Yuam City is too close to the forces of light. If they launch an attack, this place will be the first to fall into danger. Master, aren't you worried? No. I am a necromancer. Death is not frightening to me. It's rare to become a lord once, so I can die without regrets. Seeing Daniel so calm and composed, Jiang Han couldn't help but curse inwardly. Even if he's not afraid of death, he's still not living enough. Daniel seemed to read his mind and explained, saying that the necromancer, like him, does not belong to the Shadow Song Battalion. So the high-ranking members of the Shadow Song Battalion still hold some reservations about the undead mage. They definitely do not want the terrifying undead disaster to happen again. On the continent, every day all living creatures remain terrified and highly hostile towards spirits. So Daniel will surely die someday, but he has already obtained what he wanted. This city of the city. Next, he still has one more goal, and as long as he achieves that goal, it's considered his atonement, and death no longer feels so frightening. That was in the past. But now Daniel has gained a tail named Jiang Han. He said he must take responsibility, and, of course, wouldn't drag down someone like you into hell. Especially now when his position as the city lord can still bring some benefits to those around him. The dark and light armies are fiercely fighting. But for now, peace before the storm is still being maintained. Before misfortune strikes, Master Vi will scold people very well. My position as city lord also has enough reincarnations for a grown-up. Daniel placed a hand on Jiang Han's shoulder, sincerely reassuring him. Jiang Han never expected that his clumsy attitude would lead him to apprentice under someone with so many reincarnations. Moreover, Daniel's words are very sincere. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether he was talking to a real person or an NPC. But Daniel remains the same as always, because he couldn't give Jiang Han unconditional equipment and items. He only tested him and set challenges for him to grow on his own. The task he assigned to Jiang Han this time was to deal with the wild rats. They are not ordinary rats, but wild rats possessed by demonic energy, and they often attack patrol soldiers around the city. Isn't it true that creatures corrupted by demonic energy don't belong to the Dark Army? Why do we have to eliminate them? Jiang Hen found it hard to understand. Wild beasts possessed by demonic energy lose their reason. Besides being able to coexist peacefully with their kind, when facing other creatures, they will all fight to the death, Daniel explains, constantly urging Jiang He to become stronger quickly because the dark swordsman profession he possesses is a thorn in the side of the righteous army. Once Jiang Han is exposed and comes under the gaze of the powerful beings of light, he will surely be hunted to the ends of the earth. Jiang Han takes on the mission to exterminate 500 feral corrupted rats. but he wants to find the root cause of why they are being corroded by demonic energy. Though after leaving the city, they all look the same. Gyang-han hurriedly grabbed a pile of bones to ask questions, then learned that the southern part of the city was the biggest gathering place for the rats. So he headed south. Sure enough, not long after, they encountered a swarm of rats. So many that they could not be counted with the naked eye. The problem was, each rat was level 22. Their attack power isn't much lower than Jiang-han's, and they also have twice his health. Attacking a dozen of them isn't a problem. But if the whole swarm surrounds you, there's no choice but to sell salt. Gyang-han felt exhausted and covered in cold sweat. As he was thinking about whether to run or not, the wild rats had already scurried away. This makes me really confused. I haven't even run yet. So what are you guys running for? The system then responds to young Gyang-han's question, explaining that this group of ghostly rats has inherently quick and agile instincts. They discovered that a sinister aura was hidden inside Gyang-han's body, which is why they were fleeing desperately. Gyang-han didn't expect that this so-called sinister aura could also be used to intimidate the opponent like that. But no matter what, this is a good thing. Gyang-han then chased after them and used his evil kick to subdue the rats. Then he used the berserk strike to attack again. If the rats had chosen to run away, then they would no longer threaten him. Eliminating the entire pack is just a matter of time. But the number of wild rats is truly overwhelming. It took Jiang He 2 hours to complete the quest. And this time, the reward was a pair of iron gauntlets that increased defense effectiveness by 3%. However, this item is similar to the previous armor and also requires level 20 to use. Jiang He temporarily stored it in his inventory. Just as the task was completed, a message appeared on the global channel. A player with the Divine Forbidden Zone in the game has quickly gained the agility talent at level B, becoming the first adventurer to do so. Gyang-han was initially surprised, then worried. Already someone has unlocked the talent so quickly. As expected, there are too many skilled players in this game. Before he could even catch his breath, Jiang He appeared again, sending the pack of wild rats on their way. And of course, he anticipated the boss monster's appearance. This boss is the transformed Rat King. Silver grade difficulty. This time it's really tough to beat. My attack can forcefully break its defenses. But this monster is big, tough, and has strong attacks. Although its level and skills are still hidden, Gyang-han can tell from his gear that it has already surpassed him. This guy's reckless courage has long surpassed his common sense. This is the first silver boss to appear. I can't let others take it away. Theoretically, that's how it should be. But in practice, it's too difficult. Jiang-han's evil kick only stuns the Rat King for 0.2 seconds. Yet it bit him once, and he lost half his health instantly. Luckily, Jiang-han still has some healing medicine Daniel gave him. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight back. He swung his sword to attack, but only dealt a little over 1,000 damage. Keep going like that for an hour, and the Rat King's health bar will be halved. Jiang-han was very tense at this moment, because, in normal situations, when the boss's health drops by half, a new evolution will definitely occur. Sure enough, afterward, the Rat King raised its head and squeaked a few times. The mice from all 4 directions started pouring out in a rush. And this time their numbers were several times greater than before. Even if everything combined could crush Jiang-han, the little mice facing him just now were trembling all over. Like the mice earlier, they hesitated for a moment before fleeing. Both Gyang-han and the demonized Rat King fell into deep thought. In the end, even the Rat King began to panic. Like its subordinates, it also chose to prioritize escape. Gyang-han obviously couldn't let this experience point slip away like that. Seeing the Rat King head into a cave, he quickly rushed over, grabbed the rat's tail, and started slashing wildly. But when both of them fell to the bottom of the cave, the Mouse King's blood vessel, almost empty suddenly, was restored. And at the same time, Gyang-han also sensed a very powerful source of energy here. He is sure that this is the root cause of the mice being corroded by demonic energy. However, before Jiang-han could react, the giant spirit stones nearby suddenly emitted an enormous energy, and all that energy directly poured into his body. At first, Gyang-han thought it was some dark force attacking him, but unexpectedly, he received the blessing of the Death Electric Crystal. The destructive power within Jiang-han was temporarily activated, increasing all attributes by 1000% for 1 minute. What kind of crazy number is 1000% even if it only lasts a minute? The Rat King would already be dead under Jiang-han's hands. He has a bit of a dirty trick and is indeed more imposing than him. Zhang Han, full of fighting spirit, charges forward with his sword. Even a random strike takes away more than 20,000 health from the Rat King. After 5 hits, it's enough to send it off to sell salt, because it was a silver-level boss. The experience points gained reached 180. Lin, Jiang He immediately leveled up to level 19. Additionally, because it is a silver-level boss, 000 reputation points are also awarded, along with 20 free attribute points and a rare item called Favor Energy. This item is a scroll-shaped artifact that unconditionally upgrades any skill of level B or below by 1 level. Honestly, Jiang Hen was amazed, never expecting such a good thing to exist. Just like last time, the system reminded Jiang Hen to announce his achievement on the World Channel, with a reward of 10,000 reputation points. He immediately agreed. With his current reputation, Jiang Han can be considered a shining star in this game, so there's no need to hide anymore. The information was just released, and the gaming community instantly exploded. Honestly, everyone is still in the beginner stage, yet some are only level 5. While Jiang Han has already defeated the white-silver boss, this ability is truly astonishing. Min's guild members, of course, aren't happy with this announcement, since they're still struggling with those little monsters. Jiang Han gracefully approached the king's corpse to see if any good equipment had dropped, then suddenly received a new notification that the talent trial would open in 3 minutes. This was so sudden that Jiang Han was stunned, confused, and thrown off balance. But above all, he was ecstatic. There was even a full 3 minutes to prepare. This time he really went all out. Daniel once said that in the talent trial, tools or equipment couldn't be used, but he never said that skills couldn't be used. If victory or defeat depends on the skill, then Jiang Han has no choice but to use divine energy to upgrade himself. The skill he wants to upgrade is, of course, the Shadow Blade technique. After confirming this choice, the system immediately upgrades it to an A-grade assassination technique, with a normal attack power of 50 for the dark swordsmanship. Now the Deadly Strike technique can deal a base damage of 200 plus, an additional 20% stacking effect, and also increase attack speed by 50%. This level-up skill is more powerful than Jiang Han imagined. The effect is quadrupled, and the precious stones in front of him suddenly glow before transforming into a tool. Jiang Han reached out to accept it. This item is actually an A-grade artifact that can temporarily activate the potential within the body. If the user's potential is high enough, their strength will naturally surge. But if their basic potential is insufficient, the increase will be more limited. He has used it 3 times, and he just used it once. Jiang Hen sighed regretfully. If he could use the energy crystal during the trial to forcibly increase his attributes like he just did, that would be perfect. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes have passed, and the system is reminding Jiang Han to prepare for the innate talent trial in 10 more days. The countdown timer ends, and he immediately disappears from that cave. The place where Jiang Han was thrown to is a dense forest. The first task of the trial is to eliminate the enemy within 10 minutes. If successful, the range of the acquired innate talent will increase from level D to C. If not, it will remain at level D. Jiang Han read the notification and looked around for enemies, but he only saw a wild rabbit. This thing is level 1, with only 100 health points. Both attack and defense are very weak. Jiang Han's face darkened. This rabbit's attributes are even worse than Soralam's. Starting this trial with such an easy difficulty seems a bit underestimating the players. But just to be sure, I'll open my status window and check. The result was a bit surprising. Jiang, he was also downgraded to level 1 inch this trial. But luckily, the free attribute points from the system, rewards could still be used here. Moreover, the enhanced skill is indeed carried over. Jiang Han steps forward and coldly executes a fierce kick. Successfully taking down the rabbit, the system immediately provides him with a new enemy. If he succeeds today, his talent range will improve from D to B. The enemy is a level 10 skeleton, and the system immediately upgrades Jiang. He's level to 10. This is only natural. In the trial, both sides should at least be equal in level for it to be fair. This one will definitely be harder to deal with than that useless rabbit, but Jiang Han actually didn't have to put in much effort to defeat it. To be precise, after just 1 punch, the skeleton was already sent to meet its maker. The third enemy, a level 20 feral wolf that has been corrupted, charged fiercely at Jiang He as soon as it appeared. He hid, thinking it was a formidable opponent, like the corrupted Wolf King. This wolf, even at boss level, isn't really a match for him. And when the Grey Wolf attacks first, he smoothly steps back. Then, taking advantage of its loss of balance, he punched it once, causing the wolf to howl in pain. And Han continued to throw a few more punches. So your innate ability range has successfully increased from level D to level A. Seems not too difficult, huh? Han really doesn't know if it's because the game is too easy or he's too strong. But the opponent behind him, he can also easily defeat. His innate talent range has now been upgraded from level C to S. Han silently thought that next would be SS level talent. But life is never that easy. This opponent doesn't seem to be an easy fall. It is a juvenile black tiger, a level dark gold boss. Han's level has increased to 40, and his attack points have risen accordingly. The wise attack first. So he launched his assault without hesitation. But as expected, this tiger was not as easy to defeat as the previous opponents. Seeing it spread its wings, Han quickly executed a shadow kick to subdue the tiger. But right after, he was struck by the monster's double punishment, instantly losing 757 health points. Although he was about to be roasted alive, Han still dared not stop his attack and successfully defeated the Death Tiger as his health was running out, and after defeating it, he finally managed to upgrade his innate ability from level B to level S. The next target is to eliminate a Shadow Gold boss. Even during the trial, Han still received 5 free attribute points. He immediately added them all to his attack attribute. Immediately after, the next opponent appeared, a divine-level Water Qilin, a boss. Han is feeling a headache coming on. This challenge is really tough, but if I can defeat it, I can be sure to obtain an A or S rank talent. It seems I have to pass this challenge before I can even dream of S or SS level talents. The water spirit unicorn in front of you is an extremely rare creature that exists in the vast ocean. Ordinary people might never have the luck to see it in their lifetime. Its appearance originally signaled good luck. The water spirit Qilin was born with perfect mastery over the water element. The opponent is a boss at the divine level, meaning they have surpassed the 3 strongest tiers, including the heavenly nexus. Even now that the system has upgraded Han to level 50, facing a boss at the celestial level, he feels certain he will be crushed. In an instant, the water spirit unicorn shot out a column of water, and Han struggled to dodge to the side. The friendly system reminded him that this was the opponent's Han Chi Tich Quian skill. It can reduce the target's speed and attack power by half for 10 seconds, and this skill puts Han at a huge disadvantage. Before he could react, the water spirit unicorn took long strides and then kicked Han with its front legs. It's just a very normal attack, yet the damage is incredibly high. Han is completely controlled by it. If the trial ends here, your innate talent will rise from level B to level S. With luck, you might still choose level S talent. But if that's all, Han won't be satisfied, and while at level B, he came up with a dirty trick. Seeing the water spirit opening its mouth, Han spat into it. The opponent immediately backed away in disgust, while continuously spitting and hissing. Han chuckled happily, but the system didn't let him enjoy it for more than 3 seconds, because it just sent a notification that the hatred value of the water sign dragon towards Han had increased by 1,000 points. And the opponent is about to use their ultimate move, a level C domain skill, as a stream of water suddenly surges towards He from an unknown source. Don't think this is just normal water. It also hides a deadly strike inside. He begins to panic, afraid he won't survive this powerful attack. But just then, a deep source of energy within him suddenly erupted. During the fight, Han activated his hidden potential and mastered the S-rank Dark Rebirth skill. Indeed, the protagonist's aura never fades. Han can clearly feel the dark power within him raging to break through its limits. Along with his desire to become the strongest, he was not willing to fall here. Speaking of that dark revival skill, after using it, the effectiveness of all attributes increases by 50% for 5 minutes. But the downside is a drop of 10 levels, although the cost is a bit high. In this situation, grabbing it is like grabbing a straw to save his life. After all, losing a level can be regained, and you have joined the Dark Army. Only 1 life left. If things go wrong, it's like having your account deleted. Thinking this, Han immediately used the Dark Rebirth to boost his power. While on the opposite side, Shuiji Luan suddenly felt tense due to Jiang Han's oppressive aura. Your power is too terrifying, who are you really? Jiang Han was stunned to see that this could speak human language, but since it is a fairy-level boss that has broken all boundaries, this can still happen. If you admit defeat, I will tell you, this statement is highly provocative, fueling Shuiji Lian's anger even more. The opponent's master refused to compromise, and Jiang Han had nothing more to say to him. He charges forward at full speed, using the evil left kick skill. Against such a strong opponent, the suppressive effect can only last half a second. Then, Jiang Han used the frenzied touch skill again. Unfortunately, there was no sword here. If there had been, the damage output would have been even higher. The water spirit was beaten so badly it couldn't see straight. It never expected that a kid like Jiang Han would know the ancient move of the evil kick. Tui Kai Lan's anger reached its peak as he was repeatedly struck in the face by Jiang Han. The sea surface cold domain skill has been activated. A large column of water appears, carrying countless fierce sea creatures, all with the same goal of attacking Jiang Han. And this skill can last up to 3 minutes. Jiang Han is surrounded by water, and a strong sense of unease rises within him. He must finish this battle quickly, or he will be crushed by the opponent if it drags on too long. But before Jiang Han's punch could reach Shuiji Lian, a deadly sea snake suddenly lunged out of the water and bit into his arm. After this blow, Jiang Han loses 500 health points per second for 10 seconds, totaling Fem 000 damage. He can temporarily endure it and continues to charge towards the water unicorn. But this time, his left leg was tightly bound by a frog's tongue. Jiang Han clenched his teeth in pain and forced himself to run at full speed toward his most important opponent. He rides on the back of water spirit Lan, repeatedly punching and kicking it. The opponent's blood doesn't decrease much, but Jiang Han has trampled on the dignity of the Lan clan. This suddenly drove the water spirit dragon into a complete loss of reason. Jiang Han also couldn't understand how a creature with a kind point could have such a bloodline. It was meant to distract it for a moment, but unexpectedly, it made it go berserk. Clearly, Tui Qilan's current rage could crush him at any moment. Jiang Han remains calm, facing the enemy without losing his composure. Pay attention to using skills that are off cooldown. A faint voice echoes from within the water, catching Jiang Han off guard. Someone in the game world must be secretly watching him participate in the trial. And Jiang Han is the one who summoned this water spirit. It only saw it bristle all over, and the surrounding seawater flow turbulently. Jiang Han quickly kicked the opponent again, successfully interrupting the cold water sweep skill it was just about to activate. The time to suppress the water spirit beast was extremely brief, and Jiang Han dared not delay even a moment. He kept attacking relentlessly, and after a while, its blood bar dropped to 10%. Seeing the opening, Jiang Han hurriedly intensified his assault, but the Sea Realm technique still hasn't ended. From the whirlpool, a giant shark emerges. Jiang Han was busy defeating it first, then returned to his main target, Shuiji Lian. By the time his limbs were exhausted and it seemed like he no longer belonged to himself, Jiang Han had already succeeded in defeating his enemy. He has raised his innate talent level from about A to S, almost losing half his life in the process. But Jiang Han feels it was completely worth it. The system awards you 10 free attribute points and simultaneously advances you to the phase of choosing your innate talent. A very strong person, but unfortunately, they chose the wrong faction. The strange voice sounded again. But Jiang Han didn't feel any urgency. Even those who join the righteous army may not have their hearts truly aligned with righteousness. I don't regret calling Daniel my master, but I also don't wish to become an enemy of this stranger. After the owner of that voice left, Jiang Han officially entered the stage of choosing his innate talent, and the space before him suddenly changed. Just as Daniel said, countless floating spheres appeared, like balloons, with letters indicating their talent quality, mainly A. Jiang Han tried touching a sphere and found that even an A-rank talent is already very powerful. For example, this sphere increases defense by 20%. Unfortunately, Jiang Han doesn't need that because for him, a strong attack is the best form of defense. Moreover, Jiang Han's class is a dark swordsman with an attack attribute reaching the stars. If I don't choose an advantageous attack talent, it really would be a waste of heaven's gift. Although the time to select talents seems ample, there are truly too many of these spheres in this space. Just glancing over, Jiang Han already felt dizzy and headachy. He started scrambling through every corner of the space, But annoyingly, all those talents were only level A, having fought off the water spirit unicorn. At least give this old man an S-rank talent. 10 minutes later, Jiang Han still couldn't find what he needed. And 20 minutes later, it was the same. Just as he was about to swear, his hand touched another bubble-like sphere. Here it is. The S-rank talent that Jiang Han has been desperately waiting for. That sphere carries the innate ability of immortality. In battle, it restores 0.3% of health every second. When leaving combat mode, it can recover up to 2% of health per second. This talent is quite formidable. If you leave combat, you'll be fully healed in less than a minute. But Jiang Han still isn't satisfied. What he needs is a powerful offensive talent. He casually grabs the S-rank orb, planning to search a bit longer. If HG still doesn't have a suitable talent, he will choose it. At minute Sinzech, Jiang Han indeed found another S-rank talent. If this time still isn't it, he won't have any more time left. This talent is called Armor Enhancement. The final horse shield is reduced by 20%, but the attack power will increase by 40%. Although it comes with undesirable side effects, Jiang Han still considers this a very powerful talent. Later, as his attack power increases with level, the destructive force of the fusion will become even more formidable. Jiang Han then confirmed his choice of this innate talent, and the evolution process was complete. But he still felt a little regretful for not being able to witness the marvels of the S's level innate talent. Jiang Han is also the second person in the entire server to receive a divine talent. He was rewarded with a rank talent, 1,000 reputation points, and 5 free attribute points. The so-called qualitative talent is the key here because right after, the Berserk from S level instantly transformed into an overpowered S's level talent. Wasn't it said before that a talent would stay with a player for life and couldn't evolve? I didn't expect that this test for the second person to clear the talent trial would be so generous. So it seems the first person only obtained a B-level talent, and then advanced to GI before becoming an A-level talent like now. Jiang Han is overjoyed. This time, truly a great harvest. You are taken back to the abandoned rat-filled cave from before. And the rats, seeing you, have already fled in all directions. The first thing Jiang Han did was open the information panel to check. That overpowered talent had the effect of upgrading the S-rank final burst to 50%, compared to Berserk mode. It doesn't even reduce defense. This talent can be said to be on par with the sword heart of the self-proclaimed sword god in the Bright Camp, even more powerful than the sword intent. Jiang Han couldn't contain his excitement and shouted loudly with his head tilted back. System, I love you. The talent matter is settled. And only now does Jiang Han remember something. You haven't checked what items come from the King Mouse's essence yet. This time, you also gained quite a few good items. It really is a wedding celebration. The 3 pieces of equipment are all silver grade, including the mithril helmet, the Mouse King's sword, and the mithril battle boots. It's just a pity that the sword requires level 25 to equip, and the boots also need level 30. Jiang Han only needs 20% more experience to reach level 27. Luckily, this is a perfect chance to test his new overpowered talent. With a single sword swing, all the mice swarm took damage, astonishing everyone, just like the previous 2 times. Jiang Han continued to have the system announce his achievements to all the players on the server in exchange for reputation points. This time, everyone's reaction was even more exaggerated. Anyway, Jiang Han's SS grade talent is a world apart from the A grade talent of others, and in the minds of other players. S grade talent is the highest in the system. No way. Is this guy the system's favorite? Everyone says it's hard to get a high-level talent. All the players pause their activities to focus on the announcement about Jiang Han on the global channel. And at this moment, Long Dangwan Li also sent a private message to congratulate him. But asking him is one thing. The main point is that he wants to know how to obtain high-level talent in the trial. Of course, if Jiang Han tells him, Long Dang Van Lai will also pay him a fair price. Jiang Han thought to himself that this was nothing special, since Boss Long had been generous. How could he possibly keep it a secret? So I revealed to him that the key is to rely on the star level of the skill and profession to grow. Basically, after acquiring powerful skills, you need to level them up as high as possible. Only then will entering the trial give you a better chance to win. Secondly, possessing an occupation with multiple star attributes offers the potential for growth, because this is closely related to the scope of the innate talent that can be achieved. It's best to have a hidden profession, but that's just luck. If not, there's nothing you can do. Third, he revealed that it is necessary to seize the time because the first players to reach a certain talent level can receive rewards that upgrade the grade of that talent. For example, the first person and Jiang Han both advanced, especially him who can even reach SS level. Just revealing such simple things. Long Dang Van Li generously transferred 100,000 yuan and Jiang Han's account. I'm speechless. This old man is too rich. Thanks. My passive skills have been fully boosted. I already noticed that long ago, but I have no idea about the star level of your profession's attributes. It seems your star level for growth is quite high. Not high. They are all just 4 stars. Jiang Han modestly replied. Normally 5 stars is already very terrifying. If your attack attribute in the profession is revealed and reaches 6 stars, it probably won't be a good thing. Immediately, a message appeared on the global channel. Long Dang Van Li is the one who posted this announcement, stating he wants to buy hidden professions from players for over 7 figures. Even the only hidden class can reach up to 8 figures. Jiang Han is even more dazzled by this person's wealth. Players can indeed post announcements on the world channel, but it costs 100 gold each time, and the system top-up feature is not yet available. A single high-priced gold coin could cost millions. And just this one announcement from Long Dang Van Li might have already spent several million. At this moment, Long Dang Van Li shows no hesitation to spend money. If I can find the hidden profession, I wouldn't hesitate to spend any amount. The star level growth of the profession is extremely important. From now on, every time he changes class, his star level will also change, gradually widening the gap with other players. Long Dang Van Li plans not to focus on leveling up in the near future. Instead, he must find a hidden profession, preferably the unique hidden profession. And the entire Dragon Clan Guild is mobilized to gather intelligence to help him. An hour later, Jiang Han finished clearing out the wild rats and could return to Daniel to claim his reward. His level had also increased to 20, allowing him to use the Rat King's sword. When he left, his attack attribute was just over 200, but after leveling up once, it reached 750. Zhang Han, seeing his master's attitude, decided to hide his SS talent level for now. If he found out, Daniel might get so excited he could have a heart attack and faint, which would make him extremely happy. Even if Jiang Han didn't say anything, he knew his equipment had already reached a good innate quality, and there's no need to ask how good it really is. He acted generously and proactively asked Jiang Han what equipment he wanted to receive as a reward. Jiang Han didn't expect that he could still choose a reward. Bowing to Daniel as my master was truly the best decision I made since entering this game. Daniel once said he wanted to use all his resurrection power to nurture Jiang Han, so when he told me I could freely choose my reward, he wasn't lying. Seeing that, Jiang Han no longer held back. He said that he actually always wanted to have a powerful weapon, but powerful weapons usually require a pretty high level, and Jiang Han wants to find a way to lower their level requirements. So he presents a good sword with a level requirement of 25. Daniel indeed has something to help him do that. He gave Jiang Han 150,000 experience points to level up to level 21. At the same time, there is also an accessory called the Blessing of the Sacred Ox, which Daniel created to reduce the wear and tear of equipment up to 10 levels below silver grade. Jiang Han's eyes immediately lit up as he tried using the item Daniel gave him. As a result, the tested king's sword's level requirement was actually lowered to level 15, so Jiang Han can now use it freely. Jiang Han took out from his pocket an item called the Heavenly Understanding Bull, which has the ability to enhance equipment. Daniel, surprised, asked him where he got it. Jiang Han simply replied casually that he got it through luck. Daniel had no opinion on weapon enhancement. There are many different levels of Celestial Understanding Buffalo in this world, and the one in Jiang Han's hand isn't of the best quality. Using the White Silver King's sword to level up isn't really a bad deal. Encouraged by his master, Jiang Han immediately tested its effectiveness, and the result exceeded expectations. The sword in his hand was upgraded to the Golden Flame Sword with a royal grade, requiring only level 20. Just right for Jiang Han to use. Jiang Han swung a few swords and indeed felt much stronger than before. This change also caused the system to recognize his strength as reaching a new level. A boss level silver. Jiang Han's enemy of corruption also advanced to control darkness, so his attributes changed accordingly, with the biggest increase in attack power. With this number, Jiang Han even doubted that he could heal himself automatically. and Gyanghan's life value also increased by 150%. As expected, the protection of the ancient demon god can rival that of the goddess of life. In the early stages, this protection has not yet revealed its true power, but as the daily value increases, it will be very difficult for the righteous faction to kill Gyanghan. Kid, look at how you've already gained divine talent skills. It's not that simple. Daniel was pleased to see Gyanghan's face light up, but he also noticed that he was showing signs of imbalance between offense and defense. Specifically, his defensive weapons are still very weak. To improve that, Daniel continues to send Gyanghan on missions to gather the surplus. Recently, adventurers with stealthy outfits have been appearing around Yuam City. Daniel doesn't know their intentions, but if they are part of the righteous army, he can't let them live when they come here, and Gyanghan's mission is to deal with those people. Usually Daniel just sends him to hunt monsters, but this time it's to confront players, specifically to eliminate up to 500 of them. Gyanghan accepted the mission and wanted to ask his master for some healing potions. But Daniel shook his head. He was a programmed NPC. Previously, it was given to Gyanghan for free as part of a quest. But now, if he wants it, he has to buy it with his own money. Luckily, because Gyanghan is a disciple, Daniel can sell him healing potions at a 70% discount. But even with the discount, these items are still too expensive for Gyanghan, because at this moment I only have 5 gold coins, 70 silver coins, and 10 copper coins in my pocket. But my life is still the most important. Gyanghan only managed to buy 5 health potions and 4 healing potions before stepping out of the city when a dragon suddenly flew past. Riding on the dragon is a powerful figure. Probably just an NPC, because no player would be that crazy now. The rider on the dragon suddenly shuddered as they flew past Gyanghan, sensing a terrifying aura that only powerful demon gods usually emit. However, this person is on a mission, so he doesn't turn back to check. Gyanghan watches the dragon's silhouette with admiration, wishing he could ride it too. But only in the late stages of the game do players have the chance to ride a dragon and fly. While lost in admiration, Gyanghan suddenly sensed the presence of someone else. That sneaky thief was so frightened upon seeing Gyanghan that his face turned pale. Damn it. Gyanghan has already become a platinum-level boss. Seeing the little guy so flustered, Gyanghan suddenly wanted to tease him a bit. He mimicked the tone of NPCs and spoke mechanically. Stupid adventurers. What is your ultimate goal in following me? That sneaky thief started to panic when he saw Gyanghan like that. He is a player, with his in-game name displayed above his head. Yet Gyanghan still calls him by that rustic nickname. As expected, he begins to suspect the true identity of Yi Gyanghan Shui. Could that be an NPC or not? But this thought was quickly dismissed. If he were an NPC, there's no way he could have rewards scattered across the server for killing him like that. Moreover, the video of Gyanghan killing hundreds of members of the Anmin Guild is still gradually spreading online. This only proves that you're not just an ordinary NPC. Yi Gyanghan Shui. What are you pretending to be? If you do this, you'll get the reward. And surely every player will be jealous. You don't think that in this game everyone will follow the code of honor of the Jiang family, do you? The player boldly stepped forward to criticize Gyanghan. He didn't bother arguing with him and directly drew his sword. This sword draw cost him a whole health bar, sending him straight back to the respawn point. And it was only a basic attack. That thief sneaked back to the respawn point, still not understanding how a player from the early game could be so strong. Seeing him defeated like that, other players were eager to find out how powerful Gyanghan really was. This idiot immediately sends the location to his entire guild and reminds them that Gyanghan's attack can drain over 1,000 health. This news quickly caused a stir among the other players. Are you kidding? The best player in our guild only dealt 176 damage in the attack. Most likely, Gyanghan Shui has divine weapon, because with his current level, he can't deal such damage. This time the news has leaked, and many guilds are gathering people. Don't even think about the silver-white boss cup. Even the golden boss cup would be safe. Gyanghan listened to the world channel for a while and decided to play it safe. I don't want to wait for the enemy to flood in with their people. As for the vehicles, right now my head is worth quite a lot. It's hard to avoid the appearance of some skilled players. Though not all NPCs are as foolish as Brandy in giving out forbidden spells to adventurers like him, but Gyanghan still has to be on guard just in case. If such a device really appears, even I wouldn't be able to handle it. About 10 minutes later, sure enough, many people arrived. Gyanghan heaved to one side, observing the situation. As soon as those people arrived, They looked around hurriedly but couldn't even see his shadow. That sneaky Dixon led the whole group here. Han is sure that just 10 minutes ago, Dixon Jiang Han ambushed him here. The leader with the E-game sword immediately ordered his men to split up and search. Everyone started to disperse and search everywhere. This turn of events was just as Jiang Han had planned. Soon after, someone in the guild reported that I and a few others were ambushed by him at coordinates 7. Ba bai sishiti dao wu bai ba. With a swift burst of wind, they charged forward together. But by the time they reached the designated spot, Jiang Han had already vanished. Another person reported being ambushed by Jiang Han. His attack was too powerful, and his speed was very fast. They have no chance to fight back at all. Sword Windstorm rushes in to crush Jiang Han completely. Is this bastard playing hide-and-seek with me? These are all plans carefully calculated by Jiang Han. You can't risk fighting 1,000 people alone. But if they split up, no one can stand against you. Guys, he's changing position again. The distance is right there. These kinds of notifications keep ringing out. Everyone was taken out by Jiang Han with a single shot. They even thought he must have been using hacks. The Sword of the Violent Wind knows that they have already lost this battle. To deal with Jiang Han, he spent a large sum of money to buy special equipment, to hold him off for about 10 minutes and drain his attributes. I didn't expect Jiang Han to be more skilled than him, using the tactic of breaking up the team to eliminate each group one by one. The Sword of Storms Guild has suffered heavy losses. If we don't retreat now, things could get even worse. So he ordered all his men to gather and retreat, while Jiang Han was still making the most of every second. As expected, leveling up through monsters is faster than through humans. I'm now level 22 and have completed the dangerous adventurer mission my master assigned. But it was also because of this bloody and fierce battle that the Bright Battalion took notice of the Yuam City area. The senior officials decided to accelerate the plan to reclaim the Heavenly Light City for the Bright Battalion. Specifically, after a week of the assault, Jiang Han was stunned to see the notification in front of him. The main city siege was definitely the first large-scale event organized in the game. This is also a test of the guild allies' unity and discipline, as gathering a large number of players in a short time and launching a prolonged siege are not easy tasks. Immediately after, Jiang Han received a private notification from the system that designated him as the boss defending the city in this third siege battle. If you are not present at the scene, you will be stripped of 10 levels and 1,000 permanent attribute point. This is truly the worst news Jiang Han has heard today. Organizing the main siege early is one thing, but now they're forcing me to be the boss, defending the city, and making me participate. Jiang Han feels things are really getting serious. In normal situations, large-scale activities like this are usually won by the Bright Camp, especially since all players are currently in the Bright phase, with only Jiang Han taking a different path. No matter how hard you try to change the situation, you can't win against the system's arrangement. Plus, Uam City is a level 1 fortress. The Righteous Army will definitely send at least one extremely powerful NPC. Jiang Han didn't know what to do for a moment, so he had to go back to discuss with his master. After listening for a while, Daniel also grasped the main issue. He didn't expect that the Eternal Order on the continent would still involve players in the current situation. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Han's forehead as he felt Daniel's words were too emotional, as if he was openly revealing the rules of this world inside the game. Han really doesn't seem like a mindless programmed NPC at all. Seeing Jiang Han's tense expression, Daniel tried to soothe him with the gentlest tone he could muster. Disciple, rest assured, I will not let anything happen to you. I will step in to help at the most critical moments. Once you break free from the restrictions of the rules, I will immediately use the teleportation array to take you away. Jiang Han was stunned. These words truly sounded like something an NPC could say. Daniel seems truly like a player with thoughts and feelings. So what about the master? I was originally a necromancer, so I am not afraid of death. Moreover, my mission is already complete. Dying is also a form of liberation. What do you mean? A mission. Knowing that Jiang Han has many questions, Daniel also didn't explain anything further. He only said that in the future you will definitely understand. For now, there's no need to worry about his life or death. The siege of the city wall will be next week. For now, Jiang Han has completed his latest mission and needs to be awarded his good boy badge. This time, he wants a pair of suitable shoes. Daniel generously gives Jiang Han 200,000 experience points and a pair of silver-level speed shoes. Level white requires exactly 22. So Jiang Han quickly equipped it on himself. Currently, The only equipment he has is a pair of iron gloves at bronze level. Most of the rest are silver or higher, although it's not much compared to the attack attribute. His defense now has reached an impressive level. With the attack power of other players, they basically cannot break through this defense line. Daniel no longer assigns him to do quests. He wants him to learn more basic skills. Daniel immediately wrote a referral letter asking Jiang Han to go to the Yulin swamp, where a Yulin swordsman could teach him and improve his skills. Jiang Han took the introduction letter and suddenly realized he didn't know where the Yulin swamp was because the map in the game didn't show it. Everything had to be found by the player himself. Even after Jiang Han joined the Dark Army, the process remained the same, and Daniel's guidance was half-hearted at best. He only said to head north and he would find it. So Jiang Han set out on a new journey. Soon after, the system sent a new notification that you had entered the Yulin swamp map. Overhead, the silver crescent moon shone. Above the swamp, only faint light emitted from some fireflies. But thanks to that light, Jiang Han discovered there were many rotten skeletons in the area. They are all common monsters with no level or defense stats shown. But Jiang Han can see other attributes and estimates that his strength still surpasses theirs. The rotten skeletons quickly sensed the intruder and charged wildly. But Jiang Han refused to back down and drew his sword, still following the plan. First use the left evil kick to suppress the opponent, then go on a furious slaughter to knock out them. While his swordsmanship was chaotic in the night, Jiang Han suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left wrist. He was bitten by a skeleton, but his defense had now reached a limit of 252 points. A single bite from these rotten skeletons doesn't pose much of a threat at all. After a bit of fighting, Jiang Han successfully defeated 3 of these rotten skeletons and gained 6,563 experience points. Although these guys are a bit weak, the experience points are still pretty good. Jiang Han quietly estimated that he only needed to kill another 300 of these rotten skeletons to level up. With such a good opportunity to level up, I definitely can't miss it. So instead of waiting for the opponent to come to me, Jiang Han searched through the swamp to hunt these monsters first for training. Finally, after half an hour, he reached level 23. Now he had to return to the main task of finding that spirit swordsman. But so far, Jiang Han hasn't seen anyone else besides those common monsters. Moreover, this map is very large, so finding a person won't be easy at all. Jiang Han, feeling discouraged, reopened the quest menu and discovered something. According to the description, the ghostly swordsman has his own consciousness and has become the true lord of this swamp of spirits. Then why do you have to go find him, yourself, in such a reckless way? Hearing this, Jiang Han took a deep breath and shouted as loudly as he could. Spirit swordsman, I am a disciple of Mage Daniel and have come to see him. Less than 2 seconds later, someone responded, the person looking for me. Jiang Han turned around and saw that. Somehow, a man with long purple hair was sitting leisurely behind the rock, cleaning his sword. Daniel asked what the person looking for me wanted. Jiang Han is certain that no one was here just now, but this man suddenly appeared out of nowhere, proving that his strength is beyond anything imaginable. Jiang Han then handed over the letter written by Daniel himself, explaining the reason for the search inside it. The shadow swordsman slowly stood up, but suddenly appeared right in front of Jiang Han. His speed was so fast that I was once again stunned in amazement. He took the letter, carefully read it all, then burst into laughter. I'm still wondering why you have such a strange evil aura on you. Haha. Are you a dark swordsman? It seems that besides the chaos in the world, there are also harmful creatures threatening this world. That harmful creature must be talking about Jiang Han. He can only hold back this anger inside because this person will also become his master now. Daniel wants Han to teach Jiang Han a few sword techniques from the vanishing spirit swordsman. But like Daniel, Han is also limited by the rules of this world, so Jiang Han could only learn skills by continuing to do missions. Feeling a bit suspicious, this person's way of speaking is exactly like Daniel's. Both have personal thoughts and feelings. It seems these NPCs all understand that dying is necessary for everything in this eternal world, because the publishers act according to their personal thinking, causing the game to crash. They have consistently restricted them with many rules. And what puzzles Jiang Han the most is what those rules actually are. He asked the swordsman Vong Lin about this, but even he couldn't explain what the rules actually were. I only know that it has existed since the eternal continent was born, and everyone must obey it. Even the 10 great demon gods cannot break it, let alone a small swordsman like me. So, have you ever pursued breaking the rules? Jiang Han still refuses to give up. Continuing his segment of 100,000 questions why. The spiritless swordsman shook his head. I'm afraid the rules will take my life before they are broken. Alright. Some things are still too early for you. Wait until you become a true dark swordsman and shake heaven and earth. Then go find the answer yourself. Han quickly returned to the main topic, which was assigning the trial mission to Jiang Han. The task itself was quite simple: to eliminate the decayed skeletal remains in the swamp. The number Jiang Han needs to reach is 1. Ling ling ling. More than 3 times the monsters he defeated earlier. Seeing this number, Jiang Han felt a bit stunned. 1,000 enemies. How long would that take? I just want to learn the skills as soon as possible. The Void Spirit Swordsman also seems to see through Jiang Han's hesitation. Han has seen that his attack power is relatively good, but in his eyes, Jiang Han's overall strength is still weak and needs more training. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the right to teach and discipline Jiang Han. Fine. Jiang Han, feeling proud, immediately accepts this mission. Go now. Once you've completed the mission, just call out to me. The Void Spirit Swordsman said this and then disappeared into the mist. This person comes and goes like a ghost of Britain. Jiang Han silently calculated. It's probably around 11 o'clock tonight, but the upcoming siege battle doesn't give you much time. Today, you'll probably have to stay up all night fighting monsters to increase your strength. Rotten bones are not too strong for Jiang Han, but fighting 1,000 of them takes both time and energy. Dealing with them was also extremely boring. Jiang Han tried to speed up as much as possible, hoping to cut down as many monsters as he could in one go. During the process, a magic staff was also dropped as leftover. Jiang Han isn't a mage, so he had to keep it to sell later. After 5 hours, the message he had been waiting for finally appeared. Congratulations on completing the mission. You can go meet swordsman Vong Lin to claim the leftovers. Jiang Han was extremely happy, just needing 5% more experience to level up to 26. At that moment, his face started to tear up and his eyes darkened. He returned to his ugly appearance when he just joined the Dark Army, because Daniel's temporary concealment spell had run out. So this is the original form of the Dark Swordsman. Before he could call out, Jiang Han saw the spiritless swordsman appear on his own. He happily told him that he had completed the mission, and Saren seemed very pleased. Actually, he has been silently observing from the side all along. Jiang Han's attack has long surpassed other experts of the same level, and no matter how much more rotten bone marrow there is, it can't stop him. The reward for this self-assertion mission is 200,000 experience points and the right to learn swordsmanship skills from Saren. Coincidentally, these 200,000 points helped Jiang Han level up. You don't need to call me master anymore. If Daniel has asked me to teach you a few moves, then I am considered your master. Yes, master. Jiang Han happily replied like a puppy. Saren waved dismissively, presenting a series of skills like a street vendor for Jiang Han to choose from. He also advised that you shouldn't expect too much. After all, Jiang Han's current strength isn't very high, so the number of techniques you can choose from is somewhat limited. Jiang Han looked at the skills in front of him. So many that Saren said he was limited. Moreover, each skill was an exclusive high-level skill of Saren's Ghost Spirit Swordsman. Jiang Han tried out a few of them, each one so powerful that it felt intimidating. The only problem was that these skills required a high level to use. Moreover, I have to spend money to buy it, and right now I only have a little over 6 gold coins. So the restriction Saren mentioned actually makes sense. Even if delicious food is served right in front of him, Jiang Han still won't eat it. Thinking that this time his luck was out, Jiang Han actually found a skill that fit his budget. That is the Soul Spirit Chi S Class A, priced at 2 gold coins. It boosts energy in the body and immobilizes the target in front within a 10-meter radius, preventing movement. The duration is 3 seconds, and the cooldown is 1 minute. Next is the Level B Death Spirit Slash skill, which deals 250% damage and reduces the enemy's movement speed by 10% for 2 seconds through attacks that hit the target directly. Its price is 1 gold coin, and the cooldown time is only 15 seconds. Although not as overwhelming as other skills, having these two in the early game is enough for Jiang Han to conquer the virtual world. Saren saw that Jiang Han had learned the skill, so he left directly, and also reminded him that when his strength was enough, he would come back here to learn new skills. Jiang Han politely said goodbye to him and logged out. It was already past 3 a.m. M. In real life. The next day at noon, Jiang Han was awakened by a call from Vuong Kai. He called to inform Jiang Han about the siege event. The rewards this time are very generous, including both equipment and super-grade golden imperial tools. As close friends, Vuong Kai wanted Jiang Han to hear the excitement first, although the reward details weren't announced publicly. Vuong Kai learned about them through an internal staff channel. Hearing this, Jiang Han just wanted to pass out right away, and immediately got up to think of a way to win the prize this time. To thank Vuong Kai for revealing military secrets to him, Zhang Han, before turning off his computer, gave a quick kiss to the breeze. As a result, Vuong Kai's hair stood on end from his neck to his toes. Jiang Han immediately logged into the game. Things can't wait. He has to find Daniel to negotiate the counterattack. When he returned, Daniel was still busy creating some kind of medicine. Hearing that Jiang Han had a way to counter the Bright Legion and protect the fortress, Daniel didn't seem very interested either. Oh, let Jiang hear it. You know, us adventurers don't obey the rules. Although it is said that adventurers come to the Eternal Continent to represent the Bright Legion in battle, there are many people like him. Deciding whether to support the Bright or the Dark is basically impossible to control our actions. Daniel understood immediately. Jiang Han's idea was to offer a high reward to find brave warriors. The Bright Legion never looked down on adventurers, especially not the village chief of Tan Thu, who always looked down on newcomers. So the Dark Choir camp means going against that. Just attract the adventurers to fight for you. Since his time in Tan Thu village, Jiang Han has felt quite a few people discontent with the attitude of the NPCs there, wanting to change the situation for his own benefit. But Daniel thinks Jiang Han is oversimplifying. The Shadow Opera Battalion is not a place where anyone who wants to can join. Jiang Han then changed his approach, such as offering a generous reward and giving the leader a chance to join the army. Daniel still firmly opposes letting others join the Dark Guild. He only compromised with Jiang Han earlier to protect himself. The Shadow Battleground was never a place for adventurers to casually visit. From the moment they entered the Eternal Continent, they received the protection of the Goddess of Life and had to fight for the righteous battleground. This is an unbreakable contract. Fine. But that doesn't mean the prize for the top position can't be a ticket to join the Shadow Song Battalion. Jiang Han remains very firm in his beliefs. Daniel hesitated for a few seconds, then suddenly understood everything. All right then. As long as someone takes the top spot, all the rewards from the Dark Song Battalion are just a blank ticket. Jiang Han nodded in agreement. Finally, the master understood his point. Daniel nodded, not expecting that his good disciple would now be so cunning. With Daniel's approval, Jiang Han's plan was quickly set in motion. The system also issued a new announcement to all players, stating that the Dark Song Battleground is expanding its recruitment of adventurers with generous rewards. If anyone is interested, they can go to the Spirit Blade Knight outside the Dark Fortress to sign up. Immediately after, the system opens a ranking for siege points and a ranking for defense points, corresponding to the contributions of players from both the Bright and Dark Song factions. Jiang Han even prepared an additional announcement about the rewards. Specifically, the leader will join the Dark Faction's army and receive the hidden class Ghost Shadow Swordsman. The second person will get a random Dark Gold level equipment and a rare item of level S. The third person received 2 random Gold level gear sets and a rare item of level A. As this announcement was made, Jiangju still began to tremble. Most of them are already eager to join the Dark Singing Army, causing chaos among the people. Unfortunately, Jiang Han suddenly remembered an important matter. He immediately asked Daniel to keep using the stealth spell on him, because with this ugly appearance, Jiang Han wouldn't dare to go outside. Daniel waved his hand, and his clean-shaven face started to return. Moreover, this time the effect lasted for a month. That's because Daniel's strength has increased and his injuries have fully healed. Have you met Saren yet? Daniel suddenly asked. Yes. I've learned 2 new skills. He said he would come there to continue my training once I'm strong enough. Then it's settled. It seems he truly has no intention of returning to the Bright Legion. Luckily, I can provide support to him. Jiang Han was surprised. Daniel's words implied that Saren had once been part of the Light Brigade. Jiang Han looked contemplative, and Daniel continued to advise. As he had clearly stated in the previous letter, if one day Daniel crosses to the other side, Saren will be the one to take over this young tiger. Jiang Han. But the more he spoke, the more Jiang Han felt unhappy, even though Daniel was just an NPC. But in truth, he had guided him a lot, helping Jiang Han achieve many accomplishments. Follow me and you won't get far. And death is not the end for me. Remember, one day I will leave. But you shouldn't be heartbroken. As long as you live long enough, we will meet again in the future. This statement only makes Jiang Han more shocked. It seems Daniel's identity is even deeper than he imagined, to the point of being able to die and come back to life. The necromancer is just doing whatever he wants. You are still too weak. Become stronger. I hope that when the points are tallied, you will be the deserving top scorer. Jiang Han understood what Daniel's words meant. He wanted to test his strength in the siege battle. As expected, shortly after, an S-rank mission was sent, requiring Jiang Han to take the top spot on the Fortress Accumulation Points leaderboard. If he succeeds, the reward is unknown. If he fails, he will lose the protection of the ancient demon god. Jiang Han saw no sign of acceptance or rejection. It seems this system forces players to accept missions without the master actively assigning them. Clearly, it won't sit idly by while you disrupt the main storyline without facing consequences. Next is a B-level difficulty mission. This is the real mission sent by Daniel. The objective of this mission is to eliminate all the human soldiers and defeat the boss in the camp to the southeast of the city of Yuam. Daniel has high hopes for Jiang Han, so he doesn't want to let him down. After accepting the mission, Jiang Han headed southeast and moved forward. Before long, he entered a new map called Yangguang Forest, and the encampment appeared before his eyes. According to the mission briefing, the soldiers stationed here are planning to quickly eliminate part of the forces of the Yuam fortress. The guards outside are all common monsters called 10,000 Fur Lunar Soldiers. Jiang Han couldn't see their ranks or attack power. This time, it's a full-scale assault. The novice, who only knows how to check attributes, can only examine creatures no stronger than himself in the same level. If I can't probe any deeper, then I'll start from the stray bullets. Jiang Han approached from behind and took down a Lone Star soldier. He then used the newly learned Evil Spirit Corpse to trap the opponent for 1 second, followed by using Death Spirit Slash to deal 765 damage, and reduce their movement speed by 10%. That soldier, after breaking free from the trap, shouted to alert of the enemy attack. Jiang Han quickly activated the Frenzied Strike skill, advancing towards the enemy to the altar to watch the naked chicken. The Death Spirit Slash, combined with Frenzied Touch and Evil Spirit Chi, created an excellent control effect. But the commotion also attracted a group of Star Moon soldiers. Jiang Han decided to run because he thought the great boss was still inside. But after only a few steps, he heard the soldiers shouting to each other, "Where is the great general's wall army? Go call him quickly. The great master has taken the concubine out for a stroll by the river." Truly infuriating. Jiang Han suddenly came to a halt and then fiercely turned back. If there's no great boss, then in his eyes, these soldiers are just like a bunch of ants. The elite moon soldiers gathered into a group, activating the Star Mist formation to boost their attack power by 15%. But even so, in Jiang Han's eyes, they were still not formidable opponents. Even a whole group of Star Moon soldiers this large was wiped out by him in just 10 minutes. Jiang Han initially thought there would be at least a few hundred soldiers. I didn't expect there to be only a few dozen people in total. As he was gathering some leftover silver coins and sighing about how few there were, suddenly, he heard a voice. "Who is this? Who is doing this?" It seems this is the general they mentioned. The big boss has appeared. This lunatic general named Boss White Silver has a blood bar of 250,000 points. But Jiang Han can't see his attack, defense, or skills. First, Jiang Han. I know you. It seems my soldiers were indeed betrayed. Jiang Han let out a cry. And it looks like your reputation isn't bad now. Even the White Silver level boss has to greet first. And his eyes look at him as if he's eyeing a tasty piece of meat. Well, no wonder. Now, in the military camp, everyone wants to kill Jiang Han. If I can take your head, my future will be even more prosperous and wealthy. Any beauty I can get close to. Any beauty you can get close to. Just relying on the person behind. I doubt you could last even a minute. Jiang Han's words truly touched her pride as a woman. She immediately charged forward, wielding 2 axes to split him into pieces. Jiang Han still follows his previous plan. First, using the old method to attack the evil side, causing the opponent to lose more than half of their blood. But due to the huge level gap, his techniques couldn't suppress the opponent. Even Jiang Han didn't expect this. He was counterattacked by the demon and lost a quarter of his health in just a few moments. Things don't look very good. Although Jiang Han's attack power is high, His health and defense can't keep up with the demon. If you can't be tough, then be flexible, he thought, fighting while retreating, until his health bar was down to 1/3. Jiang Han took out a healing potion to use, and then employed the Soul of the Evil Spirit skill. This time he succeeded, trapping the demon in a snare within 0.8 seconds. After 2 vicious kicks, he quickly prepared to counter again, continuing to drain more of the demon's health. But Jiang Han's next move was something he couldn't have predicted because he had already retreated, and the demon didn't chase after him, basically unable to keep up. He was about to carry his mistress back to the camp when Jiang Han suddenly appeared again. It turns out he was just running earlier to buy time for his blood to fully recover. Kandan immediately lost his temper, charging at Jiang Han with 3 bloods and 6 furious strikes, while Jiang Han continued to repeat his usual pattern, using a series of attacks to chip away at his opponent's health. Then he runs away and uses medicine to treat his wounds. Once his health is restored enough, he will return to fight again. That cunning kid has no sense of honor in fighting. After so many times, Kandan has already gone completely crazy. His blood bar is only half remaining. Once again, just as Kandan was about to send his concubine away, Jiang Han appeared, showing an expression full of challenge. You run away when you can't fight back. You're so cowardly. You little brat. I can't even find the words to say. Basically, he couldn't understand how Jiang Han could say that without feeling embarrassed. Jiang Han also didn't bother to fight him, taking advantage of his speed and agility. He once again initiates an attack. The enemy's attack was also pushed back. He swore that today he would fight to the death with him. Kandan's attack squad is becoming increasingly fierce. Boss Ba Kangan is indeed not easy to deal with. Kandan's skills are like a whirlwind. Just touching it causes Jiang Han to keep losing blood. Faced with this situation, he could only continue relying on healing potions and dodge to the side, waiting until the demon's skill ended before returning. After the skill ended, just as Jiang Han predicted, the opponent's strength had weakened significantly. He seized the opportunity to strike, and an axe in the opponent's hand fell to the ground. Dropping your weapon means you've already lost. It's just that Kandan doesn't understand how Jiang Han's stamina and health haven't been depleted at all. The number of underworld realms he wondered about. Jiang Han replied indifferently, then launched a decisive attack. The axe was defeated by him. The raid mission was completed, and the rewards were immediately sent. It grants C-Sense 000 experience points and 500 reputation points. After this mission, Jiang Han has jumped to level 28. From the fallen demon, 2 gold ingots and 2 level white-silver equipment dropped. They are Han's armor, Nambish, and his weapon from the Thunderquake Palace. That armor isn't bad, but the weapon's attack power isn't even as good as Han Van Kiem in Jiang Han's hand, so he's planning to sell it for money. So Jiang Han sent a message again to Longdang Van Li, but the required level for Chan Loi Fu is 35. Meanwhile, the highest level player Longdang Van Li knows at the moment is only level 23. Jiang Han still tries to persuade him, because he has joined the Dark Singing Battalion, which has no special functions for saving progress. The equipment must be sold immediately for money. If he fails, both the gear and the character will disappear, and he'll be doomed. After some bargaining, Jiang Han finally agreed with Longdang Van Lai on a price of 200 Ling, with the terms remaining the same as before. Then Jiang Han suddenly realized that the little concubine of the fooling army was still hiding far away. A very sneaky thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Jiang Han has long been curious because he heard that NPCs in the game are incredibly realistic. Here, there's an easy target to bully, so he wants to give it a try. But before he could even touch the concubine, the system issued a red alert, deeming Jiang Han's behavior as provocative. If he continues to force it, the system will record it and call both armies to hunt him down. Jiang Han immediately stops. As expected, the developers won't let players freely do whatever they want in the game. Well then, Jiang Han isn't interested in this woman either. He then gave her a task to deliver a message to the camp, saying that Jiang Han is waiting for them in Yuam City, and anyone who doesn't come will be considered a traitor. Oh, that little concubine nodded and ran off like a dog. Having completed the task, Jiang Han hurried back to meet Daniel. This time, the reward he wants is still the 4 treasures of grace. Daniel naturally agrees, and Jiang Han immediately uses it on the Bichiam armor to upgrade his equipment level. After putting it on, The defensive effect is indeed quite good. Just as I finished, the system announced that Jiang Han's strength had met the requirements to activate the ranking of the Dark Shadow Battle Array. Jiang Han checked the leaderboard and saw that the top 10 spots were all held by the 10 great demon gods. Curious, he searched for his in-game ranking and found himself at position 9,999. Really? The tribal chief is optimistic. Jiang Han can only comfort himself that the characters he can't defeat in the Hakam battleground are not over 100 million. It seems he already knows the true names of the demon gods. Although the 10 great demon gods are incredibly powerful and undefeated on the Tianhang continent, don't be too self-deprecating. In the future, you might even have a chance to make it into the top 10. Jiang Han knew that Daniel was not making up stories to comfort him. What he said was definitely true because Jiang Han was the only one with the hidden profession of an abyssal swordsman. According to Daniel, the previous Black Shadow swordsman was also one of the 10 great demon gods who could command the weather. Hearing that, Jiang Han was even more puzzled. How could someone so powerful be so weak? Speaking again about Jiang Han's plan to recruit talented people, Daniel announced that more than 200,000 adventurers have registered at Cantor. When the war breaks out, they will fight for the Black Shadow camp. Jiang Han knows this is how things will unfold. Players always follow their own path. There is no such thing as justice. Because from the moment they enter the game, they fall into the novice village of the Bright Battalion. Otherwise, those moral principles basically wouldn't be able to restrain them. So maybe as long as they don't show up, we can really hold on to this dark fortress, Daniel said, in a very optimistic tone. Who is he referring to when he says they? Actually, if you understand, why pretend to be clueless? Jiang Han was questioned by Daniel in return, and he was somewhat vaguely guessing the truth, but I haven't figured it out yet, so I'll just keep following the story. Then Daniel quickly dismissed the distant future. Right now, he wants Jiang Han to carry out a mission to train the skeleton soldiers. The main monster force of Shoucheng. Jiang Han agrees to take on the mission, but he's starving right now and needs to log out of the game first before grabbing something to eat. Just then, Vuong Kai also called to invite Jiang Han to go eat malatang, and the two of them headed out together. Of course, once at the restaurant, they didn't just eat for free. Vuong Kai enthusiastically asked Jiang Han if he was having any problems, thinking that as a game developer he might be able to help. But Jiang Han refused because he had already resolved the issue himself and didn't want to reveal his identity for now. What level are you at now? Vuong Kai started to get curious. Jiang Han said while eating that he was level 29. And as soon as he said it, Vuong Kai was stunned. That level might even be in the top of the rankings. Just being level 19. Vuong Kai is already ranked 39th. It's that guy with the e-game, Vuong Jia Kai. And by now, he can't hide his curiosity anymore, constantly pestering Jiang Han about the e-game. This. After thinking for a while, Jiang Han still decided to tell you, Brother Huyen. Don't tell anyone. Are you worried that my words aren't sincere enough? Actually, I am the one and only Jiang Han Tuai. The noodle in Vuong Kai's mouth spat out, and he couldn't even imagine the connection between Jiang Han and Yi Jiang Han Shui. Vuong Kai asked again to be sure, but Jiang Han remained firm and confident. In the end, he finally understood why his friend was so determined not to reveal his e-game identity. If you really are him, then it's best not to disclose the information to avoid unnecessary trouble. You can rest assured about your junior brother. I will pretend you never mentioned him. I trust you. After eating and drinking, Jiang Han logged back into the game. As soon as he arrived, he received a message to stay put, because the adventurers are flocking to the dark faction. It has alerted the high-level powerhouses of the light camp, and they decided to change the attack schedule to 4 days earlier, striking quickly and directly. But if the attack is moved up by 4 days, it means it starts tomorrow. Jiang Han is extremely shocked. This activity had a confirmed schedule in the game, yet it can still be advanced earlier. Jiang Han recalled an email notification before the game was released. All NPCs have their own stories and scripts, so they can proactively change the predetermined events. At first, Jiang Han thought it was just the developer's prank to spark players' curiosity. But given the current situation, it seems the NPCs in the game might truly have their own agency. Or maybe he's just overthinking it. Accelerating the siege progress might also be due to the developers not wanting players to join the dark faction, so they deliberately made changes. But regardless of the reason, this causes many disadvantages. Gyang-han feels he needs to act quickly and first complete the soldier training mission that Daniel Zhao assigned. Although it was midnight in the game, he still trained all the skeleton soldiers in the city until they were gathered. Then, Gyang-han began his easy task of calming them down. According to the system's suggestion, he can use his active skill to let the skeleton soldiers observe and learn, but their potential is quite low, so Gyang-han will probably need to practice many times to improve them. The first lesson Gyang-han wants to teach the soldiers is the vicious kick, so he tries it himself. See, the essence of this move is kicking. When facing enemies, especially the adventurers of the Bright Battalion, you must attack with all your might, kick fiercely into their faces until they are completely defeated. Gyang-han seriously warned the soldiers, and for some reason, when he thought about them using the vicious kick to attack the adventurers tomorrow, he felt very excited. "Sir, could you perform it once more? We didn't observe closely." A ghostly figure suddenly spoke. As expected from the system's reminder, these dry soldiers are too weak. Gyang-han patiently performs it again. This time, 13 bone-boosted soldiers have learned to kick at level B, along with 3 at level C. Gyang-han realized that the enlightenment ability of these bone-boosted soldiers is not the same. Therefore, the skill levels gained are also different. Luckily, the effect still resembles the original Your Fierce Kick, only with significantly reduced power. Gyang-han kept repeating his movements so the soldiers could imitate them. After a while of perseverance, the task was finally completed. Time is running out. Gyang-han hurriedly ran back to Daniel to see if he had prepared anything. The reward Gyang-han received this time is an unknown grade item called Broken Moon Fragment. Its effect is to create an unconditional immunity that allows the user to avoid a critical hit. With a cooldown of 1 month, Gyang-han didn't think that just completing a level C mission would earn him such a great treasure. Daniel is also too generous with him, seeing Gyang-han happy. He also smiled. The bond truly is incredible beyond words. Daniel, who was just smiling happily, suddenly sighed and then began to open up under the moonlight. At first, he used the power of the Broken Moon Fragment to escape from the pursuit of the righteous experts. Before his cooldown finished, he accidentally met Gyang-han. Then, reluctantly, he took on a disciple and ended up giving him this. Gyang-han immediately sensed that something was wrong. As expected, Daniel then revealed that his mission was complete and his time remaining in the mortal world had run out. If the Broken Moon Fragment falls into the hands of the hypocrites in the Brightness Army, it would be better for him to voluntarily give it to Gyang-han first. The wound can be avoided. But don't forget what I said before. As long as you can live long enough, we will definitely meet again in the future. Gyang-han suddenly felt a sting in his nose. Daniel's hand on his shoulder felt as heavy as Mount Tai. "Master, who are you really?" It's still that saying. When your strength is enough, all the clouds will naturally clear away. Daniel waved his hand and left, reminding Gyang-han that tomorrow's mission was important and he had to protect himself well. Gyang-han is also someone who listens. To prepare well for the attack mission starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow, he decided to log out and get a good sleep. At exactly 9:30 the next morning, Gyang-han launched the game. Just as he was regaining his composure, he saw countless people appear around him, and the system sent a new alert. The mission to defend the Dark City will start in 30 minutes, and the top-ranked Tower Defense Score leaderboard mission has also begun. If Gyang-han fails this time, he won't just face severe punishment, but might as well be doomed in this life. Gyang-han just appeared and drew the attention of all the other players. After all, he's very famous now. Maybe hundreds of millions of players want to hunt him down. "Boss, say something." "Old master, what level are you at now?" "I'm already level 18, but I still can't see your info panel." Everyone gathered around Gyang-han, each saying something, instantly turning into a bustling market. Gyang-han doesn't have time to stand here chatting with them. He's the third-ranked boss defending the city wall, so he needs to go up and observe first. Gyang-han ran quickly, and as soon as he reached the wall, he saw Daniel. For some reason, just seeing him made Gyang-han feel at ease. Although he said his time in the mortal world was over and he would leave soon, just seeing him for one more day made him a little happier. The two exchanged a few simple words, and the system notification announced that the event had officially begun. Gyang-han is a third-tier silver boss and cannot appear early at will. Below the city wall, waves of players and NPCs from the righteous faction are rushing in. Leading the way is an NPC named Lieutenant. Level Hus. a bronze tier boss. Hun, along with the members of the light faction, loudly shouts slogans, raising the morale of those following behind. Over here, Daniel quickly arranged the formation to face the enemy. A city gate was opened, and the skeleton soldiers launched their attack. They used the stomp skill that Jiang Han taught just yesterday to strike first at the enemy. Most players couldn't adapt to this kind of move and fell in countless numbers. Even the Dark Faction players are amazed to see the skeleton soldiers use the belly flop move. Some can't fight back and just punch faces. These skeletons are really ruthless. That was truly impressive. Luckily, we managed to join forces with them. Daniel watched the battle and saw the skeleton soldiers using the belly flop move. Then turned to look at Jiang Han with a tender gaze. He really is a student he admires. Even joking around quite seriously earlier. The righteous faction players down there are getting kicked around badly. Many people have fled the battlefield already. But in times of crisis, heroes emerge, and there are no shortage of capable members in the righteous army. They fought bravely. And the first names on the leaderboard have already appeared. Jiang Han doesn't want to wait idly. Even if you're the third wave boss and can't go down to the city now, you still want to earn points. Coincidentally, the younger brother next to you is an archer. Jiang Han wanted to borrow his weapon. At first, the other person was quite hesitant, because in his eyes, Jiang Han's class is a fighter and can't use a bow. So Jiang Han had to pay 10 silver coins for 10 arrows before the opponent agreed. His bow is also not a high-quality one. Just a basic wooden bow. After Jiang Han switched his weapon to this, his attack power dropped to only 842 points. He aimed precisely and shot the first arrow. No one expected it to hit a light faction adventurer, earning a point of restraint. But the person Jiang Han hit was actually a deputy sect master, a level 20 defensive warrior, and he single-handedly defeated him, making the righteous players even more terrified. Even the owner of this bow was stunned with amazement. It's just an ordinary wooden bow, and Jiang Han isn't even a professional archer, yet he can deal such high burst damage. The effect isn't bad, Jiang Han muttered, then continued drawing his bowstring. Just like before, he took down a level 21 enemy warrior, and the young man beside him grew more and more amazed. Another corpse. Huh, you joined the Dark Army, but you're so powerful. Hitting everything perfectly. Jiang Han couldn't hide his sense of satisfaction. It seems his archery skills are just as good as his swordsmanship. Seizing the momentum, Jiang Han knocked 3 arrows onto his bow simultaneously. I am the best Jiang Han Shui. You could also call me the resurrected flying general. Don't you know? This inner strength really echoes through the heavens. And the 3 arrows I shot all hit their targets. However, this time he accidentally wounded 3 soldiers from the Snow Stitch unit. And because he unintentionally killed his own men, Jiang Han was deducted 1 point by the system for each soldier. And then I received the loving gaze of Master Daniel. Dear hero, if you keep shooting like that, your army will be wiped out soon. Jiang Han looked serious and reflected on himself. He was praised earlier and got carried away, firing wildly at his own troops. Now I have to regain my form and not let everyone look down on me. The blocking battle is extremely tense. And after 20 minutes, the NPC lieutenant is left with only a drop of blood. The player, who was offline and unaware, defeated the boss and received 25 points. Currently, this player is also in first place on the tower defense leaderboard with 129 points, while Jiang Han is only 4th with 51 points. After Hata falls, the first wave of the siege has ended. In 5 minutes, the second encirclement led by Thunder S. Angus, the level 25 boss, will begin. Angus is even more aggressive than the fallen hero. As soon as he appears, the killing aura of the righteous warriors rises once again to a soaring height. The dark aura players are not willing to fall behind either. Archers on high ground are shooting arrows, while below, the second legion has already left the city. This time, the bone soldiers are reinforced by a level bronze boss similar to the one on the other side. The attack power of this Ice Spirit General far surpasses that of the ordinary soldiers. It is clear that the Dark Faction is gaining the upper hand, and Angus is very annoyed by the vicious stomp attack of the skeleton soldiers. He thought this move was too dangerous, but Angus himself was just a loud empty barrel. During the charge, he was slashed by a snowman general. Losing commanders early on, the second legion of the Dark Light turned into a headless snake. The players and skeleton soldiers of the Dark Chaos quickly surged forward and cut off countless enemy heads. The situation is becoming more and more chaotic. Time is passing quickly. and the third siege is approaching. This time, it's the level 35 silver-white boss named Kai La leading. Are you kidding me? Going from a level 25 boss straight to a level 35. White-silver boss. Shouldn't it only be level 30? The Dark Chaos players are starting to feel confused. It seems that as the third wave begins, the difficulty is gradually increasing. So I need to be careful. Hearing the name of the furious soldier Kai La, Jiang pauses in thought. It looks like the name of someone I know recently. But Jiang is pretty sure it's just the same name, or maybe the same person. The answer was revealed very quickly because as soon as Kai La appeared, he shouted out his name and demanded he come out so he could settle the score. So it turns out to be the same person after all. This is the name from the beginner village that Jiang still owes 2 gold coins. It's true that matter determines consciousness. No wonder he fights so fiercely when he comes to collect his debt. Even the Bone Soldier General was defeated with a single move. Still, a level 25 boss isn't comparable to a level 35 boss. So it's understandable. This is the third time. So Jiang can now go down to the city. His debts to Kai La should be settled by himself. Before Jiang went down to the city, Daniel couldn't help but remind him. Remember clearly. Your goal is to protect yourself. Don't let your revengeful instincts cloud your mind. I remember, Master. Jiang immediately jumped down from the high wall after replying. And the system sent a notification to all other players. Attention adventurers. The level 28 silver boss, the Dark Lord Jiang Shui, will appear during the third defensive wave. The moment the name Most Justice, Jiang Shui, appeared, the righteous players started to get excited, all eager to catch him for the huge reward. The system forces Jiang to stay here for at least 20 minutes before he can return to Daniel's location. Senza doesn't want him to easily escape this time. The crowd started attacking Jiang, but their speed was still too slow compared to him. Seeing that fighting alone is useless, they quickly surrounded him. Since Jiang appeared, the only goal of the players has been one. Not only do the righteous players want to hunt him down, but even those who joined the Dark faction want to do the same. So that's why they didn't hesitate to plant spies in the Dark Army just to deal with me. In his life, Jiang hates deception the most, so he definitely won't forgive those who pretend to join the Dark faction. In just a moment, the number of adventurers gathered around Jiang reached 5. Ling, which is why his durability and HP were both increased by 100%. Then, the number rose to 8,000 people, and the system immediately increased the HP and durability by 200%. The current HP has exceeded 150. The system will adjust the boss's HP based on the number of players. Jiang will have to hold out here for at least 20 minutes. After an hour of fighting, all the players charge towards Jiang like madmen, but he also really enjoys this moment of killing. Every swing of his sword takes down another adventurer. Seeing their teammates constantly being slaughtered like that, the other players also started to hesitate. What kind of damage is this? Is it true that Jiang has become a true boss in the demon realm? The top 10 players all posted their attribute tables. His attack stat is 1. Senbai. This isn't the stats of an ordinary level 28 player. Jiang fights more and more fiercely. He loves seeing the ranking point notifications pop up. Fighting with those weak players all the time is boring. What Jiang has been waiting for has finally arrived. Kai La's attack caused him to lose 5,000 health. Although this guy is just an NPC, the damage can't be ignored. Not Jiang Tui still remembers me. Of course he does. That big fool from Tanthu village. Bringing it up again makes me angry. When Jiang first arrived, he tricked Kai La into thinking he was the only adventurer. And as a result, the village was soon filled with adventurers. Just one set of Tanthu equipment has already inflated in price by 1,000 Vang. So today, he wants to come here and take your head to compensate for this loss. Jiang saw how unreasonable the other side was and chuckled. Weren't we the ones who made the agreement of 2 gold coins? If you want, I can pay you right now. But if you keep pushing like this, you're forcing others. If I accidentally hurt you, I apologize in advance. While Jiang and Kai La argued, the other players took the opportunity to attack him. But unlike that platinum level boss, their full force attacks only deal 1 or 2 points of damage, and some even can't penetrate Jiang defenses to cause any harm. Jiang health bar is still very full, so this kind of attack only makes him more furious. You're really adorable and so aggressive. Well then, I won't hold back anymore. Kai La has erupted in fury because Jiang dared to mock him so openly. He then unleashed an advanced swordsmanship technique aimed at him. Jiang Han also refused to give up. The fight between them was extremely fierce. The damage dealt to each other is also roughly equal. Their skills are essentially a blood exchange. The other players couldn't get close either. They all thought Jiang Han was committing suicide. Since Kaila is a level 35 boss, how can he compare to him in terms of toughness? After 2 minutes of melee combat, Jiang Han's blood is nearly drained. Meanwhile, Kaila still has plenty of health left. He uses the evil spirit limb skill to make the opponent lose control for a second. After just a second, Kaila crazily charges at him again. Is this all you've got? Of course, someone as renowned as Jiang Han wouldn't do something to harm himself. When Kaila charged, he suddenly changed direction and attacked the adventurer behind him. After defeating him, Jiang Han gained 340 experience points and immediately reached level 29. His health bar was also fully restored. Kaila is so furious that his whole body is trembling. You're really just a fake, and you're still as stupid as ever. Jiang Han's attack deals 1 point of damage, but your reckless mouth causes 10. Kai was so furious that he poured all his strength into his sword and lunged forward. But his rage caused him to reveal a careless mistake. Jiang Han immediately seized the opportunity to perform his familiar left-footed attack move, dealing over 10,000 damage with just this one strike. His classic combo is to go on a frenzied slaughter after the left-footed kick. It's the same this time. Kaila was beaten so badly by Jiang Han that he had to temporarily retreat. To be sure, Jiang Han also took out a potion that increases life, restoring 1,000 HP every second for 10 seconds. Mixed breed. Today, you will definitely pay for all your actions, Kaila shouted loudly, and Jiang Han felt like he had used his entire life to curse at him. This guy is now in a rage state. This buff skill isn't bad either. He gets a 20% attack boost, 25% speed increase, and it lasts for a full minute. But even so, Jiang Han was not too worried. He raised his sword and summoned the dry-bone soldiers to defend himself. The skeletons obeyed Jiang Han's command and immediately turned around. The other players could only stand there in shock, witnessing everything unfold. It's like this game has nothing to do with them at all. There's even this kind of genre. This game has really completely shattered my perception. Jiang Han's purpose in recalling the dry soldiers was to have them unleash a collective skill to form an iron wall, creating a solid barrier in front of them. Their defensive strength also increased by 100% as a result. Now, what Jiang Han is waiting for is for Kaila's rage to pass in 1 minute. At that moment, killing him will be as easy as slaughtering a sheep. Kaila has enough strength but lacks intelligence. The only thing he can do is unleash his power through attacks. But Jiang Han has already anticipated everything. Even with his strength and rage, he couldn't break through this iron wall in a minute, seeing that fighting alone was useless. Kaila finally decided to think things through. He activates the chain of energy of the players, confident that if they outnumber Jiang Han and take him down, victory will be within reach. But what he didn't expect was that after witnessing Jiang Han's strength firsthand, these players started to waver. If they really managed to defeat him, their achievements would be on par with the founding heroes. But defeating him isn't easy. And I'm afraid if I fail, he'll retaliate. Hesitating like this. Kaila's rage state has already lasted 30 seconds. No one helped him. So he broke through the encirclement alone. The power after reaching the peak of his fury was truly astonishing. But the iron wall created by the core soldiers is not easy to break either. Another 10 seconds pass in the blink of an eye, and Kaila is still trying his best to attack. Another 10 seconds passed, and he was still putting in all his strength. Finally, when his berserk state reached its final moments, Kaila broke through the encirclement, but as soon as he got close to Jiang Han, this state also came to an end. With a thud, Kaila surrendered himself to the wolf. Zhang Han, taking advantage of his charge, once again delivered a decisive blow. Then he continued to attack furiously. At this moment, Kaila's blood bar is almost empty, and he hurriedly pleads for mercy. Big brother Jiang Han, please let me go. Let's clear up this misunderstanding. Shut your mouth. Jiang Han unleashed his final devastating move. Kaila was sent away. It's broken. Jiang Han quickly jumps to the top of the leaderboard, earning 500 experience points, 2,000 reputation points, and 300,000 skill points. The other players could only gasp in amazement, not believing that Jiang Han managed to take down Boss Cup 35 so easily. Kaila's equipment quickly dropped, but no other players dared to steal it. Jiang Han swiftly collected all the gear into his bag. It's only been 7 minutes since you descended to the city. In the remaining 13 minutes, you can still try to earn some experience points and ranking points. Daniel watched his battle closely and couldn't miss a single detail. The more he watched, the prouder he was of this unruly student. Daniel is sure that by the time he revives, Jiang Han will have become a renowned powerhouse on the Tianyang continent. Suddenly, a stream of black smoke appears on the distant horizon. Daniel, who was happily smiling, immediately turned grim. Brandy. Truly a stubborn ghost. 4 minutes later, the players below the city walls started to give up their resistance and instead looked for a way to escape. It felt more like this wasn't a battle but a place for Jiang Han to gain experience by killing enemies, until a young man with blonde hair and a handsome face named Ui Fong appeared, walking against the crowd. Jiang Han was stunned, his head already taken down. Jiang Han could tell that this person was a master among the players. He has the ID Thu Fong No Dong, a fire flame sword master. Level Husonut. What they're talking about. This is also a hidden profession. Jiang Han is very curious, because having a hidden profession in this game already sets you apart on your own. So why did Thu Fong No Dong come here to cause trouble for him? Zhang. If a player with a hidden profession abandons it, they will be replaced with other equivalent rewards. So if he defeats Jiang Han, Han will not only gain his hidden class but also receive compensation for his own hidden class. And he's very interested in Jiang Han's strength, wanting to test himself against him. The most important thing is that his SS grade wealth made Han so jealous that he looked for an excuse to start trouble. Oh, I see. Jiang Han nods. Thu Fong No Dong seems to be a rather impatient guy. Otherwise, as soon as he met Jiang Han, he wouldn't have used the Burning Rage skill like this. After using it, all attributes increase by 50% and last for 2 minutes. The cost after the skill ends is a drop of 10 levels in rank. Even Jiang Han considers this a pretty good skill. Although the price is high, when the storm truly unleashes, it is incredibly powerful. Senza An has no grudges or debts with the opponent, but Han has already opened the door for a 1-for-1 loss here. The opponent was the one who initiated the attack, and a single blow from Han caused Jiang Han to lose 10,000 health points. The players seemed to be saved by a miracle, immediately elevating Thu Fong and Ngo Dong to saint status. No 2. The most trusted person of Jianghan Tui has appeared. I told you. There are many great people in the eastern region. Han is definitely not the only one. We're just here to take the credit at the end. Jianghan completely ignores what others are saying. Thu Fong No Dong hits An with a strike, and An responds with one in return. As usual, Jianghan starts with a kick. That guy lost over 8,000 health and was suppressed for 2 seconds. To minimize damage, Han immediately activated the Flaming God Shield to increase defense by 30% for 5 seconds. As expected, Jianghan continues to unleash his frenzied slaughter. After this killing spree, Thu Fong No Dong is left with only 23 health. This isn't because Jianghan is too strong, but because Han's health is too high. Thu Fong No Dong realizes he was too reckless. Han is not even a match for him, so I used my last bit of strength to try to escape. The plan was perfect, but it didn't happen. Jiang Han quickly used the Evil Spirit Seal to trap the opponent in a second. With his last strength, Thu Fong No Dong shouted, "Why do you have so many tricks up your sleeve? Thien Vu Kai Hoa. If you hadn't come to help me, I really would have been doomed." It turns out there are still allies. A beam of light shot from afar, hitting Thu Fong No Dong directly and instantly replenishing his blood. It turns out that Thien Vu Kai Hoa, whom he just saved, is a holy preacher. The skill she just used is Divine Healing, capable of bringing someone back to life in the blink of an eye. However, after using it, you'll be frozen for up to 7 days. Jiang Han falls silent. It seems that Thien Vu Ki Hoa is also someone with an hidden profession. After being fully bloodied, Thu Fong No Dong became spirited again. Yong Jiang Han. Let's start over. Let's start over. There are about a dozen pastors supporting me. If you think you're capable, try to take me on. It's ground down. If you're capable, try to drain my 140,000 health in 2 minutes. Jiang Han mimicked the opponent's voice to mock him. Thu Fong No Dong, embarrassed, forced himself to attack again. Daniel is very pleased with his disciple's performance. He has been down to the city for over 10 minutes, but hasn't once lost his temper and abandoned reason. Now, as long as I wait for that guy's rage to burn out, I can easily take him down. Just as Daniel predicted, Thu Fong No Dong really couldn't defeat Jiang Han within 2 minutes. On the contrary, it even caused himself to drop to level 15. Jiang Han didn't want to waste time on these small fry. He took down both of those adventurers himself. No matter what their hidden profession is, I'll send them all to their graves. And the experience gained from them also helped him reach level 30. Although the leveling process was quite smooth, Jiang Han also felt a bit tired. Only once did 2 hidden class characters appear. Sansa, among the skilled players in the eastern area, is truly very numerous. 20 minutes have passed, and technically, Jiang Han could return to the city now. But an unbelievable event is about to happen. The 4th and 5th sieges will be combined and start in just 1 minute. This time, it was led by the level 50 Golden King boss Jennifer and the level 80 Dark Gold boss Brandy. And the players stopped their aggression. How can a mother have an level 80 boss? So I've surpassed all the player levels here. Is this where a level 10 kid like me is supposed to be? Are you stupid? The next step is clearly to follow the story. The basic activities for players are already finished. That's right. According to the story, the righteous side always has the advantage. With Brandy appearing like this, Senza was already destined to be defeated and fall into darkness. Seeing this, Daniel immediately became panic-stricken. As for Jiang Han, he must turn back and absolutely not participate in the next battle. At this moment, Jiang Han has already taken the top spot in the tower defense ranking, leaving the second place behind by 10,000 points, a position that is extremely solid. So Jiang Han also decided not to take any risks and immediately turned to run back to the city. But his escape route was blocked by a man named Careless Shui Mien, who was also second in the city defense ranking. Everything is as we predicted. Now that the players want to defeat you with ordinary tactics, it's as difficult as reaching the sky. If the next siege begins, Jiang Han won't be able to retreat anymore. He immediately became frantic. If you don't want to lose your head, get out of the way quickly. What kind of thing is that? Carefree Shu Yuan pulls out a scroll from his pocket and holds a talisman. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant now. Jiang Han's face quickly darkened. Even Brandy couldn't withstand the temporary power of this item. I don't know how tactless Shui Mian ended up with it. After the paper scroll was torn, it summoned the Heavenly Thunder with 2 million fixed damage points that struck everything within a 500-meter radius from Han's position. The Heavenly Thunder strikes down, and no player within its range can avoid it. Even Jiang Han cannot escape being hit by it. Sorry. The only hidden profession will belong to me now. Careless Tui Mien looks up and laughs loudly. Han thought for sure Jiang Han would fall this time. But unexpectedly, the stoic Daniel appeared just in time to take the Heavenly Thunder to save his own territory. Moreover, Han couldn't just stand by and watch that bastard attack all the adventurers guarding the Dark City. Seeing Daniel happily blocking in front of Jiang Han, Tui Min, unconcerned, was so stunned that he couldn't speak. That scroll is known for its incredible power and high value. Who wouldn't know? He used this trick to eliminate Jiang Han and seize his only hidden profession. But along the way, he was blocked and ruined by an NPC like Daniel. Moreover, why would an NPC get involved in a battle between adventurers? Daniel didn't plan to tell Han the answer. Instead, he quickly sent him off to meet the King of Hell. Jiang Han didn't expect his master to come to the battlefield. After all, if the Thunder Beasts were real, the broken moon fragment could still save his life. Daniel seems very relaxed despite being seriously injured. He says that his fate is almost at an end, and that taking a few hits for Hoan is no problem. But the broken moon shard is a precious artifact and not worth wasting in this situation. As Daniel finished speaking, a loud cough echoed nearby. The expressions of the two masters immediately changed because both recognized who was behind that cough. It's that complicated old man, Brandy. No one else. A scene of deep master-apprentice love that truly touches the heart. Old grudges and new hatred. Today, I will make you all pay. I don't know how this old man dropped from spirit level to shadow gold level, but just like last time, apart from his name, I couldn't see any other information. Still, even so, Jiang Han could feel that the gap in strength between himself and him was beyond imagination. Vengeful Spirit Knight Cantor has also entered the fight now. He tells Jiang Han to run and hide well. This place will be handled by him and Daniel. Daniel's desire is no different from Cantor's. At this moment, Jiang Han feels that compared to the battlefield around him, the dark side has much more camaraderie, and so he decided not to run away. Master Brandy assigned us, Kunter, Gwen, and myself, to deal with that old lady. It seems Jiang Han has provoked Daniel to become more aggressive. He just wanted him to hide in a safe area inside the city and wait for this attack to pass. Even so, this wish of my master has become a mission, but I firmly refused. Jiang Han felt that Brandy was always lurking in the shadows targeting them. If he left now and Daniel was at a disadvantage, then in the future they would never be free from Brandy's attack. Maybe you should stay and help your master to defeat him together and avoid future trouble. Although things didn't start well, the current relationship between Jiang Han and Daniel can truly be described as a deep master and disciple bond. Seeing that he was so determined, Daniel could no longer stop them. They assigned tasks exactly as Jiang Han had just described. Daniel fights Brandy, while he will help Cantor face Jennifer. Jennifer is an ice mage, leading a large ice army capable of unleashing a powerful collective storm of rain and wind. A hailstorm poured down, injuring or crippling many of the adventurers. They felt they could no longer risk their lives like this. So many hurriedly logged out of the game. The others were led back to the city by Daniel to safety. But how could Old Man Brandy so easily let them go? The old man and Jennifer rushed into the city with them. Once they were inside, Daniel ordered to close the gates and lock the dogs. The Dark Faction Adventurers team begins attacking with bows and arrows. But these low-level arrows are completely unable to harm the two big bosses even a little. In the end, we still have to rely on the two big bosses here, and Jiang Han. On Jiang Han's side, he assigned Cantor to support, while Min will lead the frontal attack. Yet the Vong Lin Knight was the one to start the attack first, using his charging skill to boost his movement speed by 35%. This skill can knock back the first enemy it hits and lasts for 10 seconds. Jennifer saw him charging on horseback and quickly created an ice wall. Vong Lin's swordsman charged forward, breaking through the entire line of horses to clear the way for Jiang Han's attack. As usual, he started with a powerful kick, but that old woman was able to block it with her bare hands and only took a minor injury. Jiang Han truly didn't expect that a level 50 gold tier boss could be so powerful that he could block his fierce kick with just one hand. The fierce kick skill is very powerful, but the person is too weak. Jennifer looks down on the edge. At this moment, Cantor rushes in to rescue Jiang Han, but the problem is that he's only a level 40 boss and completely no match for this old lady. A level 50 ice mage alone has such terrifying power. I really feel I'm close to failure. You think you can control me just with people and Cantor? It's really funny how someone can be so full of themselves. This old woman is not only shameless but also speaks so cruelly, causing Jiang Han to be knocked away. Cantor was hit earlier and thought he was done for, but it turns out he just fell off his horse. Now he's back on his feet. But Jennifer's eyes are even wider. She condensed several sharp ice pillars in her hand and shot them at the spirit warrior. He was hit directly and collapsed once again. If you are in such a hurry to reincarnate, I'll make it happen for you, Jennifer hissed. Just as she was about to unleash her final move on Cantor, Jiang Han managed to stop her in time. This time, because she was distracted, my vicious kick worked, taking more than 140,000 health points from her. What are you pretending to be, old hag? 1 minute earlier, when Jiang Han was knocked away by Jennifer, the pain from the wound was a 1, but inside he felt 10 times worse. Even though he had surpassed most other players, he still felt useless. Master Daniel and Cantor kept falling into danger again and again to save me, and Jiang Han feels like he's holding them back. He couldn't accept that their sacrifices would be in vain. Despite the pain all over his body, Jiang Han still tried to stand up. For him, this life-and-death battle must be fought until his last breath. So he took the Death Electric Gem out of his leather bag. This can still be used 2 more times. After activation, just like before, the potential within Jiang Han's body immediately erupts. All attributes skyrocketing by 1000% and lasting for 1 minute. That's why just now he was still being beaten by Jennifer. But now he can kick her down and deal hundreds of thousands of damage. Not only the other players are amazed, but Jennifer also can't understand how he gained such a powerful sense of smell. If you have already subdued your opponent, then as usual it's time for a frenzy of slaughter. Jennifer is crushed under Jiang Han's foot, with no chance to fight back. After this, to truly had to see him in a different light. After finishing the crazy slaughter, he even helped Jiang Han drive another spear into Jennifer's back. The old lady was badly injured and desperately called for Brandy to help. But that old man was busy dealing with Daniel and had no time to assist her. Brandy, if you don't help, I'm doomed. Jennifer's desperate cry echoed, and Brady felt extremely uncomfortable. In the old man's eyes, Jiang Han was just a weak little brat. Yet he managed to force a level 50 boss to this extent, pretending he couldn't just stand by any longer. He raised his staff to summon a giant solar storm rushing straight at Jiang Han. To avoid this attack, he was forced to temporarily release Jennifer. She just broke free from control and tried to run. But unexpectedly, after taking 2 steps, she was caught again by Jiang Han's evil spirit. He uses a trick to hit himself and traps Jennifer right in front of Brandy's attack. Brandy, just kill this old lady for me. They struck before they were fully awake, and Brandy couldn't take it back. Neither of them expected Jiang Han to take advantage of this. Jennifer could only watch as she was struck down by her teammates' attacks, leaving her with just a sliver of health remaining. Jiang Han was able to finish him off easily. This was the first time a player defeated a level King Gold boss, so the rewards were very generous. In addition to the familiar experience points and attribute points, Jiang Han also received a rare skill book called The Eye of the Same Kill, which also increased to level 33. Like before, Jiang Han allows the system to broadcast his achievements to the entire server. The players seem to be used to this by now, so they are no longer too surprised. Instead, they focused more on the item he just used earlier. In fact, many people, unwilling to spend money, wanted to buy back the item that helped him turn the tide. Jiang Han was too lazy to care about them, quickly collecting all the gear dropped from the boss into his inventory, waiting until the siege was over to check everything at once. Right now, only Brandy remains, but he is also the most difficult boss to deal with. After Jennifer was defeated, Brandy's anger soared even higher. He then activated the Fire Shield skill, creating a protective barrier that absorbs all physical attacks and is equivalent to 25% of his remaining health. There are 17 seconds left of the magic crystal's effect from Jiang Han. He quickly tries to deal more damage to lighten Daniel's burden, but unfortunately, all of Jiang Han's attacks were blocked by the flame shield. Step back. You're no match for him. Daniel, panting heavily, said, "You still okay, Master?" Daniel gulped down another healing potion. "Yeah. I can still stubbornly hold on." One side shows Daniel hanging like a lantern in the wind. The other side is the old monster Brandy blazing with fire. He seems tireless, unleashing another skill, Frozen Inferno Firestorm. It deals damage to all enemies within 100 meters every second, based on 10% of its attack power, and reduces their movement speed by 10%. This skill can be sustained for up to 2 minutes. The dry bone soldiers and low-level players caught in this sea of fire immediately burst into flames. Even Jiang Han couldn't avoid losing HP as it decreased with each wave. Each strike costs you 1,585 health. That means Brandy the Bat's attack power is over 15,000 points. The Death Electric Crystal is no longer effective now. And even if it still were, with that terrifying attack power, Jiang Han couldn't hurt him. Daniel was extremely anxious as he saw his disciple burning. "Let me handle this. And you and Cantor quickly get out of the fire zone. I want to find an opportunity from outside." Jiang Han stubbornly replied, "You just love to act like a loyal master and disciple in front of me, don't you? Doesn't it feel so fake, it makes your stomach turn?" Daniel hadn't even had a chance to reply when Brandy shouted, "You little pest. Playing pranks on me 5 or 7 times. Today I will make you all hold hands and go to hell." At this speed, it's hard to avoid. But suddenly Cantor appeared out of nowhere and took the hit for him. He alone bore the damage from this attack. His whole body immediately engulfed in flames. Daniel shouted his name in pain. But Cantor only looked at Jiang Han. He mustered his remaining strength to utter some sincere words. "Little by little, you will become the one who holds the light of eternity. The one who cannot be buried here." Cantor's soothing voice signals that his fate is about to end. Jiang Han feels both stunned and bitter, but Daniel didn't give him time to mourn and immediately grabbed his shirt and pulled him away. The two temporarily escaped the flames, but Brandy was still chasing and attacking from behind. Even with the two masters working together, it would still be hard to fight against this old man who has endless stamina. Brandy keeps attacking non-stop, as if his energy never runs out, and those attacks, Daniel could only barely defend against them, struggling to fight back. Moreover, after each defense, he grew much weaker. Brandy also seems to realize that. And deeper still, he knows the root cause of why Daniel has become such a treacherous person. Maybe if it weren't for that curse spell eating away at him, he could still fight me evenly for a while. But now he's going to hell. Gyang-han was just knocked back by the shockwave from Daniel and Brandy's confrontation, his whole body feeling heavy as lead, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness he had never experienced before. Gyang-han didn't want to give up like that. He hurriedly searched through his inventory for something useful. His eyes lit up when he saw the S-Rank skill book of the human eye. This skill allows the user to assess the opponent's strength and even see certain weaknesses, provided the opponent is not more than 50 levels higher than the user. Gyang-han didn't dare to delay and immediately activated the skill. Brandy, who is 47 levels higher than him, just met the conditions to trigger the skill. Thanks to the Book of Secrets, all the hidden information about that old man was revealed before my eyes. His attributes are truly astonishing. With a life force of up to 10 million HP, the maximum attack power achievable is 16. Liangbai. And even the defensive shield reaches up to 12. Ibai. His four main skills are the Flame Tempest, Fire Dragon Fist, Flame Shield, and the Fire Sea of Flames, which have been used alternately. And the reason why Brandy always targeted Daniel also became clear, because his old age was running out. So he was always trying to extend his lifespan. In the end, he targeted the necromancer, Daniel, trying every means to chase him down and make a contribution, then sought a way to survive through the holy baptism ceremony of the Bright Legion. The most important thing is that Gyang-han has identified the opponent's weakness. Brandy is very old, so physical strength is his critical weakness. Just now he kept using skills non-stop. I thought this old man didn't know what exhaustion was. Now, only then do I notice that even breathing is becoming difficult for the old man. So Gyang-han reminds Daniel, "Master, don't be so harsh on him anymore. This old man has weak stamina. You should play with him for a longer time." Daniel didn't know why Gyang-han said that, but since his disciple had spoken up, he would definitely follow through. Daniel waved his hand, splashing the stinky water on all the dry skeleton soldiers in the city. They immediately swarmed like ants, surrounding Brandy. Old age has always been my least favorite thing, so I fight back with deadly precision. Brandy fought and cursed non-stop. "Is my stamina really that weak? You little brat. You're mocking me. Even if I am old, my strength is not weak. Don't even think about bringing these bone soldiers to humiliate me." Indeed, these low-level soldiers are not the kind to drain Brandy's strength. Even if his physical strength is truly weak, dealing with this rabble is still an easy task. Daniel suddenly forced a helpless smile. As long as I am alive, their attack won't stop. Gyang-han was so frightened after hearing him speak. This sounds like Daniel is willing to sacrifice himself. "Master, you can't do this. As long as we are alive, we will still have a chance. If you sacrifice your life, we will only lose." Daniel shook his head. "An opportunity. There has never been an opportunity before." Every word Daniel says makes Gyang-han's heart burn like fire. What does he mean by that? Is there another round coming? Over here, Brandy is frantically fighting in the Sea of Flames. He seems to realize that Daniel is willing to sacrifice himself, and his laughter becomes even more cruel. "That's right. Just stay here and obediently die." Daniel is not afraid of sacrifice, but what he fears is that after he disappears, Gyang-han still won't be able to deal with that old man. And given his personality, he will definitely pursue him to the end. He falls now, but he can still come back to life later. However, he won't allow Brandy to become an obstacle for his disciple. Daniel suddenly raised his right hand. A huge surge of power radiated from his body, and the overwhelming pressure made Gyang-han unable to stand firm. This is unbelievable. A few seconds ago, my master was gasping for breath, and now he seems like a completely different person. The sky quickly darkened, storm clouds swirling endlessly, forming the shape of a thunderbolt. And from the center of the bolt's eye, a lightning strike suddenly shot straight down at Daniel's body. Immediately, the system sent Gyang-han a new warning. His master just received an unidentified protection. All attributes increased by 100 times, and the effect could last for 10 seconds. Gyang-han felt his heart almost jump out of his chest. All attributes increased by 100 times. What kind of terrifying effect is this? Something's wrong. This is a life or death chase. Daniel's sudden change makes Brandy feel extremely suspicious. Even with limited time before attacking, Daniel still took a moment to scan his surroundings. "You really did your best. No need for sympathy. Visu once said, "If we live long enough in the future, we will meet again. By then, you will know who I am." Daniel's smile was very gentle, as if he had been set free. Then, his staff raised up and shot a beam of black-purple light directly at Brandy. The damage was so immense that there was no time for Brandy to even be terrified. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. As Brandy slowly disappears, Daniel can no longer stand firm. He presses the staff to the ground and gradually sinks down. The system also reports that, for reasons unknown, Daniel's attributes have decreased by 100 times. Gyanghan's emotions are now incredibly complicated. I wanted to run over, but my master pushed me back like herding chickens. Run now, or you won't make it in time. From a rooftop nearby, a blonde-haired man in shining armor appears, his laughter echoing throughout the space. The deadly strike from the Death Spirit Peak Mage is truly astonishing. No matter how many times I watch it, I still can't get over it. With this person's appearance, the system immediately sends out a warning. The sudden death of the legendary mage Brandy changed the story about the anonymous boss, the divine swordsman, Herbert. Gyanghan heightened his vigilance and immediately used the death sight, but unfortunately, even with this skill, he cannot see any information about the opponent. That proves that compared to Brandy, Herbert's abilities are even more terrifying by a factor of several times. Herbert from above looks down at Gyanghan and Daniel with a contemptuous and mocking gaze. The assassin and the Vong Lin mage seem to be my lucky break this time. Daniel grits his teeth and glares at the person in front of him. Your holy light staff is collecting the remains of the Death Spirit Mage. What is the intention? Everyone knows that I will face great danger in the future. That doesn't have to be a concern. Herbert still smiles brightly. A smile full of satisfaction. A golden spear appeared in his hand. I thought Herbert would deal with Daniel first. But the spear was pointed directly at Gyanghan. He showed you one last mercy before going to heaven by leaving Gingon behind. But at this moment, Gyanghan was so terrified he was frozen, and even thought Gingon was useless. Seeing that the opponent remained silent, Herbert lost all patience. If Gingon is not coming, then go to hell. Each of his swords fiercely rose up. But before they could reach the cold steel, they were stopped by a spear. I thought it was someone coming to help, but it turned out to be an old acquaintance. Vong Lin swordsman Serin, who was always hidden in that swampy area, has now appeared. Seeing how easily his attack was blocked, Herbert was extremely shocked, because ordinary spiritless swordsmen cannot reach his level of power. Serin didn't answer, only grabbing the scabbard at his waist like an axe to snatch a chicken. The two disappeared into the night, leaving Herbert powerless to do anything. Daniel could now finally breathe a sigh of relief. His body gradually disappeared, but his will remained unwavering. Daniel believed that by the next time they met, his fifth disciple would have already become famous across this eternal continent. Daniel completely vanished, leaving only a black-purple gem. Herbert picked up the item and ordered the soldiers to increase the reward for the most skilled dark swordsman of Jianghan Thuai. The fifth siege ended as the first rays of sunlight shone down, and because the dark faction successfully defended the city, the accumulated rewards doubled. All the dark faction players are hiding inside the city. They recorded the entire recent battle, because this kind of twist is truly so dramatic that even a Korean drama would have to call it a classic. Facing such big bosses, Gyanghan still remains safe, and his bounty has even increased. After uploading the clip to the platforms, they hurriedly logged out. If you hesitate here any longer, the righteous side will call you all out to face them. Serin takes Gyanghan back to the spirit pool. Earlier, in the letter he brought to him, Daniel said he hoped that at the most critical moment, Serin would save Gyanghan's life. Therefore, since the battle began, he has been hiding in the dark fortress waiting for the right moment to act. Gyanghan was more confused than grateful upon hearing this. So why didn't he save Daniel too? Serin sighed heavily and explained that Daniel had activated the Celestial Omen. This is the final move of the Death Spirit Mage. After using it, he can no longer save anyone and has entered the countdown to death. Moreover, the Death Spirit Mage, like Daniel, is very important to the Holy Light Church. So if Serin takes both Gyanghan and Daniel with him, he will definitely be hunted down by Herbeck. Gyanghan himself is also caught in this whirlpool. He can forcefully deal with Herbeck. But in reality, there are other bright faction experts hiding nearby. Gyanghan was surprised. He thought Herbeck was already a formidable opponent, but it turns out the bright faction has even more powerful experts hidden there. It seems that Master Daniel's identity is truly profound and unpredictable. which is why the Light faction has arranged such complex defenses. From today on, I will be your new master. Your current situation in the Dark City is quite impressive. I really admire it. But if you want me to accept someone as my disciple, I still have to pass the test, Saren said, breaking Jiang Han's confused thoughts. I remember Daniel once told me that after he passes away, this Vong Lin swordsman will become my next master. So Jiang Han immediately accepted the test from Saren without any resistance. Although the defeat of the Dark Fortress was unfortunate, Daniel has often said that as long as he lives long enough, he will meet him again in the future. So the most important thing now is to become stronger. Find clues. Understand the Eternal Continent comprehensively. And most importantly, uncover Daniel's identity. That trial was turned into a quest called The Search for the Treasure, a B-rank difficulty task, where you must find a mysterious treasure at the end of the map hidden by Saren. If he fails, he will not only lose the chance to become his disciple, but also be fined 10 gold coins. After Jiang Han accepted the mission, Saren disappeared. At this moment, the battle in the Dark City has also ended. In the end, the forces of light secured victory. But Jiang Han still received many rewards based on his personal contributions. It includes a lot of experience points. A pure wind ring is a rare dark gold level equipment. There is also a golden level equipment called Lan Ho An, and the hidden profession, Vong Lin Swordmaster. Although the Vong Lin Swordsman is also an hidden profession, since Jiang Han already had the more rare hidden profession of the Dark Swordsman, he had no intention of switching. Jiang Han reached level 36 and became a lucrative target for all players on this continent. He thought that defeating Brandy would be enough to settle everything. I didn't expect Herbeck to suddenly jump out and even increase the bounty on Jiang Han. The system announced to all players that whoever catches him will receive the only hidden profession and a rare S-level skill. So now everyone is on edge, seeing Jiang Han as a common enemy and fighting him. Jiang Han hates this kind of chaos the most. Next time he meets Herbeck, he will have to fight him to settle the score. Before starting Saren's mission, Jiang Han quickly checked the gear dropped by the boss he had just defeated. First, Kai La's equipment, all of which are silver grade, including a pair of shoes that are better than what he's currently wearing. Jiang Han decides to use them to replace his current shoes. Next, he checks the level of the dark gold wind blades as the reward for the defense mission. Besides increasing attack and health, it also grants a special skill called Wind Shield. This skill allows the tower to recover wind element to avoid 20% of damage on the next attack, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. This is clearly a top-tier equipment, and it can also replace the soul ring. So the pair of protective singing armor is much better than what he's currently using. After equipping all these items, Jiang Han's strength has increased significantly, completing a series of important missions. His title as the Shadow Song Master has also been slightly upgraded. Now, it has increased his final health value by 200%, and Jiang Han feels himself to be ridiculously strong, with a bit of joy. But he knows that this strength is still nothing compared to high-level NPCs in the game, so he can't celebrate too early. As for the Ghostly Swordsman class, since it wasn't as strong as the Shadow Singer Swordsman, Jiang Han rejected it without hesitation. Giving up an hidden class would reward him accordingly. The system allows you to choose between converting skills or equipment, but Jiang Han feels that equipment will eventually be updated and become obsolete, while skills will last forever with him. Moreover, the Ghostly Swordsman is also a hidden class, so he will definitely gain a decent skill. As expected, Jiang Han received an S-rank skill called War Domain. Its effect is within a 50-meter radius, reducing the enemy's attack power based on the distance between them, lasting for 3 minutes with a 5-minute cooldown. All preparations are complete. Now it's time to carry out the mission that Saren Zhao assigned. Jiang Han follows the map's coordinates to find a volcano. This is another map called the Lava Mountain Range. Just looking at it, Jiang Han already feels that this place seems dangerous. Moreover, the treasure is right on the top of the mountain. Jiang Han quickly faced the first challenge, a level 38 magma golem. Its defense is stronger than its attack, so it's not a big threat to Jiang Han. Just in time, he can use this monster to test the strength of his new skill. The battlefield has just opened. Your attack has increased by 20%, while the enemy's attack has decreased by 20% for 3 minutes. Jiang Han takes the opportunity to land a blow that takes more than 15,000 health. The opponent, seeing your attack power is too strong, quickly retreats and uses the Stonefire skill. This skill of its increases defense by 30% for 2 minutes. But the price is a 20% reduction in attack power. Gyanghan found it quite funny. As if this monster was a bit stupid. Using this skill is no different than standing still and taking the hit. Even if its defense does increase. With my current ability, I can completely break through that defense. As expected, less than a minute later, the magma golem was defeated by Gyanghan, earning 500 experience points. That's not a bad number. But right now, Gyanghan needs 2 million points to level up. That means he still has to kill 480 more monsters, which is a huge waste of time. So Gyanghan continued climbing the mountain, where the temperature rose higher and higher. This time, it's a fire essence injection. A group of level 40 fire monkeys with 2 skills, mockery and magma headbutt. These creatures are the most hated on the continent because of their mocking enemies. Gyanghan was still wondering how these monsters could mock players when the monkeys spoke up. Look, someone's coming. This guy is ugly. And his face is ugly too. Ha ha ha. Just look at how weak he seems. How could he have come all the way here? Now I get the general idea. And it really doesn't feel good to be talked about by those monkeys. Even though I know it's the enemy's ability. Gyanghan still fumed and immediately leapt forward. Stupid monkeys. Today you guys stay here and watch. Gyanghan continues to use his war domain to ignite the battle. This time, your attack power is still increased by 20%. But those fireball troops only suffer a 16% reduction in attack ability. These monkeys really make people hate them. It's not because their attack power is too high, but because they move too agile. But this little bit of skill is only worth scratching for Gyanghan. He took care of all 5 in the first minute, leaving one alive to threaten it if it wanted to survive. It had to lead him to find the others. That monkey is afraid of death and immediately agrees to take him back to its den. As he follows it, Gyanghan suddenly receives another system notification. Luckily, it's nothing bad. It's just that since over 100,000 people across the entire server have awakened their innate talent so far, the system has released a ranking list of their talent levels. Gyanghan quietly opened it, and indeed his SS talent rank was number 1. Seeing the entire ranking list with only himself at SS level, this feeling was truly satisfying. Meanwhile, that idiot monkey led Gyanghan to his fellow monkeys, and as soon as they saw him, they started to mock him. Everyone, look quickly. See what your father has done. Gyanghan didn't give it a chance to finish the rest of its sentence and directly cut off its head. Then he turned to the monkey. Keep going. Lead us to find all your kin. At that speed, it won't be long before you wipe out almost all of the fire crystal injection totems living on this volcano. This event forced their king to reveal himself. The Poison Fire Crystal King is a level 42 gold tier boss with a health pool of 2 million HP. And both its attack and defense are quite high. These gold level bosses are really a problem for Gyanghan. In terms of attack, he's actually quite stable, but in terms of defense and health points, it still lags behind them quite a bit. The reason Gyanghan was able to defeat the gold-level boss Jennifer in the Dark Fortress was due to the burst attribute from the Death Electric Crystal. But now I can't use the last charge of the Electric Death Crystal anymore. That would be a waste. That idiot who has been forced to lead the way by Gyanghan now sees his king appear and immediately turns around as if saved by divine intervention. Your Majesty, that kid is the one causing trouble for us. Gyanghan turned his head and cut off its head with a single strike. He opened his mouth. The fact that he slaughtered his own clan right before and the Fire Pellet King triggered its anger. Gyanghan tries to stay calm. Just testing the waters first. Only when pushed to the brink do they have to rely on the Death Electric Crystal. The Fireball King jumps down from above, creating a terrible shockwave. As soon as it landed, Gyanghan rushed forward and delivered a fierce kick, causing it to lose 570 health points. The suppression he created for the opponent only lasted half a breath. Is that all you've got? Bug, the Fire Pellet King said, glaring teasingly at Gyanghan. It is activating its ultimate sarcastic skill against him. Unlike those silly monkeys, their sarcasm skills only make opponents furious, but the King Monkey's skill reduces the opponent's attack power by 5%. The power of words has been materialized, but according to the system, Gyanghan himself can also fight back with words to turn the unfavorable situation around. Gyanghan has rarely been so outspoken before, but if the rules of this fight are that strange, I don't mind trying it once. Wow. You're really strong. I believe those monkeys with the sneaky mouths, are definitely safe under your protection and will live a long life. Right, this is just too much. Gyang-han just wiped out his entire clan, and now he's poking at his wounds like that. The Fire Pill King's anger exploded. Jiang-han's verbal attack reduced its defense by 10%. Seizing the opportunity, he charged in to deliver a powerful strike. The opponent has lost quite a bit of blood, but still chuckles mischievously. Ha ha ha. Are you scratching my itch? Such a weak attack must be because of weak kidneys. Right, opponent. I didn't expect that even a monkey could talk so harshly. And still dare to mock Jiang-han for having weak kidneys. The system immediately registers this verbal attack, reducing Jiang-han's attack power by 10%. This isn't an ordinary fight, it's clearly a speech contest. I definitely won't let that big monkey beat me. With such a devilish look, no female monkey would want to stay by his side. This time we've hit their sore spot. Injecting fire pills is truly a lonely journey of 1,000 years. This time its defense is reduced by 20%. But because of its fury, both attack power and attack speed increase by 10%. With such a fast speed, it can run but will still be hit. Jiang-han then activates the Thonfong defense skill, reducing damage by 30% during the next attack. This time you still got hit and lost more than 30,000 health. But this number is still within a tolerable range. With just a little strength left, you still want to show off and embarrass yourself. Go home and drink some milk. Your words sound like a dog barking. I can't understand what you're saying. With a face like yours, even a dog would shake its head in disappointment. You bastard. If you can't argue back, you'll just end up insulting person A. In the end, beasts are still just beasts. Both sides fought and cursed each other wildly. At first it was tolerable, but then it turned into very offensive words. After several times like that, the Fireball King's injection was truly broken through the defense and also increased damage by 300%. This is the moment Jiang-han has been waiting for. If it has already broken its defenses, then just attacking first will do the trick. He quickly strikes the opponent, sending it straight to hell along with his followers. The reward remains the same experience points and reputation. But there is one special thing Jiang-han received, the hidden title of the Jester King, for defeating the Jester Fireball King in this Jester battle, becoming the new king of the Jester Fireball clan. When equipped with this title, Jiang-han's words can increase the damage dealt to opponents by 10%, or backfire by angering them too much and boosting their attack power by 10%. This title may not be very practical, but it has a very strong insulting effect, making it perfect for trash talk. For now, Jiang-han still relies on his current title to boost his blood, so he has no intention of changing it. After defeating the Fire Needle Orb, he leveled up to 37. This boss also dropped quite a few good items. First is a gold-level helmet that can only be used at level 40, followed by a fiery red armor. Compared to Jiang-han's current Cloud Sword, its attributes are even superior. But unfortunately, he's a dark swordsman, so using a sword is much more effective. Jiang-han continues to climb. Due to the harsh environment, his health points decrease by 10 each second. Fortunately, he also has a protective aura that restores 0.5% of his health every second. Otherwise, it would be hard to reach the top. Jiang-han reached the summit and saw a tree at the treasure mark. His face immediately darkened, thinking Saren would arrange something extraordinary for him to find. But it turned out to be just a useless plain white wood branch. But well, since I've completed the mission, Jiang-han immediately turned back to prepare to meet his master. But after taking a few steps, the Dark Swordsman's energy started to surge again. The system warned that his body sensed a source similar to himself, only 500 meters away. Jiang-han was amazed. Could there really be another treasure on this volcano summit? He started to search for the location based on the distance provided by the system. But when I was just 1 meter away from that spot, everything around Jiang-han suddenly turned empty. There's nothing around. Maybe it's underground. As soon as the thought crossed Jiang-han's mind, he began digging the ground with his sword. Sure enough, after a short while, the tip of the sword hit something very hard, a door. Jiang-han quickly received a new prompt and discovered the hidden map called the Tower of Divine Suppression. The door opened, revealing an underground tunnel that descended deep into the abyss. According to the introduction, it is rumored that a life-and-death battle once took place here between numerous top powers and a mysterious land. Jiang-han feels this place isn't very safe, and he can't respawn like the righteous players. But if he doesn't take risks in the game, it's hard to make progress. Thinking that, Jiang-han jumped down into that tunnel. As soon as he landed, he was hit by an attack. Before launching this attack, he quickly activated the Thon Fong defense skill to reduce damage by 20%. But even so, he still lost nearly 160,000 health. The system explains that the recent attack was caused by Jiang Han activating the deadly flame created by the curse left on the ground by the demon god. But over the years, the curse's power has greatly diminished. Zhang Han Langwei. The power of the curse had weakened, yet it still nearly drained his health. If he hadn't activated Thon Fong Thu Ho earlier, he probably wouldn't have made it. Fortunately, his deadly power helped him recover health every second. After a while, Jiang Han's blood bar was full again. At the same time, the cooldown of the Thon Fong Thu Ho skill was finished. Jiang Han cautiously took another step forward, only to be burned again by the demon god's fire. He, as before, reactivated the clear wind guard to preserve his last bit of blood. The system sent a new notification, still the same as before, and Jiang Han responded sharply. Suddenly, he saw a staircase leading deep underground nearby, with a cloud of black smoke rising from it. It seems that this is the aura with the same origin that attracted me here. Jiang Han stood still for 5 minutes to recover his blood, then took another step. This time, Liat DM is no longer burning. Jiang Han breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't step on any traps with each step. Then, Jiang Han walked with much more confidence. On his next step, the young man once again stepped on the trap. Enemy. Jiang Han shouted, I just want to go back to the swamp with my master and be done with it. Burning and waiting for recovery. It took Jiang Han half an hour to finally reach the stairs, but when he tried to rush down, he was pulled into an invisible wall. And this divine tower has seen many storms. Jiang Han tried to slash the wall with his sword, but nothing happened. There must be some mechanism that needs to be broken before he can get inside. Zhang Han, while struggling with a headache. The broken moon shard in his pocket automatically flies out, passes through the invisible wall, and as he chases after it, he also automatically steps through. Maybe the person who created this wall also made the broken moon shard for Daniel, which is why these two objects are connected. Jiang Han stepped down the stairs, leaving many cuts on both the wall and the distant house. It seems that an unimaginable battle once took place here. In that dark and deep corridor, Jiang Han saw the first corpse. The system introduces this as the Celestials. Once among the 10 great demon gods who summoned storms, died in the secret realm during the great battle in this divine tower. Unknown to anyone, Jiang Han was amazed that even the 10 great demon gods met their end here. What kind of divine being could possibly exist within this tower? All the equipment on him was useless now. Jiang Han continued deeper and soon discovered a room filled with white bones, sending a chill down his spine. Seeing so many experts fall here, I am even more certain that the god-subduing tower is not an easy place. Jiang Han continued descending to the 4th floor, where he was ambushed by sword intent, losing 800 health points every second. But thanks to his deathly power, the damage was negligible. In the center of the 4th floor room, Jiang Han discovered a skeleton standing upright, still clutching a sword in its hand. This is the most lost dark swordsman and one of the 10 great demon gods of the primordial gate. He possesses the power to destroy heaven and earth, his reputation echoing across the world. But in the end, he still met his demise here. Standing before this ancient dark swordsman, Jiang Han felt a bit breathless. The aura emanating from the armor he wore led him here. If it were an ordinary scene, this armor would belong to Jiang Han. Right. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but feel excited and reached out his hand. Lack not, Huyen brother. May you walk the path safely. I will definitely make the Dark Cloud Swordmaster shine across the world. Oh, really? A voice echoes from the sky, making Jiang Han's heart skip a beat. Who is it? You are too big. The dry sword in front of you quickly undergoes a strange transformation. A blinding stream of purple light spirals out and then coalesces into a figure appearing behind Jiang Han. The person in front of me is tall and imposing, but it's actually Lac Nyat, or more precisely, Lac Nyat's remnants, who is also Jiang Han's predecessor. He suddenly felt embarrassed about what he just said, as if he had been caught stealing. Lac Nyat seemed to understand this and took the initiative to speak. I have been gone for a long time. I don't care what you say. This armor has fought alongside me in distant battles. I can't just give it to you unless you beat my younger self. Jiang Han immediately knew that this system wouldn't give him anything for free. A Lac Nyat suddenly appeared in front of him, But this one wasn't a lost soul. Just a cold, emotionless fighting machine. According to the system's judgment, he is a level 37 gold grade boss. Lacknot possesses 4 skills: Dark Sword Ring, Gentle Kill Swordsmanship, Death Power, and Dark Reincarnation. When the opponent started rushing forward, Gyanghan suddenly realized something was a bit off. Wait a moment. Dark Reincarnation is a skill only level 50 Dark Swordsmen can use. Level 37, definitely can't use it. I don't really know about this either. I'm just a fragment of a soul. My past life memories are vague. The lingering soul of Lacknot responds wistfully. Gyanghan feels he knows very well that it's a different matter. He's just too lazy to answer, and that emotionless chopping machine has already started attacking. Gyanghan boldly activates the war domain, increasing his attack power by 20% as usual, but Lacknot's attack power only decreased by 10%. And Lacknot just clicked his tongue in response. Your trick is pretty clever. I wonder where you learned it from. Is that your innate talent? To understand it on your own, to understand it yourself. Do you think I would believe your words? Zhanghan, uninterested in talking to a fragment of a soul, focused on fighting the chopping machine. He successfully used the left kick to make boss Lacknot take 546 damage and be suppressed for a minute. Jianghan combined his skills at once and unleashed the family of the Cham assassin. Lacknot's residual soul kept praising on the side. Your combination is also considered excellent. Your attack compared to mine back then was much stronger. Your talent must be just as formidable. Just say it. Lacknot snaps his fingers. This chaos is enough. Now it's time to raise the difficulty for you. After this snap, the aura of the boss in front of me was completely different. Like 2 different people. While I was still gathering my strength, Lacknot struck. Gyanghan couldn't dodge in time, so he used the Thonfong shield to block. But he still lost 430 health. This power is too brutal. If I didn't have the Thonfong shield, I would have lost half my health already. Jianghan quickly drinks a healing potion, restoring 10,000 health points every second for 10 seconds. So, the path of the Dark Swordsman is even more difficult than this by 10,000 times. If you're ready, let's make it even more difficult. Are you ready to move? Is it still even more difficult than that? As soon as Lacknot finished speaking, he immediately activated the Dark Shadow skill, which normally couldn't be triggered on a level 37 opponent. All of his attributes increase by 50% and can be maintained for 5 minutes. After the skill ends, his level will drop by 10 ranks. Lacknot was already very strong normally, and a 50% boost in attributes is truly disastrous. Before Jianghan could react, the opponent had already sped up and jumped. His landing position was slightly higher than Jianghan's, and Lacknot didn't hesitate to strike with his sword. This strike took away a third of his health effortlessly. Jianghan had no choice but to keep using the life potion, which meant he had no time to counterattack. Before the medicine fully took effect, the opponent attacked again. This time, Jianghan was a bit smarter. He leapt into the air, dodging the lightning strike attack and using a vicious kick to strike his opponent. Then Jianghan used Death Spirit Slash to increase the damage. It really worked this time. Lacknot's speed slowed down a bit, taking advantage of his momentary loss of speed. Jianghan continued to use the evil spirit chain to bind him and attack wildly. Lacknot's soul fragment watches from above, nodding in praise of his successor. Jianghan's coordination of skills is truly clever. Jianghan is now feeling dizzy. His control has ended, and the opponent continues to attack wildly. He initially planned to hide behind the large pillar in the room for a moment, waiting for the deadly kick from earlier to recover, but Lacknot shattered it with a single strike. With this level of attack, if he had been hit, he would probably have gone straight to heaven. It still takes 5 more seconds for the vicious stomp to recharge. While Lacknot keeps attacking non-stop, Jianghan saw the opponent charging and had to rely on the Thonfong Guardian again. Luckily, he managed to avoid it, but now he only has over 30,000 health left. That was too brutal. Lacknot's one-sided attack seems enough to send Jianghan to his grave. Luckily, after this hit, the vicious kick was ready to be used. Jianghan hesitated for a moment before directly kicking the opponent. Then it was the familiar Death Spirit Slash on the evil spirit, followed by the Dinggu Chong Slash. A series of skills were unleashed smoothly, causing Lacknot to lose a lot of blood. Jianghan timed it right. Seeing the control effect was about to end, he immediately increased the distance between them. But unexpectedly, his evil soul spirit ended earlier than planned because his skills were repeatedly interrupted by Locknot's control skills, reducing their effectiveness by 80%. Gyung-han quietly waits for another hour. Is this really a sneaky system that has this kind of effect too? With the current distance that can't be widened in time, just one more move and Gyung-han will be doomed. Anyway, the broken moon shard will save his life, but the challenge from Locknot will end and he won't receive the armor set. Gyung-han closes his eyes, accepting this fate. But surprisingly, after they attacked, he was still alive and only lost a little more than 2 pints of blood. It turns out that because the enemy's dark energy recharge time has ended and their attributes have decreased, their attack power is naturally weaker than before. Most importantly, Locknot's level has been reduced to 27, and the attributes also dropped significantly. Gyung-han suddenly felt much more confident. He finally waited for this moment after 5 minutes of suffering. Now it's your turn to counterattack without the dark energy regeneration and with the level reduction. Fighting Locknot is much easier. Gyung-han launched a furious attack, as if releasing the anger from the 5 minutes of frustration earlier. In the end, he defeated the Phantom of the Dark Swordsman Locknot, earning 1 million experience points and leveling up to level 38. Locknot's soul fragment couldn't help but clap a few times. Not bad. Not bad. Clever strategy. Gyung-han panting heavily, exhausted but feeling happy that he completed the mission successfully. Locknot kept his promise and gifted him the dark armor of the gold level. This is crafted from reverse-growing dragon scales and countless precious minerals. Gyung-han looked at the armor with his eyes glowing. This is truly a divine piece of equipment that any player would dream of. This armor is not only powerful in stats like health and defense, it also has a unique skill called 8 Directions Shockwave at S rank. The skill unleashes the hidden soul power within the armor, dealing 100% attack damage to all enemies within a 100-meter radius, while also reducing their movement and attack speed. This effect lasts for 3 seconds with a 5-minute cooldown. And most importantly, it can grow stronger. This means that the final level of the dark armor is not just limited to gold. The introduction also states that it is a demon armor that evolves alongside the growth of the Dark Knight. Its limit is beyond imagination. Gyung-han was so excited like a child that he immediately equipped it. Locknot felt reassured that the dark armor had found a new owner. Gyung-han pointed to the sword in his hand, clearly revealing his ambition. Can I take this sword with me? The first time Locknot met someone who demanded 2 women in exchange like this. That sword also accompanied him through many battles. It just means that after a long period of disuse, the original power has been irreparably lost, making it truly inferior to that armor. He agreed to let Gyung-han take it, but on one condition: to return the shell pendant around his neck to a girl. Locknot's request was quickly turned into a side quest. I have to say, so far, most of the missions Gyung-han has received are main quests, like defending the Dark Fortress, but these side quests actually contain many details related to the main story, although they are not mandatory to complete. Gyung-han wanted to quickly uncover the hidden story on the Eternal Continent, so he didn't refuse the quest to return the Jade Pendant. But unexpectedly, it was even more difficult than he imagined. The hard part is that Locknot doesn't know who the previous owner of that Jade Pendant was. He and she only shared a brief romantic past. He doesn't even know her name. Locknot only knows that she also uses a sword, probably from the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Sect was established to avoid the chaos and power struggles among the princes, built in Thanfong Town. But the problem is that Thanfong Town is located within the Brightness Fortress. Gyung-han is now the target of all players, so going there would be very dangerous. He told Locknot about this, but unexpectedly, he just laughed. I thought it was something complicated. Let me teach you how to hide your aura. Gyung-han Lian just received a new special skill called Hidden Technique. It helps to hide your aura, including your name and title. This is a basic cultivation skill for a strong expert. If the other party wants to check the information, their level must be higher than Second Brother's makeup. This skill lasts for 1 day and has a 3-day cooldown. Wow, I didn't expect that just by accidentally coming here, I would get both the armor and this great support skill. In the Eternal Continent, besides top experts, Gyung-han is far above other players in level. With the quick use of the hidden art, it seems you can now openly enter the 3rd level city. The power of the shattered soul is about to fade. Do you have any more questions? Seeing what Locknot said, Gyung-han suddenly remembered something and took out the broken moon shard from his leather bag. Do you know the origin of this Lacknot's attitude clearly changed when he saw the broken moon shard? Instead of answering, he asked back where Jiang Han found it. And Jiang Han honestly replied that it was given to him by a close person. Lacknot fell silent after hearing that. A gift. Huh, looks like you and that person are connected by fate. Who is that person you're talking about? Jiang Han, seeing Lacknot about to vanish, became even more anxious. You are the source of the corpses inside this divine tower, which caused top experts, including myself, to die there. A mysterious monster, the broken moon shard, comes from his place. Lacknot finished speaking and then completely disappeared, leaving only Jiang Han standing still, singing. I never thought my master from the past was so powerful. No wonder Daniel hesitated to talk when I asked about the death of the Dark Swordsman before. Now I realize that Lacknot was defeated by him. But the more Jiang Han thinks about it, the more confused he becomes. If Daniel had taken down the previous Dark Swordsman, why does he hold no grudge against me? On the contrary, he is willing to help and fully nurture him, even sacrificing himself to save him. Jiang Han has countless questions, but for now, he probably can't find the answers right away. The task now is to complete the side quest. He then took the jade pendant from around Lacknot's neck. His frost soul also vanished into dust, leaving only the bloodthirsty sword at a higher level. According to the introduction, this weapon is no longer as powerful as it used to be. However, it remains a valuable magic weapon. If Jiang Han cannot complete the quest to return the jade pendant within 3 days, it will be temporarily locked and unusable. The special skill of the bloodthirsty sword is blood drinking. The blood core will enhance its power. Every time you attack and kill someone, the power of the strike increases by 1%, up to a maximum of 20 levels, and remains until the battle ends. I thought Lacknot was talking about a pile of debris just now. I didn't expect this sword to still be so powerful despite being worn down. A trip to Jiang Han has earned me quite a treasure. Bring it. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the space, startling Jiang Han. This voice echoes from underground. Surely, the Tower of the Divine Pillar still has a 5th level, but Jiang Han felt the energy rising from below was too strong, making him feel suffocated. Jiang Han is not reckless. The lower level is definitely not a place for someone like him to explore. Anyway, having the shadow armor and the blood-devouring sword is already enough. Escaping now is the priority. Half an hour later, Jiang Han finally crawled back to the surface. He carefully marked the location of the Divine Pillar and planned to come back when he's stronger. But unexpectedly, the calamity didn't end there. Jiang Han was caught by a serpent-like monster. It turns out he's the ruler of the Dungnam mountain range. However, right now, both his attack and defense attributes are at their peak, so Jiang Han didn't spend too much time dealing with it. After finishing off the serpent, Jiang Han felt exhausted and left. But this was a real fatigue. Since fighting at the Dark Fortress, it's already 2 in the morning. He quickly returns to the pond to retrieve Yu Lin and hand over the mission to Saren. After completing it, this dignified man officially took Daniel's place as Jiang Han's new master. He quickly noticed the changes in him. There are quite a few harvests from the Dungnam mountain range. Just a bit of luck. That's all. Saren nodded and, just as Jiang Han was about to go to sleep, suddenly remembered something. He took out the jade pendant for him to examine. I only intended to join in a little, but I didn't expect Saren to recognize at a glance that this was a relic from the sword sect. Do you know the origin of this item? I was also a disciple of the sword sect, so I naturally know the history of this jade pendant. Wow. The harvest is even better than expected. Jiang Han didn't think Saren was a disciple of the sword sect. According to him, every woman in the sword sect, whether disciple or elder, possesses a jade pendant. Later, if she has feelings for a man, she will give it to him to show her sincerity. This is the unwritten rule of the sword sect. No wonder Lacknot said he and that woman had a brief romance. Saren carefully examined the jade pendant, deducing that its owner must have an extremely high status. That means Jiang Han returning it would also face danger. However, this matter is ultimately determined by fate. Saren thought for a moment before speaking. The sword in your hand also came from another sword, so it should be returned as well. The person who will go with me tomorrow will come. But first, rest up. From the gloomy fortress to the magma mountain range, the person has been abandoned. Jiang Han lets out a sigh of relief. After saying goodbye to Saren, Opline took a nap. When he woke up, It was already noon the next day, and Gyang-han logged into the game immediately. Saren was already here, waiting. The two of them began their journey to the Storm Fortress. On the way, Jiang-han was very curious about the connection between online and offline. The NPCs in the Eternal Line seem to have their own consciousness, but whether it's Saren now or Daniel before, they don't find it strange that he suddenly appears and then disappears like that. Aren't your alien invaders supposed to return to their own space? That interesting skill must be a privilege granted by the god of time and space to you guys. Senza Game has already set up an explanation with NPCs using this so-called god of time and space. The two of them continued walking side by side. Not long after, the system announced that Gyang-han had entered the Heavenly Light City map. He looked up in amazement, realizing that this was the dark fortress from before, now only filled with soldiers of the Bright Camp. However, if you want to reach Thonfong Chan, you must pass through the teleportation formation of the Dark City. This is also an opportunity for Jiang-han to test the hidden art skill that Lak Not taught him. After activating the skill for the first time, the system sends a new reminder: you have used the hidden art skill. Please set a fake name and enter the virtual values. Fake name. After reading the notification, Jiang-han unconsciously repeated it. Unexpectedly, the system recorded what he just said, so Jiang-han's new ID became his fake name. This name made Saren, who is usually very cold, burst out laughing. The two of them entered the gloomy fortress together. Serin, who already had the ability to hide her identity, had no problem. Many players couldn't help but laugh when they saw Jiang-han. Not only is his name random, but his current appearance is also quite funny. Jiang-han feels a bit embarrassed, but being laughed at for being ugly is better than being recognized as the number one Jiang-han, who was hunted down. The two quickly found the teleportation formation and paid Namsu Bak to travel to the city of Fengchan. This is a level 3 fortress city, although it's not far from the Dark Battalion's territory. No one can intrude here because of the hidden realms. Saren thought it was not convenient to act during the day and decided to wait a bit longer before going there. Gyang-han was not familiar with this place. Moreover, the hidden sword formations are definitely not easy to infiltrate, so they obediently listened to their master. During the day, they can go for a walk first. Just try not to attract attention. Do you want to go somewhere? Gyang-han thought for a while and felt he should buy some additional medicines, since his last trip to the Magma Mountain Range had used up quite a bit. Saren took him to a potion shop. As soon as they arrived, Gyang-han confidently asked the shopkeeper to show him the best life-restoring potions, because he was holding 236 gold coins, 56 silver coins, and 3 copper coins. The shopkeeper seemed to see gold and truly showed Jiang-han the best life potion. This restores 1% of health every second, lasting for 10 seconds straight. The important thing is, it can be used multiple times, with a 3-minute cooldown each time, but only level 120 players can use it, and it costs up to 5 gold coins. Jiang-han just wants to find a way out and loudly asks for the best medicine, but then he can't afford to buy it. Well, my level isn't high enough, so I'll just take some normal items. Jiang-han bought 100 healing potions and 50 treatment potions. These are the 2 types you usually use. After leaving the pharmacy, Jiang-han still feels a bit embarrassed, and Saren can't help but laugh. Don't underestimate the Thon Fong seal. Although this is just a small level 3 tremor like Hidden Dragon, top quality medicines are not uncommon in this shop. The conversation between the two was interrupted by a woman's scream. She was being harassed by a scoundrel. Jiang-han feels like this is clearly a setup for him to be the hero, saving the beauty. And maybe those two are just NPCs. As expected, then an invisible fake win mission was activated. You have to hide your identity and chase away that bastard, while also earning fake points, with each point converted into 10,000 experience points after completing the mission. The way to earn fake points is to make that scoundrel feel fear or to make the girl admire you. Gyang-han accepted the mission and then immediately went to complete it. Stop right there. Daring to assault a woman in broad daylight. His words sound fierce, but with this egg-shaped head of his, Jiang-han only makes the opponent feel ridiculous rather than afraid. Ha 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 ha. That scoundrel keeps laughing non-stop, thinking he can be a hero just because of that egg-shaped head of his. Instead of scaring him, he just looks down on me. Gyang-han's system immediately deducts 5 fake points. But before he could earn them, the sound made him furious. Gyang-han gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face as he shouted, "Get out." This time the opponent was a bit scared, so I earned a fake point, but he's just a little scared. He's also quite formidable. So he puffed up his chest and argued back. Do you know who I am? For ruining my good thing? So do you know who I am? I'm just a fake. Yes. I am a fake name because you don't have enough strength to see my real name. Finding out who I am isn't difficult at all. Jiang Han then used the Eye of the Soul and discovered that the opponent was also a level 50 gold tier boss named Bak Fu, a notorious bandit from this region. He was originally a sword thief disciple, but he was expelled for playing around with female disciples. Then he started doing many evil deeds in the city. Jiang Han was stunned. This scoundrel turned out to be a level gold boss. Moreover, his attributes are almost on par with the level 80 brandy from before. Yet the system considers this mission only as a beginner level. On this side, after Jiang Han's words, Bei Fu began to doubt his true identity and also felt a sense of disdain that was hard to hide. That's why Jiang Han gained an additional 5 fake points. But the opponent has already started drawing their sword. If a fight breaks out here, it might attract too much attention. I don't care who you are. If you've got the guts, try to take my hands and see. Bei Fu challenges. Raise your hand. You're too weak to even see my true strength. Little Ta. Draw your sword and chase him away. This little guy is Saren. When he heard Jiang Han say that, his face turned pale. But this arrogant disciple is still my disciple even if he reports it. Saren took about 2 seconds to calm down, then quickly stepped in to support Jiang Han. Did you hear what our young master said? Good. Our young master wouldn't let others bully the innocent. This teacher truly deserves an Oscar. Jiang Han's words, combined with Saren's aura, really made Bak Fu reconsider. He started to think that he might be the hidden major character in name and appearance. Otherwise, how could he dare to act so arrogantly just based on his subordinates? To protect this little life, Bak Fu quickly ran ahead, not forgetting to threaten that he would find reinforcements to settle the score. Jiang Han received 30 fake points for scolding him, and an additional 20 points for earning the admiration of the girl. He hurriedly said goodbye to her and had to run ahead before that bastard could call for real reinforcements. Young master, you saved my life. Can you tell me your real name? I am Daniel. Jiang Han replied indifferently, and Saren also fell silent. The fake mission as the wind has ended. Jiang Han earned a total of 51 fake points, which he converted into 510,000 experience points. Then, Saren took him to the auction house to sell unused equipment. The two of them had been busy all day, and finally it was 8 p.m. As the misty night enveloped the Thonfeng Chan, they broke in together into the Sword of Cutting, which has a classic ancient Chinese style. Just looking at it, you can feel its majesty. Jiang Han once read a post on a forum where someone said that sneaking into the cutting sword would be extremely dangerous. If a high-level NPC detects you, you'll be beheaded immediately, although not lethal. You'll lose 5 levels. The punishment is extremely severe. Today, Jiang Han infiltrated here, but I only have 1 life, so I must be very careful. Master, where should we go now? Go to the stone sword cut on the east side. There will definitely be people who can give you answers. And I need to go to the swordmaster to exchange for a sword. Jiang Han hesitated for a few seconds, then realized that his master was telling him to split up and act. But the person he was told to find is the sword god, although I don't know what that person looks like. Just hearing the name sword god made Jiang Han feel nervous. Saren seemed to read his mind and quickly spoke to reassure him. You don't need to worry, although I haven't met the sword god of this era. Pham is a very upright and honest swordsman. If he knew your true purpose here, he probably wouldn't cause you trouble. Although Saren spoke with certainty, Jiang Han was not entirely convinced. Even though this was just a side quest with an S-rank difficulty, he couldn't believe the sword god would really let him go so easily. But this master is not the type to be easily persuaded. After giving him some instructions, he immediately used his internal energy to vanish. Only Jiang Han was left to struggle to avoid the eyes of the NPCs. He moved carefully, step by step, and finally found the hidden sword cache. Saren said, the sword god is inside this place. Jiang Han was really worried, wondering if he opened the door now, would he get cut in half by a sword? However, if it is the sword god, he should have detected me before I even entered. Thinking of this, Jiang Han confidently pushed open the sword vault door and stepped inside. However, an unexpected event occurred. The system automatically canceled the stealth technique because a powerful expert appeared near Jiang Han. Jiang Han only saw a girl reading a book in front of him, and she looked a bit surprised when she saw him. Why is it a person? Jiang Han was even more surprised than she was. First, he didn't expect the sword god to be a girl. Secondly, what she said sounded like she knew him from before. Even though this was their first time meeting, did she recognize me from the time Daniel mentioned that the sword god was someone with an SS-level sword intent talent? Jiang Han hesitantly asked, of course, if Saren kills Herbert in the Dark Fortress, I would be the next. Jiang Han suddenly remembered Herbert's words at that time, saying that there was still another powerful expert hiding at the scene of the battle. He suddenly realized that the Holy Light Temple and the necromancer wizard Daniel were closely connected. Vong Lin Saren, the swordsman and the sword users also have a relationship. The world is divided into black and white factions, but there are always complex relationships between them. Jiang Han quietly watched her intently. If she is the sword god, then she must have the ultimate legendary weapon in her hand. The sword god gently tilted her hand to reveal the title of the book she was reading, The Overbearing Sword God Who Fell in Love with Me. Jiang Han died in vain. I didn't expect the sword god to read such trashy novels. He decided not to waste any more time, and directly took out the jade pendant from Lac Nat. This time, I came mainly to ask if she knew who the owner of this jade pendant was. The sword goddess suddenly became flustered and rushed forward as soon as she saw the piece of jade, when she heard Jiang Han say that it was given to him by the previous black sword. Her excitement grew even more. Is he still alive? As soon as the question left his lips, the sword god dismissed it himself. If the dark swordsman were still alive, how could Jiang Han inherit this title? It is the only hidden profession that exists on the Eternal Continent. Only when the previous generation is gone can the next one take over. When I met him, he only had a fragment of his soul left. If you already know the origin of this jade pendant, please return it to her for me. No more disturbances. Goodbye. Jiang Han originally planned to go straight home, but ended up being stabbed in the throat with a sword. As expected, this S-rank side mission isn't simple. How could he pass it so easily? However, if we attack now, the chances of winning are almost zero. Jiang Han's luck has run out, so he finally took a gamble and decided to go all in against her. How about this? We make a bet. If I survive your strike, let me leave the sword hall intact. I am a person of the righteous camp. How can I let someone leave safely? I'm afraid it will give the city lord a chance to question me later. This is really tense. The other side isn't interested in that kind of game at all. Jiang Han is getting more and more confused. I came to return the jade pendant. I have no ill intentions at all. You took my life like that. Aren't you afraid of damaging your sword, spirit, or feeling ashamed? The other side remained silent for a long time, their face serious. And Jiang Han felt he had made a wrong move. Saying that is just like provoking the sword god even more. While I was hesitating whether to make a move or not, suddenly the girl in front of me burst out laughing. Just joking. As you said, if I only came here to return the jade pendant, I really shouldn't take your life. Jiang Han let out a sigh. But before he could breathe out completely, the opponent spoke again, and his heart was immediately squeezed shut once more. But if we let you leave safely, it will be hard for us to escape the crime of injustice. So I will fight you with my current strength at the silver level. If he wins, the other person will leave with his sword. If he loses, he will have to leave the mortal realm. Faced with the unrefusable challenge from the sword god, Jiang Han's mission automatically changed from returning the jade pendant to challenging the sword god. However, when carrying out this mission, your strength will also decrease to the level of a silver rank, so that you can have a fair fight with the Eastern One-Mind sword god. Jiang Han relaxed for a moment, thinking that if it was a level challenge, he might still have a chance to win. He agreed, and Dongfang Yitun snapped his fingers, causing the sword palace to vanish. The surrounding scene shifts to a desolate wasteland. Although it was called a challenge of the same level, Jiang Han still felt a bit tense, because the person in front of him is the owner of the sword array, one of the leading figures of the Bright Army. Even the Emperor has to show her some respect. The sword god's skills are also very diverse, including sword control, breaking techniques, peerless sword, demon wind sword art, and the forbidden Van Kiem Kui Tong. Jiang Han was especially focused on the forbidden technique, the 10,000 swords doctrine, because any skill with the word forbidden in front is a forbidden spell at the highest level, with terrifying power. Jiang Han, just the first skill he used was already so terrifying. As expected of the sword god, with the speed of that demon-breaking sword, Jiang Han couldn't run, only able to block. He immediately used the evil spirit to control this sword. This was the first time Jiang Han used a skill on equipment rather than a person. The control effect only lasts 0.35 seconds. Then he uses the guiding kick again. Dong Fuang Not Tam also hesitated for a moment. I've seen these moves myself at the Dark Fortress before. I didn't expect someone to be able to pull off such a style. She snapped her fingers and retracted the demon-breaking weapon. This time, Tongfang Yisitam charged forward with her weapon in hand. Just right. This move suits Jiang Han perfectly. He activates the War Domain to boost his attack by 20%, while reducing the Sword God's attack by 10%. On this side, the United Front is still charging forward. But Jiang Han has no intention of running, and allows her sword to pierce through him. The attack caused Jiang Han to lose 475 health points. As the opponent was still stunned in shock, Jiang Han caught her sword with his bare hands. Got you now. Jiang Han held tightly onto the demon breaker, stabbing through him with one hand, while wildly slashing and attacking the opponent with the other. The sword god was badly wounded, and used all his strength to pull back his sword. She doesn't seem to like this way of fighting. Clearly Jiang Han is just chasing and killing. The sword god originally wanted to say a few words to him, but unfortunately Jiang Han is not the type to chat during battle. Taking advantage of the close distance between them, he immediately used his ultimate skill to dominate the 8 directions. The released soul causes massive damage to Dong Fuang Not Tam, and both her movement and attack speed are reduced. Jiang Han took this opportunity to continue the attack. This time, when his sword struck, the sword god used a skill to break the move, so she was immune to 80% of the damage. Dong Fuang Not Tam stepped back a few paces and used almost all her strength to strike. Jiang Han, unable to dodge in time, once again used the clear windshield skill to reduce the damage. Seeing how little health he lost was astonishing, and Tongfang Yixin decided not to fight anymore. That's enough. Let's just talk about the level of white silver, without using forbidden spells. I admit I can't beat you. Your equipment is really powerful. Jiang Han's challenge to the sword god was thus completed. The experience points gained allowed him to level up by 40, officially becoming a gold-level boss. The Dark Master title also became the Lord of Darkness, and his attributes changed accordingly. Jiang Han still wondered why suddenly the unified mind surrendered automatically. It's clear that her health bar is still quite full, and many skills haven't been used yet. You're here to return the Jade Pendant. I didn't originally intend to kill anyone. This is simply a formality. If I let you go now, I will be violating the rules. Before Daniel. Now it's the United Front. Clearly, NPCs in this world have their own minds. Although they still obey the rules of the game and create their characters, they all have their own awareness and feelings, and some even want to break the rules to follow their own wishes. Go now. United in purpose. Drive Jiang Han away like expelling evil. After you leave, the chapter of chaos should begin. What does she mean by the chapter of chaos? The resentment between the two great camps has never been able to be resolved. A few days ago, the righteous camp retook the Dark City, showing they were prepared. And you came here to return the Jade Pendant. Maybe it was fate guiding you. The more the sword god spoke, the more confused Jiang Han felt. He originally wanted her to explain a bit more clearly, but his partner had already coldly shut the door to another hidden sword technique. Jiang Han had no choice but to leave quickly, and before departing, he even bowed in farewell. After all, this sword god had forcefully overridden the rules of an ordinary NPC and spared his life. Leaving the influence of the sword god, his hidden skill was restored. Saren had been waiting for him for a long time. But I don't know if Jiang Han was hallucinating, but it seems that after returning from the Swordmaster, the Master's spirit has improved a lot. Both of them have finished their tasks, and then head back to the Yuling Marsh together. We've returned home. And suddenly Saren thanked Jiang Han. After returning that sword, I am no longer a disciple of the sword sect. From now on, I can leave behind all mental burdens and officially join the Dark Army. Jiang Han was surprised, because until now, Luan, Din, Nin, Saren, like Daniel, was also part of the Dark Organization. Was he not yet a member? Yeah. To join the Dark faction, you need to prove your loyalty to darkness. But as a disciple of the sword, I have sworn that my sword will never target humans. From now on, I no longer need to bind myself. The previous opponent should also be reported. Suddenly, a simulated window appeared in front of Jiang Han. Above is the announcement that the Eternal Continent is about to erupt into a war between light and darkness, and this message can be seen by all players except Jiang Han. It seems this is a major event that allows the entire server to participate. And Jiang Han suddenly realizes that accepting the mission to return the Jade Pendant was a very important Broadway move, because Saren only overcame her inner doubts after going with him and joined the Dark Army. If the Sword God is right, then the Chaos Portal is about to open. So Jiang Han is the one who will trigger this battle. After the event announcement, a series of notifications follow, mainly revealing which Dark Faction boss will lead their troops to attack which city. For example, level 190 Saren will lead the Soul Vanquish Legion to attack Hai Tam City. Or level 185, Kalen will lead the Blood-Sucking Legion to attack Chu Tuok City. Boss level 190, so Laman will lead the Sin Army to attack Lo Dien Fortress. Everything will happen within the same 3 days. The overwhelming amount of siege information made Jiang Han dizzy, so he decided to help his master attack Hai Tam City. But unexpectedly, Jiang Han himself is also a boss, leading an army to attack. His Dark Army will assault the frozen tundra in 3 days. This news just blew up the players. They couldn't believe that Jiang Han had become the golden boss in the blink of an eye. As a member of the Dark Army, Jiang Han had no way to refuse the siege mission. It was an S-rank task, and the reward for victory was the right to access the demon god's treasury. But if he fails, he will die. But Jiang Han doesn't feel afraid at all. Instead, he's a little excited. Right now you're only a gold-level boss, but you could become a commander, leading an entire legion. This mission is also something to be proud of. Senjiang, you don't seem to feel any fear at all. Very good. Master Vi also hopes you return victorious. You too, Master. Saren nodded a few times before disappearing. Only Jiang Han remains, so he starts causing trouble to keep himself busy. First, he equips the new title, Dark Lord, which increases his final health value by 250%. Jiang Han felt he was so strong it was hard to believe. Maybe he had already entered the top 100 on the Dark Army strength ranking. I opened the leaderboard to check and saw I was ranked 845052117. The enemies, the Dark Army's people, are also trying to hold their ground. I've struggled for so long, risking my life countless times but still can't lift my head up. Jiang Han temporarily puts the game aside and goes to sleep. The next morning, Vong Kai called him already. My brother, sit down. You became a siege boss in the event. Vong Kai first expressed his admiration. But most importantly, he called to remind Jiang Han to be careful. He had seen the post on the forum, and the news of Jiang Han becoming a boss in the event had become a hot topic. All the players who heard the news want to come to Snowstorm to settle the score with him. Fine. I will proceed carefully. Jiang Han said goodbye to Vong Kai and logged into the game, just in time to see some other adventurers causing trouble. They immediately recognized that Jiang Han was the top player, knowing his strength was no joke. Most of the players in this group wanted to retreat. However, the leader of this group of adventurers didn't want to do that. Since the campaign at the Dark Fortress, their top priority has been to kill Jiang Han. To do that, they kept studying videos related to him to learn about the skills he used. Today, Jiang Han appeared right in front of them, like a jackpot falling from the sky, so he didn't want to run away in the middle of the battle. The others listening to their leader's words also found it convincing. They began to calm down and divide their tactics. The adventurer named Ai is responsible for distracting Jiang Han, so he can't use control skills. The archer named San Yat from afar launched an attack, while the other, named Mook En, was responsible for healing. The adventurer they call the Big Brother also seems to be a swordsman who will both attack and withstand the main damage. It sounds like a good plan, but in reality, it doesn't happen. That swordsman didn't even manage to touch Jiang Han. He was cut down and sent back to Tanthu village to be revived. The other 3 also met the same fate, and Jiang Han dealt with them effortlessly. I'm sorry, but any strategy in front of someone with absolute strength is just futile. Jiang Han smiled smugly. Suddenly, he received a new notification that someone had purchased the equipment he auctioned off at Thon Fong. The important thing is that person paid 147 gold to buy my gold-grade equipment, and someone else paid 112 gold for the white-silver grade paper. I don't know which rich person spent 147 gold, but as long as the money goes into my pocket, I'm happy and it doesn't really matter. At the same time, the currency exchange system has been successfully activated. The exchange rate is 1 gold for 193 units of money. It looks like the gamers grinding for money are about to get very rich. Jiang Han tried exchanging some gold for real money, and his account was immediately credited with 530. Ling ling ling. The side tasks are done. Now I must focus on the main mission of attacking the icebreaker for the next 3 days. Jiang Han doesn't dare to slack off. Immediately standing up to find monsters to level up. He enters the Death Realm map, and the first monster Jiang Han encounters is a level 50 black demon bat. This is a top-tier monster, much stronger in attributes than common monsters like the magma golem in the volcano. But for Jiang Han's current ability, it's just a matter of sight. Pham An has been stuck for over 100 days, only managing to reach level 41 after a whole day. Just as Jiang Han leveled up and was about to celebrate, the system announced that the main quest to conquer the strategic city had become more difficult. The difficulty level for the mission has gone from S to SS. Although the mission objectives haven't changed, the increased difficulty feels like the system is forcing him to challenge his limits. Suddenly, Long Dang Van Lai, the brother who always buys equipment from Jiang Han, contacts him out of the blue, but this time his goal isn't trading but delivering intelligence. I don't know what method the players used, but they've managed to capture a level 64 dark gold boss guarding the Snow Clan stronghold. Maybe they want to use this boss to threaten Jiang Han and make him submit. Although the level 64 boss is stronger than him, it's not like there's an insurmountable gap between them. As long as your strength doesn't surpass the point of turning Jiang Han into a fish on the chopping block, I am sure I can find a way to win. Alright. Thank you, brother, for the update. No need for pleasantries. Keep going. Don't get caught by those bastards. The Long Dragon Van Lai encourages you with a few simple words before disconnecting. Jiang Han received a new message indicating that Saren is currently leading the Dark Legion waiting for him at the U-Spirit Marsh. The departure time is imminent, so Jiang Han immediately returns to the marsh to meet with his master. It is suspected that Saren is a legion composed entirely of ghostly swordsmen. But even Jiang Han's distant vision cannot reveal any attributes or information. It proves that these swordsmen are even taller than the male makeup artist. Saren's army is also incredibly powerful. Their strength in life was not enough to recover their minds like I did, so they only became true ghostly swordsmen. Just chopping machines, Saren explains and then points to the opposite side, where the dark army led by Jiang Han is gathered. They're just, compared to my master's undead swordsman army. These guys look more pathetic and even noisier. Looking at the Dark Legion, I command, shouting useless nonsense. Jiang Han's face darkens as the system details Aquatic Imp. Elite Monster. Level Nejvenut. Health 550. Ling Ling Ling. Attack. Twa. Ibai Wusha da R. Senbai Wusher. Defense Un. Lin 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 Dao E. Liangbai Wusher. Skills Heart Focus Strike. Great Spear 4 Postures. Savage Full Charge. Introduction. The water monsters born in the area with dense demonic water have low intelligence, but they are still one of the shield bearers in the Dark Battalion and unlikely to become treasures. Can you give me a few more rounds of Spirit Swordsman? Master, he shrugged and asked. Do you think it's possible? Jiang Han asked back. The rules don't allow it. After a long silence, he chuckled softly and asked, Is there any way to protect my life? Li took out the item and replied, Oh. But you'll need to attack a small level 3 town or fortress, so you probably won't need to use it. That item is a divine demon summoning artifact. Level S. When opened at a critical moment, it can summon a divine level expert, or even a destructive demon god with the power to devastate heaven and earth. With significant effect. Ensure that the formation of the divine law in the void remains unbroken for a minute, creating a chance to attract the attention of a god-level expert and directly lead to the battlefield. Jiang Han took it and marveled. Vikafa. Vikafa. Such a good item. With this tool I can attack the city lord level 1. My Han quickly warned. Unless there's no chance to turn things around. Don't easily assist in transforming these powerful objects of mine. If you call us out without sparking our interest, you'll end up killing yourself. I heard that a guy was briefly interested in swapping the great demon ego, but he was immediately turned into food and devoured. Hearing that, he sweat and made a promise. Rest assured I will never misuse it secretly for pleasure. It seems this thing is not only a life-saving scroll, but also a talisman that can demand your life if used improperly. If you want more, do the two ladies agree? Jiang Han parted ways and went on his own. So, does the master have any safer tools for me? Li is furious and almost loses control. Don't let the situation escalate. Daniel isn't here. So you're doing this alone. Right. He raised his hand to his mouth to cough, hiding his embarrassment, and said, "If everything is ready, then let's set out," he replied disappointedly. "All right, then." Both of them heard the sound of the undead soldiers standing in formation, holding their weapons tightly. Jiang Han turned to Tao Mo and asked, "Master, how do you treat the Black Shadow Battalion?" Lin He calmly replied, "An uprising force is seeking to overthrow those in power." Hearing that, he exclaimed in surprise. "It doesn't represent evil. Spirits, corrupted demonic energy, or the 10 great demon gods. In his subjective thinking, it should be a symbol of evil." He was angry because of his overly simplistic thinking and shouted loudly, "Good and evil cannot be easily distinguished like that. Remember this clearly, Jiang Han. History is written by the victors. If the Shadow Army defeats the Bright Army, then we will start building our power. And even the Bright will become Shadow." Jiang Han listened in silence. Then Ling Yi clenched his fists and continued, "I have met noble spirits and also seen the most despicable rulers of the Bright Army. Of course, I am not claiming that the Dark Army is the righteous side, but I am trying to clear their extreme actions. But among the 10 great demon gods, there are a few with human bloodlines. But according to the righteous army, they betrayed humanity." Seeing his serious expression, he thought to himself that this matter has too much information. Maybe the coming days will be the main mission. Then Ling Yi led Jiang Han and the Dark Legion to move forward into a vast, lush green meadow. He observes his surroundings and then announces, "We're here." The system also notifies that you have entered the spring grassland map. He looked at the vast, endless grassland and the distant overlapping mountain ranges, then asked suspiciously, "This place?" Ling He doesn't answer but steps forward, reaching out to touch something, then touches a point, and a yellow light suddenly erupts, like a domino effect. The yellow light area expanded more and more, forming a giant golden wall. He took out a scroll and explained that this barrier divides the celestial continent into many parts. If your strength isn't enough, you won't be able to pass. Then he unrolled the scroll, tore it in half, and purple light flickered around as he continued speaking, saying that the remaining barrier could not be overcome. A large pink hole appeared in the yellow wall in front. "Ling Yi Guai Zhao Nin, Jiang Han Tugzuk. Let's go. If we pass through this wall, we'll reach the human kingdom." He was walking and observing the surroundings when the system notification appeared. "Please note, you have entered a romantic area outside the influence of other nations, and death penalty has doubled." Seeing that, Jiang Han chuckled to himself and wondered if he died and directly deleted his account due to the double death penalty, would it affect him at all? Realizing something, he suddenly turned around and kindly said, "This place is unfamiliar. I will lead you to a location near Snow Ice Town." Lian bowed his head and replied, "Thank you very much." Ling Yi led Jiang Han to a place where the snow palace had been erased, pointing towards the residential area amidst the pine trees. "This is the city you need to attack. Bing Tuyet Chan. System notification. You have entered the Snowy Mountain Wind Map." He looked around, then made up his mind. "All right. I will definitely seize it." Seeing you like that, he offered words of encouragement. "A person with confidence is a good thing. I wish you victory, and to return with me to the treasure of the demon god to search for the divine artifacts." Jiang Han, surprised, repeats that keyword, the treasure of the demon god, pretending to be curious and asking, "What is in the treasure of the demon god?" Ling Yi revealed what he knew. The treasure contains rare items sought by the demon god, including equipment, skills, and artifacts, even proof of class changes for secret professions, allowing one to choose what they want and take it. Of course, only one item. His eyes filled with amazement as he thought, "Even secret profession transfer certificates exist. Even if I don't need to use them, selling it would be worth hundreds of millions or even billions. Not to mention there are other precious treasures. Master, if you have any other matters, I will not keep you any longer. The treasure chest door. If we don't find it, we won't return." Seeing how anxious you are, he felt speechless. He led the Dark Legion to a wide open space and ordered them to set up camp here. "If enemies attack, quickly notify me." Everyone responded in unison. "Yes." Jiang Han looked at the forest ahead and said, "There's still time. Let's go to some nearby places to level up first." Then he headed alone, deeper into the frost snow mountain range. Hearing a rustling sound in front of him, Gyang Han saw the shadow of a large creature and roared. The red-eyed white bear also saw him and growled threateningly. System information: Snowstorm Beast. Elite level Famokal Treads. Health 800. Lin In Ling. Attack Tree. Liangbai Dao Sen. Subai Basher. Defense Un. Zhoubai Dao R. Lin Wu Ling. Skills include Ferocious Charge, Paralysis Strike, Berserk Rage. Described as a bear-like creature from the Snowstorm Mountain Range. Creatures that prefer cold weather and are extremely ferocious have devoured many explorers who entered the snowy mountain range unaware of the danger. Gyang Han carefully examined the sword. Very fierce. It is a level Famokal Treads elite monster. Superior in all aspects to the singing bird. Speaking of which, level 50 almost always undergoes dual inheritance. So is that why its attributes are so high? The Frost Snow King suddenly let out a cry, stomped on the snow, and leapt up. He showed no fear and quickly rushed toward it. The Frost Snow King revealed a fierce expression, reaching out with his hand to use a paralysis skill, not letting it get what it wants. Gyang Han widened his stance, jumped onto its head, and delivered a fierce kick that missed. Then he drew his sword and slashed wildly at the opponent. Finally, he unleashed his decisive move, his presence shaking the 8 directions, and a loud roar of unwillingness echoed as his massive body collapsed onto the snow. System notification: Congratulations. You have defeated the Snowstorm Beast King and earned 14,000 experience points. Seeing the snow surface appear with round snow orbs and system notifications. Snowball Technique. Grade B. Introduces that snowballs are not only used for clearing snow, but can also kill people, with an effect that, after use within 5 seconds, 10 snow orbs will continuously attack the enemy. Each one deals 30% damage, requiring practice. And Fa Yu exclaimed in surprise. So fighting small monsters can also trigger skills. Suddenly, the system voice rang out, alerting that the dark army you lead has been attacked by adventurers. Please hurry back to support. He couldn't help but mock. Oh, you're so quick you couldn't hold back anymore. Over here, the adventurers are attacking the Dark Legion, and the surrounding chaos is affected by the battle. A armored man swings his sword at the aquatic demon. As he turned his head, he suddenly saw a shadow approaching, and the armored figure swung a sword to cut across him. Seeing his body vanish, his teammates were stunned and exclaimed, "One River Han water." Gyang Han heard that sound and glanced over, thinking to himself, mimicking the romantic language. I've already automatically translated to my place. Interesting. The group unleashes their skills at him, but he just stands there unaffected. The mage holding the staff wondered why his attack only dealt 2 digits of damage, and just how strong was his defense. The guy next to him is also curious. Even though the game system classifies him as a boss of the Dark Army, he's still fundamentally a player. Gyang Han's eyes flashed with a red glow, his face showing a fierce expression as he smiled broadly and said, "Joe, my foreign friends. Hello everyone." Boom. Those nearby were vaporized. The system announced that you use the 8 directions awe skill, dealing 100% damage to enemies within 100 meters and reducing their speed and movement by 20% for 3 seconds. Thank God we managed to hide behind the tree and avoid that terrifying attack. He's a melee fighter. How could he have such a wide-range skill like that? Luckily we stayed far enough away. He slung his sword over his shoulder, looked around, and wondered why only this many people had come here. A flash of light suddenly appeared in his eyes and armor, and Gyang Han dodged the surprise attack like a shadow. The one who ambushed him is the ghost shadow assassin of the Demon King. Level Harmon Snage. With 56,710 health. Attack. Power of 16. 50 to 1817. Defense of 553 to 589. Skills including Shadow Clone, Fatal Strike, Shadow Kill, Deadly Fate. And the Demon King observed his quick reaction and raised his eyebrows in evaluation. Indeed a master. The adventurers kept talking about the Demon King, saying he actually lost. But those around him still held hope, believing there was still a chance. And he hadn't yet revealed his true power. Gyang Han observed the opponent's skills and judged that this guy was a high-level player in the area. He tightly gripped his sword and stared intently at the Demon King. But in the blink of an eye, he suddenly couldn't see him anywhere. the Demon King suddenly appeared in front of him, swinging his sword, and blood was spilled. After attacking, he vanished again. Another slash struck them on the side. Blood immediately splattered. The crowd cheered excitedly, saying, "Well done." Although the Demon King couldn't attack as effectively as Yi Jianghan Shui, his speed was said to be on par. Yi Jianghan Shui is completely suppressed now. Interesting. With the support profession of the Demon King healer, everyone has a share of Yi Jianghan Shui. Seeing the Demon King raise his sword to strike Jianghan again, the crowd cheered loudly. "Demon King, you are our god." Though he was struck, he just smiled to himself and thought, yes. Just like that. Seeing the bright screen in front of the crowd, Jianghan realized that someone on the other side was definitely live streaming. Players around the world. Watch this. Defeating the kid in front of me with a single sword is too boring. I will raise their hopes instead. The crowd's excitement grows as they shout. Reaching a climax, he suddenly thrust his sword through the Demon King, causing him to cry out. This is the trap that Jianghan had set up. Crushing all hope. He opened his mouth, but his tone was extremely cold. "Oh, sorry. I slipped up. The system announced that you have killed the Demon King and received 356 experience points." The group suddenly fell from the sky and hit the ground, their bodies turning cold. The figure of the Demon King disintegrated into nothingness. While Jianghan radiated a golden light, the system announces that you have leveled up to 42. Everyone hurriedly turned around and fled in terror, their screams of fear echoing loudly. "Monster. There's no way to beat him. If the Eastern people can level up by killing players, then what's the point of fighting Run now? All right." He turned back to give instructions. "Probably no one will attack us in these 2 days. We must stay alert. I will go deeper inside to level up." The little sea demon Lian nodded and replied, "Yes." 2 days later, while Jianghan was at the camp, the system announced that you had received the SS level main quest to conquer the city officially beginning, followed by 2 consecutive notifications. System notification. Please note that your Dark Legion must be divided into at least 5 waves of attack. Attack in turns, or all the creatures in the army will be infused with 20% of their attributes, lasting until the siege is over. Seeing that, he realized his mistake and understood that, to limit him from leading the Dark Army in a simultaneous attack, and to ensure the event started on time, the system has imposed significant restrictions. But it's unclear if the SS-level mission will feature enemies like HBK and TALI. Then, the system issued 5 consecutive notifications. The system announces that the siege of Hai Tam City, initiated by the Shadow War Battalion, has officially begun. The system announces that the siege to conquer Chu Tuok City, initiated by the Shadow Battle Corps, has officially begun. System notification. Cinematic Caning Star. Look at the system notification. You can launch the attack now. Jianghan ordered. The soldiers are the first to prepare for the assault. A level 20 Guja boss speaks up. "My lord, I will lead this attack." With Jianghan's approval, it led the assault team toward Hai Tam City, accompanied by the system notification. Please note, the first attack was launched by the Dark Army, led by level 20 boss Guja. The soldiers of Hai Tam Thun, fully equipped with armor and weapons, are just level 20 melee fighters. Brothers, advance. After a short while, seeing the system notification that Guja-led Dark Army was defeated, he couldn't help but sigh. It was so quick, it seems their level must be higher than 20. Jianghan gestured with his hand, signaling the start of the second attack. A branch of the Shadow Army quickly surged forward. System. Notification attention please. The Shadow Army led by Boss Than Dong, level 25, will launch the second attack. The enemy soldiers are fighting while warning us that the level of these Vong Lin has already increased. Don't underestimate them. After this wave, you raise your hand and point forward to command the third wave. The fighting is getting more intense. The soldiers are exhausted and furious. How many more waves are left? I can't hold on much longer. These damned Vong Lin. When Jianghan raised his hand and was about to say the fourth attack, a reminder from the system sounded, informing that you need to wait 5 minutes before launching the fourth attack. If the attribute points of the creature in the fourth wave are not increased, they will be reduced by 20%. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. This is too honest. The system also thinks that enough is enough. After 3 consecutive attacks, It should let the players rest and prepare for what's next. Suddenly the screen lit up showing Long Dang Van Lee, who warned that this Romantic Zone player had started a live stream, and the Eastern Zone website and videos were now live. There are millions of people watching your performance right now. Don't let the Eastern District down, Jiang Han assured. This is the peak moment. I won't let the Eastern District be disappointed. 5 minutes later, a branch of the Black Shadow Legion launched another attack. With a system notification attention. The Haifu, led by Boss Bai Yin level 40, has initiated its fourth assault. The soldiers, both defending and in shock, shouted out that the fourth wave of attacks from level 40 troops was too much to handle, and they felt the road ahead was too bleak to continue fighting. They all panic and run away. We can't fight anymore. Disperse quickly. This is no longer a level 30 soldier I can handle. At this moment, a girl appeared with a bow in her hand. She drew her bow and said firmly, facing a group of spirits, "We cannot retreat. Attack." That arrow shot through the head of a small water demon. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes, assessing the damage too much. But unfortunately, the distance was too far to tell if it was a player or an NPC. The soldiers saw the backup arrive and shouted. The guards went into battle. Brothers, go now. 20 minutes later, the system announced that the Imperial Guard Corps was about to be defeated. And the system reminded that the Water Abyss Little Demon is a boss level 43 Dark Lord, leading the attack. Jiang Han will draw his sword and say, after waiting so long, it's finally my turn to go into battle. Then he led the charge, shouting loudly, all troops to battle. Follow me to fight the enemy. When the soldiers saw it was him, they all turned and ran away. Yichang Han Shui. He's here. I saw the video 2 days ago. Whoever can. Step up. I'm leaving first. Phonax clenched his teeth in anger and cursed. The traitor deserves death. Using some trick to scatter our troops' morale. She pointed ahead and ordered the soldiers not to worry, saying that what they faced was just a level gold boss. Everyone doesn't need to sacrifice. Don't let him get any more buffs. Keep his health at normal levels. Everyone rallied their spirits and shouted together. Yes. We also have a king-grade boss there. And not just one. What is he afraid of? Phonax heals the soldiers. The lowest ranked retreat. Listen to my commander. Wait to help not Gianghan Tui. Everyone will get a reward of 100. Ling ling ling. Each person will have a share. The idiot Now Haro, a level 35 Windblade swordsman from Thon Dao, confidently said, Nyat Jianghan Tui. His head will be. Before I could help, the opponent forcefully kicked him in the face, mocking and leaning on him, with just one move. He defeated the evil youth, and he has logged out of the server. System notification: you have killed Haro. Earning 16. 531 experience points. Feeling that the moment has become ripe. The Great Eagle. On the battlefield. The system reminds you to use the battlefield skill to increase your attack power by an additional 20%. The attack power of the elite forces within 50 meters increases by 15%, and the attack power of the enemies decreases by 25%. Lasting for 3 minutes, the water demon minions, pushed by the attack, became even more excited as they brandished their weapons and shouted. Rushing toward the soldiers, Jiang Han swung his sword like chopping bananas, causing the crowd to scream in fear. His over-the-top skill is not just him, even his army is stronger now. The system reminds you to eliminate Explorer IVA and earn 247 experience points. He swung his sword again at the man's waist. Another one logged out. And the system reminded you to eliminate the Explorer Zod and earn 358 experience points. Uncle Golden Dew, sweating profusely, comments that he seems to be a weapon and can also suck blood. The serious Mutruk Thapnium said, not only can he suck blood, I used special reconnaissance techniques to detect that his attacks were also increasing. Oh my. Just like a demon god, Jiang Han appears as a death god in everyone's eyes. The system notification says, your blood-devouring sword has 20 passive points, and its attack power has increased by 20%. Controlling the Dark One River Cold Water, a level 43 gold level boss, with 489. 600 health. Attack, increasing from 4. 685 to 5. Wu by Senshise. Defense between 890 and 1. Ling Arse. Fame of 41. Wu by. And luck of 1. As its power grows stronger, it gradually attracts the attention of some mighty experts. Suddenly, A powerful voice rang out amid the fierce battle. Move aside for me. A man on horseback with a spear rides toward the large lake. Traitor. Prepare to die. He is Bing Tuyet Jinhan Lanta. A gold-level boss. Level Utven. With 2. Babai. 000 health. 2850, 3120 attack. 1900, 52,060 defense. Skills including Bing Tuyet, Thuong Nan, Feng Tuyet Zino, Bing Feng Chi Kai, Han Fong Field, and is the son of the mayor of Tran Bang Tuyet. He is also the second in command of Snowtown and is pursued by countless girls for his handsome looks and exceptional talent. With a bright future ahead, Jiang Han hurriedly whispered to himself, "Oh no." The icy wind shield. Immediately. His entire body was enveloped in a blue light of ice and snow. Lanta wields the powerful spear. And your health drops by 50. 700. The system notifies you that you are wounded by the ice-snow ring of the ice-snow wisdom ring. Lanta attacks. You lose 50. 700 health points. Attack speed decreases by 20%, and movement speed decreases by 15% for 5 seconds. Seeing the health bar drop a bit, Jiang Han clenched his teeth in anger and thought, his attack speed isn't bad. This kid's strength is extraordinary. And moreover, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Even though he's a golden rank boss. He's riding a horse. An excited soldier said, "Great. Our golden rank boss has gone to the front. Tonight, we must ensure that Jiang Han Shui dies in our romantic zone." The wolf has already dampened the spirits of the eastern region. Jiang Han clenched his lips and muttered to himself, "I have been fighting on foot all this time. Damn it. This kid must die." He seems to understand Jiang Han's provocative words. "Oh. What are you looking at? You don't lack anything to defend. Because you are the great elder from the eastern continent who has traveled here to our icy domain." His whole body radiates a purple glow when using the skill. He speaks in a low voice. Quite sarcastic. Too bad he used it on the wrong target. He instantly transformed into a mighty dragon, opening his mouth to roar, causing Lanta's horse to rear up. The system notified that you used a domineering skill to intimidate all directions. Deals 100% attack power to enemies within 100 meters, reducing their attack speed by 20% and movement speed by 20% for 3 seconds. He clenched the sword in his hand and growled coldly. Lanta urged her horse forward and shouted, with low talent. All she could do was some petty tricks. Jiang Han extended his arm. A purple light shot towards the opponent, and he coldly said, "I am more than capable of dealing with people. System reminder, you have used the soul spirit plate, causing the target's mount to be disabled for 2 seconds. As the horse comes to a halt, Jiang Han orders, dismount." Lanta's whole body froze as the opponent shouted, "Ice Frost Seal Break." He kicked fiercely towards him, and the system notified that your evil kick caused the Ice Snow Seal Ring to break. Lanta dealt 694 damage points, but the opponent's mount has high durability and cannot be suppressed yet. Jiang Han was surprised to realize that the mount could also increase his resilience. This tricky kid. He narrowed his eyes and looked down, then shook his head and dismissed it. Jiang Han looked into the distance and ordered, "Little water demon, surround him for me." He crossed his arms and sneered coldly. "In this encirclement, your spear and gun might struggle to show their advantage." Jiang Han points and orders, "I originally wanted to kill him with dignity, but I changed my mind. Water demon, attack him for me, especially his handsome face." Lanta clenched the reins in his hand and challenged, "What? You lowly eastern scoundrel. Dare to fight me fair and square." Ignore what he said. The little water demons with weapons slowly advance. Lanta brandished her spear and disdainfully said, "Get out of here, you petty spirits." Relying on numbers rather than quality, Lanta could only lie helplessly in defeat, shouting "Wait a moment" as he watched him get beaten into a pig's head. A chubby little water demon sighs regretfully. "Too bad, I still prefer handsome guys." The system announces that the ice boss, the Ice Ring, has been defeated. System reminder, congratulations on defeating the level 50 gold-ranked Ice Ring Lan with the help of the aquatic demon. You gained 500,000 experience points and 1,000 reputation points. Reached level 44. And I guess you didn't complete the solo raid. So the reward was significantly reduced. Phoenix shouted with tears in her eyes. You bastard. He used despicable tricks to kill my beloved brother. She raised her hand to signal. Follow me to the battlefield quickly. I will personally kill him to avenge my brother. According to the system alert. Stay calm, Phoenix. According to the rules. We can only go into battle after he enters the city. Beyond the city gate. The sound of frightened soldiers rang out. As the icy cold water rushed in here, the system reminds you to note that the commanders of the Snow Ice Army are protected by a level 50 boss, the Golden Snowstorm Guardian, while Phoenix and the level 60 boss, the Ice Cold Fury, face the wrath of the icy storm. According to the lead squad, Jianghan froze and wondered why there are still 2 deep dark gold bosses. Jianghan looked at the opponent's face as if it were full of ants. After 5 rounds of siege warfare, both sides' forces suffered heavy losses, but at this moment, elite guards gather, maintaining the strength of top players. Along with a deep and formidable gold-level boss and a dark Kim boss, he let out a deep breath and thought to himself. Although he had faced 2 bosses at once during the Dark City siege, luckily Daniel and Cantor were there at that time. Lightning clenched his sword tightly in his hand. Now standing alone, Jianghan shouted loudly, Daniel, Cantor, look. The legendary battle of Jianghan Water begins here. Phoenix fires a furious arrow, dying but still daring to speak such arrogant words. The arrow whizzes past his cheek, drawing a line of blood, reducing his health by 22. Senbai Sushiyi, she loaded 3 arrows onto her bow and cursed. The traitor deserves to die. Today I will take his head and offer it as a sacrifice on our battlefield. Fang Tuet Tuho Zia System. Phoenix. Gold rank boss. Level Utfen. Health 2. Babai. Ling Ling Ling. Attack Tree. Lin Lin Ling Dao Sen. Ibai Wusher. Defense Un. Babai Dao R. Ling Ling Ling. Skills include Armor Breaking Arrow, Divine Arrow, Cold Wind Domain, Eternal Arrow. Introduced as the daughter of the mayor of Tuyet Bangtown, the leader of Tuyet Bangtown, possessing stunning beauty and elemental magic. Pursued by countless men, Phoenix just gave the order to shoot arrows like rain towards Jianghan's army. He swung his sword to deflect the falling arrows. But the water demon minions behind still suffered heavy casualties. Jianghan gritted his teeth in worry. The firepower was too intense. If things continued like this, before even fighting the enemy, we would be wiped out. He accelerates secretly, determined to move upward and draw their attention. Jianghan rushes up the stairs at the fastest speed. The soldiers below are getting restless. He's coming up fast. Be careful. He's about to show his old tricks. He softly smiles and whispers, "My mistake." Then I transformed into a big red dragon. The system reminds you that you have used the 8 directions healing technique, causing all enemies within 100 meters to take 100% damage, while their attack speed decreases by 20% and movement speed decreases by 20% for 3 seconds. 3 seconds pass, and Jianghan returns to his original form. He swung his sword horizontally at the closest enemy, who cried out in pain. Then suddenly from behind, 3 arrows shot out, piercing straight into him, reducing his health by 132. Ibai Arshisen. Jianghan quickly uses a healing skill. System notification. You have used a healing potion, restoring 1,000 health points per second for 10 seconds. He curses under his breath. Damn it. If only it were a one-on-one fight. I am confident I can kill her. But right now there are too many players interfering, and a hidden level armor boss hasn't appeared yet. So I don't dare risk using all my strength. Looking back and seeing the group of subordinates approaching, I breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, the little demon from my water realm has arrived, giving me a bit more time. I can take advantage of the chaos to kill other players. Thinking that, Jianghan ordered the little demon of the water realm to eliminate all enemies here, and it responded with a clear, resounding cry. Both sides fought fiercely. After using the skill, the system notified that you activated War Skill, increasing attack power by 20%. All troops within 50 meters have their attack increased by 15%, and enemies' attack decreased by 25%. Lasting for 3 seconds, the arrow flew towards Jianghan but instead pierced the head of the soldier standing next to him, causing him to cry out and groan. Fawn X angrily cursed. Damn little bastard. She shot the arrow into the neck of the small aquatic demon, causing him to log out immediately. Fawn X steadied his nerves and ordered the troops to eliminate these petty spirits. no matter what Jiang Han Thui says. He kept moving forward to attack. Suddenly, the Demon King appears behind the group, raising his sword towards Jiang Han's back. And the system alerts. You have been hit by a fatal attack from the Demon King. Losing 356 health points and feeling dizzy for 35 seconds. He tears up as he looks back and sees him charging forward. The Demon King. Again him. The Demon King swiftly stabs into Jiang Han's spine, reducing his health by 12. Liu Bai Senshi. He just turned around and saw nothing behind him. The Demon King had used shadow stealth. Jiang Han swung his sword to cut down one enemy and quickly ran away, while also sneering at you as he fled. The crowd outside gathered around the live stream, gossiping about how Jiang Han Shui, who faced the Demon King, was panicking and fleeing. I saw his little water demons about to be wiped out. Defeat was certain. Just now, seeing how confident Jiang Han Shui was, I thought he had some real skills. Honestly, I can't stop laughing. He didn't die at the hands of his own people, but kept running to the romantic zone to find his death. But with two bloodied bosses like that, how can they win? In another place, everyone was focused on the screen in front of them. The old man sighed sadly. What a pity. Truly a pity. The black-clad subordinates hurriedly comforted him. Don't be too sad. Our Eastern talents are countless, even if he shines brightly. But there are many experts who are not inferior to him, so this rank should be eliminated. As the saying goes, a beautiful tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This person was already very famous in the eternal ranks from the start. If he had remained humble and bowed his head, his future achievements would be much greater than they are now. He didn't speak impulsively. Just watch. He looked at the young man in front of him and expressed his thoughts. Maybe he can achieve something extraordinary. Jiang Han just swung his sword down, and the system announced that you have killed the elite soldier and received 20,000 experience points. Seeing the notification, your small water demon has been defeated. He exhaled and asked how many more are left before he finished speaking. An arrow shot into his back, spilling sexohaltreds. 424 units of blood. Seeing that Jiang Han's blood was only about 1/10 remaining, a soldier hurriedly shouted, "He's almost out of blood here." Phonics, drawing her bow with a cold voice, said traitor, "Go down to hell with my land." She drew her bow again and calmly said, "He pent." But the soldiers blocking her way prevented Phonics from aiming properly, and she shouted angrily, "Everyone, step aside. I want to kill him myself and use his head as a sacrifice for my brother's soul." Ignoring Phoenix's words, the crowd raised their swords and shouted loudly, "The first strike is mine. D by my sword. Get out of the way. The first strike belongs to me." She was angry because the soldiers didn't obey and shot an arrow into the head of a soldier who muttered, "Deserve to die." Just as expected. He smiled proudly. Don't underestimate the ambitions of these players. Then Jiang Han jumped up, stomping on each head as he moved forward. Jiang Han stomps on each person's head to jump up, and the system notifies you that you have used the diaper kick. Movement speed increased by 200% for 2 seconds, dealing 265 damage to the target, and applying suppression for 2 seconds. Seeing him jump nearby, one of them shouted. He went up to the second floor, chasing after him. As I caught up, I saw a group of people rushing out in panic, shouting, "Help!" Someone entered from the second floor. They just entered the room and Jiang Han broke the window to jump out. Everyone was furious. Where are the people? Where did they run off to? He quickly ran away, with the sound of frustrated searching behind him. This room is also empty. Let's check the third floor. The soldiers are frantically searching. There's no one in the room. They've checked everywhere. Over here, he jumped out the window and ran to another house. After searching for a long time without finding Tam Hoi, they stopped to discuss, and the brown-haired young man asked suspiciously, "So he escaped then?" The person next to him immediately objected. "No way. If he escaped, the system would punish him severely." Phonax punched the wall hard to hold the command. "Search for her. Check every room, even if it means tearing this place apart. Just look at her like that." Comments keep popping up on the livestream screen. Yi Jiang Han Shui is scared and running away. Ha ha ha. Let him pretend to leave. The boss isn't hurt. If you don't run, you'll just wait for death. They've really lost all face for the Eastern District. Ha ha ha. Idol. Keep going. I support you. Stay strong up there. Report your marked location. I'm coming to kill you now. 20 minutes later, shouts and questions echoed again on the street. Has this room been searched? Yes, it has. He's not here, the Demon King muttered as he looked around. Jianghan Shui, that damnable name, can disappear into thin air. Suddenly someone spoke up. The brave and daring person. The person who came is a man wearing a hat, with a round face and visible veins on his cheeks. A commoner, he nervously said. A fierce Eastern man ran into my room. It's terrifying. Can you help me chase him away? He asked eagerly. Really quickly. Lead the way. Bop replied. All right. All right. Follow me. The Demon King was led to a dead end by the old man, and he looked around suspiciously, asking, This place. No one responded. Only a sword pierced from behind through the chest. He exclaimed in shock. After this sword, the system notified you have been attacked by a civilian and lost 416 health points. The Demon King glanced behind him to the low sky. This assassin. This thief. The system reports that you have been killed. Gyang Han smiled faintly. They don't know that his concealment technique can change his name and appearance. Plus, he escaped the fight, and his health is fully restored. Now it's time for the assassination. You approach a target, using your appearance to easily take them down with a single sword strike. The system notifies you that you have been killed by a civilian. In this way, the guerrilla tactics are applied flexibly to eliminate each enemy one by one. The loudspeaker is warning everyone to pay attention. There is a civilian named Nat Gyang Han Tui Gia Gyang. Exa. Here, Jiang Hen, pretending to be an innocent civilian. When he saw the soldiers pointing their spears at him, what does Nat Gyang Han Tui have to do with the kind-hearted Bop? A soldier too big. Shut up. The one who was killed already told us. Come out now. Nat Gyang Han Tui. He tore off his shirt and sneered. It's fine. After all, when he attacked me during the boss fight, there were only a few kids like you. The sword streaked across a long path, and the system kept popping up. You have killed Nicholas. You have killed May. A surprised person wondered why he was covered in blood, and the message that appeared was cold. You have killed Yiren. Fan X rushed from somewhere shouting loudly. Nat Jiang Han Tui. With a whoosh, Jiang Han stared intently at the 3 arrows rushing toward him. He swung his sword, and the sound of metal clashing echoed loudly. Jiang Han coldly said, Anyone who blocks the way will be cut down. Now it's your turn. She was furious at being mocked and shot an arrow, then angrily said, To you. He tightly gripped his sword and charged forward quickly. Jiang Han used her skill, the heavy stomp kick, and forcefully kicked against Fan X. System reminder, you used the crushing kick, dealing 589 damage to the target and suppressing for 1 second. Then he wildly swung his sword, attacking furiously. Jiang Han looked down from above and said, After all, you are only a bow and arrow user, specialized in ranged combat, and you still want to win after being forced into close combat. She widened her eyes, showing fear on her face. Seeing him raise his sword to strike down, Fan X hurriedly shouted, Deolo, why don't you come out and help me instead of only wanting to see me die and be satisfied? As her words finished, a ball of ice shot from afar, startling Jiang Han. He quickly jumped up to avoid a deadly blow. Deolo slowly spoke, Dear Fan X, how could I stand by and watch you die? It's just that this kid is too reckless. I've been waiting in the shadows for him to unleash his final move. But you want me to help you, to prove that you are willing to give everything to me. Next to him is system information, Han Fong Chi No. Teo Lo. Dark Gold level. Level Hatvan. Health 6 million. Attack Neo. Wu Bai Dao Shi. Levers Lashlo. Lianbai. Defense Sync. Wu Bai Dao Lu. Ibai. Skills including Ice Spear Technique, Cold Ice Seal Fist, Self-Freezing, and Han Fong's Despair. Introducing him. He is originally a Golden King powerhouse. Teolo. A super strong, greedy, and lustful man. To make himself powerful enough to invade Fan X, he used every method to force his way through the obstacles and was promoted to Dark Gold. But the flames from the potion burned his face, and his strength gradually weakened. Fan X frowned and coldly ordered Teolo to kill him. He looked down from above and said, Obeying the order. My beautiful bride. I welcome your visit so I can claim Phonex. Moreover, with such a huge reward, give up the fight and I will let you die peacefully. Gyang-han looked at the information panel, sweating, and thought his attribute was too high. His maximum attack power was just over 4. Ling, but this Teolo only mentioned defense, and already had 6. Ling, he can't even break through the defenses. But from the introduction, his attributes probably aren't as strong as they seem outside. You like to provoke others. Teolo, even though you're an obscure gold level, I see you're really just a man without ambition. Teolo chuckled and replied, well, you could say I am your final words. Gyang-han smiled softly and said, as he swung his sword toward Phonex, understanding in his voice. Someone willing to pay such a high price must really value her. She must be very important to him. He quickly raised his hand to launch a deadly move. But the kid was quick. Gyang-han dodged and immediately attacked Phonex, feeling satisfied. He thought, as expected, the plan worked. She was hit. Blood immediately splattered everywhere. Teolo panicked. Phonex's whole body froze in ice, and she was shocked to realize this was the ice field technique. He smiled softly. Teolo, thank you for helping me, Phonex hurriedly exclaimed. Teolo, you bastard. Do you want to kill me? His eyes flashed as he whispered. Sorry, Phoenix, but his little tricks should come to an end now. Teolo unleashes the ice seal technique, sending countless shards of sharp ice flying out. Gyang-han's health decreased by 34,800. System notification. Teolo used the cold chi seal technique, causing enemies within 200 meters to take 200% damage for 20 seconds. He ignored the damage and kept charging at the opponent, when suddenly a black arrow shot past him. Boom. The arrow explodes. Black smoke billows everywhere. Phoenix's voice rings in your ears. And if you want to run, forget it. System notification. You have been attacked by Phoenix's mind spike, losing 257 health points. Movement speed reduced by 20%, lasting 5 seconds. The crowd nearby is whispering anxiously. Han is about to die. Luckily, we managed to escape so far. Hurry up and attack. What if we can get a kill in the chaos? Gyang-han paused, taking continuous damage like tiny bites hitting him. He barely smiled, surprised that some bystanders were benefiting. Just when he was about to level up, a large purple dragon appears when the skill is used, shaking the 8 directions, and the nearby people are immediately logged out. Gyang-han smiled as he looked at the blood column that had been sprayed, and the system announced that you have reached level 45. Phoenix's tone revealed surprise. What? Teolo also hesitated, uncertain, indeed still holding a skill. But even if someone reaches level 45 and is full health, can they really fight me? He clenched his fists tightly, a purple tear set appearing on them. Smirking provocatively, how can I know if I don't try? The tear set gradually spread across his entire body, even to his eyes. Phonex quickly shouted, Cold Wind Domain. System notification. Frost Shield Guardian. Phonex then activated the Cold Wind Domain skill, which can absorb 10% of damage as health. Gyang-han swung his sword at her chest, draining 126,800 health points. Phoenix looked in shock at her empty chest, thinking, what is this? A single strike could break through my frost and wind shield. Seeing the opponent rush forward again, she was stunned and wondered what exactly was happening. On this side, his whole body is filled with energy as the system notifies. You have used an A-rank artifact from the crystal stone, with body potential reaching the breaking point. All attributes increased by 1000% for 1 minute. Remaining time 56 seconds. Another sword swung toward her, reducing Phoenix's health by 403. Jobai Bashitsi. She felt death was near and desperately shouted, Teolo, save me. The man brandished his weapon at Gyang-han and shouted, damn you. Stay away from her. The ice arrow pierced his body but caused little damage. Sweating nervously, he thought to himself that his ice prison technique could only deal triple-digit damage to him. What exactly did he do? Gyang-han seized the opportunity and swung his sword again at Phoenix. Blood appeared all over her face as she cried and begged not to be killed. But Phoenix responded with a kick that felt like a thunderclap. He coldly said, I'll spare you so you can continue using your cruel skill like Chi Man Tien against me. Then the system announced, Congratulations on defeating the level 50 Golden King boss. Snowstorm Shield. Phonix received the reward, gaining 2. Lianbai. 000 experience points. And 2. Babai. 000 reputation points. Teo shouted in surprise. Phonix carefully pondered. Earlier, his attack couldn't break his defenses. Now, a few strikes could take down the Golden King boss. Gyang-Han sneered and said, "Now it's your turn, little mage." Then he widened his stance and charged toward him. Gyang-Han swung his sword fiercely at the guy, reducing his health by 364. Ibai Cishiyi. Another strike cut across his face, causing the mask to break in half and fall off. Behind the mask was a hideous fake face, and Tuolo shouted in horror. So long. An Kinbi commence. Oh. So behind the mask is this fabric snake. It seems the cost of the dark gold level is quite severe. Master Gyang-Han prepares to charge forward. The guy quickly shouts out, "Desperate cold wind. System damage report. Desperate cold wind. Teo Lo. Uses the Desperate Cold Wind skill. You have lost 576 health points. Attack speed reduced by 25%. Movement speed reduced by 20%. Lasting for 5 seconds. Teolo clenched his teeth and silently speculated that with only this amount of damage, it seems he must have used some powerful trick that prevents me from confronting him directly. Teolo once again shouted loudly, froze himself, and immediately his entire body was covered with a layer of ice boots. System reminder, Hanfong Teolo used the self-freezing skill, increasing defense by 100%, restoring 200,000 health points per second, lasting for 20 seconds and unable to move during this time, he said with a smug look while bleeding, suddenly unleashing such powerful damage. He must have used some kind of strong trick. But how long can someone sustain such great power? He confidently responds, reassuringly, "I can hold out until I kill him." System notification. 26 seconds remaining on the death crystal. Time is running out. Jiang Han keeps swinging his sword at the shrinking figure, who stands still inside the ice, watching his blood-stained body grow more exhausted. Gao Mei is trying to race against time. Time's up. And Tuo Lo is shattered beneath the snow-covered ground. His eyes widened as he stared in horror, thinking to himself, "This is not good, because his remaining time is longer than I thought." Feeling death approaching, the tiny golden figure turned and fled, while Jiang Han Dua released a cloud of black smoke and spoke softly. "If you want to escape, the system notifies you to use the Soul Spirit Mushroom to make the target immobilized for 2 seconds. He then swings his sword as only 1 second remains on the Death Electric Crystal. A powerful sword strike cuts down, causing the opponent to lose 435,621 health. The system announces congratulations on killing the level 60 boss Am Kim, Hanfam Chi No, Teo Lo, and receiving the rewards. Experience increased by 4. Wubai. 000. And reputation by 600. Then the notification screen lights up again. The system reminds you, congratulations on defeating the boss Am Kim, Hanfang Chino, and Tuo Lo. The first player in the game to defeat the boss Am Kim will receive extra rewards 8,000 points of reputation, 30 free attribute points, and a rare item, the Divine Mountain Protective Crystal. Jiang Han took a gentle breath and said, "It's over now." And at the same time, the system notification announced that the Death Crystal had finished its duration. Suddenly, applause erupted as the person in the red robe praised. "That was truly amazing." Han slowly turned his weapon in his hand and said softly, "Being able to change the situation solely through oneself is admirable and worthy of praise." The system reminder, please note that due to the death of Han Fengqi Nuo, Tuola, and the hidden boss scenario involving the Divine Knight Herbeck in the national story will be triggered. Giang Han recognized who the opponent was and was stunned, shouting, "It's him." The cloak fluttering in the snowstorm. Herbeck approached and said, "Yes, it's me. Last time, it was the traitor Talier who saved you. And today, you're the one suffering here." An Yen clenched his jaw, trying to keep his mind clear and remind himself that both Cantu and Daniel are NPCs, and he shouldn't blame himself for their deaths. Giang Han remembered what Daniel said then. "You tried your best. Don't be heartbroken. Visu once said that if you live long enough in the future, we will still have a chance to meet again. By then, you'll know who I am. Kid. And from now on, you'll be the shining light in this eternal world. You shouldn't lie down here, he muttered to himself. Just that. Realizing this, Gyung Han shouted loudly and asked what you did to Daniel after we left last time. Han coldly said, "This is how it is. Even though Daniel used forbidden magic, he will definitely have to die. But if the enemy lord dares to become our enemy, he will be punished. Even if his body dies, his soul will be tortured." Hearing that, his heart sank, his mind went blank, and his eyes widened with veins of blood showing. Feeling a surge of rage throughout his body, Jiang Han roared fiercely, "Do you also deserve to call yourselves a righteous army?" As the armor on his body suddenly shone brightly, the system alerts that your dark armor has been upgraded to dark gold level, and its attributes have increased significantly due to your rage and the blood of nearby strong warriors. He leaps onto the sword zone and shouts loudly, killing fiercely. Herbeck's eyes flash with light. Han sneers with a smirk and takes out a stone to challenge. A loud groan echoed, and the aftershock continued to spread out over the icy town. Han's wound healer in his hand. Han Jiang's health bar was reduced by 9. Senbai Lo Shiwu, Sibai Arshi, and his whole body was thrown back. Gyang Han fell to the ground, his sword slipping from his hand, and the system notified that thanks to the moon shard, you avoided a fatal wound this time. Herbeck licks his lips mockingly. "Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a defensive trick. Well, the judge hasn't even started, and it's already over. How boring." Han Dua brandished his spear, emitting a yellow light and shouting hotness. The system announced that the Holy Knight Herbeck used the skill, Hotness. This weapon not only deals damage, but also continuously inflicts 100% divine fire damage on the enemy. Andon pulls out a book and raises it. When Herbeck saw that thing, he broke out in a cold sweat and wondered anxiously. The demon god of transformation. How did he come to possess this item? Han nervously said, "Wait a moment. You don't know what danger the thing in your hands could bring." Gyang Han tore the book in half and shouted wildly, "So what if I die? I won't drag anyone else down. Revenge for Daniel." System notification. You have used the Demon God Summoning Book. Several Demon God level experts will personally come to fight. Herbeck muttered to himself. There are a few. Then, after a moment of silence, he burst out laughing mockingly. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it was. Herbeck sneered. As stupid. Do you really think the great demon god would pay attention to a resurrection request from such a minor tremor? He couldn't help but pretend to be kind and comforting. But resisting was useless. Just accept death quietly. As soon as he finished speaking, a crack appeared in the space, like the ground breaking apart. The scar grew larger, and even the surrounding space became distorted. A foot slowly stepped out from the scar, then a person with 2 hands tearing through the endless dark space appeared. Attention from the system, one of the 10 great demon gods of the Dark Battle Corps, described as evil, Lodi, has arrived at the Snowstorm Chasm. Citizens are not involved. Evacuate immediately or face the consequences. The townspeople also received the system's announcement and started to panic and discuss. Oh my God, what is that? Run away quickly. The icequake is about to end. Oh, God help me. What am I seeing? Jeffrey has fainted. My heart is pounding. I feel uneasy. The pressure is overwhelming. Even Herbert was sweating nervously, thinking, I don't know why. Just a glance at him was enough to feel the endless darkness. Lo Day calmly said in a cold, icy voice, with foolish divine power. Then he raised his 4-fingered hand and released streams of red energy mixed with lightning and divine light. He shouted in fear. Holy light protection. Immediately enveloping his entire body in blinding yellow light. System notification. Heroic Knight Herbert used divine light protection, avoiding 99% of damage for 5 seconds and teleporting to the nearest luminous fortress. Boom. The health bar is reduced from 9,956 to 4,231. 4 seconds remaining on the teleportation. Herbert couldn't believe his eyes and wondered how it was possible. He had used 99% damage avoidance, but was still just a little short of killing himself. With 3 seconds left to teleport, he shouted loudly. The blood oath. A stream of blood spurted back, and the system notified that Heroic Knight Herbert had cast a blood oath ban, instantly increasing his health by 1,000%. Because the blood oath is a forbidden spell of the brightness formation, Heroic Knight Herbert had to endure a 50% penalty. With only 2 seconds left to travel through time, his face bulging with veins. He shouted loudly, "Damn it. I'd rather pray to God that you die here. If I find out you're still alive, I will use all my resources to kill you." Gyang Han watched Herbert gradually disappear in defiance. "No need for others to kill me. I will find someone myself. Go back, wash up, and wait there." Then, the space became silent as he looked up at the hovering aircraft in the sky. Sweat dripped down his face as he worriedly thought to himself, "It's over. Now I'm alone facing him. I have to be careful or else I might be killed by him." He broke the silence and asked, "Little assassin swordsman like you, what brings you here to see me, Master Demon God?" It was Herbert from the Bright Battalion, but he was too cowardly to face your overwhelming strength and ran away. Hearing that, he raised his hand close to his voice and pretended to be indifferent. "But because of a tiny fish bothering the Lord. If that's the case, you and this entire place will all have to pay the price. You already know how terrifying his power is. So wait a moment. If you are already the great demon god, then you should be able to handle the current situation. You can't blame everything on me." Hearing that, the voice seemed to lose patience. "I came here because I sensed the enemy's power, but in the end, I found nothing." Gyang Han wondered to himself if the source of the enemy's power fluctuation was perhaps the moon fragment. At first, Daniel truly saw it as a tool for his mission and handed it over to me. If the enemy could make the demon god target it, then it could only be Daniel. You handed over the moon shard and asked if the power fluctuation came from this. And the enemy you mentioned, is it the spirit mage? Daniel, no, this is the object from before my master Daniel fell. Handed down to me. And I am his most outstanding student. He sensed it quickly and responded. So that's it. I really can feel his aura. Jiang Han thought to himself happily. As expected, mentioning Daniel had an effect. Maybe he can use Daniel to save himself. Suddenly, Lozere burst out laughing loudly. But Daniel indeed once knew me. And now we have become enemies. He opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp, excited fangs, saying that not being able to personally eliminate him was his greatest regret. But killing the disciple he was most proud of was not bad either. He hurriedly shouted, "No. Wait a moment." Tears of despair in his heart. Just how many enemies does Master Daniel really have outside? Lozere unleashed deadly red beams and added a blazing red sphere, declaring coldly to a dead person, "The words mean nothing, since you tore the scroll down there. Your death was already sealed." Lozere shouted as he launched the red sphere. "Go D." In Jiang Han's eyes, only the red light flickered brightly, and he silently thought to himself, "I'm doomed. He wants this entire city to die with him. There's no chance to escape anymore." Suddenly, a hand holding a sword was handed to Gyang Han and said, "Take this." Surprised, he startled and jumped back, shouting, "Huh, seeing Yitam?" Gyang Han asked suspiciously, "Sword goddess, you okay?" Before he could finish, the previous orb exploded, blasting Jiang Han away. He fell on his buttocks. So painful he let out a long, strained cry. Seeing the scene before him, Jiang Han couldn't believe it and whispered, "No way. Even a small shockwave has exploded." Looking around, "I don't see the forge anywhere." He looked up at the central hub and said, "Oh, that water stain seems to have disappeared. How is the sword god doing?" In response, only a terrifying silence filled the space as he anxiously looked around, unaware that she was right behind him. As soon as he turned around, he saw Not Tam holding his left arm tightly. Jiang Han anxiously asked, "Sword god, are you still okay?" In this situation, she can still hold up 2 fingers and smile, saying, "I'm fine. Now you owe me, or gratitude." Hearing that, he asked suspiciously, "Oh, why 2? Yitian explained that first, when the furnace wanted to kill someone, I stopped it. Isn't that a saving grace? Or is it that I originally belonged to the righteous army? It's a force opposing me. So I should have killed them from the start. Not killing them now, isn't that a kind of salvation?" Jiang Han nodded and said, "Oh, I see. Thank you." Then he gently grabbed her shoulders and asked with concern, "How is your wound? Do you need me to take you to get it treated?" She winks playfully and gestures with her index finger. "It's fine. Don't forget, I am the mighty sword god." Gyang Han pointed to the area where the fog had just appeared and asked, "I see that watermark is gone. Did you win?" She looked intently and paused before replying, "Yes, I guess so. He's also returned to the dark realm. Now my voice sounds a bit worried as I say. I've provoked him this time. Will he come looking for me in the future? She smiled reassuringly and said, don't worry about this for the demon god. Your existence is just tiny, like an ant. Think about it. You will always remember the sins that an ant has committed against you. Jiang Han, looking dejected, opened his mouth to thank her for the explanation but said something hurtful to others. And not Tam. Hearing that, covered her mouth shyly and apologized. She said goodbye and didn't forget to remind him if it had come to this. Then farewell. Don't forget those 2 favors. He nodded and replied, okay. We'll repay them someday. Not Tam shouted loudly. The sword floated back quickly from afar. She stomped her foot firmly on the ground to gain momentum and leapt up, then stood steadily on the sword as she disappeared. Gyang-han muttered as the shadow grew smaller, commenting that the swordsmanship was indeed very beautiful. Your whole body suddenly shines with a familiar golden light. System notification: congratulations on completing the SS level main quest to conquer the strategic land. You will receive a reward. 4 million experience points. And the right to enter the demon god's treasure. The system informs you that because the ice snow town has been destroyed, you cannot choose to rescue it. It will automatically be considered destroyed, granting you 1 million experience points and a rare treasure map. You have leveled up to 48. The system announces, please pay attention. The Dark Legion, led by the Dark General Not Gyang Han Tui, has gone on a frantic attack on the level 3 ice snow town in the Romantic District. He let out a breath and said, it's finally over. Time to head back. I'll check the rewards while I walk, step by step. The footsteps slowly imprint on the snow. The sound of monkeys continuously ringing out. System reminder. Please note, Makadong's army, led by the bloodthirsty the Lan, has captured the primary city of the eastern region of Chutuok. The system alerts that the evil army, led by the criminal judge Solomon, has captured the primary lightning city of the British Isles. Gyang Han worries and ponders, wondering why news of Tali's attack on the city hasn't appeared yet, as his siege difficulty is probably the greatest. Hoping he remains safe and sound, he opened his equipment bag and muttered to himself. But now there's nothing he can do. Better check the loot first. Thanks to the appearance of the blonde girl with the bow, Kok Tin muttered to himself. First checking phonics item. First is the gold level Yulan Bao, with an attack of 300 to 330. Effect: 20% attack boost. 35% attack speed increase. Special skill: Snowstorm Guardian. Level requirement 48. Introduction. The favorite weapon of the Snowstorm Protector. With incredible damage, it has great power and costs a lot of money to hire a designer for it. Besides its impressive strength, its appearance is also very delicate and beautiful. The second is the Snowstorm Cloak, with 10,000 health. Effective, with a 20% boost to wind defense and durability. Level requirement 45. Introduction. It symbolizes the outstanding leader of the Ice Town. Wearing it will make your aura much more powerful. The third is an A-grade arrow that fires a shot into the enemy's eye. And whether poisoned or not, it will impair the opponent's vision. Shoot at the enemy. Deal 150% damage. And reduce their health by 50%. With a 5-minute cooldown. Requires the archer profession. Gyang Han stroked his chin in satisfaction. All of it was good stuff. But he didn't expect that the equipment, armor, and other gear he didn't need could be sold for hundreds of thousands. He remembered in his mind that next was Lanta. Along with a skill book, the item includes a bracelet made from ice and snow crystals with excellent defense, offering 100 to 120 defense, 30% health boost, requires level 46, and is of gold grade. Next is the Ice Seal Armor Level A, which uses the power of ice to form a blue armor inside the body to resist enemy attacks. Effect: defense increases by 30% for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. No profession requirement. Jiang Han decides to learn the Ice Seal Armor first. System notification: you have learned the Level A Ice Seal Armor skill. Upon hearing the system notification, your Ice Seal Armor skill has been transformed from Level A to Level A. Dark Demonic Armor. Due to the Dark Swordmaster's malevolent power, he wondered suspiciously. The Dark Enchantment Armor. System notification: a Level A Dark Enchantment Armor that activates a hidden black flame within the body, covering the entire body to enhance defense and slightly increase resistance to attacks. Defense increased by 30% for 2 minutes with an additional effect. Agility boosted by 10%. Cooldown of 10 minutes. Giang Han excitedly said. Well done. The only secret profession is indeed extraordinary. And it can even further enhance already difficult skills. Thinking again about the masked man, I finally decided to see what Tiolo could unleash. A treasure of an ominous boss level. Definitely not inferior. First, the golden level frost armor boots. Defense 70-90. Health 5000. Effect plus 20% movement speed. Level requirement. It is introduced as being made by a master tailor, with shoes enchanted by a wind mage. Super thin, breathable, and very lightweight. Second is the Liat DM Potion Grade A. A medicine made from rare substances extracted from demon corpses and fused with various materials. After consumption, it can stimulate the potential of the human body, increasing effectiveness and adding 10% to the drug point. With side effects, there is over a 20% chance that mineral fire components will cause rejection, with a 10% rate. The third is the Cold Wind Spell Robe. Dark Gold Level. Defense 283-30. Health 20. Linlining. Effect. 20% defense. Additional effect. 20% resistance to ice element, with a special skill of self-freezing. Level requirement 55. Worn by mages and support mages. Introduction. This seemingly fragile outfit can withstand extremely cold air. Its material is very special, making it difficult for normal weapons to penetrate, and it will surely worry many mages. Finally, the Vyama Iron Helmet. Level Dark Gold, with 200 to 230 defense. Sure. 000 health. Grants plus 25% defense. Requires level 58. And features a design resembling a helmet made from Vyama's hard and hot surface stone fused with a large amount of quartz. Its appearance is very imposing. It is one of the best dark gold level outfits. The effectiveness of the gear is unknown. As Atuk Nui said, besides magic robes, I can't use anything else. Especially this Vyama iron helmet. Yet it is a piece of equipment. He skillfully operated the screen, muttering regretfully that this helmet was too high level. I need to exchange the equipment I can wear first. On the other side, the sword saint who rides through the snow and wind suddenly heard a voice asking, "Why would the sword saint of this era save a nameless dark swordsman?" She replied calmly, "It has nothing to do with him." Lotus sneered and said, "Yeah. Before each of your sword gods' lives, you all had to have a complicated relationship with those dark sword masters." "Fine. Go ahead." His master walks away. She calls after him, "I'll wait a moment. We haven't finished the fight yet." Lotus softly spoke, "With your strength not even enough to fight me when I was still human. It was only because the sword god once helped me that I spared you like this." He didn't bother to look back and warned, "Next time you dare to block my way, I will wipe out all your sword thieves." Yintan watched him turn and leave. She frowned and vowed silently, "How dare she look down on me? Wait for it. Next time we meet, I will personally kill her." Giang Han looked at his snow-white armor and smiled happily. Wearing this armor definitely makes me look much cooler. Looking at the system display showing all parts of the equipment, he happily added his dark armor. And as the level increased, his strength also grew to a new level. The dark armor, dark gold level can be increased. Defense 230, 250, 550. Health 20. Ling 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 Da Wusher. 000. Effect defense plus 30% to plus 50%. Additional effect health plus 20% to plus 30%. Special skill intimidation. In all directions. Required level 45. Exclusive class Dark Swordsman. Special effect cannot deal damage or be removed. At this moment, Jiang Han suddenly remembered. That's right. Earlier in the Dark City, defeating that old lady dropped some rewards. But back then I didn't check, because my level wasn't high enough. His finger points at the frost crystal as he mumbles. This frost crystal isn't bad. It can upgrade my resistance to old elements. The staff can only be sold. Just the frost crystal. Level B introduction. Precious crystals condensed on the peak of the seasonal mountain. Can be attached to weapons and rings to increase BAM elemental damage. Or to defensive tools. Elemental BAM defense increased by 10% after attaching the frost crystal to the wind spirit boots. Giang Han opened his palm. A golden light shining. And with a determined look, he said, "Let's see what reward we get this time for defeating the dark gold." The first Z-boss's reward will definitely be impressive. It is a 5-level orange-colored polyhedral gem with specific information. A divine charm crystal, introducing a rare gem that only those who become protectors of the gods can possess. It hides incredible power that even strong warriors rush to claim. As a result, after using it, you can choose to merge your 2 skills into one, making yourself stronger, excluding innate talent. Seeing that, he couldn't help but marvel. No wonder this is the first Z-boss hidden gold prize. This divine relic is truly effective. The 2 skills can be combined into one, making yourself even stronger. Maybe both S-rank skills can merge and become SS-rank. At this moment, the system announced that the Ghost Spirit Legion Ghost Spirit Swordsman, Ta Li and his team had launched an attack on the main city, Haitam City, in the Maidon region. This surprised the shopkeeper. Wow. There's news about Ta Li and he probably knows more. I'll go gather with him first. He said that, clenched his fist with a determined look, and finally checked out this powerful attribute. Then the system window opened with a notification. Dark Lord Yijianghan Shui, a level 48 boss with 655, 200 health, attack power of 4, Lin Siidasa, Senbai Bashasen, defense of 2, Senbai Senshiyi Da R, Ubai Bashasen, reputation of 69, Senbai, and luck of 1, has increasingly gained the attention of powerful forces as he becomes stronger. Under the cold weather, Jianghan couldn't help but cough a few times. Old Hu, Ta Li, seeing himself become stronger, will probably have to change his way of thinking. You went to the mysterious swamp, saw the person you've always wanted to meet, and happily reached out your hand. Master, I am back. He heard Jianghan's words and chuckled in praise. Jianghan Shui, you truly did not disappoint me. I never expected that the demon god, according to the original words, could secretly use that easy scroll to reach the icy snow. Jianghan nodded in agreement with a smile, thinking to himself, luckily, about the demon god coming to break the ice and snow. The game notification clearly states it can't be hidden, but no one would know if the sword god intervened to save. Lini stepped closer with a puzzled look and asked, the demon god didn't trouble you, right? He shrugged and shook his head. No. I have something to do, so I left first, shooting down the ice and snow after that, and then I was gone. Hearing him speak, he looked apologetic and sighed. I was afraid of that. I shouldn't have given you that dangerous thing. I should speak less. I don't want her to get into trouble because of helping me. With that in mind, I choose my words carefully. And the course of events has exceeded my expectations, so the master need not worry. Jianghan changed the subject and asked, Teacher, do you know about the divine relic crystal? Hearing his question, Li Er was a bit surprised and asked back, the divine relic crystal. After thinking for a while, he said that it is a very rare item. It seems that your gains this time are not bad. It can combine 2 skills into a stronger one and increase the chance of leveling up that skill. The lower the level, the greater the chance. If 2 S-level skills are merged, the improvement will be minimal. Zhanghan, Nga, Song Suatho Dai, Tiza Lavai, Tronglong Anbat Dao Tinto An Kihoch Hapnat Kakinang. Once I reach the treasure of the demon god, I will use the divine charm protective gem to fuse the skills. Seeing Jianghan lost in thought without speaking, Li Er approached, patted his shoulder and warned him. That's right. You should go rest first. The next siege war will be tough. After you rest, I will take you to the demon god's treasure. After hearing it, his face turned pale like a burnt pot, and he nodded mechanically. All right. Thank you, master. Jianghan thought with some worry. The things that needed to be said were left unsaid. Voida, exhausted from defeating Traolo, and now another Hobak has appeared. Fighting until now has almost worn him out. The next day, Zhang Han happily went over and saw Li Er already waiting there, and he asked when he could learn to ride a horse. Are you ready? Jiang Han nodded and replied. Then we set off. After that, the two of them also began their journey. After a while, suddenly behind him someone asked, Master, when can I learn how to ride a horse? Hearing Jiang Han's question, Li Er looked at him with a tense expression. Riding the horse. Almost there, he thought anxiously. Almost there. Could it be the second transmission? After a moment, the two of them arrived in front of a vast city and stopped as the system announced, "You have entered a dangerous territory, the Demon City." The Demon City. The City Lord is a super-level introduction, although it is difficult to find and trace the whereabouts of the 10 great demon gods. The Demon Lord City is where they gather and where the treasures of the divine demons are stored. If someone can seize this tower, they will surely become a legendary figure on the Heavenly Plane continent. At this moment, a group of people was rushing over like crazy, and Jiang Han turned around to look at the commotion. They ran past Jiang Han at full speed, shouting excitedly, "The treasure of the demon god. We're here." Qin Ningok turned to ask Li Ni, "Who are these people?" He asked. "They are just like us." Successfully defeating the boss of the Bright Fortress City allows only the city leader to win the attack and gain access to the demon god's treasure. He paused for a moment, then turned back to explain that the treasure has 5 levels, each designated for equipment. First, potions, skills, artifacts, and special tools. There will be no fighting or looting, so you can rest assured when choosing. But absolutely do not go to the 6th floor. The prison on the 6th floor holds many terrifying experts who can summon storms with a kiss. And with your current strength, if you go there, you will definitely die. Half an hour later, at the treasure door, they are slowly approaching to claim their spoils. Jiang Han glanced at the giant blue guy in front of him, wondering if this giant kid could get into the treasure vault. Li Er, as if with a mind-reading skill, turned to Tran An and reassured him, "As long as we pass through this door, this big-bodied kid will be shrunk back to normal size. Since there is limited time to choose, later we will split up to gather the items." And after hearing him, I felt a bit more at ease and nodded. Then, Jiang Han quickly stepped into the treasure room and, just as he peeked inside, he suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment at what lay ahead. Inside is an ancient fortress with a historic architecture. Suddenly, the system alerts you to pay attention. You have entered the demon god's treasure. You have 10 minutes to choose a treasure, but only one is available. If not, the treasure guardian will hunt you down. Jiang Han stepped inside, observing the scattered monsters around him and pondering. He had only 10 minutes to choose one item. His current equipment was not what he needed, so he shouldn't go to the gear area. Then he moved on to the 2nd floor of the medicine area, thinking that medicines are single-use items and probably not very valuable. He glanced at a medicine box containing a large bottle of pure spirit water, a fairy-level elixir, with mysterious qualities from the sacred fairy spring, a peerless medicine capable of saving lives and healing the injured. It is extremely precious and effective in an era when elves have vanished into hiding. Permanent life increase of 100,000 with additional effects. Restoring 5% of vitality every second for 15 seconds. Limited to once per use. Your permanent strength boost effect will decrease. The small vial is a powerful elixir, a top-tier, rare medicine among dwarves. Only core members of the tribe can use it. It provides a permanent basic attack bonus of 1,000, but can only be used once. The incredible effects of these medicines made even the shop marvel. Oh my god, rare medicinal pills can cause permanent damage. Even though the Great Strength Pill only works once, there is no level limit and can be used immediately, increasing your attack power unconditionally to surpass the current player's capabilities. He covered his mouth to steady his breath, reminding himself to stay calm. Stay calm. Before continuing to think things through, the initial stage of the combat stance is naturally valuable, but it's only the beginning. Simply put, it's quite precious, but not the most exceptional. Thinking that, Jiang Han immediately moved directly to the 3rd floor of the skill area. Walking and pondering, perhaps there are more powerful skills that can be combined with the divine charm protective crystal. As he arrived, a row of skill books appeared before Jiang Han. He looked at them thoughtfully, pondering, with a sharp pain in his chest. Then, it becomes a matter of exchanging attacks and defenses. Level A. Improving the ability to withstand and block 90% of physical damage, but reducing attack power by 50%, with a cooldown that can continue until the machine is turned off. Requirements for professions like technician and swordsman. Jiang Han observed for a while and thought these skills are not bad but not good enough. His eyes suddenly caught sight of something, his astonished eyes widening in shock. In front of Jiang Han is the skill scroll Long Fa Tram, Level S, which gathers ancient energy and unleashes powerful slashing attacks that break through everything. It deals 150% of your attack damage to the enemy and triggers a ripping effect attack. The next attack will deal 25% damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown, requiring a profession such as swordsman or blade master. Looking at this series of terrifying information, he widened his eyes in amazement, thinking this damage output was simply insanely powerful. Then Jiang Han took the long Pozan scroll to study, pondering silently for a while. With 4 minutes remaining, I might as well take another walk. If I can't find a better option, I'll choose this killing skill. Then, I move up to the 4th floor of the treasure area. Jiang Han continued observing the surrounding treasures. Evidence of transfer. The Crimson Flame Swordsman. Hidden professions. Evidence of transfer. The White Song Summoner. Hidden professions. Evidence of transfer. The Soul Collector. Hidden professions. And after a while, he also guessed this place. It seems that this floor contains mysterious professions and scrolls, but these professions are not as good as my Shadow Sword Singer. He glanced at the giant blue name next to him, holding 2 scrolls and rubbing his head in confusion, and said, "Fine. Which one should I choose after all?" Staring closely at the object in the opponent's hand, Jiang Han widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock. There's a scroll in his hand. Fai Qi holds an item in her hand, and the system announces that the different costume tube of S level contains a hidden special power capable of creating a perfect artifact. The success rate is 100% for recreating items from level S and below, and 50% for recreating level SS items. Seeing that, Jiang Han smiled and thought, this is the other costume tube. This is what I really want. Now that I have this, can't I get another divine relic crystal? Stay calm. I should advise him to choose the secret profession on the left-hand side. He started manipulating Pichi's mind, questioning Huanyan. What are you thinking, people like us? To put it bluntly, are like tiny ants in the hands of true powerhouses. Just by reaching out, you can crush it. I don't want to use the secret technique to increase my strength. It's because of this magic treasure vault that I went there. When he heard Jiang Han say this, he hesitated a bit. About this, after thinking for a while, Pai Chi nodded and said, "You're right. But if this tube is used well, it can be just as good as the mysterious secret technique." He replied, "You're not wrong. For the strong, this scroll tube is a good item. But for us, we might die before even using it." Fai Qi fell silent, glancing with bright eyes at the mysterious aura and the divine blood warrior in his hand. He pondered for a moment, then sighed. "You're right. Right now, my fate is just that of an ordinary soldier. There's no need to craft rare equipment. The mysterious fate is the best choice for me now." Then Fai Kai put the engraved disguise tube back in its original place. Jiang Han watched his back as he left, thinking that although he had his own motives, what he said was true. Boss Golden Crown currently finds it difficult to obtain rare items. He moved forward, holding the carved costume tube with satisfaction. With this tube, I can obtain 2 divine attraction crystals, increasing my chances of getting SS level skills. And if luck is on my side, I might even get 2 SS level skills. Jiang Han, after getting what he wanted, quickly left. Now it's time to put this skill book back. At this moment, the system notifies you to stay in the Demon God's treasure for 10 seconds. As he was looking at the people ahead, a hand patted Jiang Han on the shoulder from behind. The person coming is Pichi, who stepped forward and said, "Brother D, thank you for your suggestion earlier. I didn't mean any harm. It was just what I wanted." Jiang Han forced a smile and said, "No need to be polite," Fei Qi said friendlily. "Let's be friends. I'm Fei Qi." Jiang Han also didn't mind making new friends, so he shook hands. 1. Jiang Han's hand. He clapped his hand on his back with a bitter smile and said, "If you face difficulties in the future, you can come to Thien Hai Chan to find me. I will protect you." System notification. Berserker Phi Kai. Level 55. Golden King Boss. 4 million health. Attack. 3650. 3800. Defense 2200-2350. Skills include Innate Divine Power, Furious Combo, Blood Vitality. Introduction. He became a traitor out of hatred for the divine spear and shield, successfully attacking the 3rd level of the Heavenly Sea Fortress and earning the right to enter the Demon God's treasure. Jiang Han smiled and replied, "Thank you," feeling a bit surprised inside that he was a Golden King boss compared to Fo Niche and Lan Ta. There's not much difference. No wonder he could attack the city gate. Unfortunately, luck was not on your side, and you came out of the treasure room. As soon as you stepped out, Li Er approached and asked how your harvest was. Giang Han smiled proudly and replied, "Not bad." He raised an eyebrow and said, "That's good. Let's go back. The rain and our current strength are not enough. Staying here is too dangerous." 1 hour later, at the mysterious swamp, Li Er stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Seriously, I have a mission for you. It might be a bit difficult. Are you interested?" Giang Han is most excited about challenges and readily agrees. He then says, "All right. Mentioning horseback riding again makes me very interested. Speaking of which, Master Vi has become the lord of Haishin City, and indeed a suitable rider to lead is still needed." He excitedly asked, "Lord City Lord, does your disciple have anything to do to serve you?" Giang Han thought to himself. Now he understood the content of the version. The war between light and darkness. In the area of the Shadow Army, besides the Dark Fortress and the Demon Fortress, there are no other fortresses. The attack on the cities and the entire Tianhang continent directly seized most of the grasslands belonging to the Brightness Army. Li Er said casually, "Don't call me Lord City Lord anymore. I'm a bit uncomfortable." Hearing that, he immediately changed his tone and asked, "Master, so the mission you mentioned is..." He replied that there is a secret realm near the Chuktu DM forest close to Vanthu City, where a very rare beast is said to reside. And those who find it will then tell me its exact location. Then the system announced that you received the quest to find the secret realm. Difficulty level. Seeing this, Jiang Han didn't refuse and immediately agreed. Yes. The system announced that the secret realm is called a secret realm because it cannot be easily found by just anyone. The mission is to find the secret realm and its reward, which is a dangerous skill book. His master agreed. Li Nihai disappeared before Giang Han's eyes. Well then, go. Then he quickly headed towards Beast Tamer City, holding the artifact. And before arriving, he first reconstructed a divine charm protective gem. The scroll tube just opened. The system prompts you to use it. Within 10 seconds. Take out the item you want to restore, or it will be considered a forfeit. Giang Han took out the golden divine charm gemstone from his storage pouch. His eyes sparkled like fireworks. And the system announced that the reconstruction was successful, granting him 1 divine charm gemstone. He happily smiled to himself, holding the 2 divine relic crystals. Should I go all out? System notification. Do you want to use the divine relic crystal item? Giang Han hesitated, then muttered, "Oh, what is there to fear? If I want to go all out, I definitely have to go all the way." Without hesitation, he crushed a divine charm gemstone in his hand, and the system prompted, "Please choose the skill you want to merge." Giang Han loudly said, "War and the evil deadlift." Thinking to himself, if I say I want to choose, then basically right now I only have these 2 S-level skills I can acquire. The system prompts you to consider merging the S-rank war and the evil deadlift. Please pay attention after merging. The chance of obtaining an S-rank skill is very low. And the higher the chance, the more likely it is to gain additional S-rank skills. I was a bit doubtful, with such a low chance. If I failed, the 2 S-level skills would merge into 1. But it still worked out. The 2 cards, the Evil Kick and War, immediately appeared before Jiang Han. He looked at the 2 glowing cards, silently hoping for luck. Please let it be S's. The system announced, "Congratulations on successfully merging the S-level skills. War and Malicious Kick, getting the S's level War Crash skill. Luck value increased by 1. Jiang Han roared inside. It's really S's level. I succeeded. He laughs loudly. Ha 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 ha. System. I love you. System notification. War Stomp, SS level effect. Focus power on legs and launch a stomp towards the enemy. Within 3 seconds of execution, movement speed increases by 300%. Attack speed by 200%. And jump height rises significantly. With this attack dealing 200% damage, it will definitely cause a critical hit and create a powerful suppression effect, adding a strong focused wave of air and impact, dealing 120% damage to all enemies within 100 by 100 range, and reducing the attack power of all team members, including yourself. It varies depending on both sides. Lasting 1 minute with a 1-minute cooldown. Cold fragrance and powder. Is this an SS level skill? Damn. It's too powerful. And compared to the original heavy kick, both movement and attack speeds have increased significantly. Add 1 more second to the duration and remove the bonus weapon effect, doubling the damage and making critical hits 100%. After having fun, I immediately set off. That was awesome. Let's go quickly. Maybe crossing the mountain in front is the way. Half an hour later, as soon as I stepped into the area, the system announced that you have entered the Beast Cloud City, a level 2 city. Introduction. A city renowned as one of the best places for pets and mounts on the Heavenly Horizon continent. This is a place frequently visited by summoners and knights, loved by residents and explorers alike. Giang Han ran straight into the forest, and the system notified him that he had entered the 2DM forest map. He chuckled and said, "Looks like this map isn't something main players can explore." Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Jiang Han. "You're also too careless." He glanced back, but saw no one there. "Is there someone else?" Then 2 snakes appeared behind the tree, affectionately entwined. One snake pressed against the other as it spoke inside the tree. "The scenery is so beautiful. I still need to do some things I like." They are snake soldiers. And the system appears, introducing them as descendants of the snake god and humans. But because of giving birth too often, their bloodline has become diluted and they have become extremely weak. Usually they dislike working or enjoy doing shameful things. Giang Han immediately stepped forward and shouted loudly, echoing through the daylight, "You really don't know shame." Seeing the good deed ruined, he angrily cursed. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Jiang Han, ready to charge forward and attack, laughs and watches the battle. He uses the newly combined skill, jumps down from above, and executes a war kick. Giang Han's war stomp reduces its health by 791 points. The system announces that you used the war stomp skill, dealing 791 damage to the opponent. Suppress for 2 seconds and increase attack power by 20%. All enemies within a 100 by 100 area will have their attack reduced by 18%, resulting in 120% damage. Seeing that he had taken it down, he smirked. The 2 S-rank skills combined are indeed too powerful. Jiang Han didn't bother with the remaining one and turned to leave, heading forward to check on the situation. After walking a short distance, a group of giant snakes blocked the way. Jiang Han quickly slammed on the brakes and stopped. The snake raised its head and stared at him intently. System notification: poisonous death snake. Level utvenet. Health 200. Ling. Attack: tre. Liubai wushidasen. Babai. Defensun. Babai bashu do r. Ling. Skills: venomous, deadly, and toxic snake still active. They are one of the most dangerous creatures in the deadly forest, with a vast number, and their claws and fangs contain lethal venom that ordinary people dare not approach. He is not afraid, on the contrary. He is very happy and wondering to himself, "There are a lot of them." Oh. System notification: your title has been changed from Darkness Holder to the King's sarcastic greeting will reduce your opponent's attack power by up to 10% or increase it, and it will also raise your hatred points towards him. Giang Han quickly turned and ran away, shouting back to provoke them to chase. "Come on, you stupid snakes." One after another, they got angry and chased after him, making noise. Sister. After running for a while, he saw 2 snakes entwined with each other. Jiang Han turned around and sneered. "How dare you do that in broad daylight? It's disgusting. I even turned on the lights." The angry snake let out a cry and shouted. 10 minutes later, only to see their huge crowd chasing after them one after another, he summoned his strength to run faster, glancing back and thinking, there must be a few hundred death venomous snakes behind him. And now is the moment. System notification: you have used the HVM Kikai skill, increasing defense by 30% and stamina by 10%, lasting for 2 minutes. Giang Han simply leapt up, then spun around and kicked. He used his war stomp technique, catching them off guard as they took the hit. Giang Han felt it wasn't enough, so he threw a few more kicks. The system announces that you used the war kick skill, dealing 791 damage to the death poisonous snake and suppressing it for 2 seconds. My attack power increases by 20%. Enemies within a 100 by 100 range have their attack reduced by 18%, resulting in 120% damage. His eyes gleam as he whispers. Still not enough. Jiang Han poured all his strength into this final strike, shocking all directions. The system kept notifying that you killed the poisonous death snake and gained 22,000 experience points. After slaughtering them, he felt a great sense of satisfaction and confidently said, "These two team skills are really awesome." A familiar golden light shone all over his body. The system announces that you have reached level 49 and then level 50. Seeing the system notification that you have reached level 50, go to the master to receive the promotion quest. Seeing this, Jiang Han smiled proudly. As expected from the data, once the level reaches 50, there will be a second transformation. He thought to himself, I remember there was a prediction on the forum similar to the first class change. Players in the top 10 will receive a huge reward. But first, they still need to find the secret realm that Li mentioned earlier. Jiang Han immediately opened the communication system with Long Dang Van Li to ask, Ujenda, what is the highest level among players right now? He then asked again, has the eastern region all surrendered yet? He shook his head and replied, it's over. Van Li continued, let me ask Huyen to help find out. Jiang Han nodded with a smile. All right, I'll throw it to Hyen. He also laughed and said, I dare not. I dare not. You're the real boss. Any equipment you have, prioritize for our Long Clan guild members. Price doesn't matter. He remembers something, opens the item list, and says, there are also a few pieces of equipment in my bag to send to Huyen for her to see. Seeing Jiang Han's equipment, Wan Li's face darkened and he cursed. Damn it. This kid's gear is even better than mine by a few levels. Even if I sold these items, I wouldn't get that price. The troublemaker saw him silent and looking shaken. So he asked, Big brother, what's going on? Van Li shook his head and said it's nothing. Just had a quick chat with the boss. He twitched the corner of his mouth and asked boss. Huyen said it was the strongest Jiang Han water, and he was met with a simple yes in response. Since Jiang Han hasn't responded on this side, should I send it now or just put it somewhere for the price? He quickly said, buy it. The best price for equipment now is 2,000 gold coins. Your gear is very high level and has good attributes, so I suggest 2,500 gold coins. What do you think? He nodded in agreement. All right, but about that magic robe. Wan Li also took notice and negotiated. If it's that cold wind magic robe, a very top quality item with a skill, but no market price, I offer Quindacy 000 gold coins to buy it. What do you think? Jiang Han quickly seized the opportunity to raise the price to 18,000 gold coins. And hearing that price, he exclaimed, that's too expensive, brother. My house isn't a bank either. He started to sweet talk. If 18,000 gold coins can buy it, I can sell you a top quality archer's arrow. Would you make a profit at 20? Lin, after some thought, Van Li agreed, considering you as ruthless, and made the deal. In his mind, the price of the equipment wasn't the most important thing, but maintaining contact with him to get the first news and help the guild stay in the lead. He said, just like before, transfer the money directly to my account. I've sent you the location. Then Jiang Han checked the information to see the current exchange rate of gold coins. The system now shows that 1 gold coin is worth 154 real coins. I estimate the price has dropped a bit, which makes sense since players with that much gold usually end up losing it all. After all, the bad luck. The system notifies that your bank account has received 6. Babai Wusher. Lin Ling. Seeing that, Jiang Han felt happy inside. This was the first time he had so much money, and it could help his parents improve their lives. If I had sold my life at the beginning, I might have gotten my first amount of money, but I would have lost future income. Continuing to play means what I gain won't be limited to just these things. Jiang Han clenched his fists. Of course, making money isn't his main goal. Experiencing the storylines in the game and the battles between players and bosses are what truly matter in this game. The person on the other end of the line told me that a friend abroad said the highest level player right now is a mage in the Meithwai region. Level Nejven Nage. Jiang Han nodded and replied, all right. Thank you. He thought to himself, level Nejven Nage. That's pretty strong, only 6 levels below me, but his training effectiveness is definitely not as high as mine. Then he turned to look into the forest. I must deal with this poisonous demon group first. Then I will go complete Lini's mission. 1 hour later, Jiang Han used the 8 Directions Shockwave skill to help many of them level up. The system announced that your level has reached 53, and a golden light radiates from your body as you level up. I hesitated and spoke. The density of monsters here and my skills make the leveling process really effective. Suddenly, the system announced that you had dealt the final blow to the Death Flame Poison Dragon, making the Death Flame Poison Dragon furious. And hearing that, the crowd was stunned, eyes wide with shock and crying out in their hearts. "Oh my God, the boss is coming soon." The Poison King immediately roared in anger. "Who was the one slaughtering my people?" The system reports that the Poisonous Death Poison Lord, a level 68 boss with 7 Wu Bai, 000 health, attack power of 11, Wu Bai Dao Shirar, Ling Ling Ling, and defense of 5, Ling 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 Dao Wu, Senbai Wushir, possesses skills including Fierce Assault, Deadly Poison, Poison Explosion, Divine Power, and introduces itself. The descendants with pure bloodlines of the distant god come here to reproduce and have the next generation with bloodlines closest to the distant god. Hoping to receive his blessing, Gyung Hang frowned and thought anxiously. The level of dark gold is close to the big Tilo. And moreover, the death crystal has already been used up. My attack can't break through at all. Plus the level suppression. I simply can't kill it. It angrily thrust its spear at King Bai. The primate creature, Ngu Xuan. I want to sacrifice humans to our ancestors. The great god Zathan, who abandoned me. Gyang Hang stood there waving and smiling, saying sorry. I still have some things to do. The great god will meet us at home later. The Snake King didn't listen to him and struck down with his spear. But the person had already disappeared, leaving only 2 words. Goodbye. Echoing softly in his ear. Jiang Hang outside takes off his helmet and breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily this player is still in a non-combat state before the opponent could hurt him. I can still retreat and save myself. Plus, I've already achieved my first kill on the hidden boss. So I don't need to rush to finish it now. I'll wait until it leaves before re-entering the game. He glanced and thought, might as well go out to eat something, and also work out the body at the same time. Jianghong immediately went outside, running while calling to ask about his parents' health. Mom, Dad, are you both still well? I just transferred some money to you. Have you received it? Got it. Little Hang, where did you get so much money from? Mom is doing fine. Your dad was sunstruck at work 2 days ago, he said. Aren't you working now? He's still okay. Recently, I received a little bonus from the project. Should the 2 of you start thinking about taking a break? You've been working so hard. Mother Jiang Hang smiled. If we rest now, how will we live? The weather has been hot lately. I got sunstroke outside, and I took a break to visit home. Jiang Hong nodded and said, yes, I understand. Mom, I'll turn off now, and we can talk again another day. After running for a while, sweaty and out of breath, he said, let's go home and do the mission. Then Jiang Hong logged into the game again and went to the place where he met Savuong. He looked around and couldn't see it, muttering to himself, it seems the king has already left. But since the secret realm is related to the mission, where should I look now? Gyang Hong's eyes fell on the nearby tree, and he said, oh, this tree looks very suspicious. Usually, the secret realm is set up on a large tree or on an object big enough for a person to pass through, leading to the destination. Looking at the trunk, he thought to himself, Doppelganger Eye. System notification. Camphor tree. Introduction. I don't understand why you want to study a normal camphor tree. Gyang Hong remained silent, staring intently at the camphor tree. After a while, he muttered irritably. Wondering what was going on, Gyang glances and sees a snake nearby, and he lets out a cry. It realizes it's afraid and turns to run. Thinking it's him, he's the one who went crazy here, slaughtering the snake. People hurry and report to Lord Sai, he shouts. Stop. Gyang draws his sword threateningly. Do you see the long sword in my hand? Even if you run 40 meters, I can still kill you. Just cooperate and answer my questions, and I might spare your life. It was so scared that it knelt down and begged. Your Excellency, please feel free to give orders. Taking the opportunity, he asked if there is a secret realm here with many experts passing through to find a place with exotic beasts. Does anyone know? It was afraid that Jiang Hong would kill it, so it pointed to the side and said yes. There are 3 giant trees 500 meters ahead, and the one in the middle is the entrance to the secret realm. He nodded in satisfaction and ordered. Very well. From now on, count from 1 to 10. Ling Ling Ling. and during that time you are not allowed to look back. Understood. It struggled and stammered yes. Yes. Then began counting aloud. E. R. Sen. S. Wu. Jiang Hong saw it obey and turned to run away, muttering to himself as he went, "If I kill him now, I'm afraid it will alarm the king's family, to prevent him from going to report the news. I can only pretend like this." You approach the spot it indicated and immediately stop to search. The 3 giant trees are the place. Suddenly, the system announces, "Congratulations on successfully finding the entrance to the secret realm." Then the system notifies you again that your secret realm search mission is complete, and you should go to the master to receive your reward. Jiang Hong stepped forward, placed his hand on the ancient tree and whispered, only to find it truly inside a tree. A light emitted from where he touched, and the system announced that your current strength is not enough to enter the secret realm. He thought to himself, all right, since the mission is already completed, if I can't enter, then so be it. Then he turned and left, thinking to himself that if he hadn't asked a Snake Man mercenary along the way, he wouldn't know how much time it would have taken to find this tree. As expected, doing tasks in this game can provide a lot of information. 2 hours later, in the gloomy swamp, he met Lin Gi again, who said, I didn't expect that within a day someone could find the entrance to the secret realm. Giang hàng ngày, Giang khối đắc inyong dòng đều lai, khiêm tốn. Đều đua vào tuk luk. Linh y cung bin quoi đap. Duok roi. Ko the NHINRA. He tong tong bao. Ban gia hoàn thành nhiệm vụ tìm kiếm beacon. Difficulty level A. Gained 2. Wu Bai. 000 experience points. A rare skill book. Seeing the skill book, I couldn't believe it and exclaimed, no way a search mission would really give me a rare skill book. A passive skill. Level S. It is said that skilled horse riders can maximize the advantages of their mounts, making them perform better and more efficiently than before. The riding skill becomes more powerful when riding, increasing the durability of the mount by 20%, and boosting movement speed by 20%. Requires profession. Level Utven. No profession requirement. I am extremely excited and exclaim that it's finally the riding skill I wanted. It means that as long as I find a suitable mount, I can ride horses across the continent forever. Lingy remembers you asking, so how is it? Are you satisfied? Jiang Han excitedly exclaimed, very satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Thank you, Master. He shook his head calmly and said, no need to be polite. Ling Yi returned to the main topic and announced that today, Master V officially joined the Dark Shadow Battalion and also became the Lord of High Tam City. As the city lord, I must bear the heavy responsibility of defending the city and cannot stay outside for too long. He asked with confusion, what do you mean by that? He took out 2 objects from his pocket and said, take these 2 books, and wait until you find another ghostly swordsman inside you before it activates again. You can open this book to call me. Learn new skills from me. System notifications. Spiritual sensing. Level A. Special seals embedded in the body. After releasing it, it will cause the person to trigger the forbidden seal's mental and emotional response. Once used, the level 193 ghostly swordsman boss, Ta Li Ni, will quickly come to meet you. Giang Hang carefully examined the 2 books, and Li Ni added that if you face a serious threat or an opponent you cannot handle, you can call me for help. It's just that if I start from High Tam City, even if I use all my strength to rush there, it might still take some time. Hearing this, he was overjoyed beyond words. Yes. Thank you, Master. He clasped his hands behind his back and replied that these 2 books are a compensation for the next level up that doesn't rely on taking missions from me. Not a gift or exchange for favors. Giang Hung nodded and said, I understand. Li Ni's eyes flickered with a light. So I ask you, he slowly approached him and asked seriously, the number 1 Dark Sword Master, Jiang Hongxie, do you regret joining the Dark Army? He immediately replied without hesitation, Unrepentant. And Giang Hong also knew in his heart that this was probably the answer to the second transformation. Li Ni patted Jiang Hong on the shoulder and asked, do you dare to face the Bright Army with this sword? And An shouted loudly, 8. He is satisfied. Very well. I, the Vong Lin swordsman, Ta Li Ni, officially acknowledge that the most daring person, Jiang Hongxue, has the qualifications and strength to advance in his profession and become a dark swordsman. Jiang Hang Tumahoy. Isn't it said that I need to complete a mission to level up my profession? He shook his head. Didn't I already say it before? Look for the secret realm. Suddenly, a black light enveloped his entire body and face, and Jiang Hang's body seemed to mutate, with purple lightning streaks running across him. Suddenly, he felt something inside him, a part of a terrifying power surging through his body. System notification: congratulations on leveling up your profession. Transforming into a mature, spirit-level entity, a dark purple aura radiates around Jiang Hang, his eyes blazing, with the system announcing the Dark Swordsman, the most powerful mysterious creature among the spirit rings. Throughout history, there have been countless records of dark swordmasters harming the world, with their evil power and the furthest secrets hidden within their bodies. They are indifferent, fierce, domineering, addicted to darkness, and possess unparalleled potential. Jiang Hang saw the number of stars representing life, attack, defense, and speed. Unbelievable. What? Mature spirit level. All doubled. System notification: congratulations on being the first player to level up your profession. You receive a reward, 20 free attribute points. Woo. 000 reputation points. And an item, enhancement pearl. Level A. Jiang Hang looked at the sources of power emanating throughout his body and couldn't help but feel pleased. Indeed, the first to level up gets a great reward. Li standing beside suddenly reminded him that now, having entered the new stage, he could learn new skills. He pondered for a moment before nodding and replying. All right. Jiang Hang began to consider. It seems that now he can only learn 2 skills. The first being the passive dark spirit. Level B. Introduces a wind spirit creature born with a terrifying aura, increasing attack power by 20% for the required level. Usher. With the wind spirit profession. Level A. Introduction. Most creatures have bones, and by forcing them to break their bones, their actions and attacks will be greatly affected. Deals 150% damage to a single enemy, with a chance to activate a continuous bone-breaking effect for 30 seconds. Bone breaking. The damage points will vary depending on the location of the broken bone. Cooldown time of 1 minute. Level requirement: 50. A rank. And 60 gold coins. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Han felt a bit regretful. Indeed, the price was a bit high, but they were all powerful skills. Could the specialized skills of the Dark Swordman be inferior? While lost in thought, the system displayed a notification: you have learned the Dark Spirit and the Core Strike. His expression suddenly became much more serious, and he said, essentially, that the person is actually the leader of the Ice Crystal clan. Li Ni clasped his hands behind his back and approached Jiang Han, hearing that the demon god was worried about overstepping and destroying the entire Chan. He nodded in agreement. That's right. His eyes turned cold, and his voice became more determined, because the master still advised him to find a suitable talisman to serve as a daily resting place. Gathering a force can help you avoid many unnecessary troubles. Hearing Li Ni's advice, he pursed his lips and quickly reassured him, telling him to stay calm and let the young one know what to do. He was pleased to hear Jiang Han's determination, turned around and left, leaving a parting word for him, and those who understood would know it was good. If you've already learned this skill, you should also go to guard Hai Tam City. Jiang Han waved his hand and said loudly, Understood. Master. Take your time. His face gradually returned to normal, but his eyes still followed Li Er's figure. He muttered to himself, It seems that from now on, there's no need to come to this swamp anymore. Let's see the reward for the second transmigrant first. Jiang Han looked at the yellow gem in his hand and said, Enhance the bull. Level A. Introduction. The gem can make equipment stronger, very rare, effective, allows you to choose the enhancement level of an item. Note that the success rate depends on the level. Please use with caution, limited to equipment at level Earth or below. He thought in amazement. The highest level gear that can be enhanced is level Earth. Now might be the best time to use it. As I was inspecting, suddenly the system prompted, Do you want to use the enhancement buff? Jiang Han clenched the enhancement stone in his hand and said, Oh, the system prompt, you need to choose an equipment to enhance. Jiang Han immediately selected the bloodthirsty sword. The system notification says you have upgraded the weapon, the bloodthirsty sword, with increased attributes, and he looks at the sword in his hand. The system reveals the details of the sword, the bloodthirsty sword. Level Spirit. Attack 650, 2. 750, now increased to 1100 to 1300. Effect. Critical hit rate boosted from 40% to 50%. Effect. Attack speed increased from 50% to 60%. Effect. Lifesteal added at 15%. Special skill. High-level blood drinking. Required level. The Sword of the Dark Swordsman, lack not, unfortunately has become worn out after years of use, and its power is now only a fraction of what it once was. However, it remains a rare weapon, and given the power and stats of the bloodthirsty sword, he sighed in satisfaction. So cool. The basic attack limit has nearly doubled from the original to 1,300, and various other percentage-based stats have also improved to some extent. Additionally, the accompanying skills are also improved. The system notifies that high-level blood-drinking passive skills at level A make the bloodthirsty sword stronger every time you kill someone. The attack will be stacked up to 30 layers at 1% each, lasting until the end of the battle. Zhang Han, wielding the bloodthirsty sword, announced that the accumulated high-level blood-drinking stacks increased by 10 layers, adding 10% to melee attack damage. The sword slung over his shoulder. He pointed at the system panel and muttered, "First, the second transmission. Now the weapon has been upgraded. My attributes must be very terrifying now." The system displays information the Darkness Holder. Jiang Han Tui, a level 53 gold level boss with 817. 600 health. Ci. Ibalin Niudaoci. Hu Hundrani Tionio attack. R. Jobai Sisherdao Sen. Ta. Sen Noranta dos defense. Tisha 300 agility. Tsui luck. And is known by explorers as the Son of Eternity. He possesses abilities beyond the reach of ordinary people. And with his talent and potential, no one knows how far he can go. Giang Han opened his eyes wide in disbelief and exclaimed that there were a total of 7,000 more attacks, more than twice as powerful as the level gold boss. Doubling the growth of the second realm, spirit level has brought such a significant improvement. It seems that leveling up to an ominous gold boss is approaching fast. After settling everything, Jiang Han confidently thought it's time to move. Let's go back to the deep forest of death to find the Sa King. In the depths of the Deathflame Forest, he planted the Bloodthirster under the ground and stood in front of the Deathflame King. Provoking it, Giang Han looked very provocative as he shouted loudly, while that tiny, disgusting creature was busy with 100 tasks. Coming here just to get your head. System notification 2DM Tusi Wang has received your insult. Attack power decreased by 10%. Hearing these insults, it turned around, spear in hand, and charged angrily at the target, causing chaos as people ran in panic. Daring to come here and face death system notification. Your title has been changed from the Jester King to the Darkness Uncriticized, increasing your life by 40%. As soon as its diplomacy was touched, Jiang Han teleported away, the spear tip piercing the ground and causing debris to fly everywhere. Suddenly, he appeared above it, kicked its forehead with one foot, and used the combat stance. The system prompted that you used a skill. The War Stomp deals 700 damage to 2 DM Savwang, suppresses it for 0.75 seconds, and increases your attack power by 20%, and all enemy units within a 100 by 100 area are suppressed. Attack power is reduced by 22% and deals 120% damage. Giang Han charged down, wielding his blood sword to strike twice at its stomach, using his skill, and crazily slaughtered. Sav Wang stared in disbelief and shouted, "What's happening? Last time you couldn't even break through my defenses. Now you're causing me this much damage." He paused his attack, took the opportunity to activate the soul chain, and used the bone-cutting skill to pierce through Sav Wang's body, while simultaneously unleashing the ultimate bone-breaking strike. After using the skill, the system notifies you that you have dealt 534 damage points to the Deathflame Sa King. Due to the effects of the decisive cut, the deadly poison of Sav Wang will be reduced by 30% in speed. Giang Han drew his sword and stepped back, angrily thrusting his spear at him with a cold snort, as if his strength had improved. But to me, it was just a monkey's joke. Then, Sav Wang released a cloud of green toxic smoke, deadly poison, and the system announced that 2 DM Doc Sav Wang had been used. Poisonous venom of death, within the range of the toxic bones, Health decreases by 5% every second for 1 minute. Giang-han is poisoned all over his body and has difficulty moving. His strength gradually diminishing. He thinks to himself, if he doesn't do something, he'll die in 20 seconds. Looking into its bloodshot red eyes, Yi Jiangyan thought quickly, because I am faster than him. His physical attacks basically pose no threat to me. So I rely on the Blood Soul Sword to drain his health back. Suddenly, behind Jianghan's head with its bloodshot eyes, the system alerts you that you are under attack. With toxic venom still being released, you lost 132. 470 health points. Your attack power is reduced by 15%. And your attack speed is reduced by 25% for 1 minute. An Kenjiang told himself he couldn't lose like this, hurriedly searching for a way to survive. No. As long as he stayed within the range of the poison bones, not only did I lose my life, but my eyesight was also damaged. I should leave the battlefield first. Seeing Jianghan's intention to run away, Zha Vuong pointed his tongue at him, saying if he wanted to escape, "My children, go out and enjoy my scent." Suddenly, countless snakes emerged from nowhere and rushed towards Giang-han. And Ingyi, shouted out loud. Seeing the approaching snakes, he couldn't help but feel delighted inside. Isn't this a gift of blood for himself? Suddenly, his power surged. He gritted his teeth and thanked it. Savong, thank you. With an 8-directional intimidation, the system kept sending notifications. You used a powerful skill that caused 200,000 damage to the poisonous death snake. And thanks to the blood-sucking effect of the blood sacrifice sword, you recovered 30,000 health points. Giang-han smiled as he looked at his full health bar, secretly pleased with his current attack power. A powerful strike might kill these venomous snakes instantly. But I enjoy provoking them, come on. Let's keep fighting. Hearing Jiang-han's taunts, the king of poison roars in anger. You, miserable human, you sacrifice everything for him. The system announces that the poison of death has activated the serpent god's power skill. The cost is that I cannot use my skill to increase my attack power by 100%, speed by 50%, and life drain by 50% until the battle ends. Deep inside, he still laughed silently without fear, laughing to death. If he didn't use this skill, he could still threaten me with poison mist. The power of the snake god sounds terrifying. But I have my war stomp and an advantage in speed. As long as I use the slowdown skill of the Death Spirit Slash and the ultimate Bone Breaker, he won't even be able to touch my body. Both of them clashed fiercely like a storm. The Snake King swung his claws towards him, and debris flew everywhere. Jianghan, taking the opportunity, stepped on it, channeling his strength into a combat kick, thinking to himself, now it's time to finish this. 30 minutes later, he is still using his skill, frantically attacking. Then, Giang-han poured all his strength into a powerful strike at the Snake King. Shouting Death Spirit Slash, it hit, reducing its strength and health to 0. And it roared in disbelief. How could this be? As its body gradually disintegrated. System notification, congratulations on killing Boss Arm Kim level 68. The Death Flame Poison Snake King. Rewards, 20 million experience points, and 28,000 reputation points. The familiar golden light flickers on. Your level has increased to 56. He wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth and breathes heavily. Finally, it's over. Let's see the equipment of Boss Arm Kim. The system reminds you that your reputation has reached 100,000, and the World Martial Arts Tournament has been activated. Seeing this, Jiang-han is stunned and says, "Oh, the World Martial Arts Tournament." Then, the system notifies you that, as the first player in the entire server to reach 100,000 reputation points, you will receive an additional reward. The SS level decisive battle contract. Giang-han opened the system to check and suspiciously asked about the dual contract. The system display showed information about the dual contract, SS level, and an introduction. Once a special contract is established, requiring both parties to sign, with no interference, the loser gets nothing. The winner takes everything. And both sides must duel fairly at the agreed time and place. Without outside interference, the winner will receive everything, including the profession, equipment, items, and wealth. Reading this information, I can't help but think that this is a life and death battle. The price that the loser has to pay can be simply described with 2 words, miserable. If prepared carefully, This scroll will be extremely effective. But the Dark Swordsman is definitely not the only top-secret profession, which would diminish the value of this scroll. Gyang Han decided to leave this scroll here for now. Maybe he could sell it for a good price. Next, he would deal with the spoils of war. Holding a dagger, the system notifies that the level required is Dark Gold, level 65. As he looks at the sword in his hand, I think the equipment dropped by the Serpent King requires level 65 to use. So I'll put it in my bag first. The system reminds you that registration for the adventure event, the martial arts tournament, is now open. You can go to the level 3 or higher towns of the Brightness Battalion to register. And we hope adventurers will enjoy participating and aim for first place. Seeing that, he smiled and said, "Perfect. I can safely enter the Bright Army's town using my hidden aura technique. I just need to go to the nearest third-tier town." Halfway there, Jiang Han suddenly heard counting beside him. 9,995. 9,996. He walked or spoke loudly, then let out a sigh. He realized the other person was wondering why the kid was still here, unless he had been here all night after I left. As San Yi kept counting silently, not noticing someone in front of him. 9,997. 9,998. Jiang Han looked at him and thought, this kid, being so forgiving makes me feel a little bit adorable. Ban Yi now only raised his head and saw the hero excitedly counting. 9,999. Shi. Ling ling ling. Let's quickly go back and report to the Lord Sa Vuong. Gyang Han solemnly announces the sad news to him. Your lord has been killed by my hand. Yet you still kept your promise. I will spare you. What are your plans for the future? Ban Yi, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in confusion, but he obediently followed the master's instructions. The man nodded in satisfaction and said, Good. I see you are very sincere. Are you willing to follow me? He nodded and replied, Willing. Jiang Han said, Good. Get up quickly. Do you have a name? The snake gently stroked its head and introduced itself. Oh. My name is Baba Ni. After hearing this name, he secretly thought to himself, Baba Ni. System? Are you serious? Outwardly he asked, Ba Ni. Right. Good. You stay here and wait for the opportunity. When I conquer the city, I will give you an important task. It was shocked to hear Jiang Han say there was no strategic plan. My lord, you're so strong, but you still don't have a plan yet. Really? He frowned and thought to himself, Are you truly honest or just pretending? Jiang Han smiled confidently and pointed at Ba Ni, asking, Very well. It's because I am so strong that during the battles for the city and the land, I accidentally destroyed everything. You can rest assured that after I sit firmly on the throne, I will appoint you as general, and all the beautiful women in the world will be yours to enjoy. Hearing that, Ba Ni covered his face in frustration and said, She's so annoying. She's the female general. His mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect her to be a female general. Oh. Then he corrected his title. So female general is also acceptable. Gyang Han turned to wave goodbye, then reminded him time was running out, and he had to leave after the king's death. More and more adventurers are coming here. Everyone is careful to hide themselves, waiting for me to seize the fortress before returning to pick up people. Ba Ni nodded and replied, Understood. When he steps into a new land, the system notifies you that you have entered the new map Baihe Town. Jiang Han thought for a moment and then said, Before entering the city, I should use the hidden chi technique to disguise myself, the system prompted. Hidden chi technique has been used. Please equip a green pen and fill in the various discrepancies. A faint red aura radiates from his head as he shouts, Hey, buddy, please don't use a fake name like last time. The system notifies that you've reused a fake ID. The smart system has given you a more human-like name than a fake one. Jiang Han shouted, Oh my god. Again. System. Are you sure you're intelligent and not stupid? He in his head poking into the city wall to look around, wondering where to register. Seeing a crowd gathered in front with a red gem in the center, Jiang Han guessed, Oh, those adventurers are gathering around the gemstone over there. Maybe that's where you register. He stepped closer to take a better look, and when one of them saw Jiang Han's appearance, he let out a sound that was unclear in meaning. According to the system notification, the martial arts competition across the realm in the Eastern District is introduced. The winner of this special contest for adventurers can receive fame and rewards. The system will randomly match participants as opponents after 10 consecutive losses, with the winner being eliminated and the competition continuing until the top 10 are determined. Note: unless the remaining number of participants is very small, the same explorer will not be ranked consecutively in 5 games. First, leftover 1 rare S-level item or skill, 2 level 2 linked equipment, 1 rare S-level item or skill, 3 level 1 linked equipment, 1 A-level item, and 4 level 1 linked equipment. Item levels range from common to divine. Jiang Han thinks that divine and earth levels have not yet appeared, and with the current level, linked equipment is the most valuable item. You go ahead and reach out to touch the gem, with such a rich prize. It looks like a fight is inevitable. The system prompts, "Do you want to register for the martial arts tournament?" Note that once you register, you cannot withdraw unless you participate online within the specified time. You will be automatically disqualified, and your level will be reduced by 2 as a penalty. Jiang Han quickly responded, "Oh, the system notifies you that your registration for the martial arts tournament was successful. Starting at 1003 the next day, please wait patiently during this time." As the person next to Tian Up sneers, "Even TFCU level 18 guys want to join the World Martial Arts Tournament. They really don't know life or death." The system announces, "A level 37 Thunderhand Energy Master with a special profession." He turned to smile. "Haha. Best to pray you don't compete against me, or I'll show you what ruthless life and death really mean." He was furious, making a fake sign with his pinky finger. Thuhu. While the tiny people could cut someone into 8 pieces with just 1 finger, Jiang Han simply turned and walked away, ignoring the martial arts master still shouting behind him, unfortunately unable to use his strength in this situation. "If not, I will kill someone and return to the new village," he thought. "Forget it. Killing him and revealing my identity isn't worth it. Better to leave this place quickly." Suddenly, he heard the chatter and calls from the crowd. "If you pass by and miss the big sale on these high-grade medicines, everyone, come check out the new B-level skill book I just learned. The treasure map is now on sale. If you want to hunt for treasure, come take a look." I think, after exchanging for gold coins, some players have already started trading. Jiang Han faintly heard somewhere, "Mounts. Super rare mounts." He was amazed. "Super precious mounts. Master Jiang Han, come over and take a look. Super rare mounts here." System notification. The mount can be used to ride an imprisoned creature inside or to summon a mount for transportation. Jiang Han looked at the gem, sweating as he wondered about the super rare mount. System notifications. The donkey. Its maturity stage. Level. Attributes. And the 20% movement speed bonus. Introduction. Although it doesn't run very fast, it has a gentle and obedient nature. An explorer's riding it shouldn't be reckless. Good days are still ahead. He replied with a skeptical look. "Isn't that right? NBC still doesn't want to sell the mount to us players. To catch this donkey, my friends and I have put in a lot of effort and time. Don't just look at its attributes. Right now, only my house is selling mounts." Jiang Han looked at the seller and asked, "Fine. How much?" He raised 1 finger and replied, 1,000 gold coins. I shook my head, dissatisfied with the price. Too expensive. After conversion, it was 150. Ling ling ling. This mount is really very rare now, but riding skills need to be learned at level 50. So as everyone levels up, there will be better mounts available on the market. Then we started negotiating. I offered a reasonable price. If Saint Coins is not acceptable, then forget it. But hearing this price, the seller was stunned. Asked why. Your boss is too ruthless. 300 can't be lower. His master didn't agree. Jiang Han turned around and walked away, pretending to regret it. Too bad your donkey isn't worth that much. The gold seller called back. Wait a moment. He had no choice but to agree. My friend, you really know how to haggle. Fine. 84 it is. He thought to himself. Although there was no mistake, it didn't make a profit either. Just as he said, the longer the time, the more it drops in value. He picked up the gem and called to it. He. Come out, my little fool. The stone lit up. The mule let out a cry and neighed in surprise, as everyone around stared in amazement. Jiang Han was pleased as he lifted his leg and mounted the fiery steed. He holds the reins with a proud smile. Finally riding a mount. The system notifies that you have equipped a mount, and the passive skill Shadow Chase is now active. increasing movement speed by 40%. Gyanghan excitedly kicked its belly and shouted, "Chicken!" The donkey charged forward like the wind, rushing past the crowd so fast that he yelled out, "Am I going too fast? Get out of the way. Get out of the way." But after a while of adapting, Gyanghan burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Setting off for the Tianhai strike. 2 hours later, Jianghan arrived riding a fiery beast. System notification: you have entered the territory of the Dark Abyss Battalion. Continue further, and the system will notify you that you have entered the new territory of Tianhai Gen. He looked at the city ahead, wondering if this was indeed Pichi's territory. Gyanghan thought to himself, the master wants me to find a city to rest in, and luckily I can meet Fei Qi, the person I just met a few days ago at the Demon God's Treasure. And inside the city, the cheerful voices echoed through the streets, with people running around. Fish caught outside the city. Everyone come and see. Seeing that, he smiled and thought, I didn't expect a city recently occupied by the Dark Army to have established such order. Moreover, the original residents of this place were not expelled. Surprisingly, even though the kid looks rough on the outside, he manages the city of Chantrong so well. Jianghan carefully put away his sword and slowly walked through the city gate, observing his surroundings and assessing the place, which seemed to be the residence of the city lord. The guard saw Jianghan and said, I'm sorry, but outsiders are not allowed to enter the Chancellor's residence. I'm here to seek refuge with Tianhai Zhan. Please inform Zhan Chang about this. A guard told you to wait here for a moment. I will go inform Lord Chantrong. Gyanghan nodded and replied, Okay. You step closer to the remaining guard and ask, were you soldiers of the Bright Army before? And why are you so loyal to Fei Qi now? He replied that Chantrong Tianyem was a greedy and cruel man. But after Fei Qi arrived, Din Haichan was gradually reformed. We voluntarily surrendered that day. As long as we live well in the future, whether it's the Dark or the Righteous Army, it makes no difference to us. Soon after, we heard hurried footsteps approaching. The person coming is Fei Qi, who happily said, Brother Dai, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Jianghan replied, My stepmother's reckless attack destroyed it, so I had no choice but to run to your place for shelter. Hope you don't mind. Fei Qi shook his head with a smile. No need to be so polite. Actually, you arrived just in time. System notification. Guardian of the Heavenly Sea Fortress. Reckless warrior. Fei Qi. Passionate war general. A rare profession. He was stunned, wide-eyed, thinking about what he just said. You arrived just in time. Unless it was a mission. Fei Qi continued. I think you are more suitable for the position of Tianhai Town Chief than I am. Or maybe this position should be yours. The system notifies you. Do you want to accept the challenge from the violent maniac Fei Qi to become the town chief of Tianhai Gen? Jianghan eagerly guesses. Could it be that Fei Qi isn't as generous as he appears and is afraid I might take over the Han town? So he's just using tricks to keep me in check. With the knowledge I have from the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin, this is absolutely impossible. So I shake my head and refuse. No. He hesitated and asked, not agreeing. Brother, we truly want to hand over this entire city to you. Moreover, I have already adjusted the Heavenly Sea Peak. You just need to maintain it like this in the coming days. He still hesitated to speak. It's not possible, Jianghan said seriously. Fei Qi brother, I truly support you and have no intention of stealing the position. If Huyan brother keeps pushing to give way, then I will have no choice but to leave. After hearing this, Fei Qi hesitated a bit and then interrupted. Brother, do you have a reason for wanting me to be the leader? Or is there something difficult to say? Gyanghan thought to himself. Could it be that Han has a task to assign, but since he's already the boss of the Golden Clan, maybe it's a declaration mission? He sighed and said, Let's go inside the mansion and talk. Inside the room, Fei Qi sits on a chair, standing opposite and asks, Brother Fei Qi, what exactly is going on? Can you tell me now? He thought of his own tribe and replied, All right. Our tribe was originally a small village located within the sphere of influence of the Brightness Army, because at that time the Holy Light sect was constantly pressuring us, taking all the able-bodied young men from our tribe to repair the defensive structures. Thinking about his tribe and the guards, we stood up to resist, expelled the officials at that time, but ended up facing even greater oppression. The more I talked about Fei Qi, the angrier he got, his eyes bloodshot. as the army of the Holy Light sect pressed forward to annihilate and chase our village to the end. And my 8-year-old sister was taken by those people. I don't know where. But I was lucky to survive that slaughter. And later I joined the Dark Army. But I never gave up on finding my sister. He told you to keep talking. And only recently, when I attacked Tianhai town, I learned about my sister from the town chief's mouth. He realized and said, "So that's why you wanted to let me go to the camp alone to rescue your sister." Feike nodded. "Yes. Indeed. This matter is also related to you." Jiang Han asked confusedly. "What does this mean?" He Jiang said with both hands. "I have heard about your regret. Brother, Tui, Hu. You were also a member of the Bright Battalion. But because of the connection with the local residents who faced obstacles and owed a huge debt, they ultimately joined Daniel. In the Battle of the Dark City, your master Daniel has fallen, even taking down the entire leadership. All of them have perished. And the Holy Light Church's final peak gathered those people after death, turning them into gems. Elder was stunned and asked open-mouthed. And Teacher Daniel thought to himself, I never expected this to be related to Teacher, but it was actually spoken by him. I used to think that his mission was just a side quest. Feike explains. I heard the mage, claiming to be an unparalleled expert powered by a single explorer, dispersed into 9 individuals after death, gathering them together as they turned into gems, creating a chance to break the restrictions of the rules and allowing higher dimensional beings to descend onto the celestial continent. He revealed the purpose of the group of the Holy Church, which is to collect the gems in order to summon one of the gods they worship to the mortal realm. Jiang Hang was shocked to realize that Daniel was actually part of the explorer's power, according to Lac Not. The battle in the Divine Tower was probably not against Daniel, but against the explorer's true deity. He asked, thinking so. He curiously inquired, what does breaking the restrictions of the rules mean? Feike shook his head and replied, I don't know the specifics. My information only comes from the mouth of the Chan Truong. He was rampant and arrogant in Tianhai, but I have already killed him. He clenched his fists tightly and spoke angrily. Because the core strength of the explorer is to suppress evil, and the Holy Light Church aims to summon gods, intending to use the 100 maiden sacrifices with light elements and extreme harmony power to purify the evil origins within those gems. Feike shouted angrily, while they were both boasting about themselves and spreading messages of love and justice. Meanwhile, they put those girls into the holy light to be sacrificed. My sister is only 8 years old. How could those monsters do such a thing? Seeing Feike's anger, Jiang Han thought that this time he knew he was heading towards death. So he decided to hand over the Tianhai Gen to me. You think you can save your sister by sneaking into the Holy Light Church's peak? That's just asking for death. Until now. Feike only wanted to save his sister and didn't want to think about anything else. I know there's a high chance I might die. But if I don't go save her, how can I be happy as her brother? I have a special method to teleport directly to my sister's location, as long as I defeat the guards around her. I can rescue her. The system prompts congratulations on activating the hidden rescue mission. Difficulty SS. A. Do you accept? He frowned and thought, with SS and A difficulty levels, this mission might change depending on his actions during it. It seems this time the danger is quite unusual, but Jiang Han smiled. And his style was not to let a loyal person die in vain. He said confidently, pointing at the opponent. I will help you. He stood up in shock and asked for confirmation. So you agreed to take the lead position? Jiang Han shook his head. No. I agree to go with you to rescue your sister. Feike was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes as he choked out. In the treasure of the demon god. I truly didn't mistake the right person. The system reminds you that you have received a secret main mission to rescue with a difficulty of S. A. Introduction. And those who dare to wait for the appearance of the God of Light will face judgment. I hope you understand the consequences of becoming an enemy of the Light family. The rescue mission. The little sister of the fake tyrant Feike. There is no punishment for failure. Seeing that, he thought that although there is no punishment for failure, this mission is basically a path to death. Whether it succeeds or not doesn't matter anymore. Jiang Han asked, when will the action take place? He replied, any time is fine. At the latest in 5 days. On the night of 5 days later, they will begin the ritual to sacrifice 100 young women to revive the Min God. I can't just stand by and watch everything happen. Jiang Han nodded. All right, let me prepare a bit. Pai Kai looked happier than before and nodded. Yes, as long as Jiang Han is willing. Just say it. The resources in the city are at your disposal. He asked if he could be given a more prestigious position in Tianhai town, without hesitation. He immediately agreed something more distinguished. System notification. You have been appointed as the royal cultivator of the immersive cultivation realm in Tianhai town. Jiang Han twitched his mouth. The immersive cultivator is actually quite relaxed. He asked, so is there any place nearby to level up? With a bit more difficulty, Fei Qi suggested thoughtfully that there is the Yanma mountain range 2 hours north of the city by foot. But the Yanma there is very strong. So be careful when training. Upon hearing the words VM he immediately thought VM which is actually the place where the fiery demon equipment drops. Jiang Han went outside the stall to exchange items and said, Shopkeeper, give me 100 Toakai stones. The shopkeeper nodded. Agreed on the price. All right. A total of 3 gold coins, because the chance to catch a mount in the heavenly world is too low. The rarer the species, the greater the difficulty. So Tuoji stones are not rare items and can be sold by ordinary merchants. He held the pouch of Tuo Ki Thach in his hand, with a few more on his body, thinking that he could risk hunting stronger mounts before heading to the Fire Demon mountain range. Jiang Han rides into the area, and the system notifies you that you have entered the Fiery Demon mountain range map. A monster roared, and the system displayed its detailed information. Flaming Demon. Monster Spirit Elite. Is level Hetvan. Health 1. Wu Bai. Lin Lin Ling. Attack Sex. Liu Bai Da Liu. Ba Bai. Defense Tress. Ba Bai Dao Si. Lin Lin Lin. Skills including Firestorm. Reinforced Core. Fire Fist. A creature born from volcanic lava. Extremely powerful. After being contaminated with demonic energy, they become extremely arrogant and tend to thrive in high-temperature environments. So they are often found near mountain ranges. In his hand, he holds a glowing mount stone, and behind him, there are many more orbs, which probably means its attribute is much higher than that of a normal elite monster. Jiang Han furrowed his brow and guessed that raising venomous snakes in the deadly deep forest was too easy. But unfortunately, he had almost killed all the snakes there. Jiang Han muttered softly. This attribute is quite strong, making it a bit difficult to gather monsters together. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind, and a voice echoed. Yes. Yes. I feel the same. He turned around, confused. Gai Dai saw Jiang Han turning back and frowned in anger. Then he shouted loudly. Little thief. Why is it you? System notification. The water spirit unicorn appears. Boss of the fairy realm. Level Hus. Health 5 million. Attack. Leo. Wu Bai Dao Lo. Vuisson. Defense. San. Wu Bai Dao Sen. 800. Skills. Water and Earth Containment. Cold Chill Seal Fist. The divine creature Tuong Tuai. Born from the icy heavens and the earth's depths, raging through the ocean's domain, is an extremely rare being in the vast sea, and ordinary people will never have the luck to encounter it in their lifetime. It is a fortunate omen. Born with perfect control over the water element, as a child, it was at the level of a monarch. After growing up, it will have the chance to reach the divine realm and become one of the top powerhouses on the Eternal Continent. Jiang Han also recognized and thought to himself, it's her, the boss-level fairy of the trial training talent. At first, I did a few things I can't describe to her. Doesn't she still remember those? He stammers. This classmate of yours. Are you? Have you mistaken someone? Jai remembers being spat in the face by him before and gets angry. How could she mistake someone with such a dusty past? First, Jiang Han Shui. That name has been deeply engraved in my soul. Even if you turn into someone else, I will still recognize you. Seeing her ready to attack, Jiang Han immediately stepped in to stop her. Enough. Ji's hand now holds a block of ice, and she irritably asks, so what? Do you have anything else to say? Jiang Han immediately challenged her, saying if she wanted to fight, then do it. But does she dare to have a fair duel with me? He thought about the last time during the trial. There is a guiding voice telling her if that person doesn't step in, will I still be the first to kill a boss at the fairy level? Gi, angry at being looked down upon, quickly agreed and said, I'm not afraid of anything. Come on. Let's have a decisive battle. Jiang Han then asked. If you lose, you won't call your teammate, right? She frowned and looked serious. Of course not. Suddenly, a golden light shone down from the sky, and a voice rang out. Jiang Han, stop causing trouble. Deep down, Jiang Han cursed himself silently. I knew it. If I had really fought back earlier, Cao Trung would now be a corpse. Gi glanced at him coldly and mockingly. Lucky for you. I'm here to fight the demon. Now get out. Wash your neck. And wait. He chuckled and crossed his arms. That's not acceptable. I'm here to fight the flame demon too. Sister. Or maybe we should see who kills more. The loser has to agree to the winner's condition. She sneered and agreed. Fine, what are the conditions? Jiang Han pretended to think, then replied, fine, or we take the S-rank artifact to the door. Hearing him say that, Gi was shocked and said, huh, he has an S-rank artifact on him. She immediately turned around, pointed at Jiang Han, and loudly said, Dad, he has an S-rank tool on him. Or should we kill him and take it? Can you show a little bit of skill? Is your father the upright and noble man? Min Thon Vo. Anyway, he's a lucky Keelan. How could he do something as stupid as killing people and stealing things? Gi licks her lips. Needing someone to watch over her, he immediately said, I don't dare to guard the door. And with a confident anger, she retorted, Come on. What are you afraid of? System notification. You received a mission to fight the door. Difficulty level A. Fight the door. Difficulty level A. Introduction. You are truly brave as the sky. Yet you dared to challenge the gate in front of the two water spirit lords, Gi, and even competed to see who could kill more flame demons. With a 2-hour time limit and unclear mission rewards, he smirked confidently. So, let the game begin. Gi's lips curled into a smile. It's best to open your backpack and see the S-rank items inside, because soon, they will be mine. The system announces that the 2-second countdown has begun. Then Gi immediately turns and flies away. The system announces, Gi, using the Jiang Han water technique, stepped forward and created a water sphere in her hand. Gi then shaped the sphere into a jagged blade and launched it at the fire demon. The flame demon was hit but barely took any damage. With only a small chunk of its health bar gone, he was amazed and exclaimed that as a top-tier fairy boss, even at level 20, she could deal such damage. And it seemed that her water attribute attack was just right to counter the fire demon. Behind another fire demon, it clenched its fist to attack him. Jiang Han muttered. I also started to fight back. The punch was thrown, but he leapt up, causing it to miss and hit the ground. Jiang Han swung his sword at them in provocation. Come and fight me, you stupid idiots. Behind him, they gathered together and chased after him, shouting, Wow! Gi stands far away, pressing the button and wondering if his strength is enough to fight against so many flame demons. On the other side, he leaps up, attacking from above. Jiang Han's foot stomps directly on the face of the flame demon, and the system notifies you that you have used the war kick skill, dealing 152, 400 damage to the flame demon. Stun for Eins. 5 seconds and increase your own attack power by 20%. Enemies within a 100 by 100 area will have their attack reduced by 13%, resulting in 120 damage. They attack with fists, growling in anger. Wow. 4 arms strike simultaneously in the same direction at him. Jiang Han quickly dodged the attack, and their punch hit their teammate in the face. The system kept notifying that the fire demon was being attacked. The fire control ability of the flame demon deals 57, 911 damage points. Burning 1,000 damage per second for 10 seconds. Anh hang ibung. Dam wiem, manai kwanyen man. Dot het chung kung. Simatka nyu thoi jun. She stood to the side of the battle, eyes wide in amazement, saying, Wow, has the adventurer's skill become this powerful? Jiang Han looked on and thought, Damn it. Because my current level is restricted and I can't use area skills. If this keeps up, I'll lose. Half an hour later, the system kept sending notifications, congratulating you on defeating the monster Tin On. Bien ma. And awarding 35,000 experience points. Jiang Han watched Dai fight more and more fiercely, thinking to himself, this kid is impressive. Killing each one up to 12. No wonder he's a boss at the fairy level. Even at level 20 he shouldn't be underestimated. Suddenly he looked at her. Wait a moment. Jiang Han was calculating something in his mind. It seems that a unicorn is also considered a second-class beast. Die. Exhausted from fighting, stepped back to catch her breath. Jiang Han, seeing this, quickly concealed an item and handed her a pill that could restore her stamina. She caught it with her hand. The choker. Huh. It seems this kid has some humanity after all. It's not medicine but a binding gem. System notification. Binding failed. Die glared angrily. What do you want to do? He smiled awkwardly. Sorry. I took the wrong one, she thought to herself. This kid actually wants to turn me into a mount. Wants to enslave me. That's going too far. Half an hour later, he decapitated the flame demon, and the system announced, Die 78. Yi Jianghan Shui Salanduan Fat. After killing the flame demon, the equipment immediately appeared. Jianghan said, I have the gear now. System notification, Demon Flame Shield. Dark Gold level. Health 230 to 250. Effectiveness, 1,200. Health increased by 40%. Level requirement 60. Introduction. The shield is made from the hardened and heated surface of the demon flame, combined with a large amount of precious minerals. They look very fierce and are among the best dark gold level equipment, with excellent gear effectiveness. Not sure. I think it's definitely something dropped from the demon armor, and this attribute is much better than the icy shield I have. The two words end. The system announces that the mission of breaking through the door is complete. Congratulations on your victory. Jianghan chuckled happily. He. Looks like I won. I wonder if Xiao Jilun has any treasures in his hands. He walks over to Jia, looking embarrassed as he reaches out his hand. Take it out here. S-rank item. But she turns her face away, refusing to play along. If you want the item. There's none. Only this life left. Jiang Yep's voice rang out again. Xianyi. You're really becoming more and more unrecognizable. Shui Qilian. Jiang Ye. A divine level. You appeared and ruffled his hair. That kid agreed to open the door himself. At this point, she still wants to take back her words. But Tui Kailan's reputation has been completely ruined by her, and she feels upset, sending a dissatisfied remark. Seeing Jiang Ye's rank, he was amazed and thought this might be the highest level NPC he had ever encountered. But as for the name, everything else remained a mystery. He looked at him and said, Little guy, I guess this is the second time we've met. Jianghan's heart sank into deep thought. Indeed, this was the second time. Last time during the talent trial, everything was very clear. He even regretted mistakenly joining the wrong camp. But on the surface, he nodded and agreed. Yes, Jiang Ye observes that you've grown up quickly. Even faster than I expected. And he smiles awkwardly, scratching his head. Thank you for the compliment. He took an item from his family's belongings. I only say what I have to say. Ready to admit defeat. And took it. Gi quickly tried to stop her when she saw what the family heirloom took out. Dad, you're too much. She hadn't finished speaking when he interrupted her. Oh dear. Gi pouted, pouting her lips and turning her face away in silence. Jianghan happily took the item and replied, Thank you. The system notification blessing signature level S, introduction, is a blessing signature that brings good things. Our blessings will grant other beings countless benefits, including a permanent increase of 50,000 to basic life, 500 to basic attack, 400 to basic defense, a 10% permanent increase in movement speed, and a luck boost of 1. But the additional effects are unclear and cannot be used. He stared intently at the blessing scroll, thinking, the effect of this scroll is simply extraordinary. The excessive improvement of various basic attributes is enough to drive all players crazy. But why can't it be used? Master Jiang remained silent, and Jiang Yip asked, Do you know why I gave you this scroll? I truly want to know. Please, sir, enlighten me. He explained that first, forming a good relationship. I am very hopeful for your future. Consider it an investment up front. Jiang Jiep continued. Secondly, our entire Shuiji clan is inherently a sign of good fortune, born with the power to attract blessings and ward off evil. Little one, you are radiating a very intense aura of malevolent energy, so you will definitely face a lot of misfortune soon. Better to be cautious. Jiang Han stared in shock, thinking, how could he be an NPC and predict the player's future? I need to figure out how to use it. Jiang Niep shook his head, not needing to think about how to use it. When the time comes, you'll understand. Then his eyes flashed brightly as he looked at him and said, "It seems you want to turn my daughter into a mount." Jiang Han awkwardly smiled and said, "It's just a joke. Just to liven up the atmosphere. I know you're a bit shy about it," Jiang Ye said directly. "You're not yet qualified to ride the water spirit again. Bring out your mount." He looked at him suspiciously, wondering if he was being asked to summon a mount or if he was about to be given some kind of benefit. Then Jiang Han called out his mount, which was a donkey. Seeing it appear, Dai couldn't help but laugh out loud, giggling, and the person's mount was just a donkey. Jiang Han was angry from being mocked. She waited. Right now, it's just a little donkey. But maybe someday, it will be her. Jiang Ye ignored it. Fine. Fine. Before leaving, I'll give someone a little benefit." His hand raised, forming a faint blue light ring. Then Jiang Ye shot directly at the donkey to harmonize it. Harmonize. It chews with a wide-eyed, uncomfortable look. Your riding beast system has gained the bloodline of a water spirit unicorn, and its innate qualities have undergone a transformation. Your mount system has undergone a mutation. Your innate talent has surged, and it has successfully evolved into a dark gold level boss, becoming a land beast. A shiny blue fabric appears on its back. The system notification mount beast. Maturity stage. A level of the boss level dark gold mount. Level Utven. Movement speed. 120% attack. 30% health. 50% effect. Stamina increased by 30%. Special skill. Flatten the battlefield. Introduction. An ordinary donkey that merged with the bloodline of the water unicorn has become a special creature with incredible speed and the endurance of a donkey, which is very rare. Jiang Han saw this and felt happy. If the speed is 6 times faster than that donkey, then it's worth it. Plus, the attributes also increase. So riding this in battle could boost attack power and health. Guy is annoyed and disagrees. "Dad, using your blood to strengthen that mule is a huge waste of potential," he calmly spoke. "You adventurers from another world. I can no longer give you benefits arbitrarily. How about this? Is there anyone offering a prize for killing one? 000 monsters, all right." He nodded with a smile. "Okay. Thank you very much." System notification. You have received a mission to kill the demon. Difficulty B. Introduction. If you kill the demon, you can obtain a precious dark gold level mount. With benefits like this, please give me the task. Eliminate a series of flame demons. Current progress 0. Yiqian. Mission reward. You have permanently gained the right to use the dark gold level mount. After taming it, you stare in shock as the system notification shows your mount's loyalty has increased to 100 points. Jiang Han analyzed that mounts also have a concept of loyalty. I once saw a strategy online that the minimum is 60 points. And whether it's a mount or a summoned creature, they can escape. If you can freely control your mount with over 80 points, they will definitely not betray you. As for 100 points, it's very hard to achieve. And unless something goes wrong, they could die completely. Zhang Yi has left, so it's time to say goodbye. The battle between light and darkness is inevitable. I await your performance. He quickly refused and pointed at him in threat. Wait there for me. Next time I will beat you until you cry. He chuckled softly. My steed, try to become stronger and later take me through the wind tunnel. Jiang Han looked at the remaining fiery demons. All right. Next, I need to deal with all the fiery demons here. 2 days later, at 9:30, the system reports that the progress of mission 965 is at 1,000 out of 1,000. And your level has reached 60. Check the equipment on the system panel. I've managed to acquire some demonic fire equipment over the past 2 days. Just a little more time, and this mission will be complete. The system information shows you have a thick layer of demonic fire. An ominous gold level. Defense between 180 and 200. A health of 10. Ling. And a movement speed boost of 35%. The required level is 59. Equipment effectiveness and other details are still unclear. He was amazed as the system reminded him that the first knockout round of the martial arts tournament in the eastern region you are participating in will start at 10 o'clock sharp. Do you want to go to the location first? Note that when the event officially starts, You can choose to teleport directly to the arena or forfeit the match. Gyanghan clicks on the system check panel. His level is enough. So he equips the Fiendfire gear first to see how effective it is. Done and settled. The system announces that with 2 fiery demon equipment, health increases by 20%. With 3, attack, defense, and health each increase by 20%. The Dark Lord. Yat Gyanghan Shui. A gold level boss. Level Hotfun. Health 1. Ubai Sishiwu. Lubai. Attack Neo. Sibai Tishiti Dao Shi. Senbai Lo Shiba. Defense Sync. Ibai Yishiwu Dao Wu. Wubai Yishar. Reputation 102. Senbei. Luck 2. Introduced when the judgment of light arrives. The evil dark swordsman must endure. He chuckled happily. Wow. His attack surpassed 10,000. Although people say that after collecting all 5 pieces, you can unlock a skill called Fiery Demon Father, which boosts all attributes by 10% for a minute with a 1-hour cooldown. And its power is quite impressive. It's not worth it to be weapons or armor, compared to the bloodthirsty sword and the dark armor. They are not better. And in the end, it's just not worth it. Then Jianghan quickly rushed towards the Flaming Demon to attack and complete the Flaming Demon mission. 20 minutes later, the system announced that the mission to kill the Fire Demon was complete, and you now have permanent access to the Beast Companion. The heads of the demonic flames are scattered on the ground. Jianghan chuckles proudly. All right, now let's teleport to the competition hall. Then he quickly disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. When he appeared, the system notified that you were randomly sent to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Battlefield 5. Ibai Censure. Event Area East. It is expected that each battlefield will have over 1,000 people, with the remaining 10 players advancing to the next round. The system announces that since you previously used a fake name to register, it will assume you are participating with this appearance, and you can freely cancel the hidden aura technique. With a level 18 fake name and 2,000 health points, he now looks no different from a monk. Alright, hide my identity for now. Let's observe the strength of the Eastern region's players first. In front of the crowd's commotion, how is this kid so strong, yet placed with him, on the arena? The match is nearing its end, and the system announces the victory of the martial artist. Jianghan looked at the arena and smirked. This little brat. It seems I need to teach him a lesson. The person beside him frowned and assessed him as a martial artist. Looks like this will be a fierce battle. He turned to ask him. Oh, do you know him? He replied. His reputation has been growing a lot lately. Next to him is the information board. Captain Sanma, level 43. Profession warrior. He casually said he had seen his videos on the forum because his profession seems to be quite unique. You don't need armor to have defensive power, and he can increase his cultivation through attacks on other players, which is why there are often videos of him attacking players outside. As they were talking, a guy approached and called out, "Boss, the competition is about to start. Let's go watch the fight." Captain Sanma nodded and replied, "Okay." Gyanghan remembered that he seemed to have met them somewhere before. Then suddenly the system announced that your competition is about to start. Get ready. Then the system announces that you will be transported to the arena in 3 seconds. He cracks his knuckles and laughs. This is interesting. Maybe he'll meet quite a few formidable enemies in this competition. The opponent facing Jianghan is a heavily muscular man who was surprised to see him. Oh, this is the village girl of the 34th level demon clan, he excitedly announced. Lucky to meet someone in the first match. Already facing a rookie. Next. I'll just use my hammer to attack and mock you, sorry. I've already won this match. The punch from the hammer hit Jianghan directly in the face, but his strength only decreased by 1, leaving him stunned and confused. What? With my powerful attack, only causing a 1-point damage reduction. What are you doing? But there was a chance for Jianghan to punch her, reducing her combat power by 43. Sibai Bashir. And the system announced the fake name as the winner. Jianghan clenched his fists and smiled, delivering a clean, powerful blow. I wonder, are the viewers watching on TV all fools? Everyone on the other arena was stunned and talking. Wow, so cool. Keep going, our warrior's pride. Jianghan glanced over and wondered if there were still experts. The black-masked guy is angry and annoying. The enemy's defense points are too high. Big Brother is probably about to give up. The demon hunter captain was beaten so badly that his health bar dropped to 30. Zhoubai Qishiyi. He was panting heavily and gasping for air. The opponent is a level 40 mobile fortress. A shield knight, with a special profession. The mobile fortress speaks. Ghost Hunter Captain. As an ordinary profession soldier, you're already very strong. But you can't break through my armor. Man. Admit defeat. The sword in the captain's hand has transformed into a different weapon. And the system announces that the captain has used the skill Weapon Master. The veteran soldier can freely switch weapons based on the battlefield situation, such as a bone spear with a 40% armor-piercing effect. He sneered. So what? Like those buffing professions that just heal and add blood. They're only good for a little extra help. Then, Captain Demon Hunter immediately launched an attack, and his strikes on the shield kept reducing his strength. Then, with a sweeping move, the system announced that the Demon Hunter captain had won. Jiang Han watched and thought that the growth of the soldier was only 3 stars, while the Shield Knight was probably 4 stars. It seems this game isn't just about numbers determining strength. The Thunder Guard crossed his arms and smiled. So this kid is probably the strongest opponent in this match. Suddenly he furrowed his brow, glanced to the side, and let out a sigh. System notification: Thunder God, level 41 as a warrior. A special profession. Then Thunder God advanced closer. Surprisingly, someone actually belongs to my team. A little fish like that can get through the first round. Really surprises people. But I wonder if he's just paying to let the opponent win. The system announces that the second match of the small team is about to begin. Please prepare well. He laughs smugly. In the second match, you will face me, and I will show you what absolute power truly is. Then the system teleported him to the next arena. Jiang Han's opponent was a level 35 mage named V50. He said, "Hello?" to save time. "Let's settle this quickly." Jiang Han didn't bother to say much. "Fine." Then finished with a single move. The system announced the fake name as the winner. He looked over there, thinking that everyone was drawn to that side again. And this time, the crowd was even twice as large. Below the arena, cheers rise up. "Come on, Hunter Captain. Replace me and teach that sneak attacker outside the city walls a lesson." The lightning user kicked the Ghost Hunter captain in the stomach, and he used his sword to block the attack. Han clenched his fist and smiled smugly. "So, your weapon master can't even use his weapons anymore." A punch from the Thunder Master reduced his strength by 13. 901. Seeing the punch coming at him, the demon captain clenched his teeth and cursed silently. "Damn it. I still thought I could secure the victory and compete evenly with Jiang Han Shui. But I didn't expect our team to be eliminated this time." Han punches the opponent in the face. System notification: Bonwatu wins. Jiang Han looks on thoughtfully. Too bad. If he had used his special profession, he could have achieved a better result. The system notification says that the third battle of the team is about to begin. Please get ready. Immediately, Li was brought before the Thunder Warrior. Han sneered contemptuously. "Huh? So you really are just a small fry. Although I don't know how you managed to get through the first 2 rounds. But your luck will only last this long." The crowd under the lightning is whispering, although they can't see the opponent's profession. It's certain that the Lightning Master will win this round. Others sigh, regretting they won't see the Lightning Master get slapped. And then they disperse. The Thunder Master held up 3 fingers to taunt him, or maybe said, "If I let you have 3 moves, so others won't say, I bully the weak. What do you think?" Jiang Han's anger bulged in his veins. With no answer given, a foot appeared on his head again. Jiang Han stomped directly on the Lei Shou's head, shouting loudly, "Is that long enough?" His health bar is almost gone. The Thunder God was beaten to the point of lying flat on the ground, his eyes rolling back in disbelief as Jiang Han thought, "What? A single move took away 2/3 of my health. This is what a level 18 can do." Jiang Han's punch stunned everyone. Who is this newcomer? So strong. These legs are too powerful. The head chopper in armor stands beside him, raising his hand proudly, thinking that Ga Mo is just an idiot. But actually he's a great deity. The black-haired guy clenched his fists, only hiding his true profession from Han, who is the only one with a concealed profession. Seeing this, the crowd outside shouted in unison, encouraging him to keep going, telling him to vent his anger for everyone else. Hearing their cheers, he looked intently at him, wondering which deity this kid was. The Thunder God angrily grits his teeth and forms a sphere in his hand. Perhaps the one with real strength. But is there anyone who can withstand my move? System notification: Lei Master activates skill Liet 03. After 5 seconds, the opponent will take massive damage. Han puts all his strength into the sphere and hurls it at the enemy. Go D. Gyang Han still stands there watching the deadly sphere approach him. But its damage is only in the double digits. The lightning warrior. Eyes bloodshot and mouth agape in disbelief. Couldn't believe that his strongest attack only caused 79 points of damage. It was over. Before he had a second chance, Jiang Han rushed forward and delivered a sky-shattering punch to the Thunderlord, reducing his strength by 45. Zhou Bailing Yi, he muttered. Too weak. The system announced the fake name as the winner. Then the system voice kept ringing out. The system announced, "Congratulations on successfully advancing to the second round of the World Martial Tournament. The second round will start at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Please prepare well. You may leave the arena at any time after the system message ends." Gyang Han's inner strength surged. Time was tight for this crucial mission. If the competition was over, he needed to return quickly to prepare for the next task. Then a flash of light appeared, and he vanished before everyone's eyes. On VM Ma mountain range, Gyang Han is riding a beast and observing the surroundings, where there are also a few other VM Ma. Perfect for testing the new mutated mount. System notification. You are riding a dark blue demon beast. In riding mode. Moving at 140% speed. To attack. Tredio percent. Health, 50%. Endurance efficiency increased by 50%. Hearing this, he was so excited he jerked the reins and sped off really fast. Haha, indeed, as fast as lightning. Jiang Han thought to himself that with this good horse, his efficiency would be much faster when hunting down monsters. He and it glide past the Viema, with the reward for endurance allowing us to pull the monsters faster and more safely. 15 minutes later, Jiang Han used his 8-direction shockwave technique to make them explode into many pieces without any warning. The system keeps notifying that you have gained 35,000 experience points for defeating Elite Demon. The Viema, he held the reins, watching it die slowly with a smile, evaluating that riding a beast to kill monsters is truly effective. As a familiar golden light flashed across his body, the system announced, "You have leveled up to 61. Suddenly, he glanced towards the dust cloud. "But my actions are about to wipe out all the venomous demons here. If that's the case, I'll go back to the Sword Sect to ask the Sword God about the previous news regarding the sacrificial ceremony of the Bright Religion." The scene shifts to Jiang Han, returning to the Thanfeng Chan Sword Sect. He stands from afar observing. In front of him, a sword god is practicing swordsmanship, wielding her sword. Not Tam suddenly sensed something was wrong. A pair of eyes staring directly at her. And she immediately swung her sword at him. "I already ordered the people from the kingdom to leave the Sword Sect. And you still dare to come here." Gyang Han unexpectedly couldn't block in time and chose to strike with a single sword, causing his strength to plummet to just 1 point. He broke out in cold sweat, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing, almost losing everything. Seeing Jiang Han arrive, she exclaimed in surprise. "It's him." She looked at him empty-handed, wondering if she had become addicted to coming here. Does she know that the person coming to see me will put me under immense pressure? Gyang Han approached and said, "Don't worry. I came here secretly, mainly because I have something to discuss with you." She frowned and asked, "Oh, what is it?" He begins to recount everything. "So here's what happened. From now on, this is the story." Then she stroked her chin, closed her eyes, and said, "I cannot agree with turning 100 children into sacrifices. I want to destroy it like that ceremony." Hearing Jiang Han speak, the expression of the one-hearted person hardened, and they remained silent without replying. After a moment of silence, she crossed her arms and shook her head. "I am also a representative of the Brightness Battalion. I cannot act to help others." Seeing her refuse, I thought to myself, maybe it's because of her stance and she doesn't want to help. It seems I won't be able to borrow the Sword God's power to get through this time. Suddenly, a huge, chaotic darkness appeared. And I can only tell you this, the Shadow Assassin is truly evil. From start to finish, evil runs through your body, bloodline, and soul. 3 dots appear above Jiang Shen's head as he stares intently, thinking what kind of strange logic this is. Jiang's mother is actually a good person. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a damp mist rolled in. And both of them looked up at the sky at the same time. She looked scared and urged him to leave quickly. "Go now. If you don't go, I really can't cover for you anymore." Jiang Han didn't hesitate and quickly ran away. Thank you. He escaped the game. There's a competition tomorrow. It's best not to stay up late tonight. And get up early tomorrow to go save people with Fei Qi. Jiang Hong took out his phone from his pocket and called Wang Kai. Right on the dot. He got straight to the point, brother. I have something I need your help with. Wang Kai immediately replied. What kind of guest is it? With our relationship, I will definitely help if I can. He said he wanted you to find a large number of thieves to sneak into the Hidden Shadow Army. Find an NPC for me. And tell him that I might die at the hands of the Holy Light sect. The operating funds have been transferred to you. Wang Kai nodded and said, All right. I also wonder why I haven't heard any news from Yi Jianghong Shui lately. You're not secretly carrying out some evil plan or something. Giang Hang said goodbye with a smile. You'll find out in 2 days. I have a lot to do tomorrow. I'm going to sleep now. Bye-bye. At 7 o'clock the next morning, at Tianhai Xin, Jiang Hong exudes a blue aura as he logs into the game. Now, starting the rescue mission. And he might just join the competition at 10 o'clock. Fi Qi is trying to chop down with the axe in his hand when Jiang Hang rushes from behind shouting, Fi Qi. He hears the voice and turns around. He hurriedly said, The plan has changed. If we can't save Hu Ying's sister within 2 hours, she will definitely die. Fi Qi immediately gasped in shock and clenched the axe handle tightly. What the hell? The Holy Light Spear of Death. They actually carried out the sacrifice earlier than planned. Giang felt a bit guilty inside. Really sorry. Fei Qi and Hu Yingdi were my fault for pushing the plan forward earlier. He said he didn't have time to explain anymore. Has Hu Yin come up with a way to save your sister? He nodded. Yes, he has. Then a jade green object appeared in Fei Qi's hand. I spent a lot of money to buy a teleportation device. And the location was set at Tianhai Zhen. As long as we rescue the girl, we have 10 seconds to wait for the teleportation array to activate and return safely. But whether we can get through depends on the method. He clenched his bracelet and explained that the remaining 3 functions are like a scroll, capable of activating a special one-time formation to instantly approach the opponent. However, the ceiling formation for the girl is very special and can only be bypassed by moving outside the formation. Additionally, within a 10-meter radius, it is possible to change positions with an opponent, but changing positions requires both of their consent. And my sister won't agree. Giang Han quickly interrupted. We'll explain the unnecessary details when we return. Fei Qi nodded. A surge of energy emanating from his hand enveloping both of them. All right. Let's go. Then a flash of light appeared, and the two disappeared, leaving only a faint blue glow. There are countless people surrounding the secret passage of the Holy Light Church's formation, with a group of people inside. System notification: you have entered a dangerous fighting area. The secret passage of the Holy Light Church. 2 people emerge from the space, and the guards see the intruders and shout, Who is it? They brandished their spears and pointed at the 2 of them. Hurry and kill them, or the master instructor will punish us. Tonight the Divine will arrive at the Tianhang continent. Sure enough, there are people from the Dark Shadow Battalion coming to cause trouble. Giang Han looked at the people beside him. Speechless. This kid just teleported straight into the center of the ritual. Doesn't he think a bit about strategy? System notification news from the Holy Guard. Elite monsters. Level Het Vignoles. Health 1. Ba Bai. Ling Ling Ling. Attack Shu. Liang Bai Dao Qi. Wu Bai. Defense Quathra. Ba Bai Da Wu. Ling Ling Ling. Skills accidental. Temporary linked attack. Counterattack. The soldiers of the Holy Light Church are extremely berserk. Unafraid of death. He thinks. 2-star elite monsters. With attributes even higher than the Flame Demon. He quickly pulled off the yellow covering surrounding the people preparing for the sacrifice, who were too frightened to escape. And inside the secret passage, voices echoed loudly. The guardians of the church saw the formation light up with suspicion, wondering why it was activating. Could it be that the divine weapon sensed someone trying to destroy the formation and thus moved forward in warning? They glance at the 2 people and laugh heartily. Ha 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 ha. You 2 will surely be punished by the gods and cannot enter heaven. The only choice is hell. Jiang Han turned to him and said, They've entrusted this to me. You go and see if you can break through or destroy the barrier. Fei Kai hesitated and asked, But with such a large number of enemies surrounding us, how can we break through? He looked at him with determined eyes. Jiang Han emphasized, Trust me. Following Jiang Han's orders, Fai Chi ran straight ahead. Get out of the way. You temple hounds. The temple guards sniffed disdainfully when they saw him charge forward and raise their spears at Fai Chi, relying only on you two to break through the encirclement. Let them see what true strength and formation are. But at this moment, Gyang Han rides the Lamlan beast, pulling the reins and charging straight at them. Dodge now. Or else when they see the horse rush forward, the guardians of the sect will be stunned. What? He directly controls it to stomp on a guy, killing mercilessly. And the system reminds you that you use the war kick skill, dealing 214, 710 damage to the palace guards, stunning them for 5 seconds, increasing your attack power by 20%, and boosting the attack of allied defenders. Fai Ki becomes friendly by 22, and deals 15% less damage to all enemy units within a 100 by 100 area for 1 minute. This attack has caused dust to rise around, making the palace guards cough constantly. Cough, cough. Maintain formation. Chaos on the road. On this side, Fai Kai is riding and slashing at the palace guards along his path. Get out of my way. They are focusing on stopping you. Brothers, kill this demon horse first. Its strength gradually decreases as the spears pierce its body. Gyang Han slashed down at the palace guards below, as it seems that riding a horse drains the stamina of the beast. The people trapped inside, seeing the chaos of the fight, all unite and strike the magic wall with their hands. Someone is coming to save us. The defenders of the church are all liars. Big brother, defeat those wicked and cruel bastards. Keep going. Big brother, let's help you together. Thus, the small healing skills can still be sustained. With these amounts of health he receives, he deduces they are the inspecting pastors who can use their healing powers to change the situation. 10 minutes later, many guards had died. They deserved it. How could that rider on the blue horse be so strong? Why hasn't the Grand Master arrived yet? 2 hours later, only he and Fiki are still diligently chopping through the shield. Jiang Han approached and said, unable to break it. He turned to look and nodded. That's right. He moved forward to try. Then Jiang Han commanded the horse to attack with a skill. But suddenly your horse disappeared instantly due to the counterattack. And the system notified you that your summoned beast has died and cannot be revived for 3 hours. Jiang Han paused in confusion, then curiously touched the wall. What's going on? At this moment, Fei Qi's younger sister tearfully called out, Big brother. He looked at her worriedly. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as she told Fei Qi thank you for saving her, and urged him to run because the holy instructor was coming. And he was very powerful. Fai Qi clenched his teeth and resolutely said, I won't, then crazily raised the hoe to destroy. Break it for me. Then a staff was swung with all his might. But instead of hitting him, it pushed him back. And Fai Kai cried out in pain. Jiang Han quickly warned him not to use force, as the formation would cause backlash. He anxiously watched the scene before him, still thinking of a plan. Hearing Jiang Han speak, he lowered his head in anger. So annoying. Is all this effort in vain after all? Fei Qi, who was injured, sighed inwardly. The leader of the Brightness sect must at least possess divine-level strength. With my strength and especially Jiang Han Shui's, resisting is basically impossible. Thinking that, he handed me a scroll and then resolutely told Jiang Han, Hu Jindi, thank you for coming with me to save Miu Miu. You shouldn't die here. Please go back and take care of everyone at Tian Hai Town. Consider me as your replacement. As he finished speaking, the system notified you that you have chosen to complete the rescue mission with a high difficulty level. Jiang Han looked at the scroll in Fei Qi's hand and wondered silently. Has the person not been rescued yet? So is this considered completing the mission? But I am determined to respond. I don't like sad stories. Give me the bracelet, and I will exchange it for Hu Yen's little sister to go out. Because Jiang Han thought, the bracelet is the key to breaking this mission. As Fei Qi said, if the two people wear the bracelet within 10 meters of each other, they can swap places. Fei Qi's sister refuses to let her brother face danger, and her brother refuses to leave his sister behind. So let's do it. Thinking this way, he reached out his hand in front of Fei Qi, who looked a bit embarrassed and shook his head. This, especially for Jiang Han and Shu Huyendi. I cannot let you seek death because of us, brothers. But Jiang Han was anxious to urge him on. Damn it. Grandpa, Huyen's sister is about to die. What are you still thinking about? Time is urgent. No more delays. I can't die. There must be a way out. Hearing this, Qi also sighed and handed the bracelet to Jiang Han. All right, Jiang Han immediately put the bracelet on his wrist. Jiang Han saw his sister leave the secret passage safely and exclaimed with joy. Yet, when he entered, the system notified him that for an unspecified reason, you have been restricted and cannot use teleportation tools. Jiang Han saw the two siblings hugging each other tightly and quickly urged them to leave now. Just as I was about to teleport away, Qi turned to him and said, Huyan brother, thank you for saving my sister. From now on, Qi's life is yours. Light looked at Jiang Han, thanked him, and said, Daika, you must come back safely. But suddenly, someone rushing from afar to stop them, trying to escape behind, was Archbishop Corwin, who raised his hand and shouted, Don't even think about escaping from my grasp. But Jiang Han reached out his hand and used the spirit chain ring. A bright yellow beam immediately appeared in front of him. Jiang Han controlled him to prevent further approach, and countless beams of light shot straight at Archbishop Corwin, as the guards shouted loudly, Lord Bishop, Corwin, now bitter, glances at Yen Zheng, the brat blocking his way. Jiang Han smirks in response. Blocking is blocking, and whether you ask if I'm guarding or not. Where is your brain? After hearing that, he became even angrier, his eyes bloodshot. Corwin raised his hand and smiled coldly. All right. Today I will have to change people and feed the dog. Then he started moving his limbs, slicing through the protective layer and passing right past Jiang Han, causing him to lose 19,087 health points. The others inside the protective barrier couldn't bear it. Their bodies battered until blood splattered everywhere as they screamed, we're doomed. We're going to die. Sub. I don't want to die. I miss my mom. Jiang Han heard the terrified screams of those people and turned his head to think. What? Is this guy planning to slaughter these innocent girls to sacrifice them to the god of light? Ko-Win outside chuckled triumphantly. Ha. Let's all die together with these kids. While Jiang Han stood there clutching his stomach. Even though to him they were just NPCs, but they are also human. How can I watch them be killed like this? It's just that today I am trapped here. If I don't do well, even I will be. Suddenly thinking of this, he recalled what was said earlier, that he was determined to tell me. No. There is a way. The Dark Blade Knight is evil. Evil from start to finish. Your body, bloodline, and soul are all evil. Jiang Han releases an idea, raises his hand to touch the surrounding barrier, and a stream of black blood begins to flow from his hand. Old man, I advise you to stop now. Do you know what my blood represents? Seeing the blood flow continuously, Ko-Win was startled. What? You are a dark sword master, and Jiang Han is controlling the black blood to spread gradually. Calmly let us go. If I die here, your ritual will probably fail. The old man gritted his teeth and asked, So what? Ko-Win immediately reached out and grabbed Jiang Han's neck. You little beast, daring to ruin my great ritual. Even if I don't let you bleed, I have hundreds of ways to kill you. The other hand of the old man creates an energy sphere, preparing to attack Jiang Han. He was squeezed until he was suffocating, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, clenched his teeth in silent rage. Damn it. I didn't expect the sect master to be so powerful. Suddenly, a system notification announced that the second round of the martial arts tournament has begun. Do you want to teleport there? Hearing the system's message, Jiang Han thought that everything was going according to his plan. When the enemy is too strong, I can teleport to the martial arts arena to escape from here. But these innocent children are not involved. So I just nod. Oh. A layer of blue light from the transmission makes you disappear from Ko-Win's hand, causing him to be stunned. What's going on here? System notification. You have teleported to Arena 87 and achieved 3 consecutive wins. Advancing to the next round. Jiang Han has been transported elsewhere in the form of a punk. The system reminds you that the second round of the martial arts tournament will be a top 100 competition, determining the strength of the Eastern region and the top 100 fighters. The S-Rank bracelet is said to be crafted by the god of time and space before he became a deity, specifically used to protect the person you love. Effect 1. No conditions required. It can swap positions with the opponent. Effect 2. And can communicate with the opponent through remote telepathic contact. The duration lasts for 1 minute. And Jiang Han looked at the bracelet on his wrist, thinking that if used effectively, it could have a great impact. But unfortunately, there's only one more chance to use it. Looking ahead, Tanfang is level 40 tam. A collector. Jianghan holding a sword if it's a top 100 competition. He must take his weapon seriously. Tanfang chua gifan ti zang, hanza chemot kim ve fiang ta. Kinan, ta. Ngo. Ngak. Chang fai la tan zung zao. Zhong hai ngay chuok. Noi bat dran mang sao. As he finished speaking, Jiang Han's sword flew through the air and directly struck. With the system announcing the fake winner, he thought that Senjia's contestant in the second round posed no threat to him, so he would win quickly. Then the second person also rushed forward and was cut down by Jiang Han. The fake winner, the third person also finished off their opponent with a single strike. System notification. The fake winner, the system announces. Congratulations on leveling up to the third round of the World Martial Arts Tournament, which will begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Please prepare well. I heard the system notification and sighed inwardly. It's already been an hour since I moved to this competition. I hope the master has left. After an hour, Jiang Han was transported back to his original position, and the system announced that you have reached the edge of danger. The secret passage of the Holy Light sect. Jiang Han looked ahead and saw that he was still kneeling in silence. What's going on? Maybe the sacrifice failed. But those girls don't seem to be spared. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure descended from above. He looked up and saw a god. This god was the god of light. Uriel. Boss Linkup. Level Njolsvan. Health. 20 million. Attack Arten. Ling 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 Dao Arshir. Ling Ling Ling. Defense Vuit. Ling 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 Dao Ba. Wu Bai. Skills include Angelic Sword. Judging Fire. Punishing Light. Purify Sin. Forbidden. Soul Impact. Forbidden. Righteous Domain. Introducing the divine angel descended from the luminous church, whose strength is still limited because the light within the child's fragile body has not yet reached its full power. But even so, he can still restore his strength within a short period of time. Nguyen saw the approaching person and pointed at Gao Chum, who surprisingly dared to turn back, the divine envoy. It was he who disrupted the ritual to help facilitate your descent. Hearing what he said, Jiang Han frowned and thought anxiously this. The chief priest was already hard to deal with. Now there's also a boss at link level. Maybe I have to die here. But suddenly the ring on his hand lit up and announced that the other end of the bond wanted to send a teleportation request to you. Do you agree? Jiang Han is overjoyed. Fai Chi, my good brother, you really have a way. He quickly agrees. And at this moment, another person appears to replace where Jiang Han was standing. The old man opens his eyes wide in shock. What? This guy is a level 46 vegetable-type knight. Confused when he was teleported here. Looking around puzzled. Where is this? As for Jiang Han, he was transported to where the two brothers Fei Qi were waiting. And Jiang Han, my water brother, are you all right? Lit was overjoyed to see you survived. Big brother, Jiang Han shook his head. I'm fine. How is it possible that everyone can switch places, and yet I was transported here? He looked at the girl tilting her head and said, luckily, thanks to Lit's method. Lit blushed and smiled, saying, I saw a guild of adventurers leveling up outside the city. Immediately, the guards were asked to invite him in and help him put on this bracelet to return him to the city of the Brightness Battalion. Jiang Han praised. My sister truly has the style of our Shadow Battle Battalion. Fei Qi chuckled and took a necklace out of his clothes, saying, haha, enough with these things, here, take it, you are the savior of me and my sister. If I can help you in the future, I will die without hesitation. Li said. Thank you. Big brother. And when I grow up, I will definitely repay your kindness. Jiang Han took it without hesitation, thanked her, and thought to himself that the final equipment must be a type of chain item, and this chain must have such power. Information transmitted from the system includes faith, vows, district level, life points, lamba, ling ling ling, effects, plus +% attack, plus 20% health, skills, faith, vows, and level requirements. Seeing him stare intently at the bracelet, the girl remembered everyone being locked up together and asked, Big brother, I want to ask what happened to the girls who were with me. Hearing that, Jiang Han Dan's eyes slightly lowered. Maybe none of them were lucky. The girl was stunned and couldn't believe it. What? He explained that because we launched a surprise attack, Their sacrificial plan was disrupted, but the Brightness Temple still used the remaining girls to sacrifice and revive a level spirit boss. Maybe they won't let this go easily and will come after us soon to cause trouble. It's good that you two are working together, but we still need to be prepared. After hearing about the frustration, if they come, I will kill as many of the Kwangmin Jiao Din monsters as they send. Jiang Han smiled confidently, full of determination. Good. Let's create a greater threat together. The scene shifts to the secret passage of the Bright Holy Church, where the wandering knight who replaced him after being killed by the old man to vent his anger is moving stealthily. I am incompetent and don't know how the shadow assassin was able to detect and infiltrate this secret passage. Uriel frowned in annoyance. The one who arrived in this world was not me, Uriel, but the most powerful angel Michael. It's just unfortunate that during the ceremony there was a problem, ultimately preventing Michael from appearing. Brother Ko. Hearing that, his face was covered in sweat as he bowed his head, not daring to look directly, and still hoping that Uriel would show mercy and forgiveness. Forgive me for this sin. From the mouth of the adventurer who just arrived here. It can be known that he was sent from the heavenly seaquake. Uriel furrowed his brow, slightly satisfied. Very good. I found him. I will be the one to judge his punishment on behalf of the master. He looked up in horror, unable to believe it. And you? You plan to deal with him yourself. But your strength has not yet recovered. And moreover, he stopped speaking halfway. The old master fell silent, and his gaze sharpened as he stared intently. And what else? Master. With a fearful look in his eyes. Ko Win quickly bowed his head to the ground and stammered. Nothing. I will go right away. The old man immediately relaxed his mind. Darkness and light are about restraint. Right now. That little guy certainly can't compare to Lord Uriel's strength. But if he were to be cornered, something might truly go wrong. Then he said his final words before leaving. Go. Go. Arrange a place for me to bathe and change clothes. And also, train a few bishops to help me quickly restore my strength. Ko Win hurriedly bowed respectfully as Uriel left. Yes. System notification boss. Level Dark Gold, 61. The Dark Priest, Nutjung Hantui, has destroyed the offering for the appearance of the divine. It has completely incited the wrath of the Light Church, the main mission. The battle between light and darkness has been activated. According to the system notification, the people below are in disbelief. What? No news about Nat Gyang Han Tui anywhere in the world. Yet he keeps causing chaos everywhere. In the room, both Fiki and Jiang Han, the two brothers, heard that announcement. The system announces that you have received a special storyline main mission, the Shadow War, with SS difficulty. Hearing this, you can only sigh inwardly. This special mission is definitely targeting me. The announcement specifies the Shadow War with SS difficulty, marking the escalation of the first direct confrontation between light and darkness. The outcome of victory or defeat is still unknown. The requirement to defeat the light god, Uriel, and the reward for the mission are unclear. The punishment for failure is death. Gyang Han looked at the announcement in his mind and thought, the light god Uriel, the six-winged celestial master that the Light Church has summoned. What does this mean? The mission is to kill the god. Attention adventurers, the Light Church has decided to attack the eastern area of Level 3 City at 1003 tomorrow. Tianhai Town will be attacked. This city battle is too difficult. Only those above level 40 can participate. Adventurers below level 40 can go to the Light Church to receive blessings from the gods and abundant rewards. He exclaimed in amazement. 3 days. So fast. System notification. You have received the main quest. Fortress Defense. With SS difficulty. System notification. You will appear as the final boss to defend the level 3 city. If Tianhai Town is not present, you will be reduced by 2 levels and all attributes will be permanently decreased by 2,000. Jiang Han's eyes widened in shock. The SS level difficulty and this reward will surely attract many strong players here. I wonder if this challenge can be overcome. He turned and said, Fai Chi, their target is me. You and your brothers don't meet easily. Better to go outside and avoid the disaster. He immediately retorted, Brother, what are you talking about? This happened because of me. How can I abandon the people and leave? For a moment, Pai Kai was determined. And when the church slaughtered our people, I felt guilty for surviving. Now they have come to our doorstep. It's a good opportunity to settle old and new debts. And Lit, standing beside him, fully supports his brother. He's right. Lit also has to defend the girls who died tragically at the hands of the church. Seeing the determination of the two brothers, Jianghan also softened and slapped his hand on his face in agreement, saying, "If so, in the next 3 days, let's all strengthen ourselves." The two brothers nodded in agreement, and seeing them do so, Jianghan also asked for permission to leave, saying, "I'll take my leave now. We will meet again in 3 days." The skill transmission just now seems to include 2 special abilities. Let's try them out. Hearing that, Lian opened the system menu, which was integrated into Jianghan's character. Hey. Now all the equipment has been gathered. The Neomtin and Curse items at level Earth require a life force of 200. 000. They grant a 20% attack boost and a 30% life force boost. Neomtin and Curse are level 1 traits. The deity, unable to protect his loved one and suffering, left behind this modest necklace during his ascent to heaven, containing a fragment of his power to help future survivors endure in desperate times. Neem Trust Badge, passive level S. When you have absolute trust, that trust will surely respond to you. And Cursed Seal, passive level S. Use your soul to swear, and you will become stronger in a short time. The greater the difficulty of casting the curse, the more powerful the gained strength. In a single use. Jiangha looked at the information board in shock. These 2 curses should be linked to the introduction of the necklace, whether as faith or as a curse. Both are part of a special power left behind by the god of time, and the skill description explains how to activate it. The system reminds you that your strength has reached a completely new level, meeting the standards of Boss H. Kim. Your title has changed, and the system notifies you. Your title, Dark Lord, has advanced to Dark Head of Darkness, increasing your maximum health by 300%. He immediately changed his title. Not expecting to have leveled up to Boss H. Kim, let's see his current attributes. The information panel opens. Huk Swa Jiao Bong Tui. Nut Jiang Han Tui. Boss H. Kim. Level Hot Vanage. Health 4. Ibai Wu Shaba. Lin. Attack Tio. Down by Senshiyi Dao Shiyi. Ibai Ba Shaba. Defense Sync. Ibai Sishiyi Dao Wu. Wu by Senshijiu. Reputation 102. 300. Luck 2. Introduction. When the light of judgment descends, the dark swordsman will surely be the first to face it. Jianghan happily thought to himself. With over 4 million health points, just standing among the players, they might fight all day and still not get anywhere. And as for the attack, they've already surpassed 10,000 behind the girl, who hurriedly ran after shouting, "Big brother." Hearing that, he turned around to see Lit running breathlessly towards him, and Jianghan asked confusedly, "Lit, what's wrong?" The girl offered 2 treasures. "And Chai and I still feel we owe you too much. I want to give you this bracelet and the technique manual." Hoping they can help you, he suddenly picked up the bracelet and said, "Isn't this the containment bracelet? Why is it still here, and why does it have 2 uses left?" The system displayed information. The caging bracelet. Level S. With 2 out of 5 uses remaining. Li laughed and said, "This bracelet belongs to its owner. So even if you give it to someone else, after they die, it will automatically return to the owner. I am giving it to you now. From now on, you will be the owner of this bracelet, and its remaining uses are counted separately. It currently has 2 uses left." Jianghan tightly held the technique manual in his hand, thinking that this manual might not bring much improvement to ordinary people. But for me, it represents a significant upgrade. System notification. Basic door techniques. Attribute enhancement in horse door state. If a higher level door technique exists, the additional attributes will be stacked and reinforced. He happily accepted the pile of people, ruffled her hair, and thanked her. "Thank you, Lit. These items are very helpful to me." Lit smiled happily and replied, Hey, if I can help Huyan, that would be great." After handing over the items, Lit hurriedly turned and left, saying, "I'll go do my work first. Kaka and I also need to start improving ourselves." And he nodded in agreement. Jianghan immediately summoned the Lan Thu, and the system notified you that you have used the shared level technique scroll. Increasing the attributes of the mount, the system displays a notification, Lam Lan Beast. Meter Stage. Level Utfen. Boss Am Kim Mount. Movement speed 130%. Attack power 50%. Health 80%. Effect. Stability plus 40%. Special skill. As if walking on flat ground. He sat on its back, thinking that after upgrading the riding technique, the attributes of the mount had also improved significantly. In Jianghan's mind, the image of Uriel from before appeared. But compared to Uriel, there was still a considerable gap. If there was time, his power will surely increase significantly. Hu Ji also has 2 forbidden skills. The system panel appears. Light God. Uriel. Boss level up. 2 level Njoltvan. Avuit Mil Sing Sense. Skills, Angel Sword. Blazing Judgment. Light Punishment. Tearing Taint. Forbidden Soul Spirit. Forbidden Righteous Domain, Giang Han thought as he rode away. Her attitude had changed so much since he last sought the divine. It must be because of the influence of the light power. I can't bother her anymore. Let's go to VMA Sun Lin to level up first. An hour later at VMA Sun Lin, Giang Han defeated a series of VMA monsters to level up, and the system announced that you have reached level 62. He looked around, somewhat excited about this place because, having just been revived, all the VMA here had been wiped out by me. Now, VMA experience is no longer enough for my rapid level-up needs. I'll rest early today and explore the new map tomorrow. Giang Han opened the system menu to check the person named Longdang Van Li, then contacted him. That's right. First, sell the excess equipment in your bag. The upcoming 3-day city siege will probably be very tough. I can't let these items go to waste. So I shout out loud. I have a bunch of gear here, all of which I risked a lot to get. Take a look. Van Lai was amazed and asked, there's also a 60-star Shadow Gold set of equipment. Jiang Han said, so what? Name a price. He immediately agreed. All right. Last time your equipment brought many improvements to our guild. This time I will take everything. Both of them successfully completed the transaction, and the system notified that your account has recorded 7. Lambai Siska. Ling, indicating a change in your account balance. And Jiang Han was pleased. Chief Long Talk is indeed very generous. Van Li suddenly announced that in 3 days, the Long Tok will also participate in the siege. He stood to the side and continued speaking. Although I am the guild leader and hold some authority, everyone is just a player, and the relationships between superiors and subordinates are not too strict. If I don't allow level 50 players to participate in the event, both the guild's reputation and individual fame will be seriously affected. So I hope everyone understands. Jiang Han shook his head. It's okay. But our characters cooperate very happily. I also want to give a little reminder. Stay away from me so I don't hurt you. He twitched his smoky lips. Well done, kid. Speaking honestly without any hostility. He said that, then took off his hat to bring himself back to reality. Jiang Han let out a sigh of relief. There's a match at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Better get some sleep. The next day, at 7:30, he rode the flying beast quickly and checked the map. North of Viema mountain range seems to be an area, so he went to see if there was anything there. Half an hour later, the system notified you that you had entered the map. Lake Binjin, where there was a person sitting in front. That person sat facing away, only showing information fisherman. Common NPC. Giang Han thought to himself, an ordinary NPC in this territory of the Shadow Force. How could there be an ordinary NPC here? He dismounted slowly and approached to check the situation. Reo turned around upon sensing the movement, his eyes brightening as he spoke. Young Shadow Swordsman, are you also interested in fishing? Reo hands Giang Han a fishing rod. Since we're here, might as well have some fun with the old man. System notification. Do you want to accept the fishing contest mission? He took the fishing rod and thought to himself, this old man recognized my identity as a shadow swordsman just by a glance. Who exactly is he? Zhang Hen, holding his fishing rod, asked Reo as he leisurely fished. If it's a competition, wouldn't it be a bit intense? Without the challenge, wouldn't the contest lose some of its excitement? He heard that and didn't turn his head, but smiled. You're right. Reo pointed to the other side of the Tiger's River and said, if I win, I will give you the most precious fish I caught from this lake. How about that? He raised an eyebrow and asked, what if I lose? Reo turned his head, stroking his beard, and replied, can I take something of yours? If I lose, I won't need anything from you. Consider it you owing me a favor. Jiang Han thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Then the system reminded you that you have accepted the fishing contest mission with a difficulty level B. Specifically the fishing contest with the mysterious old man, where winning brings rewards and losing costs nothing. There's no better deal in the world. The mission requires catching more fish than the old man within 1 hour. But the reward is still unknown. Seeing you sit down properly, Reo asked if it was ready to start. Gyang-han nodded. Any time is fine. He glanced at the small boy and looked at him. Suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. All right, let's start now. Before he could finish speaking, Reo had already stopped Gyang-han's hand. Wait. But it was too late. The fishing line had already been cast. He quickly pulled a fish out of the water. The system info. Armored fish. Introduced as a common fish with tender, delicious meat, and high nutritional value. It has the effect of boosting vitality. The broth made from this fish can help the user increase their health limit by 5% for 10 minutes. Gyang-han held the armored fish in his hand, observing and thinking. So all the fish in the game have effects. Seeing you look in my direction, Reo quickly said. The game hasn't started yet. This fish definitely doesn't count. Gyang-han was speechless inside. Maybe this old man is both bad at fishing and likes to play tricks. So he nodded in agreement. Fine, he confidently said. So, the game begins. And he quickly lowers his fishing rod to catch another fish. It's a carp again. Gyang-han holds it in his hand and laughs softly. Old man, you win this round. 20 minutes later, Reo looked at the pile of fish beside him, cursing inwardly. This guy I thought was a newcomer to fishing. But it turns out he's just pretending to lure me in. Oh my. So pathetic. Suddenly, Gyang-han pulled a turtle out of the water, its body emitting crackling thunder and lightning. He saw this and immediately widened his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, Thunder Turtle. 2 level A. Introduced as a turtle with very high affinity for lightning elements. Very rare. With special effects. After using food made from the Thunder Turtle, all attributes increase by 20% for 10 minutes. With additional effects. On first use, basic attacks permanently increase by 50. Dreo, with sweat on his head and a dazed look, looked at him and asked in disbelief. Are you cheating? He thought to himself that in just half an hour he had caught the Thunder Turtle, and he wondered what strange creature he would catch next. Truly too unbelievable to imagine. Gyang-han turned to reply. Old man, you can't accuse me falsely. I am right here in front of you. How could I do such a thing? Hearing him say that, Reo fell silent. Then he suddenly pointed his hand down into the water, causing the surface to ripple, and a fish leapt out from beneath. Watching the struggling fish, Reo said, This round. It seems you have won. System notification, congratulations on completing the mission. During the fishing competition, you received a reward for knowing water magic. Level S. And then large waves began to form in the middle of the lake, as if warning of something. Reo looked at the water and warned him that it's best not to fish here anymore, because if he catches it, he will die a terrible death. Zhang Hen, surprised and confused, asked what exactly is the creature in this lake. His eyes flickered with a sinister light, an extremely evil shadow swordsman, definitely a force capable of stirring up wind and clouds. Furthermore, those who have prevented the appearance of gods in the faith of the Light Church have become a highly significant center. Ordinary adventurers cannot catch anything in this lake, like those who can. Reo continued. The rules will force people to face the light. But there is a special taboo in the lake. The rule is that creature must be kept from appearing in this world. Elsewhere, anyone can fish as they like. But if you want to stay alive, don't fish here. Hearing him say that, I was a bit nervous, thinking it was a trick. But for now, we can't fish here. Let's come back later. Reo crossed his arms and said with a smile, I wondered how you managed to catch so many. It must be that the dragon's desire to be caught is just too strong. It has affected other creatures. Damn it. I've lost so much because of this. System notification, Ho Diet Chifong. Reo. Your hatred points increased by 100. Jiang-han was surprised. Ho Diet Chifong. To Reo. This guy looks familiar. He searched his memory on the rankings and suddenly remembered. That's right. The rankings of the Dark Faction. As I thought. I didn't expect the top 7 powerhouses of the Dark Faction to be this old man. Seeing Jiang-han's face change constantly, Reo guessed that it seemed like he already knew who I am. This battle between light and darkness. So you mean, from a young age to now, you're a dark warrior. Don't embarrass the darkness. He asked curiously. Do you mean the demon gods will help us? He shook his head. Helping out is not quite that much. Whether we can win still depends on your skill. We're just here to watch the process. Jiang Han frowned and asked further. If the demon god cannot intervene, then the strong ones on the light side can only watch silently. Right. He felt a bit worried inside. My biggest concern is that powerful enemies might appear whom I cannot face at this stage. Even if I use all my strength, it would be useless. Rel replied, That's not certain. The person must realize that they are facing the entire light church. This is not just a personal grudge between you and Uriel. In other words, the light church fully has the right to take action against you. Listening to what he said, Jiang Han twitched the corner of his mouth, without a personal grudge or debt. They definitely couldn't intervene. Right. Rel gently pushes the young lady's head down and turns to leave. Bi Shui Yu. Consider this, my personal support for you. I hope this generation of shadow swordsmen won't face disaster soon, as he was about to leave. I hurriedly called out. Wait. He looked at you and asked if there was anything else. I have said everything I need to say and truly cannot help you. This time, you must rely on yourself to overcome the challenge. Jiang Han shook his head. I don't expect the old master to help me. I just hope you can help me prevent some things for others. Make a deal. We share the benefits together. Hearing him say that, Rel remained silent without replying. He said nothing and immediately disappeared from the place. A streak of light shot down to the ground, very quickly. The system notification appeared. The martial arts tournament. Round 3 is about to begin. Do you want to be transported immediately to the competition venue? He nodded in response. Oh. When Jiang Han just teleported over, the system notification, please note. Round 3 is a top 100 tournament. According to the system calculations, if you pass the August checkpoint, you will be promoted. He opened the system menu and clicked. Yes. To review the bitch thui fish that Rel just provided. An image of a fish appears on the system screen. The white water fish. Level S. Introduced as a small fish formed from water essence. Its blood and flesh have extraordinary healing abilities. It restores 10% of health per second for 10 seconds, with an additional effect that increases 100,000 base health points. And this bonus effect can only be used once. I'm Wotumat Kingak. Mathan Kuan La Mathan. Ratai that Haofong. Beach Twingul Ko the Koifuk Mui for Shen Sin Luk Moizai. You can fully recover in just 10 seconds, which can turn the tide in critical moments. Along with the additional health boost. System notification. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Round 3 is officially starting. You will be teleported to the competition venue in 3 seconds. Jiang Han will immediately appear on the stage. Without saying a word, he rushed forward to attack, offering the name Lang Li Bu. Level Nejven Kilens. The mage saw the shadow and thought it's over. This is the fake head of the match. He was terrified and froze himself. But in just one move, Jiang Han ended the match with a fake victory. Someone behind shouted loudly. Wow. First, Jiang Han Shui. I immediately panicked and thought, oh, I've been caught. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Sure enough, he's also entered the competition, or it seems this contest belongs to first Jiang Han Shui. He heard the chatter and turned around. Ma'am. At this moment, a person who looks exactly like him is fighting another guy. And when the guy sees Jiang Han's shadow, he looks terrified. He's up against a tough opponent, the fake Jiang Han, slinging a large sword over his shoulder. Taunted. Why don't you surrender quickly when you see the boss here? Do I have to beat you up myself before you stop? System information appears, especially Jiang Han Tui's unclear rank and the special profession of the shadow swordsman. The people below the arena seem a bit suspicious. Does something feel off, but I can't tell what it is. Just look at his expression. I am sure he will easily win this match. Zhang Han, furious, tries to see clearly. Furious that someone dares to impersonate him. It seems I've been in hiding for too long. It's time to come out and teach these lowlifes a lesson. On the arena, the imposter immediately charged at his opponent, who was too stunned to see the opponent's speed and thought, he's really fast. Then he also used a similar technique as Jiang Han, stomping one foot into his opponent's face. The crowd below gasped in amazement. Here they come. The war stomp looks like it's really him. That guy started to panic. Wait a moment. I surrender. Oh great God. Please show mercy when we meet again at the auction house. Seeing the other guy admit defeat, the imposter nearby snorted and said, consider yourself lucky. Or else, outside, I would kill you and send you flying back to the novice village. System notification. Yi Jianghan Shui wins. Then, I told the livestream viewers if the people in the live broadcast room saw anything. Now, if everyone gifts more than 10,000, you can join the group and Yi Jianghan Shui, will take you to fight monsters for leveling up. Limited time rewards. First come, first served. Standing below. Turning the camera. Level Utvenharum. A line knight. With a hidden profession. Arms crossed and looking cold. Huff. He's just a clown, pretending to be not Gyanghan Thui to make a profit. The Shadow Swordsman is just a rare class in the Lightbringer battalion. Some people are still fooled by this low-level trick. Gyanghan opened his eyes wide and thought to himself, a noble and rare profession like the Divine Knight. This will make countless players envious and turn their eyes away. No matter how you try to comfort him, as a knight of the line, he will have an enormous dragon as his pet in the later stages. Thinking that, he asked aloud, Big brother, why can you say he is not the number one in Jianghan's water domain? He turned around and explained after hearing your question. I have seen the Dark Swordsman before. Although there is only one word different between Dark Swordsman and Shadow Swordsman, but the star levels increase at very different rates. And the only advantage is that it can hide its own information, making others mistakenly believe that its level is much higher. After talking for a while, he decisively turned and left. It's a pity that Jiang Han's best friend, Jiang Shui, wasn't here, or I would definitely have to meet him. Hearing him say that, Jiang Han was so angry he clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. You bastard. How dare you impersonate me to deceive others according to the previous rules? As long as I keep winning, I can face that guy. Unless he gets eliminated early. The system reminds me that in 3 seconds, I will be transported to the arena. And then, Jiang Han kept defeating each opponent, with the system's voice constantly ringing out victory by impersonation. Victory by impersonation. Victory by impersonation. Victory by impersonation. Jiang Han slashed his sword toward his opponent's stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. And at the same time the system announced, fake victory. He turns his head to look around, thinking that after 6 rounds, the ones who make it to the final will appear. Over here, the opponent kneeling and admitting defeat is me. I've lost. Big brother, not Jiang Han Thui. Please forgive our gang members in the future. He chuckled to himself. Hee. It's true. As long as I impersonate him, I can win without even fighting. The look in that imposter's eyes reveals his scheming mind. Ji Jianghan Shui, I only created a character like you for fun at first. I was often mistaken for you by players and hunted down. But as your reputation grew, explorers gradually started to fear me. He recalls the moment when he was trampled under the foot of the skeleton soldier. You were hit by the stomp skill, the stomp face, and gained a new understanding of the skill. Later, during the siege of Dark Mist City, I accidentally discovered your tactic of stepping on others, which made the explorers even more certain of my identity. The fake name clenched his fists in triumph. Then I simply started a live broadcast and used the reputation of not Jiang Han Tui to make money. Some senior guild members proactively gave me top-quality equipment and rare items to befriend me, relying on the reputation of not Jiang Han Tui. This martial arts competition doesn't even require me to intervene, as the opponent has already surrendered. Suddenly, the system notifies me that in 3 seconds, I will be teleported to the arena. Then, the fake's gaze shifted to Jiang Han, who was standing opposite as a real or fake. And I believe this match will also be an easy victory. His face looked extremely grim, pale, as if he had just looked at his own rice jar. The imposter, unaware that he's encountered the real deal, frowned and thought, what's going on? How can this guy stay so calm when facing me from the A-team? Thinking that, he shouted loudly, little one, facing Yi Jianghan Shui like me, you still don't surrender quickly. Jianghan pointed at the opponent with a relaxed smile. But you are Yi Jianghan Shuiji. Your Jiang character is missing a dot. A small mark in Chinese characters can change the meaning entirely. What you just said caused the people below the arena to start discussing. Yes. If you look closely, his name is a little off. No. If it's fake, how could he know the combat kick move of first Jianghan Shui? I've never seen anyone else use that skill before. Jianghan frowned and questioned. Tell me, who are you really? How much money have you scammed by pretending to be Yi Jianghan Shui? The fake name still insists on arguing. What is First River Han Shui? I am actually First River Han Shui. At first, others mispronounced it and misunderstood, but later I became honest. Now I am Ji Jiang Han Shui. And I think to myself, this guy seems a bit clueless. Just need to act sincere, and it'll be fine. Public opinion is once again shaken by his words. Is that true? I've never met Yi Jiang Han Shui in the game. And I can't even see any players in the video anymore. The imposter didn't say a word and rushed forward. Kicking up to attack him, kid. Take this war kick. Jiang Han still stood there unmoving. And as he was about to touch him, he gently kicked the fake's head with his foot, causing him to cry out in shock, anger flashing in his eyes. He transformed back into his true form and stomped on his opponent beneath him. Jiang Han huffed and puffed, grinding his teeth as he demanded, I'll ask again. Who are you really? Why are you pretending to be me? Just tell the truth. As soon as he transformed back, he caused a commotion among everyone. What's going on? There are actually two. Jiang Han Shues, hurry up and leave. We've got enough to eat now. The imposter lying underground widened his eyes in confusion, thinking what is going on. Is the real Jiang Han Tui really alive? Hearing this, he immediately shouted and begged for mercy. Big brother first, Jiang Han Shui. I am just a little girl who admires you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. I am willing to send you half of what I received. Jiang Han Tui firmly refused. No way. Everything you've deceived and taken by pretending to be me must be returned in full. If I catch someone pretending to be me again in the future, I'll come looking for you. Hearing him say that, the fake laughed loudly and said, returning what? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Han Shui, you're just someone everyone calls a fool. On what basis do you accuse me? When the righteous army of the battalion has already begun to gather, if you cut off my way to make money, don't even dream about it. Jiang Han frowned and didn't let him finish. Then took the fake name's arrow and shot him into the sky. Then sneered. At least when playing games, I won't pretend to be someone else just to chase money. System notification, Jiang Han Shui wins. Jiang Han clenched his fist and turned to the crowd below the arena, asking, is anyone here streaming live? Listen up. Not Jiang Han Tui. Declare that I currently have no live streaming channels. If anyone asks you to send anything under my name in the future, they are all scammers. The crowd continued to discuss, and it turns out that his impersonation was actually by Yi Jiang Han Shui. No wonder he was able to kill his opponent with just one strike. Damn it. This fake has scammed me out of many devices and items. When did he become a spirit-level boss? The system reminds that the player not Jiang Han Tu has been accused of cheating by impersonating other players. This player has now been banned, and the scammed player can recover their lost assets through an appeal. Hearing this, he happily thought, this system is really fast and decisive. In 3 seconds, you will be transported to the arena for the competition. This time you were transported to the arena with Wei Chando. And as soon as Jiang Han appeared, he spoke up. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wei Chando seemed interested and said, I didn't expect the person who first provoked me to be you. Yi Jiang Han Shui. You did very well just now. He said nothing more and charged straight at you. But I've been wanting to fight you for a long time now. So let's have a real exciting battle. The system displays the information. Wei Chando, a level 53 swordsman, with 303, 700 strength, attack power between 5, 105, Senbai Qishu, defense from 2, 0 Du Xingqui to do, Liangbai Arshu, skilled in Dragon Claw technique, breakthrough strike, Dragon Shadow chain attack, and carefree chi. Seeing his attack coming, he quickly dodged to the side to avoid it. System notification, you used the skill Long Dragon Strike, dealing 134, 887 damage to the adventurer. Wei Chando activates the bone fracture effect, reducing movement speed by 20% for 30 seconds. Jiang Han happily clapped Wei Chando on the shoulder and said, My brother, I really care about your profession. Can I add you as a friend? He saw that his speed was too fast, and in just a moment he was behind him, causing him to break out in cold sweat. The system reminds, Jiang Han Tui asks if you want to add him as a friend. Do you agree? Wei Chando's eyes can't believe it, thinking this move could cause him a lot of trouble. Yet he acts as if nothing is wrong. There is a large gap between us and him, so he nodded in agreement. All right. System notification. Wei Chando. Your friend request has been approved. Gyang Han secretly thought that as a stream knight, he would have many opportunities to interact with stream speed. And through this person, he could learn how to catch the stream beast faster than others. He quickly drew his sword and replied, "Thank you. It was a bit difficult to talk during the fight, but let's stay in touch if there's a chance in the future." Jiang Han's sword just swung and cut them down, offending Wei Chando's people, and the system announced that Jiang Han won the water battle. System notification. Congratulations on successfully entering the martial arts competition. Round 4 will begin at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Please make sure to log in on time to participate. Hearing that, Li immediately became excited. All right, let's proceed. Jiang Han quickly returned to the fishing spot, with the water moving like that. Based on what Reo just said, it seems like there's a dragon inside. Then he clasped his hands behind his back and said, "I didn't want to save you because my strength was still weak and I couldn't protect myself at that time. So I sincerely apologize." Just at this moment, a beam of light from afar headed towards Jiang Han. His figure appeared. "Boy, the matter you asked about. I have finished it." He happily thanks and says, "Thank you, Senior. Then please come with me to Tianhaizhen and enjoy the feast together." Reo nods and agrees. "All right, let's go." The scene shifts to Tianhaizhen, where everyone is now gathered around the dining table. Lit looked at the steaming, delicious food, drooling and sniffing. The aroma was so tempting. Jiang Han cheerfully invited everyone. "Come on, don't be polite." He quickly took a bite to taste it, even though it was useless. But the flavor of lo dinju was still incredibly delicious. Seeing everyone using chopsticks, Jiang Han also quickly puts a piece of meat into his mouth. The system reminds him, first time eating, the basic attack power increases by 50 points. The system reminds you that you have eaten. Lo Ding knows. All attributes will increase by 20% for 10 minutes. As you chew, you feel the strength within your body, and a golden light radiates around Jiang Han. He folded another piece of meat, thinking that the effects after eating were surprisingly strong. If that's the case, I can't waste it. I need to take 3 portions and put them into my backpack. Drio, who just finished eating, glanced at him and said, "Cooked meat will have an effect on you, but over time, the benefits will gradually diminish." Jiang Han smiled and replied, "Thank you, Senior, for the reminder," secretly thinking, is there such a setup? However, that's just the reality. Fresh food always has better nutritional value. A few minutes later, the plate of thunder meat on the table was empty, except for the turtle shell and some sauce. After finishing, he quickly left. And before he went, Reo said, "Kid, I'm really looking forward to your performance. I believe the other demon gods are also watching you. So stay focused and win." As he finished speaking, he immediately vanished before his eyes, leaving only a streak of blue light. Jiang Han turned to the Lit brothers and said, "I need to go level up now, goodbye." Fiki nodded in agreement, and that was it. 30 minutes later, he rides into a forest. The system notifies that you have entered the map. The Love Spirit Forest. Jiang Han muttered to himself, "A demon spirit." As a group of demon spirits with wooden clubs appeared and advanced towards him, the system displayed a notification 3-star love demon. Level Njolsvan. 2 million health. Hutuzen, 500 attack. 4,200, 54,500 defense. Skills include summoning allies, the heart-piercing strike, chaotic fist attack, introducing Gotlin, a type of demon creature in human form. They are very powerful and cunning, not to be faced directly. Hearing this, Jiang Han was a bit surprised. A 3-star love monster. Compared to other games, Gotlin might be just a small monster from the New Guard village. I never expected them to be so powerful in this eternal realm. Suddenly, a giant demon spirit plunged its body and spear into the ground. He approached him with a furious look. Yet, he was a dark swordsman. The system displays information Gotlin's king. An ominous boss level. Level 85 faction. 9 million health. Attack 6,000. 518,000. Defense 6,003. Skills include high-level resilience, fortress shield, and full transmission ring. He is introduced as the king of the demons, wielding a scythe. Extremely aggressive, bloodthirsty, cruel, and very cunning. He bared his fangs and ordered, "Brothers, come with me to kill him." We will bring his head to the Church of Light. There will definitely be a way to move from darkness into light and receive a large amount of breath. Jiang Han still looked at him in amazement, evaluating him. So there are such large demon beasts. This one is about 3 meters long. The Goblin King didn't give him time to recover and charged forward, killing these creatures as he received the command to attack, and all of them rushed toward him. Jiang Han used his horse to leap up and avoid the attack coming from him. Then, he commands his horse to kick the Goblin King directly in the face, and the system reminds him to use a skill. The War Stomp deals 887 damage to the Demon King and stuns him for 5 seconds. He was knocked back, his cheek turning red. The system notification also increased his attack by 20%, reduced the attack of the Goblin King by 8%, and decreased the attack of all enemy units within 100 by 13% for 1 minute, dealing 20% damage. Before the Goblin King could get a good look, Jiang Han urged his horse and swung his sword across the opponent's neck, but he remains unharmed. The Goblin King sneers at the lightning spear on his axe. This bastard keeps running back and forth. He roars in anger and charges toward me, dismounting his horse. The Goblin King's slash creates a streak of light, reducing the damage to 261. Sibayarsher. The system warns that the Goblin King used the Thunder Peak cover skill, delivering a critical hit to your mount and causing 300% 261. 420 damage to you, reducing your attack power by 10%. Jiang Han struggled to hold on, thinking that this powerful axe was still just in level 85 boss, so killing it definitely wouldn't be easy. Then he immediately used the awakening skill, and the evil spirit of the soul. Black energy enveloped him, trying his luck. Jiang Han shot his sword behind him, striking the boss's knee, and prompting the system to notify that you used the ultimate skill Bonebreaker to deal 451 damage to the level 85 Dark Gold boss, the Goblin King. Activating the Cut Bone effect reduces the target's attack power by 15% for 30 seconds. The Goblin King, wounded and breaking free from his control, turns around with his axe and unleashes a deadly fire. Seeing him attack, I didn't fear but instead thought of a way to counter. Surely that's not the only offensive skill in the world. Today, it's extremely effective against monsters with this kind of bone structure. The minions behind seeing the Goblin King weakening shouted to attack. The king is in trouble. Brothers, stay alive and kill it. Jiang Han sneered challengingly. Come on. I've been waiting to take you all down in one go. He leapt high, then used his foot to forcefully stomp directly on the face of the Goblin King. Jiang Han's team used the war kick to knock all the small demons away, destroying some of them. Then the system reminds you, congratulations on defeating the level 85 Dark Gold Demon King boss and receiving the reward. Liu. Wubai. 000 experience points and 6. Wubai. 000 reputation points. You wipe your nose. A familiar golden glow appears, and your level has increased to 63. Jiang Han takes a deep breath and sees what this Demon King drops. Only after the Goblin King's corpse disappeared did 3 items appear first. The Thunder Bright Great Shield. Level Amber Gold. With attack power of 10, 50 to 1200. Effects including 40% attack boost and 20% attack speed boost. A special skill called Thunder Wrath Shield. Another special skill called Thunderstorm. 120 familiar tales. And a level requirement of 80. Made from special thunder crystal, mixed with precious diamond minerals. This divine weapon can unleash thunder, attribute attacks. A 120 familiar ears. And reduces equipment level requirements by 20 levels. Jiang Han marvels at the large spear. It's really impressive. And it also has extremely powerful attributes. Plus 2 special skills. Fi seems to be using a spear as a weapon. So as the leader, he should have enough ability to buy it. Right. Then he glanced at the book. Second is Advanced Toughness. Passive. Level A. Introduction. Toughness will make creatures stronger. Effects. Skills. Improve the attributes of your pets or mounts. The level of improvement depends on their innate qualities. To learn this, your pets or mounts must meet the requirements. Third, increase your inventory, grade B. Introduction. Follow the instructions on the treasure map, and you can harvest items from anywhere. The fragrant shop sells both of these useful items. I was amazed and suddenly remembered the new treasure map. Although its value isn't as high as the rewards from the previous Snowtown attack, it still seems quite valuable. Then the map suddenly flew up. A rare S-rank treasure map. As the name suggests, you will gather many items when reaching the treasure location. System reminder: are you using the rare treasure map? Be aware that the location indicated by this map is extremely dangerous. So please ensure you are strong enough to protect yourself before heading there. Seeing it in his hand constantly burning like a flame, he muttered to himself, extremely dangerous. This is... Jiang Han sensed something was off, his face falling into deep thought. But it didn't seem right according to theory. The final boss in the Ice Tetris area is only an obscure gold level. So no matter how rare the treasure map is, the difficulty should be limited. Suddenly, Jiang Han felt a surge of thoughts. But no matter how difficult it was, it couldn't be harder than the main mission. Maybe this rare treasure map could bring items that change the course of the main mission. And the rare treasure map in his hand was glowing brighter and brighter. Jiang Han was amazed as the system notified him that he had used an S-grade item, a rare treasure map, and received the treasure location, the Fallen Fortress, at coordinates 1,741 to 4,554. The treasure at this location will disappear in 3 days. So be sure to keep track of the time. Jiang Han hesitated and opened the system panel to check if there was any information about the Fallen Fortress on the forum. A city appears on the system display, with information about the Fallen Fortress, indicating it is a level 1-to-1 city called Yuam, located in a deep canyon within the Shadow Faction's territory, where a mysterious passage leads to Hell. This is a strategic city built by the fallen angel Seraphim, ranked 4th among the demon god's protectors. Hearing the system notification, he felt a hint of suspicion in his heart. This level 1 city, protected by the fallen angel Seraphim, is truly an unimaginable treasure location. Then Jiang Han opened the high-level white enhancement book to check, still on the side of darkness, hoping that even if the demon god discovered them, the opponent could be as easy to talk to as Rio. After all, first, let's strengthen your mount a bit. System message: do you want to upgrade your boss's dark gold armor, your mount's armor, and learn high-level white enhancement? He immediately nodded in agreement. And as he did, a blinding golden light suddenly appeared all over its body. The system announces that your LAM Lanthu mount has successfully evolved into a Link Boss level mount, thanks to the help of high-level white enhancement. You feel this horse is different from before. Has it evolved now? System notification: Lam Lanthu has reached adulthood. Level Hatvan Link Boss. With movement speed of 180%. Attack 75%. Health 100%. Plus 50% stability effect. Special skills: ground movement, loyalty, and is an ordinary fire. Thanks to fate, it gained a stream of hydrokinesis bloodline, transforming into this creature. It has incredible speed but still retains the patience of a fire. Jiang Han happily patted its head. From a common level fire to a Link Boss mount. Indeed, fate is smiling, he said. Then he mounted the horse, ready to set off. So let's head to the Fallen Cannon. Jiang Han sped away at full speed, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Half an hour later, he arrived at the location. The system notified that you have entered a dangerous map. The crossing cannon is on the right. Jiang Han looked at the tall Chotford wall and thought it must be about 30 meters high. Thinking that, he jumped down to the ground, stood on the ground, and gathered strength in his legs to prepare to leap up. Let's see if the War Stomp skill can increase the jump distance up there. Then Jiang Han stomps the ground with one foot to make the surface crack, using the War Kick technique, but still can't get over that tall wall. He thinks to himself, I'm doomed. Just a little short. The teacher is about to fall again. And Jiang Han uses all his strength to grasp the edge of the wall until it bleeds. Finally, he managed to climb onto the cannon successfully. It was very dangerous. But luckily the War Stomp gave him enough boost to jump higher. He observed from a distance inside, where guards were strictly stationed. And the attributes of the guards here were all question marks. Although they are all evil, it's better not to cause trouble. Just sneak into the treasure point quietly. The guard has gone far. Jiang Han sneaked in directly, taking advantage of the moment. 5 minutes later, he reached the Lord's main house. Jiang Han stood silently to one side. Indeed, I have to sneak into the demon god's house. Only the location on the treasure map's first table matters. Why am I being forced to steal from a house? He looked around to see if there was an easy way to sneak in. Directly through the main gate, would be risky because of the guards. Sneaking in through the upper window seems safer. Then Jiang Han carefully moved, and the system notification said you have entered the head table. The Lord's bedroom. A woman with white hair, plump red lips, a seductive figure, and wings behind her appears. She is Sela. She opens her mouth and shouts, daring to enter my residence. You big chicken, Sela's shout, combined with her power, pushed him back. Jiang Han covered his face with his hand, silently cursing the treasure table. Does anyone take this seriously? Do I really have to face the fallen angel Sela directly? Jiang Han shouted in surprise. Wait a minute. I am also a dark swordsman affiliated with the Shadow League. Oh. I see. Then I'll stop and raise an eyebrow. Oh. You're starting to act tough. Hello, sister. I think there must be some misunderstanding. Sela crossed her arms and replied coldly. Even if you are a dark swordsman, you can't just barge into my room without a reason. If you say there's a misunderstanding, then tell me what it is. Then he looked at the appearing leaderboard, shocked to realize that Lak Thian Su, Sela is one of the powerful characters, ranked 4th in the Dark Forces. Compared to Rio, her strength is even more formidable. I must be very careful. If I accidentally offend her, I will surely be destroyed immediately. Seeing Sela's strength, Jiang Han became more cautious. I came here to find a treasure. The treasure map only indicated the location as the Guardian's bedroom in the distant fortress, so I followed it to get there. She licks her lips and says, Oh, how interesting. Coming to my room to look for treasure again. Is Sela really here to find the treasure? Or is she after something else? Seeing her seductive pose, Jiang Han blushed and scolded inwardly. Too flirtatious. If we weren't on the same side, I would have already judged her in the name of justice. Then he chuckled, rubbing his hands together, and said, The important thing is that the real treasure has indeed been marked like that. Sela stood up and nodded. Very well. Since you are a shadow swordsman, I will give you a chance to find the treasure. He slowly approached Jiang Han with a twisted expression, licking his lips in a perverted manner and saying, If I can't find it. He didn't even speak when he saw the cushioned chair. Then, the system prompts, Do you want to accept the treasure hunt quest? Difficulty level. Or not? Jiang Han nodded. Yes. Secretly thinking. Of course I can't refuse. It's truly seeking death. After analyzing the coordinates 1,741 to 4,545 here, he's ready to speak. So let's start digging. Just point down to the ground and signal to dig. Go ahead and dig. Seola has agreed. So Jiang Han will thrust his sword into the ground with force. I won't hold back. Half an hour later, he had dug a very large and deep hole, and when he saw Jiang Han still digging from above, he called out, Still not done yet. Seola gently tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and warns you to be careful, as there are dangerous creatures I've collected from all over down here. He still confidently says that he might not have dug it up yet. So, let's wait a little longer. But my heart is already boiling with anxiety. What the hell is this? Where's the treasure? System, damn it. No fire from me. With a sinister smile, reaching out a dirty hand. I see you can't dig anymore. Tell me, how do you want to die? Suddenly, Jiang Han's sword hit something glowing. He shouted quickly, Got it. Seola was equally surprised and startled. There really is a treasure in this room. Jiang Han picks up the stone. This is a system notification introducing a very rare natural gem, no matter what kind of weapon you craft. Adding, this red stone can significantly enhance its rank, and it has a strange property that allows it to blend perfectly with other minerals, making it an excellent choice for creating divine weapons. He looked at the floating stone in his hand. A divine-grade mineral. It was indeed taken with his aura to seize the stone. Seola smiled happily. Not bad. This is the essence crystal. The person who knows I am crafting a special divine weapon and is missing this item. I truly appreciate you for finding it for me. Jiang Han looked speechless and raised his head to say, Hey, this is my treasure. Seola coldly glanced behind. Oh, it seems someone is not pleased. Here. I took a feather from the wing. The one who helped me forge the divine weapon. I won't forget your kindness. Take it. System notification. Congratulations on completing the mission, finding the treasure, and receiving the reward. The S-rank fragment of the fallen angel's feather flies toward On, and Jiang Han extends his hand to receive it. System notification. Duoluo Chi Vu. S-rank. Introduction. Although it is angel's feather, its effect is similar to that of an angel's feather. It can fly for 30 minutes with additional effects. During the duration, all attributes are increased by 20% per use. Seeing its power and effectiveness, Jiang must be pleased. A good item. The effectiveness of the feather of the fallen angel is truly valuable if used properly. It will become a treasure, capable of flying for 30 minutes. During flight, it will have a significant advantage when dealing with ground creatures. The carriage now lifts the stone, and this feather is like my gift to you. I can only say you arrived just in time. Besides me, no one on the heavenly sky continent can temporarily grant you the ability to fly at the dark gold level. I have nothing left to complain about. I clasp my hands in front of me to thank you. Thank you. I believe this item will give me wings in the confrontation with Uriel. At that moment, he shook his head and said, "There's no need to be polite. It's just a matter of a mission. If you can't find the spirit crystal, I won't take any lives. But the punishment is still unavoidable. We will go watch the fight between us and Uriel. Giving you the object was only to make this battle more evenly matched." Hearing Zayla say he will observe, Jiang Han felt uneasy. Are all of you going to watch too? He thought. In the past, only players watched the battle between two NPCs. Now I've become one of them. Of course, Uriel is a god, truly a divine being, facing the judgment of the gods. Can a dark swordsman be a mortal who wins? Just thinking about such a scenario already makes people's hearts excited. Jiang Han listened in silence, the corner of his mouth twitching. The judgment. The divine war. Sounds really cool, like an action movie with epic battles between gods and mortals. Xela didn't let him say anything else, her eyes drifting away. She yawned slightly, then said, "Your work here is done now. Get out of my room." Before he could understand what was happening, her wings swept past him, and she was gone. Then Jiang Han felt something grab him, and he exclaimed in amazement. He was thrown by the car's wings toward the cliff with flowing water. Jiang Han stuck his head out to complain. This big sister is really unpredictable. Well, the purpose of this trip is already accomplished. Returning to Tianhai town, selling the thunder axe to Fai Kai to help him increase his strength. The scene shifts to Tianhai Zhen, where he looks at the familiar towers in front of him. Just as I returned, I saw a warrior being pushed back. It was Fei Qi training with the soldiers, shouting loudly, "Not enough yet. Show your true skills. Everyone. Let's go." The tired soldiers are leaning against the wall. "Your Excellency, you've fought alongside us against 50 enemies already. Can we rest for a moment?" Fei Qi immediately objected. "No way. The Heaven Sea Pillar is the front line in the conflict between light and darkness. We must strengthen our training to protect our family." Suddenly he glanced back and saw you. "Hey, brother, you're looking for me." Jiang Han took out a weapon from his previous spoils of war. "I have an axe here. Do you want to buy it?" Fei Qi also didn't hesitate to reach out and take it. He tried swinging the axe a few times and was amazed. "This axe is good. It will help me increase my strength." Satisfied with Fei Qi, Jiang Han asked, "Enhancement is good. So do you want to buy it?" He held up the axe. "A bit awkward. This. But I don't have much money. You know, the former head of the Tianhai town forced the villagers to pay excessive taxes, and I truly can't bear to make them suffer even more." Hearing that, a bit of hesitation crossed his mind. But still, it put me in an awkward moral dilemma. It definitely can't be accepted for free. Jiang Han then said, "So are there any other valuable tools?" Fei Qi held the thought for a moment before replying. "Do you have any items that can compensate for something?" He took out a time orb from his body, leaving me with only this precious item, planning to use it myself when the right skill comes along. Jiang Han reached out to take the item, the only remaining valuable possession, and the system also announced that the S-Rank time orb contains a touch of the time god's insight, allowing you to perceive the flow of time everywhere and bringing many benefits. The effect permanently reduces skill cooldowns, with the reduction amount depending on the item's quality, ranging from at least 30% to a maximum of 60%. Hearing the system notification, he opened his eyes in shock, with a permanent cooldown reduction effect like a top-tier treasure. Fiki. You're just a small tribe on the border. Why would the god of time leave so many treasures for you? He clenched the time bull in his hand. Since the translation was successful, we are all sworn brothers. What more courtesy is needed? Suddenly his eyes darkened as he spoke. But knowing what Fiki was thinking, Jiang Han clenched his hand and smiled happily. No, but, my good brother, we are one. Fiki remained silent. He said moved. Brother, nothing can compare to the value of the time orb. You are the one who saved my life. If you truly want it, I will give it to you, but the rules won't allow it. He thought to himself. Due to the fairness of the system, this is a restriction of the rules. Even locals can't avoid it. Then Jiang Han asked aloud. Don't owe her anything. Without waiting for Feki to speak, Jiang Han quickly interrupted and promised to return a valuable S-rank treasure of equal value later. Saying what I give you, I will deliver. Actually, you understand that if the city falls in 2 days, this time beast will be meaningless to whoever holds it, and it might become a trophy for the Bright One. He was persuaded and happily agreed. Fine, but the one who has to swear is not me. It's just a necessity. You understand. I raise my hand to swear that it's no problem. I swear that after receiving the time beast from my brother, I will definitely return an equivalent treasure within 2 months. Otherwise, a meteor will strike. Upon swearing the oath, the divine power contract has accepted your vow. If you break the vow, the divine power contract will judge you. System notification: you have received the mission. Exchange equivalent. Difficulty. Introduction. You have gained benefits beforehand, and when you repay in the future, you should not feel disadvantaged. Request a gift, along with a violent act. A thunderbolt staff. And in the future repay with a treasure equivalent to the time beast within 60 days. Failure to do so will result in destruction. Finally, Jiang Han let out a sigh of relief and thought. It's not necessarily about appearances, but mainly because the value of the time beast is too important. It can be used to strengthen the war stomp, helping to increase the win rate in the upcoming 2-day defense battle. Jiang Han remembered that from before. At this moment, he had to grasp every detail. Just like back then, if I hadn't asked Master Ta Li Ni for a scroll of resurrection, I would have been dead under Hobek's gun during the snowquake battle. Fei Qi was just afraid you would think badly of him, and quickly said, I hope brother don't blame me for being stingy. Jiang Han shook his head with a smile, thanking him before he could even finish. How could I blame you? Time is precious and valuable. I forced myself to demand more. Actually, I was the one in the wrong. But when facing Uriel, I just want to win. He nodded slightly and looked down. Yes. Even though this world is full of injustice, we must stand up and fight back. So we need to work even harder to strengthen ourselves to protect the ones we love. Hearing Fei Qi say that, Jiang Han didn't know how to respond and could only silently look. Then he asked again, Brother, what's wrong? Do I have something on my face? He thought that even after being shocked many times, he still felt amazed by how realistic the NPCs in this game were. Thinking that, Jiang Han shook his head and said nothing. Let's work together, and I will take my leave. After the deal was settled, Jiang Han mounted his lamb unicorn and sped off quickly. As time was running out, let's go fight goblins to level up a bit and then sleep. First using the S-rank Time Light Buffalo item we just received. System notification. Do you want to use the S-rank Time Light Buffalo item? He quickly nodded. Oh. The system prompt. Please specify the skill to maximize the effect of Jiang Han's Shining War Beast and the War Stomp. The shining orb from his hand soared into the sky, growing larger as light radiated around it. System notification. You have successfully used an S-rank Time Spirit Bull artifact. The cooldown of the SS level War Kick skill has been reduced by 50%. The cooldown time for the War Strike has been reduced from 1 minute to 30 seconds. Then a beam of light surrounds the display of power. The SS level War Stomp, unleashing its effect, gathering strength beneath your feet, and launching a powerful kick at the enemy unit. The attack speed increases by 200% and the jump height is raised. This attack deals 200% damage and is guaranteed to be a critical hit, creates a powerful suppression effect, with additional effects. Generating a strong shockwave emanating from the core of the light, deals 120% damage to all enemies within a 100 by 100 area, reduces enemy units' attack power, and increases the attack power of allies and oneself, by reducing or increasing the margin within a range determined by the distance between the two sides and lasting for 1 minute. The cooldown time is 30 seconds. Seeing such a powerful skill, Jiang Han couldn't help but be excited. This is truly a wide area damage skill with crowd control, and it even has critical hits, boosting allies and attacking enemies. With a cooldown of only 30 seconds, who would believe that? He immediately spurred his horse to run. Now let's experience the thrill of executing a big move within 30 seconds with the goblins. After walking a bit, he found a group of goblins, who didn't realize he was after them. So they blocked his path. That dark swordsman's head is worth a lot of gold, hung up by the righteous army. Brothers, let's rise up. Jiang Hung. Smile. No need to rush. Take your time. Everyone just follow the order. Keep me in the center. 5 minutes later, he used the newly learned skill, slicing through the goblins before they could react. With a war stomp, a goblin, eyes wide with disbelief, asked before dying, "How is it possible for you to use so many high-range damage skills in such a short amount of time?" Jiang Hong ignored it and continued slaughtering, his power surging. System notification. You have leveled up to level 64. And he chuckles with satisfaction. After the cooldown of the War Stomp skill was reduced by 50%. Your level up speed became so fast that even the speed of new monster forms couldn't keep up with your rate of killing monsters. Today will be like this. Tomorrow I will prepare to compete in the 100 strength tournament again. On Monday, everyone rushes to the arenas to watch the battles. System notification. The 4th round. The World War. The official start. System announcement. The World Martial Arts Competition. The 4th round is the top 10 selection. All previous accumulated losses are reset. Each person has 4 chances to lose, with opponents assigned randomly, until the top 10 are determined. Jiang Han observes the arena around him, and after entering the top 100 competitors, the number of people decreases significantly. The arena has also expanded, and those who can reach the top 100 are all top-tier experts. Suddenly, from ahead, the king of extraction strode forward with a mighty presence, loudly calling out, "Yi Jianghan Shui." He is the 59th level king of the extractors, with the profession of extractor, and he looks at you with a contemptuous expression. "I hear you can easily break through the stealth of the demon slayer. So come on. I want to see if you can find me." Without saying a word, he drew his weapon to prepare for attack while hiding his body. System notification. Trich Vuong Chi Vuong has activated the skill, Stealth. But Trich Vuong hadn't even had a chance to touch a strand of Jiang Han's hair before he was struck by a sword and sent flying backward. He couldn't believe it. How was this possible? What kind of skill was this? Jiang Han sneered. What's the point of thinking? Finding out what he can do. Killing him is all that matters. System notification. Jiang Han will win. A single strike from him left the spectators below in shock, exclaiming, in disbelief, as it dealt wide area damage, yet finished off the enemies so quickly. Even as an ominous gold boss, is just like this. Is there still such a possibility? I beg my ancestors not to let me meet him, or I really have no hope of leveling up. After dealing with him, another person who didn't care about life or death stepped forward, cupped his fists, and respectfully bowed. Long admiring your reputation, hoping for your guidance. Jiang Han politely bowed his head and sighed inwardly. Today, it's rare to meet someone who speaks with such martial virtue. So he said. Then, Jiang Han saw that he was unprepared. So he raised his staff to strike secretly. Seizing the opportunity to use soul control, Jiang Han was hit by the attack. His hands were bound by magical chains. What? System notification. You have successfully used the soul control skill to dominate Jiang Han Shui. This is the general of the Tuthu. A hidden profession level 52. The soul manipulator. He happily thinks his plan has succeeded. Han Tui, you're too overconfident. If you kill me immediately upon entering the battlefield, you wouldn't have been controlled by me. And then I just need to throw you off the arena to win. Jiang Han gritted his teeth, his eyes turning cold, and said that was a good plan. Then he was seen slowly flying up, his gaze radiating a fierce aura that startled the assassin. But he truly could control Wu Yu. Jiang Han's hand clenched tightly, and the soul control cord was instantly broken. He looked at me in horror, sweating profusely. How could it be? The soul control thread definitely cannot be escaped by force, without waiting for the soul thief to retreat. Jiang Han immediately swung his sword at him, and the soul thief let out a cry of pain. The system announced Jiang Han's victory in the battle. Jiang Han looked at his hand and smiled, unable to break free with force. Why do I feel nothing? Remember, the Dark Swordsman is a unique hidden profession with many hidden features. After dealing with the two troublemakers, he looked around, trying to use the opponent's blocking time to see if there were any other experts nearby. Then he went to another arena and heard their shouts. The president. Keep it up. What's happening to the guy across from him? Is it a display of superiority? Jiang Han, curious, approached. And suddenly, there was a bang. On the arena. The fat guy with the sword is pointing it at his opponent. What do you mean by that? After all, I'm just a little more relaxed. Yet you can insult me like that. I warn you once more. Put on your armor and fight me in a life and death battle. He jumped nimbly, smiling and catching his breath. Sorry, but this isn't just targeting you. Then, pretending to sweep my hair back. I just felt that the armor would only slow down my sword swings. He is the #1 old man. Level Utvenheit. With a special hidden profession. Not a divine image. Without saying much, I swung my sword, and the divine arrows surrounded his sword. But please rest assured, I am very serious about this fight. The annoyed fat man grits his teeth, channeling his power into his sword. Damn it. Then let him pay for his arrogance. With incredible speed, I quickly disappeared in front of the fat guy, and then appeared behind him. Before the fat guy could react, his eyes widened in shock as the sword sliced across his neck. What? What the hell? One of my swords has cut that guy down. System notification. I have won. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted hurriedly. I remember. That is the leader of the organization, usually like a divine dragon. I only see the head, and not the tail. But unexpectedly I meet him here. You gods, that is the #1 gang in our eastern district. No wonder they are so powerful. Hearing what they said, Rang Hang's body froze. He kept watching the battle intently, his eyes wide with shock, unable to dodge what just happened. What's going on? Why don't I understand anything at all? Thufeng Nodong sniffed lightly and said, no matter how many times I watch, the chairman's moves are still really cool. Tianwu Chihua stood beside, crossing his arms and frowning. When will he be able to wear proper clothes? Because it damages our club's image too much. Ngo Dong, with a dreamy look in his eyes, said it seems the final match will definitely feature a battle between the club president and Ni Rong Hang Thui. Based on the leader's strength, Yi would even lose to the top expert, and the expert behind him pats his shoulder with a smile. Hello. Long time no see. Last time we were in Yuam City. You challenged me, didn't you? Ngo Dong startled and quickly stepped back, stammering. First, Rong Hang Thui. When I heard someone mention his name, I turned around and looked. Oh, then another commotion ensued. Is it not Rong Hang Thu coming here to watch Not Ho Lao 2 fight? With two masters appearing. Not knowing who will win this duel, I only point my sword at you. Net Rang Hang Thui. I've heard of you for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here today. His eyes seemed to be challenging. I hope you won't let me down. Rang Hang replied firmly. Don't worry. If the opponent is on, I will definitely fight with all my strength. System notification, please note. In 3 seconds, you will be transported to the competition venue. His whole body radiated a yellow glow around him. He thought to himself, he's not wearing armor. Does that mean he's confident he can dodge all attacks? It seems this old man is a strong opponent in the final match. He leapt up from the platform. Ngo Dong saw Rang Hang and immediately said, Rang Hang Tui, I meet you again. He shrugged and sighed, as if I had surrendered. I initially thought I could use my fiery rage to achieve victory, but I never expected to meet you here. Then he looked at him coldly, as if facing our guild leader. Even with a level attribute advantage, you still wouldn't be able to win. Rang Hang asked in surprise. What kind of ultimate move is that? Ngodong hatmat bumwadap. Lamsao ko the noi shokao duak chu. Kauvon latinrat, saukiema. After saying that, he turned and left. I wonder how the battle between the strongest explorer from the Light Battalion and the boss explorer from the Dark Battalion will turn out. I really can't wait. The system announces that No Dong surrenders, and not Rang Hang Thui wins. Watching Ngo Dong walk away, Rang Hang thought to himself, I didn't expect this guy to be so loud. Well, I'll wait until the match is over and see what information is on the forum. Next, he fought against the remaining opponents, and the system announced that not Rang Hang won the water battle. 1 by 1. Each opponent was defeated by Rang Hang's sword, and the system kept announcing that not Rang Hang was victorious. The system notification says, you have entered the top 10 strongest fighters in the martial arts tournament. And the final for the top 10 will be held promptly at 10 o'clock tomorrow. The champion, runner-up, and third place will be decided at that time. So everyone, please prepare well. Rang Hang to open the system panel. The old man from the lower ranks. Let me check if there is any information about this person on the forum. He looked at the system panel. There was very little information about this person on the forum. Usually like a dragon. You only see the head but not the tail. But building the top guild in the Eastern District is really not an easy task. He muttered to himself after reading. Logically, as the chairman, he would also have to reveal his face to attract new members. Right. Rang Hang looked at the map in his hand. Forget it if there's no information. It's better to gather more effective tools. System notification. You used a level B item. The treasure map shows the treasure location as 3,711 to 5,049. The museum at this position will disappear within 3 days. Please be mindful of the timing. 15 minutes later. He is on a patch of land with a pickaxe, digging underground. Alright, just dug up. I've already obtained 3 high-grade pet stones. Level B, which are essential items if you want to catch a pet. And they have a higher success rate than regular pet stones. He picks up the stone, looking satisfied. Well, I guess that's okay. Even though I don't know what the higher success rate really means and when the pet system will be implemented. At least it's not useless. Then he turned around and pressed the system panel. Now he had the lost blade. The Lodi knew shame. And this treasure was even more valuable, along with the upgraded war stomp to a legendary level. It's time for me to hunt my first boss coupling and find the known boss coupling. The system displays information about boss coupling. Bien Buk Chi Vuong. Brian. Boss coupling. Guanglang Trung Lao. Scott. Boss coupling. Kavo Duke. Ma Ding. Boss coupling. System notifications. The original version. Eternal goods. Too large. Some players, inspired by the adventure, have recorded the specific locations of many monsters and monster leaders and shared them for free. Currently, only the top 5 players who have killed the dark gold level can challenge boss coupling. So no one else besides me can do it. Giang Han slightly doubts. Judging from the introduction of the name, maybe Ma Ding, the unambitious one, is the weakest in strength. Moreover, he is also the closest person to me. Ma Ding, the unambitious. I have decided to use him as a sacrificial pawn. 40 minutes later, he had entered a different place, where there was a thatched hut and a man sleeping in front. Giang Han approached, but the sleeping man remained still without any movement. Ma Ding is lying against a tree, snoring and muttering about vaccines. Dozing off. Please don't make me work anymore. The system reports. The uninvolved. The desireless. Ma Ding. Level. Bashuwu. Life. 15 million. Attack. Wu. No defense. Skills. Desireless and cravingless. White daydream. Sleeping immediately. Lazy aura. Unwilling to work. Introduction. Throughout his life, he was just an ordinary worker, but because Boss Chen forced him, he chose to run to a remote place, lie down, and then die after accidentally eating poisonous mushrooms, turning into a vengeful spirit lingering in the mortal world. Hearing Ma Ding's strength and defense, Jiang Han was a bit speechless, with an attack of 5 and no defense. This boss-level spirit is way too weak. Thinking that way, Li immediately ate the 3-3 Thunder Tribulation. But since they are all spirit-level bosses, to be safer, I should just boost my attributes and then charge in. System notification. You have consumed 3-3 Thunderclap. All attributes will increase by 20% for 10 minutes. Jiang Han charged the Lam Lan Thu at the guy, kicking Ma Ding in the stomach with his horse's hoof, using the War Kick skill, reducing his blood and strength to 168. Zhoubai Tishasan. System notification. Ma Ding, the indifferent one, activates his passive skill, Indifference and Unyielding, increasing damage received by 100% and reflecting the damage back to the attacker. Suddenly, his mount disappeared, and the system notified that your Lam Lan Thu has died and cannot be summoned again for the next 3 hours. Ma Ding woke up in pain, stood up and pointed at him loudly. It hurts so much. What are you doing? I clearly didn't provoke you. Giang Han also stopped thinking maliciously. What's going on? Maybe his passive skill always has an advantage, regardless of what is happening. Now I just want to finish him off. So I unleashed the Death Spirit Slash, reducing his strength by 99. Babai Wu. Ma Ding screams in pain. Ah, it hurts so much I want to die. But instead, his blood and strength also doubled, and Jiang Han stopped his evil thoughts. This skill is really sneaky. If I attack him again like this, will I get countered and die? The bastard clenched his fist and swung it at me. You bastard. I told you it hurts, but I have to give him a punch that blows his head off. System notification. The ruthless Ma Ding uses the White Lotus Dream technique, causing the next attack's power to increase by 99. Zhou, with damage boosted by 2000%, ensuring a critical hit. Zhang Hen, hearing the system say that Tran Mat was stunned. Damn it. Is this skill really that powerful? He immediately used Thon Fong Defense and Hat VM Tree Jiap, but contrary to Jiang Han's expectations, when the punch hit his face, his strength stat only decreased by 1. Jiang Han's Eye of Battle looked at the guy laughing happily in front of him, confused inside what's going on. Ma Ding chuckled happily. Haha. You've been fooled. Hearing him say that, he quickly thought that this skill was basically a trick. Looking at the information, it seemed terrifying. But in reality, it was nothing. Jiang Han kicked him in the leg, and the system notified you that you have used the skill. Critical Strike. To attack the unworthy. Ma Ding reduces the boss's movement speed by 30% before turning around to run. Master Jiang Han ran away. Ma Ding shouted angrily and chased after him. You damn thing, I will fight you. Jiang Han ran ahead, speechless. This evil system really did create a disgusting monster. Fighting him is just a waste of time. Better to go find the next spirit-level boss. After running for a while, Ma Ding was exhausted and panting, huffing and puffing, so tired that he needed a rest. Tomorrow, I will teach you a lesson. The system reminds Ma Ding, the indifferent one, to activate his skill. Luo Nuo Zi Qi. Jiang Han turned around and saw that he was lying unconscious on the ground. Speechless and silent, he slapped his face, looking drowsy as if sleepy. Activated the Lone Noa Chi He skill, which is sleep mode, then yawned deeply. Then, for some unknown reason, his mind became hazy, and after an unknown amount of time, Jiang Han suddenly opened his eyes. I sit up quickly and look around to see Ma Ding still lying there. What's going on? How did I end up sleeping inside the game world? How long have I been asleep? Jiang Han clenched his teeth and opened the system menu to check. Over 2 hours of advantage. Ma Ding, you really are just a simple monster. Could it be that this pure skill type on this person is some kind of mechanism to persuade others to give up? Suddenly he thought of something. Turned to look at him. Wait a minute. The priority mechanism. Normal damage can't hurt them. So maybe other methods could work. Jiang Han stood up heavily and called out. Hey Ma Ding, why are you sleeping here? Your fellow beast has already bought a big villa in the first-tier city. Hearing the name of the psychic, Ma Ding, who was lying down, moved slightly and let out a sound, but he turned around without caring and replied, It has nothing to do with me. No matter how you try to comfort, I still stay straight. Think about it. Today is useless. I'll try something else. Jiang Han suddenly shouted, Ma Ding, what's wrong with you? Have you finished the task yet? Suddenly, Ma Ding's health bar dropped, and he sat up with a surprised look, asking, So you are… System notification. Your words caused 861 points of mental damage to the unmotivated Ma Ding. Hearing the system notification, Jiang Han smirked to himself, lucky to be rid of him, then crossed his arms and nodded silently with a disdainful look. That's right. I'm the supervisor your boss hired to oversee your work. Jiang Han stretched out his hand. A beam of light shot straight through Ma Ding's body. You didn't do anything and still sneak out late at night. Do you see if others are like you or not? Because of you, everyone had to stay up all night working for you. What have you contributed to the alliance? The guy shouted, not holding back. Yeah. All I see is Ma Ding's eyes blazing with anger. What do you know? I've been working hard for over 20 years, yet I only receive 10 gold coins a month. So why do I have to work all night unconditionally like this? Jiang Han still responded without any fear. Because he cared too much about his personal life to put in the effort to help the alliance progress. Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight up from Ma Ding's body, and the system announced, Congratulations on defeating the level 85 spirit boss, the unworthy Ma Ding. I gained 30 million experience points and 10,000 reputation. Jiang Han felt guilty and said, I'm really sorry. If I hadn't had a similar experience as you, I wouldn't have thought of this trick to help you escape. The system continues to notify you that you have reached spirit level 67. The system congratulates you on stealing the spirit level boss. Ma Ding, the Insatiable. You are the first in the game to defeat the spirit level boss and earn extra rewards. Shiwu. 000 reputation points. And 50 free attribute points. The rare item. The Blessing of the War God. Ma Ding's death drop. 3 treasures appeared. Seeing this, he wondered if these were skill drops. Could one of them be a skill of Ma Ding? Thanks to the system reminder. Stimulated by the blood of the fallen mighty. Your equipment, the dark-clad armor, has been upgraded to the spirit level, greatly increasing its attributes. Jiang Han happily laughs with pride. A golden light surrounding his body. He. Of course. I must reach spirit level before facing Uriel the Food. Whether it's a tool for the first murder reward or upgrading the Dark Strike armor, improving your strategy is something you can't ignore. The system displays detailed information. Dark Armor Strike. Spirit level. Defense. E ling 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 dao er ling ling. Health. Ibawusher. Ling ling ling. Effect. Defense plus 20%. Additional effect. Health plus 50%. Special skill. Dominating the world. Level requirement. Level Hatfun. Class. Dark Swordsman. Special effect. Cannot be damaged. Cannot be dropped. Can be upgraded. After receiving the upgrade skill, Jiang Han stepped forward, took the book in his hand, checked the items dropped, and examined this skill book. The system announces Bai Ri's Dream. A daydream at level B. An introduction. Although it is an illusion that does not exist, no one can seize another's dream by force. Effective. If the opponent's level is not more than 50 levels higher, you can create false information to deceive them. But to do this, you must pay the price that the damage of the next attack will become 1 point, requiring a skill. No. A cooldown time of 1 day. I feel a bit disappointed. And it's a B-level skill. But even with the other 2 skills, it would be better if you give me one of the 2, either indifference or rage energy. Then victory would be impossible. Right, but since this item is free, the shop doesn't care, whatever. If I become too powerful, the game's balance won't hold anymore. White Sun Dreaming. If used well, it can be a life-saving skill that tricks the opponent. The system reminds you, you have learned the skill. White Sun Dreaming. The next item is the Illusionary Armor. Spiritual level. Wusher. 000 health. Du sens Wind defense. With effects of 40% additional defense, 20% health, 30% agility, and a special skill called Tat Tao. Required level 80. Introduction. The person who challenged Ma Ding, a powerful hero, was killed and lost the illusion cloak to Ma Ding. Finally, the Celestial Selection Staff. Level Spirit. Attack 1200. Effects include 50% attack boost, 20% health increase, 20% casting speed, 20% healing effect, and a special skill. 100 tricks are not as good as a single hand. The required level is 80. This is a staff that many priests desire to have. It can significantly improve all attribute aspects, and if a priest holds it in the team, the safety of the entire team will be guaranteed. Jiang Han tapped his chin on the system interface and muttered, the attributes of the robe are really strong. But unfortunately, the level required is 80, so I need a bit more time before I can use it. As for the Divine Selection Staff, it is still a spiritual-grade equipment from Lulu, and among all servers, its value is not underestimated at all. Suddenly, he was startled by the thought of the Lit siblings' weight. I think she's the younger sister of Fiki. Since Lit is also a spiritualist, if I give her the staff, will I gain anything? I think the Fiki family is also favored by the god of time, as they have the Time-Light Bull and the Faith and Oath necklace on them. Just like Lit's sister, maybe there's even better gear out there. Jiang Han thought with a light smile. Come on, this really isn't good at all. How could I possibly do this? I took out the Battle God Blessing book and before returning to Tianhai Town, I need to check the final reward from defeating the boss and leveling up for the first time. The Blessing of the War God. S-Rank Introduction. Bestows the Blessing of the War God. allowing you to attain enlightenment, making your combat methods more proficient and powerful, enhancing the selected skills to increase their strength. The increase varies from 50% to 150% of the initial base point and depends on the quality and effects of the skill. Gyang Han was amazed that this scroll could directly and unconditionally enhance the damage of skills. And he was extremely delighted. The future is unpredictable, so this scroll cannot be kept on the main line. So at this moment only one skill can be enhanced. Then, Jiang Han will directly destroy the blessing of the war god. The system prompts you that you are using an S-rank item. Blessing of the war god. Please select the skill to enhance. His eyes lit up. The war kick. He thought to himself, let's have a good fight. No more hesitation. Just do it. I want to turn the war kick into a skill with a very low cooldown so I can wipe out the entire situation. System notification. Your war kick skill has been enhanced by 80% and upgraded to SSS level. The war kick, at SSS level, increases movement speed by 300% for 3 seconds after knocking back an enemy unit. Attack speed is increased by 200% and the jump height is significantly boosted, with the next attack dealing 200% to 360% damage. It will definitely deal a critical hit and create a strong suppression effect, along with additional effects, causing 120% to 216% damage to all enemies within a 100x100 area. Reduce the attack power of enemy units and increase the attack power of your team members, including yourself, for 1 minute, with a 30-second cooldown. The system reminds you that you are the first player to reach SSS level skills, and you receive a luck bonus of 1. Free attribute points of 50. And 50. 000 reputation. Looking at the system panel, Jiang Hong couldn't help but shout with joy. Wow! Not only did the damage increase, but the skill level was also upgraded to the super rare SSS level. Then he and Lam Lamthan sped off together. This is awesome. No more delays. We have to get back to Chan Thin Hai quickly. Cut to Chan Thin Hai. Gyang Hang hurriedly rushes over and calls out as soon as he sees someone. PG. Seeing how hurried you are, Pai Chi looked suspiciously at his brother. Hey, you're here again. What's going on this time? Gyang Hang nodded, observing him. It seems he also leveled up quite a bit. Fai Kai pointed to the axe he's holding. That's right. With this axe I can reach higher level areas to train and also pick up a few equipment items. He replied happily. As long as it works. By the way, is your sister here? Fei Chi said proudly. She's studying with the only Golden Crown priest in Tianhai town. My sister's light affinity is very high. She became a silver-ranked priest in just 2 days. And her potential is limitless. Gyang Hang crossed his arms happily. That's great. With the blessing of the god of time, their potential must be extraordinary. Where is your sister? Let me go find her. He pointed toward the square, where people in the northern part of the town are receiving free treatment for their wounds. Fei Chi asked suspiciously what he was looking for his sister for. He stroked his chin mysteriously and said it was nothing special. Just that he had a pretty good magic artifact in his hand. And after all, what's good for others isn't as good as what's good for your own people. He saw Jiang Hang's ambiguous expression and fell silent. After a moment of thought, Pai Kai nervously said, Big brother, are you planning to take all my treasures? The divine artifacts bestowed by the gods are all inherited from our ancestors. Gyang Hang shook his head and turned away. Who would take advantage of his brothers? What is my brother talking about? How could we take our biological sister's treasure? It's just that when facing a formidable enemy, we only want to borrow some tools to use for a bit. Worst case, I swear to the gods that I will return an item of equal value to my sister in 2 months. I can do what I say. Hearing that, he sighed. Built a nest without proof. And on my sister's body, there is a scroll left by the Timelight god. I hope I can use it in the next life. He no longer hesitated and left. Thank you. Next time I definitely won't bother you two. After walking a bit, I saw Lit healing someone. Lit. Remember that the relationship of the light element has nothing to do with the army you are part of. Please look at those bishops. In front of others, they all pretend to be compassionate. But maybe they are doing foolish things behind the scenes. As long as we have a pure conscience. That's enough. The girl obediently nodded and said yes. Gyang Han approached and called out. Hearing the voice, the girl turned around and happily exclaimed, Big brother. Anga gathers energy in her hand and looks at the girl seriously. Today is enough. Let the others take care of the rest. You can go now. Lit happily replies. Thank you Onga for guiding me. The girl blushed and ran over to his side. Why did the big brother come to see Lit today? Jiang Han held out the staff in front of him. This is the staff I want to exchange for the treasure on your body. After hearing that, the girl took out a compass from her pocket and asked, Is this compass the treasure? Jiang Han took it. Time reversal. S-Rank. Introduced as one of the treasures left by the god of time for future generations. Containing a bit of the power of the god of time. The effect of reversing time. Going back to the past. And changing the future. Note that if the divine power cannot be controlled, the time reversal will be unstable. It could be 2 minutes or just 10 seconds. Jiang Han thought to himself, it really is a treasure. If used skillfully, it could save lives. The girl happily agreed. If the big brother wanted, Lit could give it to him. This staff is very precious. If given to Lit, the big brother might feel sad. But the request is that no matter how the city defense battle ends on the 1st, I hope both the big brother and my brother will be safe and live long lives. System prompt, do you want to accept the quest to save Lu Dakthan's son? No. He quickly shook his head and replied, no. Jiang Han thought, maybe this mission isn't bad, but I can't just pursue profit recklessly. Jiang Han casually hands the staff to Lit and says, what are you talking about, big brother? Wouldn't be so stingy during the city defense battle, no matter what. I will win and I will give you this staff. Later I will also give you something of equal value. System reminder. Accept the mission to exchange equality and difficulty. Ah. Introduction. This is your choice. You don't like exploiting children. This is worth appreciating. The request is to give the singer Lit the heavenly pure staff, and later return an item of equal value to the future time reversal scroll. The deadline is 60 days, and the punishment for the mission is annihilation. Wai Hoak thinks. A singing ghost singer. And the girl takes the fake staff with a blink. Tell the boss a secret. Actually, Lit also has a special profession, and it's even more powerful than Fai Kai Nuko's hidden profession. It is the rarest hidden profession. The system announces that the dark singer Lit, a level 10 spiritualist, has a life of 1 million, an attack power of 500 to 550, a defense of 400 to 420, and possesses the skill of singing dark songs to purify the soul. The Haunted Singing School introduces the experience of a young girl with a pure and perfect soul, inscribed with a fate chart, who will not regret even if she enters the dark abyss. Jiang Han looked at Lit with curiosity. This little girl. A level 10, Van Dong priestess. But her stats are so high she must be incredibly powerful. The girl happily thanked him, thanking the generous big brother. Then, Lit looked at Jiang Han praying, hoping that the dark god would protect him. A beam of light enveloped him, and the system prompted, you have received the soul purification of the haunting singer Lit. All attributes increased by 10% for 3 days. Seeing this, he was extremely amazed. This magic staff. You can use it. Jiang Han wondered. What kind of deity is this girl? The level requirement for the Heaven's Choice staff is level 80. But how can Lit use it anytime she wants? The girl holding the staff radiates power, so Lit can ignore all the equipment requirements. And Lit is also very capable and will definitely help the big brother in the future. Jiang Han thought to himself, ignoring all the equipment requirements for all kinds of spells. This is simply unreasonable. Completely unreasonable, so I've saved a future demon god. The scene shifts to the secret room of the Thon Quang Sek's peak, where 4 people lie beneath, drained of their strength by Uriel, whose eyes are closed as he looks up to the sky, sensing the aura being drawn out. Then his eyes gently opened and glanced downward. Uriel, shirtless and revealing his muscles, radiated power around him. Brother Ko is kneeling on the ground, hurriedly saying, congratulations on your breakthrough to the earth level. He replied coldly, it's a small matter after I kill the Shadow Sword Singer and use his blood to activate my divine power. Becoming a god level is just a matter of time, he said with a worried look. But after all, the singing assassin swordsman has a renowned reputation in history. Seeing Uriel's expression, Kohun quickly lowered his head, thinking that if he waited a little longer to recover, killing him would be as easy as flipping his hand. He whispered, yes. Then they revealed a savage expression, their eyes shining, as the fragile creatures on the ground, like a swarm of ants, those called Shadow Swordmasters. You see those arrogant beings? In my opinion, it's just a bigger ant, so killing him wouldn't take any effort at all. The next day at 10 o'clock sharp, at the arena, The system reminds you that the 5th round of the martial arts tournament is officially starting. Please note, in the 5th round, each participant has 3 chances to fail, and opponents will be arranged randomly until the champion is determined, the runner-up and 3rd place. Note that if there are enough participants, players will not face the same opponent in at least 3 matches. Jiang Han is teleported directly to the competition arena by the system. In the audience, many people are gathered around chatting excitedly. Only those who stand out among many players from the Eastern District are truly the big shots. I just want to know if Jiang Han Thui can easily win the championship. Probably not. But given the circumstances, Jiang Han Thui might face something even greater. He looked around and thought, I didn't expect the finals night to have so many spectators besides the contestants. Looking at the other side of the arena, 2 people were teleported onto the stage. The sword wielder is a level 50 special class, Chaos World King. He looked at his opponent and said, Here. The gathering is over. The person holding the sword spoke casually. Don't worry. Just attack. System information. Mass murderer. Divine swordsman. Level Utvenut. Power 5, 114. Ibai. Attack 3500. Otio 3000. 890. Defense 3992 1155. Skills, Divine Chain Attack. Divine Thrust. Divine Shield. Hidden Holy Aura. Vin Ruo Swordsman. Jiang Han looked at the 2 people in front of him and sighed inwardly. This old man is also a familiar face. If he called the other party the Guild Master, so this mass murderer is actually the one holding real power in the Hero Alliance. And he can also be considered my old enemy. At first, I easily killed 1,000 new players in the beginner village, relying on the unconditional gift from the Hero Alliance. Seeing this, he immediately swung his sword to create a tornado. Fine. Then we're in trouble transforming into a storm of chaos. The vortex grew denser. The world grew louder. The storm of fury. Seeing the opponent's move, he also prepared to counterattack. The crowd in the stands watched in amazement, wondering about the combat skills that, in the heart of the Stormblade, would have to endure continuous damage. But his health is already too high. The mortal wielded his spear lightly towards him. The world used the storming wind to block the attack. He gritted his teeth and lowered his body, piercing through the whirlwind. But it was too slow. His move has snatched the opponent. System notification: the slaughterer wins. Jiang Han observed the battle throughout without using any skills and still easily defeated his opponent. The true strength of the slaughterer is not to be underestimated. The system reminds you to prepare for the next battle. Please equip yourself. Then, you are teleported to the arena, and the opponent has just arrived. The level 52 invisible phantom assassin looks at Jiang Han with a contemptuous gaze. Well, Jiang Han, you're a bit unlucky this time. Then, he quickly dashes straight toward him to attack. The invisible figure appeared behind Jiang Han, who still stood motionless without reacting. Then a sword swung down. But Jiang Han regained his composure and dodged in time. Invisible was surprised, glancing at him and thinking, so quick to react. But he still used his old move. Instantly teleporting behind Jiang Han, he smiled eerily, a black aura appearing in his hand. Now, to deal with this hidden threat, using a war stomp might be overkill. So let's try this method instead. Jiang Han unleashes his power towards the enemy and shouts, manifest yourself. The circle of evil. As the energy strikes him, causing him to cry out in pain, Hua-A, clutching her stomach in disbelief, wonders if this skill can still be played like this. Impressive. Jiang Han raises his sword. Just lucky. Then a sword beheads him, and the system announces that Yi Jiang Han Shui has won. After his match, the crowd in the stands was once again in an uproar. The way Jiang Han Tui utilized his skills was truly at an advanced level. Nonsense. Do you really think you can get multiple Force Bloods just by luck in the server? Could it be that he really tapped into his personal strength to attain SS talent level through the innate talent trial in the early stage of the game? Jiang Han is still thinking about someone, wondering if there are any other experts besides the old man Nat Ho Lo. Then another battle begins. The battle was over in an instant. Fabja Roger launched an attack at the defeated opponent, and the system announced Fabja Roger's victory. Then the system announced the victory, shattering the heavens and earth. As you watched from the stands, after these 2 matches, the skill levels of both players are not very high, Old Man said, regretfully with a shake of his head. Really a pity. It's not the strongest Jiang Han water anymore. Jiang Han watched intently. This time I want to see if you can dodge all the skills. He is still fighting on the arena, facing the level 51 Divine Master Dai Fi. A special fire flame profession, he thought. Yi Hu Lao Tzu. I heard his skills are divine. So let's see how you handle this. He reached out, and the fireball grew larger and larger. But contrary to expectations, Difi's eyes widened as he stared at the branch right in front of him. I counterattacked with another fireball, killing him on the spot. And the system announced that I, the old man, had won. The crowd in the stands fell silent, only daring to whisper, as they watched him kill his opponent within a continuous damage skill range without a single injury. How can he do that? No wonder he can summon the name of the greatest Jiang Han Shuilo. Jiang Han frowned as he watched. His speed was too fast, and he still hadn't clearly seen the details of his opponent's skills. But based on his current performance, he could indeed avoid most of those skills. I wonder if he can dodge his own skills. Could the divine image profession be to limit the existence of the Dark Swordmaster? Suddenly, a voice echoed in my ear. Are there runes that counter the Dark Swordsman? Kid, I can't pretend I didn't hear what you're saying. Jiang Han looked around nervously. Who is it? That voice continued to echo coldly. This is the mark I left on the dark armor, just to see if I could embarrass the Dark Swordsman or not. He sweat a little and thought. So the lost Dark Swordsman from the previous life is still alive. But that doesn't seem quite right. It should mean he was already dead. But not entirely gone. From where Lak Not stands with his arms crossed in front of Jiang Han, I can tell you very clearly that the Dark Swordsman has no counter. At first, I wanted to see you face moments of difficulty you couldn't overcome. But now I'm just listening to your blind analysis. So I can't help but feel a bit speechless inside Jiang Han. Laknat quickly sped up his speech. This mark of mine won't last long, so I'll keep it brief. The strongest skill of the Dark Swordsman is the Shadow Rebirth. Remember to read the skill introduction for more details. He responded. Yeah. And then what? Is that all? When suddenly the system announced that you will fight in the next match. Make sure to be fully equipped. Jiang Han was brought to the arena, facing Ren Giang, who gritted his teeth as if he wanted to devour him alive. Finally, I've met you. Giang's eyes reveal a murderous intent, and his proud expression reminds us that our Hero Alliance members have received your special care in the past. Jiang Han looked up at the system display and muttered to himself, Shadow Rebirth. S-Rank. Description. A dark swordsman strolling between life and death. Unafraid of death and craving victory, Han possesses a special ability, harnessing every bit of his body's strength to defeat opponents, lasting for 5 minutes. With all attributes increased by 50%. Side effect after use. Level drops by 10. Cooldown period of 7 days. And Jiang, standing opposite, is left silently stunned. He struggled to understand and pondered deeply. What needs to be grasped to truly unleash the power of the Shadow Resurrection? Where is the key? And how can this skill be made stronger? Seeing this scene, the gossipers in the stands started to discuss. Even though Jiang the Slaughterer is looked down upon, he is still considered a top expert. Not Jiang Han Tu also looks down on others too much. Serves him right. Their guild usually relies on numbers to bully casual players everywhere. And now they are finally facing retribution. He gritted his teeth in anger when he heard someone pouring fuel on the fire. Their guild's strength was built on money. And this kind of contempt was unbearable. Gia Jiang shouted, then charged with his spear at him. Grandson, how dare you look down on me? System notification. Killer Giang used the divine skill Divine Strike. The next attack increases damage by 300% and reduces the enemy's attack power by 10% for 5 seconds. Before he could react, Jiang Han used his powerful purple hand to squeeze him. His face turned cold. Sorry. What did you just say? Jiang Han's power causes Jiang's strength score to plummet rapidly. Then he swings his sword to cut across his body. Half of Jiang's health bar remains. Jiang Han sneers coldly. Before he can finish speaking, he catches it and calls upon divine power, summoning a white and gold aura. Divine Blessing. System notification. The Slaughterer Jiang uses the skill Divine Grace, increasing defense by 100% and reducing damage by 30% for 3 seconds. Ren Jiang angrily charges his spear at you. Divine Grace combo. Jiang Han frowned and then smirked. Well, that's good. This attack caused another commotion among the spectators in the arena. It's impressive. I didn't expect the leader of the League of Heroes to be this powerful. You can withstand a whole combo of the One River Cold Water, and even counterattack your opponent. But since the health of the One River Cold Water is as high as 4 million, winning is probably impossible. If it hadn't been for the person who caused serious level losses to my guild members in the early stages, our guild's strength would have surpassed the Divine Sword long ago. His eyes narrowed. He was once a member of the Blind Man's Guild, competing for the training zone with me, and getting killed was entirely deserved. At first, I was going to ignore this, but you all continued to bully the weak and repeatedly sent players to hunt me down. Today, you only have yourselves to blame. He snorted coldly and continued to charge at Gyanghan to attack, swallowing the big fish and leaving the small one behind. If we don't unite, we'll be crushed by other guilds in the leveling space, and lone travelers like the last one standing will only reach the end of the road. As the spear neared his handsome face, Jianghan simply smiled gently before kicking him in the leg, causing him to kneel, and apologized. He tightly grips his sword and says, "There are usually people who prefer to explore alone, and I am one of them. It's just a game, but I have to be a beast for you guys, which is really boring, without any mercy." Jianghan slashed his head off with his sword, and the system announced Jianghan Shui as the winner. Then he stood on the spectator stand, unharmed, snorting dismissively. "Just," Renjiang pointed at him. "Yijiang Han Shui." Unless the cooldown time for some of the powerful skills of the Divine Swordsman was longer than 5 minutes. "I'm not sure I lost. I thought you were so strong. But it turns out you're just that." Seeing him stand there shouting like a madman, Gyanghan was speechless. What kind of person is this? Proud, even in defeat. Are you that confident? I have some thoughts in mind. There are 3 chances to fail in total, and I might meet him again. Next time, I will teach him a lesson. Next to the arena, the system announces that the Grand Master opponent has won. You are about to enter the next match. Please prepare your equipment. Gyanghan was entered into Lao Tu's match by the system. He smiled. "Huh. Finally, it's my turn." Lao Tzu, arrogantly slinging his sword over his shoulder, has heard of you for a long time and has been wanting to find someone to fight him for a while. The system announces that the One Lake Old Master, the image of the gods, level Haute with 875, 100 health, attack power of 5, Senbai Yishu Dao Wu, Lobai Censure, defense of 3, Ibai Dao Sen, Senbai Censure. Skills include Spirit Body Clone, Peaceful Oath, Death Spirit Clone, Dragon Spirit Clone, and the Descent of the Gods. Seeing that, I had some thoughts. Level 59. Top of the leaderboard in the Eastern Brightness realm. Although 8 levels below me, but the War Stomp is a divine skill that clears everything in its path. He can chase so closely. Truly a master. Jianghan swung his sword and replied, "Very honored." He said that due to differing stances, tomorrow's siege might involve some disrespectful acts. Jianghan looked into the old man's eyes, the leader of the Artifact God's guest house. Then he shook his head. "My head is valuable. From others' perspectives, they probably also want to have my head." Seeing what you're pressing on the system panel, the old man said, "Brother, give me a spot as a friend. I actively added someone but was rejected." He chuckled and replied, "Sorry. I set all friend requests to be declined." Then the system announced that you have formed a bond with Nat Ho Lao Tu. He drew his sword and gently stroked the blade, creating sparks of lightning. "Thanks. We'll talk more about the rest when we have the chance later. Now, the system announces that Nat Ho Lao Tu has used the skill Tran Than Fu, increasing all attributes by 20% for 1 minute. Lao Tu says nothing more and quickly rushes toward him to attack. Gyanghan did not dodge. Instead, his whole body radiated a purple aura as he smiled, shaking the 8 directions. Suddenly, a purple dragon appeared behind him. Gyanghan strikes at the old man, who blocks with his sword, catching him off guard. What about this move then? Thinking that, he immediately used a technique to create a giant hand striking directly at him, unleashing a fierce attack. Suddenly, behind the old man, something appeared unexpectedly. Making him frown, he was caught off guard. His sword swung down, but Jianghan dodged just in time, and the attack hit the ground instead. The old man frowned and snorted coldly. "Oh, fast speed." Jianghan suddenly appeared above his head. The war kick with lightning fast speed. Let's see how he dodges it. His kick hit him hard, smashing down to the ground. Gyang-han was stunned and a bit incredulous. How could it be that not only did he avoid the damaged target of the war stomp, but even the area of effect was avoided? Seeing him stand there stunned, he took the chance to swing his sword forward, reducing the power by 21. Zhou Bai Basha Yi. Watching this scene, the gossipers were amazed. Wow. Incredible. I never thought that the old master of the First Lake would actually gain the upper hand. All of Jiang Han Shui's skills were completely nullified. It's truly unbelievable. This is the real strength of the top guild leader. Injo Dong on the upper stands thumbs up with cheeks slightly red, praising. The guild leader is so cool. But those sitting behind don't think so. But anyway, the health of the strongest cold water is up to 4 million. And the attack must be over 10,000. I think the City Lord's top fighter will lose. That guy turned around and sneered. Haha. Relying on attributes to determine victory or defeat is truly too shallow. Just compare the data and you'll know who wins and who loses. There's no need for a fight. The other person angrily grits his teeth and says, "What are you talking about?" Engo Dong's fierce gaze looked down below. The data is just to increase the margin of error. But our guild leader has never made a mistake. Down below, the two are still fighting fiercely, neither willing to back down. Look carefully. Gyang Han swings his sword forward, but still can't land a hit on the old man. He started to gasp for breath. And based on that, he judged that Jiang Han's defeat was only a matter of time. Jiang Han started to feel worried as he watched the old man preparing to attack. What's going on? According to the system notification, he only used a single attribute boosting skill. He swung his sword to strike at him, and Jiang Han quickly used his sword to block, creating a purple light beam. He disappeared again from Jiang Han's sight. So how can his skills be so fast that he can dodge all of my abilities? I am exhausted and about to collapse, feeling like I did during the battle against the Poison Flame King. I'm just a boss about to be defeated because I can't keep up with his speed. After a moment, Gyang Han gritted his teeth and said no. I don't believe that at this stage there could be a player with such a powerful consciousness. He looked up and saw the old man approaching, forcing Jiang Han to calm himself and find a way to break through. There must be a way to defeat him. The system notification indicates that due to sensing your strong fighting spirit, the Dark Abilities Regeneration has activated a new passive skill. Enemy engraving to defeat. Proficiency level 1 out of 100. Hearing the system notification, he was stunned. What? The system continued to inform that Shadow Aura is always active. Level S. Description: a dark swordsman walking the line between life and death. Unafraid of death but craving victory. Han Yer masterfully harnesses every ounce of his body's power to defeat opponents using his special passive skill, Death Mark. But its full effects remain unclear. Seeing that, Jiang Han's eyes widened as he thought. Kill the enemy to win. Could this be what Lacknot was referring to? But there's no description of this skill in the profile. I saw you still staring blankly and felt a bit annoyed. He swung his sword again. What are you doing? Fighting me but still distracted. Seeing his attack about to hit, he immediately releases a dark purple aura that envelops the user and radiates in all directions. A purple light flashes past Jiang Han's eyes. It seems Jiang Han saw it. His speed has slowed down, no matter if my speed has decreased or not. I am still rushing towards him as lightning surrounds him. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Han slashed with his sword, knocking him away. This blow of yours left the spectators open-mouthed. So you think I made a mistake? Huh. As expected, Yi Jianghan doesn't sit still and wait to die. Jiang Han smirked, thinking that defeating the enemy might be a way to improve his skills. Seeing this, he seized the opportunity while the opponent was still recovering and moved in. If that's the case, then he would strike while the iron was hot. Having been hit by his strike, I lift my head to look up. Was it my mistake? No. He has already understood it. Jiang Han used the 7 techniques, the deadly nails, with one big hand gripping the old man. His techniques didn't hit them, and the old man was behind him, so he didn't get hit. Could I have misunderstood everything? Jiang Han suddenly turned his gaze back and saw Lao Tu staring with wide eyes as his sword swung toward him. He blocks his attack with his sword and shouts loudly. Peace treaty. System notification. The old man uses the peace skill. You can't deal damage to him, but when he attacks you first. This process lasts for 10 seconds. The old man frowns and then lets out a sigh. He chuckled to himself. It seems you have also mastered the only passive skill. System notification I. The old man. Am using the Death Spirit clone skill. Increase attack power by 30%. Switch to ranged attacks with a 30% lifesteal effect. Jianghan was amazed, so the only passive skill is the source of your attack method. I chuckled and nodded. Yes. The core skill of a single profession activates the hidden passive skill, but the activation conditions are extremely strict. You need quick reflexes and exceptional talent. Most people with a single profession can't activate hidden passive skills. He swings his sword at you. Alright. Let's stop here. Lao Tu saw him stop singing and swung his sword again, continuing the fight. This strike of Lao Tu's further reduced Jianghan's strength. He immediately released his aura and shouted, Flame Shield. System notification: you have activated Flame Shield. Increasing defense by 30% and resistance by 10%. Lasting for 2 minutes. I observe the old man's speed. Although I still don't understand where his other winning tactics lie. But from his 2 previous actions, I can sense an imminent attack and react immediately, thinking that Jianghan quickly looked for an opportunity to get closer, waiting for his deathly power effect to end, so that when he approached, he would have a chance to catch him. The crowd below the stands held their breath in awe. This battle is truly intense. Just as Jianghan Shuai gained the advantage, he started to become passive again. And on top of that, even the old man of the lake used his blood-sucking skill. At this moment, the system announces that the boost effect from your death power skill has expired. He stares intently at me. More than half of his health points have been depleted. But if I keep approaching to attack, it wouldn't be very safe. But he has just learned the skill. So his proficiency with the passive skill is definitely not high. That means he can't counterattack perfectly. Should I take advantage of his activation chance? Thinking of this, I chuckled self-deprecatingly. Aha. Since when did I become so unconfident? He unleashes a surge of purple energy toward you. Those streams of purple aura enveloped Jianghan. He just stood still, looking up at them without any reaction. I suddenly appeared behind Jianghan, especially Jianghan Shui. Today, is there anyone who can launch an attack? He didn't dodge but instead glanced back with a smug smile, having found his target. Suddenly, his entire body became immobile. He knew he had been hit and was doomed. A large hand shot out from Jianghan towards him. Only the arm that held the old man tightly could be seen. Finally catching him, he swung his arm, and the giant hand followed, causing the old man's blood loss to gradually decrease. Jianghan used the Death Spirit Slash technique. System notification: you have used Death Spirit Slash, dealing 241 points of damage to the opponent and reducing their speed by 15%. Lasting for 2 seconds. He jumps back into the center to prepare for a kick. I quickly dodge to the side, knowing this attack could kill me instantly, but my speed has slowed down a bit. This is not good. He made me slow for 2 seconds. I can't dodge in time. His kick aimed straight at his face, knocking him back to the ground with significantly reduced strength. I look at the sword in front of me and realize I was careless, losing in one move. Losing the game. He disappears, and the system announces that not Jianghan Tui has won. Watching this scene, the people in the stands were amazed and discussing. It was truly spectacular. The city lord was about to win, but unexpectedly, he was caught off guard. The outcome was decided in one direction. Not Jianghan Tui is about to claim the championship. No doubt about it. Undefeated from the start, Jianghan couldn't believe it when his body was about to level up. He never expected the match to have such a surprise. However, the mechanism for activating skills remains unclear. While the battle continues to rage like fire in a teapot, the system announces that within just 30 minutes, the participants have been eliminated one after another. Han Lao, will understand better. And if there's a chance in the future, you should ask him. In the end, only the one river cold water, the one lake old man, and the massacre human world remain, meaning the first, second, and third place in the martial arts world will be decided among these 3. Humans stare intently at the old man and say, "Today, the strongest guild in the East will be revealed to all players." He sneered dismissively. The strongest guild is just an illusion of reputation. If you want, just let your brother Min and the others take it, as long as you let me fight freely. Watching the 2 leaders argue, he thought the confrontation between the heads of the strongest guilds in the East was interesting. I hit one strike towards the human world, and he couldn't defend in time before being knocked down. He stabbed him in the stomach with a knife, and the system announced that Ik Ho was the winner. Then the mortal and Gyang Han faced each other again in the match. He sweat coldly as he looked at his opponent. Having lost twice, and facing the strongest Jiang Han Shui, the chance of winning was truly slim. As the leader of a guild, he better not suffer a humiliating defeat. Jiang Han said nothing, and quickly kicked forward, using a protective strike in horror. What? The divine shield. The two clashed, and a loud explosion echoed across the arena. His foot is stomping on his face, losing completely, which might actually be a good thing for him. Ren Jiang lies on the ground, laughing loudly. He can still endure until tomorrow before continuing. I am a divine swordsman, but I know how powerful Uriel will be facing tomorrow. Jiang Han saw the face of the egg and immediately swung his sword to kill him. If you are not a match, don't expect others to win for you. Ridiculous. System notification. First, Jiang Han wins the battle. System notification, congratulations. You have secured third place in this competition. Nangyang clenched his fists in anger. First, Jiang Han Shui. This is not over yet. I will make you pay for humiliating me like this. He opens the system panel to check. So it's just him and the First Lake Old Man left to compete for first and second place. First, he needs to prepare a bit. I come out of the teleportation door with my legs apart and a loud sound. Jiang Han now dresses like him, with a sword on his shoulder. Smiling. He. I frown and ask, are you copying me? You point towards him and say, first, I want to be fair. After all, not wearing armor greatly reduces defense. That's not fair to you. Secondly, I want to confirm something. Are you trying to see if removing your armor increases your speed? My answer is yes, but this only happens in extreme situations. Even if the movement speed is slightly faster, removing the armor means zero defense, and the sacrifice is too great. Jiang Han thought with a purple aura. So that's why he took off the armor. It's just that he needed a bit more speed to reach the perfect dodging velocity. I understand now. Let's keep fighting. The purple fist from him launches an attack. Then Jiang Han glanced back and thought to himself. Over here, he seized the opportunity to rush forward. And indeed, removing the armor allowed him to feel the acceleration, but using skills to catch him is still quite difficult. I use my sword to block in front. The war god manifests. The death god manifests. The war stomp. He used the Chio technique again. The peace pact. But your strength now is not the same as before. Jiang Han's punch hits Lao Tzu's body. But his war stomp can still hit us. He immediately uses the technique. Hat Diem Chi Kai. Jiang Han dodged Lao Tzu's attack, thinking that, although he had no armor, the damage he received would increase. But the increased speed and the acceleration effect from the war stomp are enough to defeat him. Once the war stomp's effect wears off, the battle will be over. Then he decisively swung a few strikes forward, but all missed. With 18 seconds remaining. Shilo. Shiwu. Shisu. He tries to strike at the old man again, but still fails. Shisen. Shirar. The old man quickly blocks Jiang Han's attack. I didn't expect his speed to increase so much that it hindered my long-range attacks. Jiang Han kept attacking and advancing. Ju. Ba. Ti. Lo. Wu. Su. San. His legs leap up with the speed of the wind, and Jiang Han spreads his legs wide. His front foot stomped down with force, and I didn't have time to react. How could his counterattack be so quick after just 2 fights? His foot kicked straight into his face, causing him to fall backward. Then he continued with the death spirit slash and the frenzied strike. He smiled himself, never expecting that after 2 matches. You could improve to this level. Truly impressive. The people in the stands are noisy. Ms. Dai. Why did old man Not Ho give up on his own? Could it be some secret deal? I saw them exchanging something just now. It feels strange. We don't accept this and suggest strict punishment for Yi Jianghan Shui's behavior, preferably removing the war kick skill. Jianghan opens the system panel to protest. Hey, buddy. Why did you give up? Lao Tzu's laughter echoed loudly. Ha ha ha. Consider this me helping you out. If I need your help in the future, don't forget the favor and turn your back. Jianghan thought. What kind of favor is that? I clearly couldn't fight back, so I just went along with it. Anyway, I also want to ask him something later. So let's leave it at that. The people in the stands continued to protest, especially Jianghan Shui, saying you don't deserve to be champion. and I firmly demand that the war stomp be officially removed. Despite public opinion, the system announces congratulations on your victory as the champion of the Eastern martial arts arena. Please select your reward equipment. Limited to 1 item. Gyang Han looked at the system menu and thought, the leader can still freely choose equipment parts. The ring on his finger hasn't been updated for a long time, so he decided to speak up. Press. The system notification congratulates the adventurer Hat Am for becoming the champion of the martial arts world in the Eastern region. Received the following rewards: level increased by 5. Reputation increased by 50. Ling Ling Ling. Rare S-Rank skill. Starry. Spiritual equipment. And the Heartful Power technique. Spirit level equipment. Press the spacebar. System notification. Congratulations to the adventurer, Old Master Natho, for becoming the runner-up in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Eastern Region. Received the following rewards: level plus 4. Reputation plus 30. Ling Ling Ling. S-grade item. All troops deployed. Spiritual equipment. The Western Wind Great Sword. System notification. Congratulations to the adventurer, the Earthly Iron, for becoming 3rd place in the martial arts tournament. The Eastern area received the following rewards: level plus 2. Reputation plus 25. Lin Lin Lin. A grade item. Pure white spectacles. Spiritual equipment. Radiant sword. And the unruly crowd in the stands continued to disperse. He's part of the dark faction. So how can he participate in the competition? Nat Jiang Han Shui doesn't deserve to be champion. So why does the system ignore our requests? He clenched his fists in anger inside. These guys are getting more and more unreasonable. Truly like children causing trouble without reason. System notification. Your level has increased to 72. Gyang Han angrily flips off and curses. Damn it all. If you're not satisfied, come to Tianhai for training tomorrow. If not, then you're just a nephew. Finally, I wish you all happiness and fulfillment. Hearing his insults, the crowd on the stands erupted again. What? Too arrogant. Tomorrow I will definitely destroy you. Send the ambush team to take down Not Gyang Han Tu for me. Not Jiang Han Tui. You're doomed. Someone wake up and speak. Are you really going? Then isn't it just saying whoever goes will die? Just a casual remark. What's the big deal? Gyang Han directly teleported to another place. Finally, it's over. Now let's see the rewards for this year's martial arts tournament champion. The system panel opens with a notification. Press the mind button. Link level Hatsas Harmons. Health 80. Ling Ling Ling. Effects. Public attack 50%. Attack speed 20%. Set skill. It's courage. Level requirement 70. Introduction. Life is full of unavoidable things. Go into the forest. Don't forget your original intentions. Press the item button. Link level. Introduction. The ring is essential for all warriors on the celestial continent. The higher the level, the more items can be stored. Effects. Gyang Han opens the skill book to check and finally reviews this skill book. System notification. Starbreaker. S-Rank. Introduction. Truly powerful individuals can easily break stars. And this is the strongest display of Starbreaker. Focusing all body strength to cause the next attack to deal 500% more damage. Cooldown time of 10 minutes. Requires melee combat profession. Passive skill. No effect on area skills. You seem happy as if you've just won the lottery. The skill is really brutal. With Starbreaker, even a high burst skill deficiency can be compensated for. System notification. Congratulations on learning the Starbreaker skill. Gyang Han selects the battle ring. Everything is ready now. Just check the current attributes after changing the ring. System notification. Dark Shadow, Self-Manifestation. Single Hard Water Boss Cup Dark Gold. Health 878. Sibai. Attack Sexton. Babai Senshudo Shiba. Lingba Jiu. Defense Vuit. Lingsen Sen Daba. Jobai Tishaba. Reputation. 233. Babai. Luck Dry. When the judgment of light descends, the shadow swordsman of evil will be the first to face it. In his mind, he thought, I have 8 million health points and an attack limit of 18. 000. I've done everything I can for tomorrow's fortress battle, no matter the outcome. I have no regrets. Gyang Han fell into deep thought. Finally, selling all his equipment to exchange for money for Long Dang. Since today was also getting late, and he needed to rest early to prepare for tomorrow's siege. The next morning at 9:30, the system announced that the main defensive mission with SS difficulty has been unlocked, and you will appear as the final boss guarding the level 3 city, Tianhaizhen. If you're not here, level Hus. All attributes permanently reduced by 2,000. As soon as you step in, you hear someone say, they also sent more people to guard there, the main story of your battle of light and darkness. SS difficulty has been unlocked. The soldiers urged, hurry up, and also strengthen the defenses at the east gate. Fai Kai, inside, saw your figure and called out, brother, over here, he said loudly. I received the news. This time, the light side has no reinforcements. All the arrivals are just guards from the light church. Furthermore, due to restrictions by the rules, they cannot send high-ranking church guards. Jiang Hong nodded. All right, he stands on the city wall, looking into the distance. But the number of enemies sent by the other side is not small. Jiang Hang turned to advise Fai Qi. This time, during the city siege, you must ensure your own safety. Fai Qi looked confused. He reminds you to try not to fight on the front lines. Stay in the area below the city walls. Not too far from me. Surviving is the most important. Wait until I can go into battle, and then decide. Fai Qi feels a bit awkward. He lowered his head to explain and apologize. I can't promise you that, honestly. Those who didn't want to participate in defending the city have already been dismissed. The remaining are all volunteer soldiers who live and die together with Tianhaizhen. I can't hide behind and let my soldiers die unjustly. Jiang Hang advised. Piki, the soldiers are all eager, but your kindness might not be a good thing, if you can't bear to do it. Let me lead, and we will defend the city securely. I will do my best to keep everyone safe. Fai Qi looked at him, then nodded. Okay, brother, I trust you. System, notification comrade. Fai Qi has transferred command of the city defense battle to you. Looking around, Jiang Hong asked where Lit was, and Pichi replied that she had left Tianhai town and was taken away by Lord Duan La Tiansui. His face darkened as he thought. Duan Lak Thien Su has taken Lit away. So Lit's future is truly unpredictable. Who knows? Just as he predicted, Lit will become a demon god. So you already foresaw our fate, didn't you? Jiang Hong pondered. Lit was sacrificed by the Light Church when he was young, and senior brother Fai Kai fell under the encirclement of the Light Church. Lit, whose hatred has clouded his eyes, has become a demon god with guidance. He looks at him and sighs. There's something wrong. System notification. The battle between light and darkness has officially begun. Please pay attention. The first wave of attack will be launched by the lower-ranked army of the church, led by boss level 50 gold tier, with Bucker in command. So please prepare yourselves. Bucker stepped forward to lead. Now is the time to offer sacrifices to the altar and kill them. Stand on the city wall and shout. Wait at the gate. Fight around the fortifications. Support with ranged attacks. And do not rush into battle with the enemy. System notification. Attention please. The defending army of Heavenly Sea, led by a level 40 silver boss and Captain Tim, will carry out the first defensive phase. Please prepare yourselves. Tim's eyes widened as the soldiers of the Light Church acted in the name of faith, performing beast-like deeds and arranging their defenses. The two sides clashed without a clear winner. Jiang Han looked at the battle and wondered how the soldiers of Heavenly Sea Strike, who are actually people of light, would perceive this fight. When it is called a betrayal, they will hesitate if it opposes the monarchy, but not with the Church of Light. He hid. For hundreds of years the Shadow faction had been silent. Only a few beasts infected with demonic aura remained, and this peace had caused the Light Church to rot, losing the people's support. Take Tim as an example. Han's daughter was taken by the Grandmaster for her beauty and never returned. Han looked at the guy blocking in front of him, thinking how annoying his tactics were and how they had put me in a difficult situation again. Baker taunts the man in front of him. Your name is Tim. Right, I remember when your daughter was taken by the church leader. That cry echoed throughout the entire church. I still remember it vividly. Tim, losing control in anger, charged forward. Anga. The beast A. Jiangha sensed something and muttered. It's over. There were weapons attacking behind Tim, but they were blocked. System reminder. Boss level Hal trades. Gold rank. Hatred priest. Anga leading the Dark Apostle Legion will begin the attack. Defense Team 2. Please prepare. Anga is worried and will arrive soon. Tim, Baker licks his lips and smirks. Hee hee. A preacher. Really is too lucky. He stood on the city wall in shock. Onga. Isn't she Lizard's master? Hey. Don't come any closer. Fiki's reply. She knows we're short on troops but still decided to stay. Onga lifts up the two recently killed, performs a ritual, and bestows a divine blessing. Baker laughed triumphantly, swinging his spear to slaughter. Ha ha ha. Even with reinforcement, it's still just nonsense. Then he thrust the spear at Onga. Donais. Preacher. System notification. Onga has been killed by Baker. Fi Kai Nia Jiang. Holding a spear. Sighed. Tim was provoked by the opponent and couldn't hold back. Onga is Tim's friend. So the next wave is my turn to step in. I will definitely kill Baker myself. Gyung-han stopped him and said, Don't kill Baker. He doesn't understand and asked why. Yin-jiang replied, Give him to me. I will definitely kill him myself. Fai Qin-gia then asked, Do you also want to avenge Onga? Seeing Jiang-han silent, he agreed. All right. My Ima. I will give him to you. System reminder, please note that the 70-level boss's army of violent troops led by Fiki will carry out the third defensive phase. Please prepare accordingly. Fiki turns back and orders the soldiers to retreat. Don't risk your lives. The subordinates follow the order and stand in front of the enemy. Anyone who dares to cross this door must die. That is Fi Chi, the city defender of Tianhai. Yanjiang said coldly. If you can kill him, the reward will be quite substantial. The two of them immediately charged forward. Don't let this boss be taken by Baker. Pai Ki raised an eyebrow, anger clearly visible on his face, and roared. He swung his axe down to attack them. Baker was so shocked by the scene that he froze in fear. Damn it. He pointed at Fei Chi and shouted, Go all out for me. Baker thought, I never expected that the lord of a simple level 3 city would be so powerful. First, I need to let his soldiers bleed, then find an opportunity. 20 minutes later, his subordinates who followed him were all killed by Fiki and collapsed to the ground. And Baker retreated in fear. No. No way. You stand on the wall with your arms crossed. Smiling. Fiki's brother is incredibly brave, taking down hundreds of enemy players and soldiers in just 20 minutes. Jian Hang's eyes are also a bit worried. But he doesn't know how long the system will keep Fiki's troops stationed there, or it will be a massacre. Then he loudly shouted, Fiki, retreat into the city walls. It's my turn now. He looked up and shook his head, saying, No, I have received the notification, so I cannot retreat. Jiang Han wondered, could there really be a massacre? Will Fiki die in this battle here? He immediately jumped down from the city wall. No. As long as I'm here, I will absolutely not let him die here. The system reminds you because you appeared early, so in 1 hour you will be punished with a 20% reduction in all attributes. And you can only lead the army after you die or after the punishment ends. Jiang Han directly drops to the ground. Fiki worries. Buddy, you'll be punished if you go down to defend the city early. I don't care what you say. Forget it. I'll deal with these trash first and then talk. System reminder. Please note, the Shadow Gold boss level 72. The Dark Song suddenly became angry due to the attack from the Holy Light Church and will go out to fight alone, buying copper sniffs and quickly going out to fight alone. Is he crazy? I said from the side. Or maybe he also realizes that defeat is already decided. He turned to ask, President, if Yi Jianghan Shui had appeared earlier, he would definitely have been punished. Let's just go kill him now. He frowned. To wait a moment. Let's watch a bit more. We must not act rashly. Over here, Fiki and Jiang Han slap hands. Good brothers. Let's go. Baker, trembling with fear, clenched his eyes and cursed inwardly, watching the two level 70 bosses cooperate in slaughter. How could a useless and unworthy Baker like me let him finish his thoughts? The system reminder indicates that the first wave of bosses has reached the threshold, and Baker has died. The sound of heavy footsteps echoes. The system reminds you to note that the mid-level Legion headquarters is guarded by a level 60 boss with strong defenses. Ao will launch a second attack. Please prepare yourselves. Ao orders his subordinates across the river to attack. Ein Goikai. Haha. Mot dam salbo. Vaikai. Ein Zukwa. Kontoi se digiet bos quadoi fuang. Fikidongyi. Duok ro. Ein em kandandu. Qiang Han called out for his beast to prepare for battle, and it rushed forward at its top speed. The Qilin beast charged straight into the middle of the battle. Ao was startled and pale, then ran. Its legs with great force stomped directly in front of him. The destructive power of the beast's stomp sent his followers flying away. Jiang Han swung his sword with a sneer. The holy light spear is just a mere experience bag. Ao was trampled by his beast's foot. And finally, the holy light will punish you, even after tens of thousands of years. Why hasn't the holy light you mentioned quickly punished the 10 demon gods harming the world yet? Could it be that they are too kind-hearted for the holy light to strike Jiang Han's sword ruthlessly pierced into his face? You have killed the level 60 Shadow Gold boss. Hold on. The European Endurance. You receive a reward. 6 million experience points. And 200 reputation points. The people from the military academy looked at this scene in fear. This kid is even stronger than the last martial arts tournament. Killing a level 60 boss as if crushing a pile of straw. Fall back first. Let the NPC wear him down. And we move more slowly. Peachy is amazed that his brother from the Jianghan water clan is truly powerful. Could it be that he wants to rely on personal strength to protect the Tianhai Zhenyu? System reminder, please note that the Guardian Light Army, led by the level 75 Dark Gold boss Asaf, commander of the Guardian Light, will launch the third attack. Please prepare accordingly. Qiang Han is excited and rushing forward quickly. Is no one mourning Ao's death? Asaf urges his horse to charge ahead and shouts loudly, beheading the traitor. System notification, Asaf's Light of Glory. Dark Kim level 75. Health 10. Wu Bai. Ling. Attack Tio. Ling Dao Shir. Ba Bai. Defense traits Jiu Bai Dao Shi. Senbai Wushir. Skills, Cunning Chain Attack. Bone Crystal Wound. Divine Light Purification. As steady as a mountain. Introduced as a disciple cultivated by the Bright Light Temple. Possessing the Earth Element Core. Guang. A special talent. Is highly praised by the temple. A smile without fear of provocation. Then come and try it. Jiang Han directly controls the blue light to launch the mount into the air. Its foot kicked the face of the mount Asaf. System notification. You have been hit by the skill. The war stomp of the strongest Jiang Han Shui. And lost 832. 782 health points due to the mount's attributes. So you are not suppressed. The dark aura appears for 3 seconds. Increasing Jiang Han's attack speed by 200%. Movement speed by 300%. And lasting for the next minute. Your attack will be reduced by 25%, and the opponent's attack will increase by 20%. And his commander is thrusting his spear straight at you. Jiang Han was hit right in the chest. His strength slightly diminished. His cold eyes sneered at Qiang, smiling mockingly. Is this all the power you have? I want to fight. Even if I have to abandon all defenses. So you also need to attack 300 to 400 times in a row to land a hit. My brother, Asaf. Please don't make it difficult. Okay, Asaf's eyes blazing with hatred, glaring fiercely at Qiang. To you, Uriel, dressed neatly, suddenly appeared with a roar, his eyes blazing as he smiled. It seems the swordsmiths also have some abilities. No wonder you all are so jealous. Brother, please stand below and look up to ask. Your Excellency, are you still sure you have a chance to win? Uriel glanced down at him and said, There's no chance of winning. After I kill the singing shadow swordsman and those demon gods, I'll come and question each of you. He glanced at the battle ahead. The decisive fight that countless people are waiting for. In my opinion, it's just a small scene. The real exciting battle is the assassin swordsman, singing the dark song and then slaughtering the demon beasts. The spear soldiers still don't know if they will live or die. Rallying to shout. Keep going. Holy Light Guards. Protect Lord Asaf. Qiang Han chuckled to himself. Haha, that's exactly what I wanted. And just in time, I'm about to reach level 73. He directly controlled the blue dragon to charge forward. And the ground turned into water. 40 minutes later, a familiar golden light radiated from his body, and the system announced that you have reached level 73. Asaf cursed under his breath. Damn it. A powerful wide-range attack every 30 seconds. Truly heaven-defying. After just a few waves. All my soldiers are dead. But his health remains normal. He grits his teeth. His face covered in sweat. If he runs away like this, Lord Uriel won't forgive him either. Asaf roars that he must fight to the death even if he dies. Damn it. He laughs with a hint of admiration. Your willpower is not bad. Very worthy of my full power attack. Jiang Han clenched his sword with both hands and swung it with all his might, unleashing a powerful strike that aimed to crush the enemy's core. Jiang Han slashed across his body. The system notified that you used the Toa Tin skill to increase the critical damage, dealing 225, 971 damage, while activating the bone-breaking effect to permanently cut off Asaf's right arm, reducing his attack by 80%, and causing armor penetration to decrease his defense by 40%. Lasting until the end of the battle, he cried out in pain and difficulty. Didn't he? Asaf's arm was cut off by Jiang Han, and he turned around. Damn it. Jiang Han was stunned, thinking to himself that in the game, it was possible to penetrate armor and cut off an opponent's arm without needing a critical hit. The Toei spirit enhances the core segment to be able to deal with opponents of similar strength. Once the core segment is activated, it's simply a divine skill. Asaf clenched his painful arm, glancing at him and thinking, losing his right arm. Both attack and defense are greatly reduced. Facing me, he's like a pig being thrown into the slaughterhouse. He rides his horse downstream and unleashes the skill. Frenzied slash. Jiang Han delivers a final slash across Asaf's abdomen, killing him. The system congratulates you on defeating the level 75 Holy Light Decoration Aura boss Asaf, and grants your rewards 15 million experience points and 400 reputation points. System reminder. The equipment you use to loot the boss this time will be sent to your inventory afterward. Jiang Han could only remain silent upon seeing this. The crowd watching the siege blocked the gate with eyes filled with A and O symbols. Can it really be like this? It's too heaven-defying. Isn't this just a direct method of cutting off and replacing? The system reminds you that the high-ranking guard generals led by the boss at Spirit Level 80, Spirit Listener Nidia, will launch their fourth attack in 5 minutes. Please get ready. Scowl. Isn't the fourth wave the Divine Light, Uriel? It's a bit complicated. Huh. Uriel saw his subordinate die, his eyes annoyed as he gritted his teeth. A bunch of useless people, ruining the dignity of my lord. He reached out to take off his cloak and said, forget it. Uriel reveals his golden armor and 2 pairs of wings, personally delivering divine punishment. The system reminds, because of the hidden thread of the song, Not Gyang Han Tui has destroyed the sacred ritual about to be performed by the gods, angering the Holy Light Sword Peak and triggering the hidden boss scenario. The God of Light, Uriel, Earth rank. Han directly flew towards him at the fastest speed. Jiang Han widened his eyes in horror. What the hell? He just charged straight at her. He couldn't dodge in time and was grabbed by Uriel's hand around his neck. That was quick. Uriel held Jiang Han's neck to push him back and said, you should feel honored because the sacred punishment will be carried out by me. Uriel, all your attributes decrease by 20% and the pain increases to 100%, causing you to choke and struggle to breathe. Jiang Han frowned, understanding quite well what it means to increase the pain level by 100%. But the game's maximum pain limit is only 10%. Then, Uriel punched Jiang Han hard, knocking him far away and making him cry out in pain. His face was battered and bleeding, and he was crying inside. Why is the pain so intense? It's almost making me faint. Uriel didn't stop there, repeatedly striking him. The church's followers cheered happily, as just a single punch was enough to leave the opponent unable to fight back. He really is a god. Jiang Han Tui has been knocked out. Ha ha ha. So pathetic. Han grabbed Jiang Han by the collar and sneered. Those fools actually fear that you might defeat me at the same level. Gods are invincible. Moreover, you're only at the Am Kim level and don't even know what they're afraid of. Your strength is rapidly declining now. Yeah. Uriel coldly clenched his fist in disgust and said, bored. Fiki roared in anger. Release my brother. He jumps down from the middle platform wielding an axe to attack. Uriel dismissively glances with a cold, hollow look. Han fired a counterattack at his opposite side, causing Fei Qi's power to drop significantly. He fell to the ground in pain, and the system notified that the Divine Light Uriel used a skill, Divine Judgment, dealing 5. Subailing Yi. 540 damage points, along with the battle fee, receiving 500. 000 light element damage points every second, lasting for 5 seconds. Jiang Han lay on the ground, struggling to cry out. Fiki. He is dying, coughing violently. Yes. Fiki painfully forced out each word. I'm sorry. It was me. Uriel contemptuously kicked him away. Entangled. And the system announced that the berserk, Phi Kai, had died. Jiang Han's fierce gaze became serious. What? He clenched his teeth and tears in his eyes. Saying, why do you dare? He turned to look at him. Then the battle with the shadow swordsman and this boring siege will come to an end. Suddenly, Uriel's eyes glance away with a surprised look. Oh, Uriel looked at him in shock, only to see Jiang Han trying to stand up and holding something in his hand. Still struggling with death, Jiang Han's skin used the time reversal book, tearing it apart in frustration. Thank you for using your life to buy me time. I won't let you die like this. System reminder, you have used a level S item. Time reversal. And he also feels the change within himself. What is this? Time reversal. Jiang Han travels back to the past. And all the scenes seem to flow backwards. Feel honored because the sacred punishment will be carried out by Joda Uriel. He looked at the system notification in shock, confirming that he had used a tool, reverse time, and succeeded in bringing everything back 63 seconds. Jiang Han raised his head and looked up, waiting to see Uriel coming over. Is danger? He immediately dismounted his mount to avoid his attack. Uriel was stunned by the slip, but he dodged it. Are you some kind of prophet? Jiang Han looked at his good brother. Very good. After turning back time, Feiki is still alive. And then, you appear behind Uriel, throwing the decisive battle contract at him. Hey God, do you dare to catch this? Uriel extends his hand to sign a special SS-level duel contract, which, once established, will be a life-and-death battle. The loser gets nothing. The winner gains a lot. And both parties must conduct a fair one-on-one duel at the agreed time and place, not to be disturbed by outsiders. The winner will take everything from the loser, including profession, equipment, items, and the number of uses. One-on-one. Uriel hesitated as he held it. The duel contract. Who would have thought your house had something like this? System notification God's light. Uriel. Boss level. Rank 100. Health, 50 million. Attack ultiu. Linlin del Basharar. Ling. Defense 45. Ling del Sicherlo. Wubai. Skills, angelic sword. Judgment, fire. Sin, light. Purify sins. Forbidden. Soul-based. Forbidden. Righteous domain. Introduction. A saintly angel, summoned by the Holy Light Church. A creature surpassing thousands of others. Even when unable to fully unleash its power temporarily, it still has no equal at its level. He silently sighed in relief, finally having the chance to discover his attributes. And I didn't expect his attributes to completely overpower mine. I can't even break through his defenses anymore. But Jiang Han pointed at Uriel and challenged him to a fight. Do you dare? He looked at me with contempt, as if to say, you're lucky to fight me in a duel, Jiang Han coldly questioned. A cowardly god, facing a mortal battle, yet not daring at all. Uriel raised an eyebrow with interest. Very intriguing. He thought, this brat dares to speak to me like that. Better to just say that the dark forces are watching the battle, and the dignity and reputation of the gods cannot be insulted. If I don't dare to fight, then this kid will take advantage of that to force me to sign the contract. Uriel stared at him intently. Accepting winning was certain, so agreeing was no big deal. But if this little brat achieved his goal, it would be to his advantage. Jiang Han hesitated before tearing the spirit sensing device apart, thinking maybe a retreat would be better. The system prompts that you are using a level A spirit sensing tool, and Li Er unexpectedly appears. Disciple. Are you okay? He turned to smile excitedly. Master A. I didn't expect you to cross the border and come to support me so quickly. He clenched his fist and smiled. Luckily, there was someone who asked Lord Raff to send a bracelet for it. Lini raises his sword and looks up at Uriel. All right. You step back. Let me handle this little angel. The system prompts. The dark seal of death. The icy cold water is in trouble. The master is the boss cup unfaded. The spirit swordsman Ta Li Ni has arrived to assist in battle. Uriel looked at him silently, neither speaking nor making a move. Only Corwin appears in front of him. And the system notifies that because a boss cup fairy has appeared on the battlefield, the hidden boss cup fairy, Archbishop Corwin of the Light Church, has decided to assist Uriel. Corwin coldly looked at Talini and said, this is a battle of fate. How can we interfere? Li stepped in front of him, wielding his sword and smirking. Old man. If I interfere. What then? If someone tries to take the life of disciple Ta, how can I stand by and watch? Jiang Han reminds. Master, please use the 10 million coin demon summoning book. He suspiciously turns and asks, Are you sure? I think, as I suspected, once the Holy Temple realizes Uriel is in danger, someone will come to help. He smirked and said, Yes. The more chaotic the situation, the better for his son. Lini paused her fierce stare. Summoning a demon god is not something to be taken lightly. But calling upon a demon god is a different matter altogether. She then awkwardly nodded. Fine. Then Li will summon tens of millions of demon gods. And the system will notify that the spirit swordman Li uses the scroll. Summoning the demon god has only about a 1 in 3 chance to bring a divine-level expert to the battlefield within a minute. Gwyn promised again. What does he mean by doing this? The appearance of the demon god won't bring us any benefit. The spear troop standing to the side is discussing. Each one taking turns. Even the divine-level experts are fighting now. And if we stay longer, we might be affected by them. Jiang Han shouted loudly. Lo Zi, I know you're watching from the shadows. But if I die, you won't be able to avenge Daniel. Are you really willing to give up this opportunity? I wonder. Among the top 10 demon gods, I don't trust the others very much. Raf clearly states that the other demon gods are only here to observe. But if Lo Zhe wants to help me, he will definitely be able to respond to the demon god's call. I think that although Lo Zhe is hostile towards me, when faced with these powerful beings from the Light faction, they might be willing to temporarily save me for their own benefit. System reminder. Attention. One of the 10 dark faction demon gods, the evil cursecaster, Lo Zhe, has arrived at Tianhai Zhen. Unrelated personnel must evacuate immediately or face the consequences. Suddenly, a black light appeared, making the crowd at the military tribunal unable to breathe. What is this? The oppressive feeling is terrifying. I feel like I can't breathe anymore. Kogwin, terrified and sweating, remained silent and did not act. Lozi emerged from the black space, and yet he still dared to challenge Taka, truly a brave soul, to the heavens. Jiang Han is starting to manipulate the mind. Lo Zhe, I know you want to kill me, but facing these two bosses, you must be even more excited. As long as you help me, I promise I will duel you in 2 years. And if I lose, you can do whatever you want with my soul. He looked at Kogwin and Uriel with a sinister smile. Not bad. The soul of a god is truly more delicious than a weak, love-struck shadow swordsman, and is on par with a bishop of that city. Hey. As for the singing swordsman of your house, in 2 years, you will truly be worth more for me to eat. So today I will help you just this once. Lo Zhe licked his lips greedily. Devouring a god is something I could never even dream of. But today I will. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared from the sky, and within it a voice echoed. Lo Zhe. A ray of light shot straight down to the ground, causing rocks to fly up around. The cult leader immediately knelt respectfully and saluted His Holiness the Pope. Elvis appears with a sphere in his hand. He was just a monk in my city. Yet he joined the dark faction. I never expected him to become like this. The system reminds that because a god-level boss has appeared on the battlefield, the hidden god-level boss of the Holy See, Pope Elvis, has decided to come and help Uriel. Lo Zhe glared and said sharply, Old man, what right do you have to criticize me? Your holy church hasn't done anything good all these years. The galaxy watches as the major bosses appear one after another, and the battle between the 2 divine-level elders is enough to wipe out the remaining life force of the Holy See. His eyes lit up as he furrowed his brows. And similarly, it will also destroy the heavenly sea town. My brother smiled. So, let's consider a compromise. I have a little thought in mind, yes. To prevent Uriel from being defeated and then rescued by the strong ones of the Light faction. Jiang Han points at Uriel. That cowardly god. Do you dare to confirm the life and death contract and fight me? What do you think? He thought. As long as the contract is signed, no outsiders will interfere. And no one will die. Jiang Han's words made the 4 bosses stare in shock. Uriel, angry, thought to himself. This kid really has so many people helping him, just to force me into a final contract battle. He turned to ask Lord Uriel. You defeated the Shadow Swordmaster so easily. Why didn't you let him fulfill his wish before dying? Uriel, angry. I will grant your wish for this insignificant creature. The system reminds you that the decisive battle contract is in effect. Both parties agree to fight a decisive battle outside the heavenly sea chasm. No one can interfere. And no one will Li Air standing behind. Worried. Disciple, if you haven't truly understood the meaning of the Shadow Swordsman, you won't be able to defeat him. Giang Han turned to give him a reassuring smile. Then nodded and said, then just comprehend it. He hesitated, wondering if he could truly understand, and swung his sword forward. Knowing he couldn't die here, Giang Han looked up and said, if we've already signed the decisive battle contract, there's no way out anymore. I secretly thought that I initially wanted to focus on weightlifting, and even attract the demon god Lo Day just to try to change the situation. But I never expected this path to be blocked. No matter how strong my ally is, the system will force opponents of equal strength to appear. The only way to survive is to defeat Uriel. I remember the scene where I witnessed Fi Qi dying before my eyes. Just as Fi Qi died and I fell into despair, a girl's voice reminded me. And at that moment, I finally understood the true meaning of the darkness realm. A soldier of the church asked, what exactly is Han doing? As the mortal world laughs proudly, and the corpses are full of sorrow, no matter how broken you are, being able to challenge even a god before dying is enough to boast about for a lifetime. Uriel impatiently unleashes divine light through his body, causing chaos. System reminder. Divine light. Uriel uses the forbidden skill, Soul Exchange. All your attributes decrease by 20%, and your pain increases by 100%. Jiang Han Chimyeng. Nuot Mieng Thit Trong Balo. He Thong Nyakno. Banda en Tres Baloiding. Dat Ga Tok Ting Se Tang Gong. 16% trong 10 phút. Sao Du. Anh Lai Lai Long Vu Sazuara. After using it, black wings grow on Jiang Han's back, and the system notifies you that you have used it. The Feather of the Fallen grants the ability to fly, and all attributes increase by 20% for 30 minutes. Uriel smiled. It seems your house has quite a few tools. Both sides then engaged in a fierce battle. Han punched Jiang Han, causing his strength to drop significantly. He staggered back in pain, secretly lamenting that the pain was truly terrifying indeed. The greatest fear was the 100% increase in suffering. Uriel is excited. Come on. Show me how skilled the Dark Swordsman really is to dare fight me to the death. Han strikes another blow into his stomach, and the system alerts you that you are hit by Uriel's light god skill, Angel Sword. Cut them down, causing a loss of 3. Wubai Sishaba. 400 health points, and receiving an additional 50. 000 light elemental damage per second. Giang Han clenched his pain as he raised his sword. The pain so intense it made him lose consciousness. And what was even worse was that he had lost the ability to fight back due to the agony. But his sword was easily caught by Uriel with his hand, and the power only decreased by 1 unit. Who is this arrogant fool who dares to fight me to the death? Uriel's eyes flash with light, thinking that with those wings, your family must have the strength of a god. Don't even mention flying. I will make sure you can't stand up. Han's eyes flashed brightly, shooting 2 beams straight into Jiang Han's chest, causing him to kneel down. He grimaced in pain, coughing up blood, each wave of agony more intense than the last. But it's okay. This is not something an ordinary person can endure. There's only a little blood left. A hole in his chest. Jiang Han gritted his teeth and endured. No, I can't fall now if I lose Fai Kai Tian Hai, and even my master will be affected. Uriel saw that he was still resisting, so he delivered another blow. I said, kneel down. Fai Kai watched this scene with worry. Brother. I curse myself. Damn it. Every time I want to rush down to save Jiang Han, I just can't act. The onlookers are gossiping. Is he really dead? And in a way that's impossible to come back from. I sigh. Even if it's just a game. This method is too cruel. Jiang Han lies battered on the ground, his armor gone. With a large hole still visible in his chest, he confidently stepped forward. I must admit, your sudden enthusiasm truly moved me. Elvit suddenly appeared and stood in front of Uriel. His gaze darkened and he asked Elvit what he meant. Elvit's eyes flashed brightly and replied, the fight isn't over yet. Uriel looked back suspiciously and saw him raising his middle finger at him. Still not finished yet. Giang Han knelt on the ground, looking up at the sky. The system reminds you. Congratulations on understanding the true meaning of the Shadow Swordsman. The Dark Curse is regenerating. Now level S. Has been upgraded to level SS. With the previous injury gradually healing, Jiang Han no longer has it, and the system automatically activates your skill. The Forbidden. Eternal Darkness. All attributes increased by 50%. His body is now transforming. His hair half white, half black. Jiang Han looks at his hand, wondering if he has succeeded. The system announces, Forbidden. Shadow Regeneration. SS level. Introducing the Shadow Swordsman, walking the line between life and death. Unfazed by death. Driven only by the desire to win. He possesses a special ability to draw strength from his own body bit by bit. To defeat the opponent, all attributes will increase by 50% and last for 30 minutes after use. Additional effect after death. The Shadow Resurrection will automatically activate, increasing all attributes by 50% and removing all debuffs. With the duration reset, it can stack up to 10 times. Negative effects will reduce your level by 10 after the duration ends. And each death will subtract an additional 5 levels. The cooldown period is 7 days. The onlookers were amazed. Didn't they say that if you joined the Shadow faction, even dying once would lock you in that star? But somehow, after dying, you come back to life fully restored. Uriel wondered, does the Shadow Swordsman really have this healing ability? Jiang Han stood up, sword in hand, smiling. There are many things you don't know. He immediately charged to attack. Go and die. Uriel struck again, piercing straight through Jiang Han. Han still confidently believes that his leader will be able to hurt him. Didn't I tell you to kneel down and stay still? 1 minute later, Jiang Han clenched the sword stuck in the ground with both hands, and the system notified that your Dark Serpent skill had automatically activated, increasing all attribute bonuses by 100%. What would happen if the ants were many times stronger? No matter how many times you come back to life, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Then he lowered his head, and 2 beams of light shot straight out from his eyes toward him. Jiang Han collapses to the ground, and the system notifies you that your skill, Dark Lurking, has automatically activated, increasing all additional attributes by 150%. He tries to fly straight at the opponent with his wings and shouts, Uriel. He swings his sword to strike him. Uriel still thinks he can easily catch it, so he raises his hand to block. No matter how many times he tries, the result will be. But unexpectedly, Jiang Han's sword wounded his hand. Uriel looked at his bleeding hand in disbelief that Jiang Han could actually hurt him. What? He laughed and swung his sword again. So even gods can bleed, huh? Are you a fake god or something? Han, furious to the point that his eyes are bloodshot. I must see how many times you can truly be resurrected. Uriel transforms into a weapon of divine light. Accept divine punishment. A beam of light shot directly into Jiang Han's body, hitting his blood core. The system notified you that you were struck by the divine light. Uriel's attack. Losing 5. 000 health points. He was knocked straight into the city wall behind him, which shattered and flew apart in all directions. Seeing this scene, the crowd started to discuss. Will he die this time? What kind of tactics is he using? How many times has he died and come back to life? Jiang keeps fighting harder. It's too terrifying. I beg you, please don't bring me back to life anymore. Just let me experience the game better. I sweat and think. This kid, could he have already comprehended the forbidden curse? Otherwise, there's no way he could be so ostentatious yesterday when fighting me. Han realizes that today he has already understood the hidden nature and the forbidden spell. Truly a terrifying kid. Should I be happy or scared now? And then he sees the wound Uriel caused immediately heal. Jiang Han sat on the ground, still smirking provocatively. I thought the gods were so powerful, but it turns out the god created by sacrificing a weak girl is this feeble. System alert your skill. Forbidden. Eternal Shadow has automatically activated. All additional attributes increased by 200%. Han gritted his teeth as he looked at his smile, thinking to himself, damn it, why is he always stronger every time he comes back to life? Could he really be immortal? No. I don't believe it. He must have a limit to his resurrection. Uriel frantically shoots divine light at Jiang Han. Die already. The system reminds you, your skill, Forbidden, Eternal Darkness, has automatically activated, and all additional attributes have increased by 250%. System reminder your skill, Forbidden, Eternal Darkness, has automatically activated, increasing all additional attributes by 300%. He pushes his hand against the ground to get up. Gyang Han leapt up and struck the center, causing the ground to shatter beneath him. He charged forward at incredible speed, making Uriel marvel so fast. He uses the divine light weapon to slash at Jiang Han like a stitch. He appears above Uriel, kicking him directly in the face. He was directly knocked down to the ground by Jiang Han. He held his sword straight at Uriel's face and said, "Isn't it the one who made me kneel and not allowed to stand up? So how come I am being stepped on like this?" He roared in anger at the insult. "Get out of here." Then Uriel stood up, creating a barrier that pushed Jiang Han back. He still fearlessly swung his blade. "After this afternoon, I will kill you." The system warns that the most dark and mysterious Gyang Han will use the dream skill for 3 days. The next attack will increase by 800%, deal 1000% more damage, and definitely be a critical hit. Now he finally feels fear, grinding his teeth. Uriel angrily blocks Jiang Han's attack with his hand, wanting to kill you. You. Go dream. The system reminds you that Uriel used a forbidden skill, the righteous domain, to increase all your attributes by 100% and decrease all enemy attributes by 100% for 3 minutes. He now straightens up and says, "What? I was actually fooled by you. The damage of this skill is just like its name, completely useless." He felt excited inside. That was great. I managed to lure out that ultimate move, seeing the opponent still stunned. Jiang Han said, "Why did you use your trump card so early? Does my move really put so much pressure on you?" Uriel regains his composure and strikes at him. He gathers all his strength and delivers the final blow. D. The divine light strikes fiercely where Gyang Han is lying. "Give it to me." Uriel gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes turning red. "How many more times do you want me to kill you? Stop getting up again." Lin He looked at him in shock after being beaten to a pulp, and in his heart he wondered if provoking the opponent again and again was only to maintain the dark resurrection state. In the end, if you don't get killed again within the next half hour, you'll enter the cooling off period, and by then, there will be no chance for you to turn the tables. But as soon as the attack ended, he was standing there upright. The system notified that your forbidden dark resurrection skill had automatically activated, and all your attributes increased by 350%. Jiang Han immediately drew his sword and charged forward. "What are you standing there for? Holy Punisher. Hurry up and punish him." Uriel's veins bulged on his head, his eyes shining brightly as he roared. "Dinies." Gyang Han raised his head and stared intently at his opponent. The system notified that your skill, Forbidden Dark Resurrection, had automatically activated. All attribute bonuses have increased by 400%. The system notification indicates that the duration, prohibition, and the main righteous domain have ended. Uriel, exhausted and struggling to wipe the sweat from his face, wondered how you could still be alive. Jiang Han sneered and asked why. "Do I really need to ask? Because I want to know what treasure you, as an Earth-level boss and a god, will ultimately give me when signing the contract for the decisive battle." Han jumps up. Then suddenly Uriel's gaze shifts to the side, eyes wide, and he appears beside him, kicking him down to the ground once more. Jiang Han flies down with Uriel, killing 8 fools, successfully increasing all attributes by 400% and adding the Tri-Lac Tri-Vu. The combined attack power of Lei Ding 3-3 is over 80. Ling Ling Ling. So it's now on par with Uriel, or even slightly higher. Uriel lands, his golden feet standing on the ground, then glances back and sees himself behind, sword ready to strike. You think you're above everyone else, stepping on the bones of a child without a hint of mercy, even taking pleasure in making everyone kneel before the machine. Gyang Han slashed Uriel's back. "But did you ever think you would be pulled down from the clouds?" He reached out his hand, a purple light enveloping him. Gyang Han uses the Death Spirit Slash to strike again into his back. Nydia rushes from behind. "Uriel Lord, I am here to help you. System alert. Please pay attention." The high-ranking guard commanded by level 80 Boss Lin, listening, and led by Nydia, has begun its 4th wave of attack. Although she was prepared to pump blood to support, her attack had no effect at all. "What is going on?" Jiang Han chuckled and explained. "The contract duel is a fair competition. Outsiders can't interfere." He clenched his teeth and thought to himself, there are still 2 chances to come back to life. The light of the god Uriel, a Western mythological angel. Such an important figure. Must surely have many treasures on them. Right. System noticed the light of the god Uriel. Using skills. Forbidden. Soul exchange. All your attributes decrease by 20%. The pain increases by 100%. But Uriel still can't believe he's fighting someone not inferior to him and continues to survive. His strike greatly reduced his health bar. System alert. You have been hit by the angel's sword. Light of the divine. Uriel. Lost Dva. 4,403 health points. Taking an additional 50,000 light elemental damage every second. Gyang-han clenched his teeth, suppressing the pain. It hurt so much. But as the distance closed, it was not an unbearable pain. Gyang-han rushed forward and struck Uriel a few more times with his sword. His blood bar is almost empty. Uriel gritted his teeth and cursed this damnable guy. Enraged, he unleashed his weapon to attack, causing the opponent to die. Uriel's attack hit Gyang-han directly, causing him to fall to the ground. Uriel still thought he had killed him, having already killed him 8 times, to see if he could still come back to life, but his eyes looked up in disbelief as Gyang-han appeared in front of Uriel. Swinging his sword down, he kicks him in the face and shouts, kneeling down, "Give him to me." Gyang-han's team leaves Uriel no chance to defend and knocks him down instantly. He was so arrogant before, but now he's so miserable, coughing and choking repeatedly. Gyang-han doesn't miss the chance to thrust his sword straight down, revealing his true feelings. His sword pierced straight through Uriel's back, hitting the vital spot, and he cried out in pain. You look at him as if he's a laughingstock. Haha. Divine favor. Does anyone remember the screams of hundreds of girls when they dedicated themselves to your worship, Uriel? In pain, with bloodshot eyes. Screams. Gyang-han has directly torn apart the light god Uriel's wings, and he can only break out in cold sweat and scream in pain. He holds the pair of wings in his hands and laughs strangely. If you had 2 pairs of wings, it would be less painful than this. Uriel glances fearfully behind him. I'm going to die. I'm about to be killed. The church's followers watched their master suffer and remained silent. Uriel saw Elvit standing in front and quickly reached out with a dirty hand to beg for help. Elvit, come quickly and save me. Elvit, trembling and sweating, stammered, Lord Uriel, do you think the divine-level experts can break the seal of the decisive battle? Pope, how does it feel to have the divine presence that the Holy Church has endured countless hardships to summon, finally return to your body for burial? Hearing this, the old man angrily grits his teeth. Cautious, Gyang-han looked at Uriel struggling on the ground and said, surrender now. The fate is sealed. No one can save you. Hanjiang looked back and loudly declared that he was lucky. At the decisive moment, he understood the true meaning of a dark swordsman. You draw your sword back and prepare to strike Uriel again. You're completely wrong until death. You'll realize that your failure has nothing to do with your opponent's luck, but only with your own arrogance. If you give up your arrogance in the battle, I will be the one lying on the ground. Uriel stared blankly at the tip of the sword about to pierce through his head. Go ahead. He disappeared, and the system congratulated you on killing the level 100 Earth boss, the light of the god Uriel. Level plus harem. Reputation plus 200. Ling ling ling. System notification. Congratulations on your solo defeat of the level 100 boss Uriel, the light of the gods, making you the first player in the game to defeat a level 100 boss. You will receive additional rewards 50,000 reputation points, 80 free attribute points, and the rare skill, the Thief's Hand. Jiang's entire body glows with a golden light. System reminder, congratulations on your final victory. According to the rules of the decisive battle, you will acquire your opponent's class. System prompt, do you want to change your class to the unique hidden class, Celestial Diviner of the Holy Spirit? The system reminds you that you have achieved the final victory, according to the rules of the decisive duel. You have received the following equipment from your opponent: Sky Cloak, Divine Helmet, Divine Bracers, Divine Armor, Divine Boots, and Divine Sword. Lin He looked excited, killing a god. My disciple has already made a name for himself. System notification. You have reached level 77. The bloodstain at the corner of your mouth remains. The assault is not over yet. System messages will be processed later. Gyang-han saw the soldiers rushing towards him like a tide. Now, Kai is defending the gate, fighting and shouting. Retreat now. The church's troops are taking advantage of the moment to attack. He's about to break down. Brothers, charge now. He kicks the soldier's head from afar and shouts, Brother. Jiang Han grits his teeth and orders, guard the main gate. I'm going to kill the boss. Wherever he passes, the church's subordinates die there. The system notifies. Nydia, listening. He smirks and says, I found him. Jiang Han directly kicked her in the face. Nydia, furious from the kick, cursed that this damn god would be punished by the gods. Jiang Han coldly swung his sword to cut off her head as she laughed mockingly. It's laughable. Your god is dead. So who else can punish me now? System notification. Congratulations on killing the level 80 soldier boss. The listener, Nydia, receives a reward of 30 million experience points and 5,000 reputation points. System notification. Please note that your item usage time for Truilak Trui Vu has ended, and your wings have also disappeared. System reminder, your skill cooldown time has ended during this period. You have died a total of 8 times, and your level has been reduced by 50 levels. Jiang Han gasps for breath. 50 levels of penalty. This punishment is truly severe. He looked at the soldiers in front of him, having just fought a battle. But Jiang Han still looked exhausted. The guy holding the thorny whip chuckled smugly. He finally got the chance. The guy with the silver hair next to him said, he dropped down to level 27. 10 levels below me. Elvic shouted loudly. Hey reckless adventurers. Kill that shadow swordsman now. He thought to himself. Damn shadow swordsman. My plan to destroy the holy temple has been foiled, according to the rules. I cannot intervene. So the participants in this siege must be able to eliminate him. He shouted at them for hesitating and asked what they were waiting for, then urged them to act now, because the chance to take his head had arrived. Kill. Jiang Han Tui is only level 27. This is the best opportunity. Only now does Jiang Han realize that he doesn't have enough time to eliminate everyone during the Dark Reincarnation. Jiang Han glanced, and the system notified that the S-grade Blessing Unicorn item you obtained has had its restrictions lifted and can now be used. He was surprised as he took the Blessing Unicorn. The system announced that the S-rank Blessing Unicorn is a divine unicorn bringing good fortune. Their blessings will bring endless benefits to other beings, permanently increasing basic health points by 50. Ling ling ling. Basic attack by 500. Basic defense by 400. Movement speed by 10%. And luck by 1. Jiang Han didn't hesitate to tear it apart with his mouth. The unusable condition has been removed. It's truly like a drought suddenly met with a rainstorm. A stream of blue light shot out from the Blessing Unicorn. A beam of light directly shoots into Jiang Han's forehead, and the system announces, Congratulations. You have received the Blessing Unicorn, which has leveled up in all aspects. Basic health permanently increased by 50. Ling. Basic attack permanently increased by 500. Basic defense permanently increased by 400. Movement speed permanently increased by 10%. Luck points increased by 1. Luck flows into his hand as a blue aura appears. And I have to say, the basic benefits granted by the Blessing Unicorn are just too high. This is a complete freakish level up. Jiang Han muttered to himself. Might as well check the reward from the Stealing Hand skill to see if he can learn it. System notification. The Hand of Plunder S effect automatically collects and learns enemy skills without conditions. Limited to once per person. Using it again causes the last learned skill to be forgotten. When the target's skill rank exceeds S, the power of the plundered skill weakens. The weakening level depends on the effect and level, with a 10-minute cooldown. System notification. You have learned the Theft Hand skill. Jiang Han chews and laughs contentedly, thinking this skill is really nasty. So then the Stealth skill. With a move like a thief's, I should be able to stealth as a swordsman if it's like this. Hey, channel your energy into your hand and shout. My old friend. Where are you? I appeared out of nowhere with my sword and cut through. Here I am. My brother from the Jiang Han water clan. No one gets your head. So just hand it over to me. But the blue light of Jiang Han revealed him. I was stunned and exclaimed, What? He reached out with a smile. His hidden profession is very powerful. So, challenge the divine body technique and let me borrow it. System notification. You have used the skill, the Hand of Plunder, and successfully learned the Battle God clone from the First Lake Old Man. The soldiers from the church are furious and rush over. But I already took the head of Yi Jianghan. He smirks and says, "You want to take my head? It won't be that easy." Jianghan instantly defeated them with his fastest speed, and the system reminded you that you have comprehended the hidden essence of the war god's auxiliary form. His strength, his power, passive skills, become effective when his speed reaches a certain value, causing him to leap forward a set distance to evade attacks. Note that when the enemy's level is too high, the chance to dodge decreases significantly, and Jianghan only needs one move to kill them instantly. The system announces the skill, stating that, among the gods, he often races against the sun to prevent darkness from falling. This old man's back is cold with fear. This guy's name is impressive. I need a long time to master this move. Yet he understood it in an instant. I will keep living until I face him. Brother, your ultimate move is really impressive. The system reminds you that when you use the skill, the Divine Warrior Avatar, all attributes will increase by 20% for 1 minute. Jianghan reaches out to touch the sword. The system announces that the Dark Shadow is awakening, the one Jianghan controls. An ominous boss-level Dark Gold. Level Huson Hate. Health 3. Senbai Tishirar. Tibai Arsher. Attack Shu. Senbai Arshijo. Defense Un. Ibai Arshisen. Fame 491. Ibai Arshisen. Luck 4. Introduction. Adventurer. Where are you going? Special status. Experience needed to level up, reduced by 10% from the original. Lasting for 1 hour. He thought to himself that even if most of the equipment's effects are lost, the total attribute bonus increases by 30% thanks to the soul purification and the auxiliary battle god. Even when dropping to level 27, all attributes remain as impressive as before. And even more terrifying is that the experience needed to level up is only 10% of the original. Jianghan continued to pass through a sword path. So for these people, it was simply an experience bag. According to the system notification, congratulations on killing the player in Lone Sao and receiving a level up bonus of +1. The church's troops looked at this scene with fear and anger. Oh my god. How is he leveling up so quickly? Surround him and don't let him run around. They don't fear life or death. They fight to break through the defenses. And their damage isn't low. Jianghan begins to observe and analyze. These people are all around level 50, so his strength can easily be countered. But then, he jumps into the air and kicks those guys in the face. Trying to trap me. You idiot. You still have a long way to go. System notification: you used the war kick skill to deal 214. 700 damage. Exploradora. Immobilizes enemies within 100 by 100 for 1 second. Increases all enemy units' attack by 20% for 1 minute. And deals 38. 740 to 79. 540 damage. Jianghan thought that now, having a level 27 player kill a level 50 boss is equivalent to defeating a high-level boss. Combined with the super buff increase, the level up effect has been greatly improved. System notification: congratulations on defeating the player. The Explorer Dora. You received a reward. Level increased by 1. Suddenly, the mortal wielded a spear and shouted the name of Jianghan Shui, stabbing straight into Jianghan's stomach and knocking him back. The mortal's eyes flash with a dark, crazy smile. This time, even if you grow wings, you can't escape. But the spear can't hurt Jianghan. Growing wings makes escape hard. Oh well. I guess I have to put on a show. So how can they have any hope when the experience bag they actively bring is much more convenient than me fighting each one individually? Brother Jiang is furious. But I didn't expect to end up in your hands this time. And you'll have to pay the price. Jianghan thought to himself that the experience granted by the Blessing Unicorn had been reduced to 10% of the original in just 1 hour. So during this time, he hoped, players motivated to move forward can be maintained. The troops of the church are excited. Stable. Stable. Don't let the chaos of the enemies cause you to lose your head. He sneered coldly, pulled out his spear and continued to strike directly at him. But the one who was hit was someone else. System notification: congratulations on killing the player. Daohua Dam Tui. Level has increased to 29. Jianghan smiled. Every time I level up, my basic attributes also increase, making it harder and harder for me to kill. So sorry, but I can't tell what level I'm at right now. I don't have time to check the system notifications. My level has already increased to 30. then to 31. And you're still slaughtering people. What kind of person am I? The church's troops are stunned and can't believe it. Damn it, why am I leveling up so fast just by killing a few players? Suddenly, a sword blocks in front of me. Gyang-han was unable to dodge and was immediately knocked back. He sneered. Stealing my skill and still wanting to run away, aren't you going to leave your life behind? I gently slide my sword with my hand. Brother. 1 for 1. Don't blame me for being ruthless. System reminder. Master Not Ho uses the Battle God clone skill, increasing all attributes by 20% for 1 minute. Jiang Han was knocked back, straightened his sword and laughed. It's okay, I understand. Battle God Avatar System reminder. Ying Jiang Han used the Battle God Avatar skill to boost all attributes by 20% for 1 minute. Hearing him speak, he immediately became furious, twitching the corner of his mouth. You little brat. I shout loudly and swing my sword straight at Jiang Han. Die already. I think. For now, his attributes are still higher than mine, so fighting him is just a waste of time. Seeing the sword approaching, he dodged and ran away. But he shouted, You won't escape. The old man's sword moved at Jiang Han's speed. He glanced, and although he was attacked by the one-horned old man, as long as he could kill other players, he would level up, and his health points would be fully restored. Master Jiang Han charged forward. He ordered the elite team to attack. Hold him back. Everyone ahead responded and stood their ground, by the barrier to block the order. Other guild members retreat, or else the large crowd will make the blood of the One River cold water endless. They don't understand. I raise my sword to the sky and use the Divine Descent of the Gods skill. System notification. I have used the Divine Descent of the Gods, increasing my attack power by 60%. And all allies within range will receive the effects of one of the sub-heroic battle skills. Death, God Sub-Heroic. Lasting for 5 minutes. Jiang Han smiles as he creates a green aura. Haha. My good brother is giving me this skill as a gift. Jiang Han uses the thief skill to shoot through the old man's body. Take it for himself. He is shocked. He has learned his own skill. System notification. You have succeeded through the thief skill and learned the divine summoning skill. Looking at the power in his hand, I am satisfied. Haha, what a powerful skill it is. Simple. This was made just for me. It seems I will have another ace up my sleeve in the future. System notification. Gods descend. Level S. Introduction. Blessings from the gods will bring great benefits to you and your allies. With an additional 60% attack boost, all teammates within a 50 by 50 area will receive one of the Battle God, Death God, or Dragon God sub-abilities, lasting for 5 minutes with a 3-day cooldown. Jiang Han raises his sword like the movements of Lao Tzu. The system announces that you have used a skill, Gods Descend, increasing your attack power by 60% and granting the Death Spirit avatar, the soldiers, angry with their swords drawn. Then activate the divine power and rise up. You wave your sword and smile, with the Death Spirit enhancement, which seems to increase the attack range. So let's try this. Jiang Han simply said, You want to use divine energy to cast spells, then try this move of mine. Then Jiang Han wielded his sword to unleash a series of skills, Radiant Spirit, Death Spirit Slash. Those people were knocked back by Jiang Han's strike. System notification, your level has increased to 51. Your level has increased to 52. Your level has increased to 53. Your level has increased to 54. I was so shocked I almost popped my eyes out and gaped in anger. Damn it. My elite troops. I thought I was stealing my own skills. But he even enhanced them. What kind of monster have I created this time? Look at the new hand I made that grants terrifying power. Your level has risen to 59. And I feel like my heart is blooming. Oh my god. Toa Tin can only enhance single target skills. And Tu Lin Cham is also a single target skill. So combined with the range of the deathly power it grants, the single target skills of Toa Tin can actually produce large-scale effects. Jiang Han's gaze briefly showed a threatening look. This is too good. The God's Descent. I will definitely keep this skill forever. The members of the church's army are shocked. What should we do now? We've already cut down quite a few of the guild's people. Most likely, Jiang Han's blood isn't much left. Perfect for us to loot. Jiang Han keeps slashing his sword into a church member, knocking him away. One by one, they fall beneath his blade. Han can even fight from a distance. Anne turns around and glares at the old man. Mister, Anne's skills are amazing. Let's stay in touch later. The opponent was speechless, muttering under his breath, "Damn it. If there's no problem, don't come after me." Han forced a stiff smile and said, "It's okay. We're all brothers. If I encounter difficulties in the future, I hope you can help me." Jiang Han directly turned and swung a sword at the old man. That was a good talk. Han was startled and dodged aside. "Damn it. Even brothers. Are you planning to kill too?" Jiang's smile. "My brother. It's all in the past. Don't blame me now. Be careful with your heart." I quickly turned and ran away like the wind. "It's okay. This can be understood. So see you later." I was shocked inside. Han is now level 60. There's no longer a chance to kill him. It's best not to risk his life for a joke. You didn't give Han a chance to escape. So I rushed over to the old man. Wanting to run, Jiang Han kicked both the old man and the Han guy. Even though the war god's body double is no longer available, but now I have various speed boosts. So after understanding his skills, catching old Hu is as easy as waiting for a hand to reach out. You kick the old man in the head and say, "My good brother, I have another request for you. Right now, among the players, my older brother is the highest level. Can he give me some experience points before he leaves?" He turned his head and smiled, saying it's just a few levels of experience points. So go ahead and take them. But don't forget about each other when you're rich. Remember, you still owe me a favor. Jiang Han directly swung his sword to cut off the old man's head. Of course, the system announced congratulations on killing a player. Once my level and I have reached level 63, I look around and see that no one will threaten or intimidate me anymore. Jiang Han turned to the soldiers of the church. Then, since the experience bonus time was still active, he had to go all out to level up. After about 10 minutes, he had slaughtered countless members of the church's army. They were all shocked and couldn't believe it. How is he still leveling up without stopping? If you don't fight anymore and keep giving him experience, he simply can't be killed. Jiang Han looked at the fleeing church soldiers. The rest were just rotten fish and spoiled shrimp. So I kept chasing. He immediately turned around, then exterminated the remaining guards of the church. So this siege battle would finally come to an end. A kick from Jiang Han caused the fleeing group to perish. Turn around and rest. Fi Qi. Leave the rest to me. Fi Qi agrees. Jiang Han smoothly killed the soldiers of the other church and then swung his sword again to finish off the remaining ones. A golden light envelops his entire body. The system announces congratulations on completing the main exclusive storyline mission. You receive rewards level +3, reputation +100, Ling, and ultra-rare items. The gem is complete, and the system announces that you have completed the main mission. Fortress Defense. SS difficulty. Rewards include level +3, reputation +300, Ling, rare items, and a leveling stone for your pet. Jiang Han opened the GSM system panel. Already level 75. So the punishment of the shadowy backfire has been perfectly compensated. Moreover, I received many high-quality equipment and items. I truly thank the divine for this divine punishment. He stood silently at the central hub, watching everything unfold. Elvis gritted his teeth in anger and said, "You bastard." Lose looked at him mockingly and said, "You're already so old. Don't talk nonsense like that. It's just a tiny six-winged angel. The Lord won't care. He is so angry he can't speak." 2. Elvis clenched his fists in anger, thinking that damn Lose. But he couldn't act against him for now. His words are cruel, combined with many strange tricks, and his extremely evil personality. So I couldn't kill him immediately, combined with his long-standing grudge. My holy church will bring about a great disaster. He snorted angrily. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared around the two bosses, leaving him stunned and confused. What's going on? Are they not going to continue anymore? Jiang Han looked up at the sky. Whether it's the official declaration or the exclusive declaration, the system's rewards have already been settled. So there's no reason for anything else to happen. Uriel's body suddenly soared into the sky. Why did he stop the rebirth process like that? Then a blinding light flashed, and the figure disappeared, leaving him stunned in horror. Elvis broke out in a sweat, thinking, damn it. Uriel's divine body has become too weak, so it can't condense the 9 seeds anymore. He turned to look at Corwin and ordered him to leave. Corwin nodded. That's it. Then, both of them quickly left this place. Luoze watched as those two mocked. It seems the church is already scared. Jiang Han observed with suspicion. That is, are the 9 buffalo beads in the middle of the knot. After Master Daniel's death, one of those beads, the system announces that the judgment of the gods has been destroyed by the shadow swordsman, and the side of light has paid a heavy price and cannot be stopped. And the initial part of the disaster quietly unfolds as explorers begin to awaken from chaos. And the age of chaos is not far away. Suddenly, 9 buffalo beads shine light down to the ground. The system announces that the second open beta version of Eternal, the Betrayal of Justice, is officially launched. Everyone everywhere also received the notification as the system announced that the second open beta of Eternal, the Betrayal of Justice, had officially begun. A beam of light streaking across the sky. Jiang Han looked at the beam of light passing by in confusion and muttered to himself. The Betrayal of Justice, he thought to himself. Judging from the name of this open beta, it really can't be guessed what the content is. Perhaps only when facing the main story can we understand the answer. Lin He suddenly appeared and said, Disciple, you have a bright future. Uriel is a creature with higher spatial dimensions. If you have already killed him, you will surely receive many incredible rewards. Jiang Han immediately smiled and said, The good things haven't appeared yet. But to borrow my master's words of luck, I still have to thank my master for coming to support. He shook his head and said it's okay. As a master, helping to protect my disciple is only natural. Since the master now needs to return to Thanhai Tom quickly. Is there anything else you want to ask before you go? I have been pondering this. Master, those 9 spirit orbs. Lini's eyes narrowed and said, They are condensed objects, formed after the death of the necromancer. Now Uriel has also perished. The 9 orbs will absorb the floating elemental energy in the air somewhere unknown until they gather enough energy to bring the explorer back to the mortal world. Jiang Han pondered for a moment before speaking. So then Daniel said, he stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Lini almost fainted and said, Daniel is part of the explorer's strength. Even if he wakes up, he won't forget you. But before the right moment comes, there's no need to worry. The most important thing is to improve your strength. Jiang Han nodded to show he understood. The person named Lai Ni radiates a purple aura, then turns to leave but still looks back and says, I just remembered. The one who defeated Uriel was thanks to the strange power in the necklace he was wearing. Jiang Han opened the system interface and looked. This necklace contains some strange power. The system panel shows the ring, the contract ring, the earth grade, life, Liangbai, Ling Ling Ling, attack, plus 20%, life, plus 30%, special skill, contract. Seeing this, Jiang Han thought, originally trust and oath, so they became a pledge necklace. The attributes haven't changed, but the special skill can only be used once. Faith and what was attached to it has disappeared. I no longer know when it was used, perhaps when the sacrifice died. Triggering the effect of this cursed necklace, Lai Ni replied seriously. If you hadn't fought Uriel with a determination to die, plus the help of that strange power, you wouldn't have truly understood the meaning of the Dark Moon resurrection at the moment death was near. And at that time, my master's whole body was covered in cold sweat. Watching his figure disappear into the teleportation gate, Jiang Han clasped his hands and said, Thank you, Master, for your concern. Before leaving, Lini left a message, saying no need to tell anyone, hoping that when our master meets again, you will be even stronger. Seeing the smoke drifting away with the wind, Jiang Han felt a strange sense of relief, as he no longer saw Lojie's figure. And surprisingly, he hadn't made a move against him. Could it be that they really intend to fatten me up and only record my achievements after 2 years? But that's a story for 2 years from now. For now, let's start listing the spoils of war. He took out the SS grade infinite stone for the person. The first item, definitely a rare artifact granted by the main faction. According to the system notification, the Infinity Stone, SS level, introduced as the Infinity Stone, proves that the power it contains is unique and unparalleled in its effects. Users can further combine related traits from other professions, greatly enhancing their potential and personal abilities. Hearing this news, Jiang Han was so excited he jumped up. Wow, this is incredible. I really do stumble upon good luck when I doze off. I'm still torn between the Dark Knight and the Divine Healer. And now, someone brings me such a great item. He looked at the system menu and pressed. Luckily, I didn't confirm the class change right away, or I would regret it to death. The screen lights up, And the system prompts. Do you want to change your class to the hidden class? The Divine Messenger of the Sacred. Or not. In Gyanghan's hand is the SS level Infinity Stone, shining. The name Holy Sage sounds more grandiose than Dark Swordsman. But the skills of the Dark Swordsman are also hard to give up. This SS grade Infinity Stone came just in time. System prompt, do you want to use the item? SS grade Infinity Stone. He happily replied with a smile. Oh. Deep down, I have some thoughts about the Dark Swordsman and the Divine Sage, these two legendary hidden classes, when they merge the light and darkness. How powerful could they become? System reminder, you are using the Peerless Gem, an extremely rare SS level item. Please switch to other professions within 10 minutes. The system will automatically integrate your profession's traits and related transferred traits, while also unlocking new professions. Watching the shining infinite stone before him, Jianghan decisively said, switch to the Divine Prophet. The infinite stone slowly moved forward against Jianghan, his eyes suddenly blazing with bloodlust, and he let out a low growl. The peerless stone merged into Jianghan's body, causing him to collapse to the ground as black wings sprouted from his back. He endured the pain within his body, as if two opposing forces were clashing inside him. Jianghan's body gradually turned black, as if it was cracking apart. Then, his black wings slowly spread out. A bright light burst from his chest, and Jianghan looked up to the sky with a loud cry. 10 minutes later, his body gradually transformed back. His wings disappeared, and Jianghan's body collapsed. Jianghan looked at his hand in amazement. I did it. Jianghan clicked on the system panel information, revealing a new class called Supreme Angel Star, with details indicating it is the only hidden and exclusive class. An introduction. I am willing to fall into the abyss of darkness, born as an angel from the darkness, with supreme power surpassing thousands of creatures. No one knows whether this will spread hope and happiness or bring disaster and terror. With power levels of 14 stars for attack, 18 stars for defense, 14 stars for speed, and 16 stars. The highest is only 32 stars. The only hidden class, the Dark Swordsman, even though it can reach 42 stars. The Supreme Angel has a total of 62 stars, 20 stars more than the Dark Swordsman, and most importantly, this is only the second transmission. In the future, there will be a third transmission, and with each transmission, the star level will increase significantly again. System notification. Congratulations on your promotion to Heavenly Supreme Angel. The potential within your body has been activated. The skills you have learned, slaughtering chaos, have been upgraded to the 8 Directions Sword. Death Spirit Slash has been upgraded to Annihilation Slash. Wielding the Soul has been upgraded to Holy Spirit Wielding. System notification. Congratulations on your promotion to Supreme Angel. The potential within your body has been activated. The learned skills, the Soul Power, have been upgraded to Ultimate Power. The Ta Lin has been upgraded to Holy Spirit. The Hat Diem Armor has been upgraded to Destructive Armor. The Sinister Eyes kept circling. This is too good. The Shadow Swordsman's skills not only weren't lost but were upgraded with new names and even enhanced in power. System notification. Congratulations on your promotion to Supreme Angel. The learned skill, the Slaughter Technique, has been upgraded to the Ultimate Swordsmanship. System notification. Congratulations on promoting to the Supreme Angel. The potential within your body has been activated. The learned skill, Forbidden Reincarnation of Darkness, has been upgraded to Forbidden Final Reincarnation. System notification. Congratulations on becoming the Supreme Angel. The potential within your body has been activated, and you have mastered the skill of illuminating the light. You click on the system panel. With this major change, your combat power will soar again. Let's see how your skills have been improved. First is the 8 Directions Breaker Sword. Level A. Introduced as a technique mastered by the Supreme Angel. Upgraded from the previous Chaotic Slaughter move. The attack power has improved significantly, and the effect depends on the number of upgrades, creating an illusion to attack upgraded units within a 10 by 10 area. The second is the Destruction Slash. Level A. Introduced as a skill that the Supreme Angel developed from her extraordinary perception, causing 400% damage based on the basic attack and reducing the enemy's movement speed by 30% for 2 seconds, with a 15-second cooldown. The third is the Holy Spirit Seal. Level S. An innate skill of the Supreme Angel, allowing you to control elemental energies so that enemies within 20 meters in front of you become immobilized for up to 5 seconds. Cooldown time is 1 minute. The fourth is Supreme Swordsmanship, a passive skill. Level S. Introduced as the exclusive skill of the Supreme Angel since birth, he has mastered the power to destroy everything, with innate superlative swordsmanship, resulting in a basic attack increase of 500 and a total attack increase of 50%. On the fifth day is the Holy Spirit, an automatic level, a skill that encompasses all living beings and supernatural outsiders, becoming the Holy Spirit with a 40% increase in attack power. On the sixth day is the Ultimate Power, an automatic level S skill that is indestructible and always present during destructive moments, ensuring that those not yet slain are quickly eliminated. And when leaving battle, health points are restored by 1%. When entering battle, the effect drops to 0. 2%. After reading the system notification, Jiang Hong was stunned. Indeed, the names of all skills had changed, and their power levels had been upgraded by 1 rank. Just the 2 attributes of Ultimate Power and Holy Spirit can increase your basic attack by up to 500 points, plus an additional 90% attack percentage, while the Death Power has been upgraded to Ultimate Strength, and the recovery effect is even more ferocious. The system continues to inform you. The seventh is Radiant Burst. S rank. Introduces the Ultimate Angel with powerful light element firepower. It grants the ability to learn all skills related to the light element. The eighth is the Annihilation Armor. Level S, which harnesses destructive power to form a protective shield using the surrounding environment, effectively increases defense by 50%, agility by 20%. With additional effects including 20% resistance to light and dark element attacks, lasting 2 minutes with an 8-minute cooldown. Looking at the armor, Jiang Han immediately pressed next, no need to say. Destruction armor not only improves defense and resilience, but also increases elemental resistance and shortens cooldown time. This is truly a comprehensive enhancement. Guangqi will activate it. As for the specifics, we need to wait and see. But it's probably a skill related to healing. Next is the highly anticipated upgraded version of the Forbidden Shadow Rebirth. Next is the ninth. Forbidden. Ultimate Resurrection. SS level. Introduced as the strongest move of the Shadow Swordsman, which after merging with the power of the Divine Sage, became the ultimate destructive force. The effect increases all attributes by 60% and lasts for 30 minutes, along with additional effects. After death, the Ultimate Resurrection will automatically activate, increasing all attributes by 60% and removing all negative status effects, and the timer will be reset and accumulated up to 10 times. With negative effects, each time you die, your level will decrease by 3 levels after the effect ends, and the cooldown is 7 days. Seeing this information, Jiang Han's face lit up with joy. It's too top tier. Truly unbeatable. Not only does it improve skills, but death penalties are also greatly reduced. 10 kills increase all attributes by 660%. Who would dare to keep killing him now? Jiang Han continued scrolling, having already checked the skills. Now, he just needed to see what loot this time would bring. This harvest is truly abundant. There. He notices the Sky Cloud Cloak. Oh, this is the Sky Cloud Cloak. A C-grade fashion item. A special outfit personally designed by Pope Elvis May for the light god Uriel, crafted with numerous special runes to help the wearer avoid the burden of equipment, allowing the gear to be concealed and creating a stylish look with an additional 20% movement speed effect. He put on the leather armor and exclaimed, "This is fashion. Let's see how effective it is." He changed it into a different purple outfit, then chuckled. Kind of like a rich guy wasting money in the game, but I still prefer the design of the armor. Even though the outer layer is hidden, my movement speed is still there. After finishing everything, Jiang Han said, and then suddenly he disappeared into the air. What's going on? Suddenly, the system announced, "Dear player, we apologize for interrupting your gameplay without permission. Because of the 100% painful gaming experience you have endured in the game, for your health, the system recommends you rest for about 8 hours. In real life, Jiang Han was a bit stunned after hearing that. Then he took off his VR headset and let out a sigh. Jiang Han thought to himself that although it was only around 3 p.m., after the decisive battle with Uriel, he was exhausted both mentally and physically and truly needed to rest. At 11 p.m., while he was sleeping, the phone rang. Hello. On the other end, Wang Kai quickly spoke when he heard Jiang Han's voice, saying, Jiang Han, I've called you many times, but no one answered. I thought you suddenly died, but you just stepped back and responded. Who? Listen to me. Thank you. I was just a little tired and fell asleep. He laughed loudly after hearing this. Ha ha ha. Isn't it amazing? The entire opening is about starting a battle around you. So tell me, are you Vin Hang's biological child? Jiang Han said. You are the one who is my son. Let's go out and chat. I haven't had dinner yet. I'll treat you to a late-night snack since I disturbed you last time. Wang Kai nodded in agreement. Okay. Stay at the usual place. Jiang Han, with a sleepy, vacant expression, brushing his hair and blinking, notices that winter has arrived and his hair has grown longer. To gain an advantage in the eternal realm, and then maintain and expand that advantage. I almost spend the whole day on the game. He went to the meeting place thinking that although he had earned a lot from the game, he should go out more often later. Wang Kai, sitting at the table, saw him and waved to call Jiang Han. A table full of food was laid out, and in a short time, this unemployed young man became famous all over the world. He raised his glass and drank it all. Life seemed like just a dream. Jiang Han raised his glass and drank together. I never thought things would turn out like this. At first my goal was just to make money through gaming, but the opportunities in the eternal world keep appearing unexpectedly, gradually steering me away from my original goal. Wang Kai laughed. You little brat. Even though you didn't leave your name in the history of the eternal world, you're still considered a 1,000-year disgrace. He smiled and said, thank you. Last time I really appreciated it. If you hadn't gathered the players to pass the message to Lowe's wouldn't have come to Tianhaizhen. Otherwise, my plan would have failed. I thought to myself, thinking carefully, if it weren't for Daniel, I probably wouldn't be any different from ordinary players. Wang Kai shook his head. It's nothing. We're brothers. No need to thank each other. Today we're happy, no matter what happens. Jiang Han nodded. All right. The two excited kids clinked their glasses, which was a bit confusing. Are they really drinking? Or what are they up to tomorrow at 9? Today is a beautiful day with very pleasant weather. Jiang Han continued to enter the game world. Hide the external appearance and go. In the decisive battle with Uriel, the armor was already damaged. So, first go to the blacksmith here to repair the armor. He went to the blacksmith shop, asked the owner to repair his equipment, and the owner nodded and said, all right, wait a moment. Then the blacksmith handed Jiang Han 1,200 Vong. I put it on quite happily. I didn't expect the repair to be so expensive. Maybe the rarer the equipment, the more it costs. But compared to the reward for defeating Uriel, this loss is nothing. Uriel, I haven't even checked the equipment you gave me yet. Fake he from somewhere runs over and calls brother Most Jiang Han Tui. He happily ran over and said, buddy, luckily I have you. If it weren't for you turning the tide myself, Tianhaizhen would definitely have fallen. Jiang Han replied, no need to be so polite. I've earned quite a bit too. You said that I might not come to Tianhaichan for a while. And I thought to myself that since my base has been discovered by players, I can't stay here for long or else they'll organize a large attack on Tianhaichan. Fei Qi nodded with a smile. I understand now. I won't bother you with polite words anymore. But Tianhai town will always be your home. Jiang Han thought for a moment then replied, oh right. Lid is still there with the angel fallen Sela. Isn't he? Fai Kai said, that's right. Lord Sela seems to want to train my sister, so she won't be coming back for a while. Then he left. Jiang Han also turned to go. I was just asking about that. Hoping to meet again. You and I have become the only ones left. Suddenly, Fei Qi stopped and loudly called out to Yi Jianghan Shui. Then he clasped his hands together and said loudly, all the people of Tianhai town, thank you from the bottom of their hearts. Fei Qi's eyes suddenly welled up with tears as he promised to meet again someday. Jiang Han nodded with a smile, thinking that if the evil forces in Tianhai town had been eliminated, then, with his abilities, I believe Tianhai town would definitely develop and grow stronger. He sat on his Qilin beast and left, wondering which city he could stop at. A wandering soul like himself, when can I become the lord of a city? Right. Just now I didn't even have time to look at Uriel's armor. The system displays product information, divine gloves, spiritual level, defense, Sibai Wushidal Sibai Basher, health, Arshasa, Ling Ling Ling, effects, Health increased by 60%. The required level is 80. The introduction omits the effects of the equipment. It is still unclear. The introduction states that the Holy Light Temple has summoned a large number of master-level summoners to create this spiritual-grade outfit for Uriel. The goal is to give an absolute chance of victory when fighting against the Shadow Swordsman. Gyang is amazed that a complete spiritual-grade set of equipment with a required level of 80 still needs 5 more levels. For now, the effects of the gear are not yet clear. We will have to wait until his level is high enough to see them. He suddenly glimpsed a strange item. Oh, this is the reward for the siege mission. System notification, Spirit Evolution Stone. S-Rank. Introduces a mysterious power stone that, when used, can help pets evolve and mutate, improving their qualities. Note that it is 100% effective on pets at spirit level or below, 50% effective on earth level pets, and 10% effective on sky level pets and above, with no effect on celestial pets. Gyang Hung Soa has already upgraded the pet. So, besides the profession of being a summoner, the pet capturing ability should be unlocked soon, probably around level 80. A face of Wei Chando appears on the system. Brother, are you busy? If you're not busy, come do the quest, I think. Wasn't this the martial artist using the phrase World's Martial Arts Competition last time? The shopkeeper was also surprised. It's really unexpected that Wei Chando would actively seek me out. Then he asked, "What's the mission?" He said I need to forge a lava buffalo seed. But I still lack a material called Mama's Heart. And the monsters near Mama's Heart are too strong. So I can't defeat them for now. But the time for the mission is limited. He nodded and said, "Okay. I'll go there immediately." "Where are you?" Wei Chando reminded me that outside the super-hot volcano, right after the national machine. Jiang Hung quickly left. Now that I have the sky cloak, my movement speed has increased by 20%, greatly improving my mobility. The system notifies you have entered the super-hot volcano map. You're heading to the volcano where Wei Chando is waiting. You arrived so quickly. He stepped forward, clasped his fists in thanks, and said this mission is quite difficult. I looked through my friends list and realized only you, my brother, can help me. He is Wei Chando, level Utvenhate, a knight of the Dong, with an hidden profession. Anthu also brought the beast inside and stepped forward. There's nothing else. I'm also trying to level up. Wei Chando nodded. Then it's not allowed. I've never asked anyone to help Hong Kong before. I will share this task with you. System notification. Do you want to accept the lava pearl crafting mission that Wei Chando shared? Jiang Hong was surprised, thinking that sharing an A-level mission was possible, then nodded in agreement. The system notification reports that the creation of the magma orb is of difficulty level A and introduces the guardian of the dragon realm, Trung Feng, who has sensed a faint aura of the ancient dragon emerging from Lake Nin, so he tried to find a way to save it. Only the magma pearl could vaporize a Nin lake without involving the suppressed dragon. And he also wanted to train the young dragon scholars in the dragon realm. Requesting the mission, within 2 days, deliver the lava beads to the Long Region Guardian, Cheng Feng, as the mission reward, and clarify the details. Jiang Hong is suspicious. There is a dragon under Lake Nine. Earlier, when I was fishing at Lake Nin, the vaporization phenomenon kept happening, but it wasn't related to me. Wei Chando asked, with the high attributes of the little monsters on this super-hot volcano, without any resistance. Can you handle it? You just lead the way. Jiang Hang's fighting spirit is very high right now. Even gods have fallen under my sword. So, what can a simple monster do to me? Seeing your fighting spirit. He nodded and agreed. Then Wei Chando's team continued their journey, with Jiang Hang starting out, heading towards the volcano's heart, and the lava monsters block there. We must break through from the outside and push inward. Suddenly, a lava imp opened its mouth and roared as it flew toward you. System notification: Lava Imp. Elite Fira Star Monster. Level Killinsvenjolds. Health 3. Sembe. Ling Ling Ling. Attack Fjorten. Lin Lin Ling Dashase. Wu Bai. Defenses. Ling Wu Ling to low. Wu Bai. Skills. Claws. Fire Breath. An organism from the edge of the lava volcano. Formidable strength. Their attack power is extremely strong, and because they can fly, they naturally become one of the creatures that adventurers least want to mess with. Jiang Hang looked a bit pale. Oh my god. A small monster with such high attributes. One is already tough enough. But if they attack in groups, their strength won't be any less than Uriel. On the contrary, the Kuei Chan-du was not afraid and shouted, "It's just a bunch of magma, chem. I've already called for help this time. So even if you all rush in, you won't be our match." Kem just laughed and then launched an attack. He excitedly shouted, "Brother, let's go," hoping its claws won't give him time to react. According to the system notification, the foot counter was killed by Kem's lava. Jiang Hong stood there in shock, staring in disbelief. Oh no. It's over. 5 minutes later, the foot stand appeared in front of him again, and Jiang Hong said, "Brother, this is a nearly level 100 elite monster. One of them is very difficult to deal with. Yet you brought the whole gang like this. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" He chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. "Sorry about that." Jiang Hong turned to walk forward and reminded him to stay back a bit. "Our blades are different. Don't get caught in their trap." Kuei Chan-do stood behind cheering. "My brother is indeed amazing." He now raises his sword to the sky, summoning the gods, increasing his attack power by 60% and gaining a deathly subordinate. He secretly smiled to himself. This is perfect. Unexpectedly gaining the power of death to fight enemies in the air. Then ranged attacks will be more effective. For safety, let's first catch a lone one. Jiang Hong extends his hand forward. A surge of spiritual energy shoots straight into the crow, causing it to screech and caw. He then controls the spirit, putting the crow into a state of immobilization for 3 seconds, during which it cannot move. He forcefully slammed the vulture to the ground and shouted, "Get down here." The vulture, angered, stood up and flapped its wings loudly, cawing. Suddenly, a foot appeared in front of it, which was Jiang Hong's foot, wanting to kick it away. His foot stomped the vulture's head to the ground, greatly reducing its strength. Jiang Hong continues to wield his sword in the style of breaking all directions, turning around and standing beside the terrifying formation, eyes wide open. Stunned. Surely this is a divine assassin, and that lava vulture has been completely subdued. The vulture knew it couldn't fight him one-on-one, so it stood up and turned to run away, seeing it still had the strength to escape. Jiang Hong sneered and chased after it. The vulture only screeched in response. Then he simply swung his sword, and Jiang Hong's blade split the vulture in two, shattering and destroying it. As the system announced, "Congratulations on killing the magma vulture. You received a 3% experience bonus for this level." Jiang Hong saw it die and immediately burst into a big smile. Feeling great, he begins to calculate, with the Ultimate Angel's basic level skyrocketing to 18 stars, plus the extended skills. So killing the magma vulture is easier than I thought. It seems I still need to be a bit more careful when fighting just one. Jiang Hong was not afraid and thought, "These 3 are just right. Let's see how powerful the skills of the Supreme Angel are." Jiang Hong thought to himself that the damage wasn't high, and at this moment, his defense star rating was also 14 stars. He muttered to himself that the armor of the Evil Song had also advanced to the Earth level with the event that killed Uriel. With a burst attribute. System notification, Hat-Ak armor. Earth rank. Defense 2000. Health 280. Ling. Additional defense effect of 100%. Extra effect of 80% health. A special skill that commands respect across the 8 directions. Required level 75. Specialized class. Dark Swordsman. Supreme Angel. Special effects. Indestructible. Undiscardable. Introduction. Omitted. Capable of development. System notification when the skill is used. The destructive armor increases defense by 50%, agility by 20%, and light and elemental resistance by 20%, causing his power to suddenly surge. Then the vultures continued to attack Jiang Hong, but his strength decreased much less significantly. And seeing the effect, Jiang Hong happily thought, "The improvement in the destructive armor's defense is truly terrifying." Just now it took over 10,000 damage, yet it was directly reduced to about 100, waiting for the right moment. Lian Von's sword used the technique, breaking through all directions. 10 minutes later, a golden light radiates around Wei Chandor. The system announces that you have reached level 57. He was amazed, not expecting it to be so fast. "Oh my god, the performance is too high. Have you already made up for the level you lost earlier so quickly?" Seeing the unbelievable performance, Wei Chandor excitedly cheered from behind. Brother, keep going. Keep up the good work. I'll send you some money. The system notification says, you've reached level 76. Hearing his voice, Jiang Han turned to look. But there's no need for that. I also want to thank you for providing me with such a great place to level up. I still don't want to get lost in training yet. Before he could finish speaking, the system notified you that you received a transfer of 100,000 yuan. Wei Chandor thumbed his finger. Keep working hard. One level at 50. Ling ling ling. You open the system menu and just for breaking a hand, you get 100,000 coins. What kind of godly being are you? He smugly crossed his arms in front of him and said, It's a small matter. Do you know why I was able to change my class to become a Knight of the Line? Jiang Han replied. Isn't it just a fortunate coincidence that I received the certification to change my class to a Line Knight? Wei Chandor winked and said, Not necessarily. When I was on a side quest, I happened to meet the Guardian of the Line, the protector of the domain. He seems able to see how much gold I have in my pocket, and when he saw I had a lot of money, he asked me to change my class and become a Knight of the Order. You're a bit speechless thinking. So the activation mechanism for the Knight of the Line requires a lot of money, and then even more to be spent afterward. Then Jiang Han asked, How much have you been scammed? He shrugged and replied, Every time he learned a skill. It cost tens of thousands of gold coins, which was at least millions in cash. That noble school is basically not even human. He robs me of money every day. Jiang Han remained silent, lost in thought. This is simply a profession reserved for the rich, much cheaper than learning skills at Segol Agua. An hour later, he continued fighting the vultures, and the system notified that you have leveled up to level 79. Meanwhile, Weichendor transferred 1.5 million into your account. He pointed at Jiang Han and said, Basically, you've cleared out the lava vultures. Now we're going deeper into the scorching volcano. Right. Jiang Han shook his head. Not in a hurry. I have a set of equipment on me that's somewhat decent. Once I get the gear, I can go deeper. After hearing him speak, he stared in disbelief. A level 80 gear. Just hearing it. Is this really the voice of a human? Hearing that, Weichendor immediately made a bid. How much did it cost you to get it? I'll offer double, Jiang Han replied. I happen to have this level 60 VMA gear on me. So how about I sell it to you for 500? Null each. What do you think? Hearing that, he readily agreed. All right. If I buy a level gold costume from Truong Fong, it would cost at least 5 million. And he readily agreed. I kind of regret not asking for a bit more earlier. System notification. Your level has increased to level 80. Jiang Han begins opening system items. You have reached level 80. Besides the divine armor, let's try on level 80. Gear divine helmet, divine gloves, ghostly armor, divine boots. After successfully equipping them, he became even more excited. The system announced that you have activated 3 divine items, with effects of plus 40% attack and plus 40% defense. Jiang Han took a deep breath. Whoosh. Just by looking at my appearance, I can already feel my strength has increased. Let's check the attribute panel. The system panel opens, revealing the shadow cloak, the One River Water, the shadow gold, level Nyolzfan, with 15. Liu Bai Liu Shi, 000 health and attack. Defense 20 those. Liang Bai Arshar da Arshisen. Yi Bai Liu Shi Wu. Reputation, 625. Sembai. Luck. Fear. Stealth attack. Unclear enemy detection. Quietly approaching. I'm amazed. Over 15 million health points and 30,000 attack points. This is no different from a level Ling boss. System notification, your strength has advanced to a new level, reaching boss level Ling. Your title has also changed. System notification, your title and the Dark Song self-enhancement have been upgraded. The Messenger of Destruction. The system notification. The system pet has been unlocked. You can catch or buy pets and related items. System notification. Congratulations. Your strength and reputation have reached the top 10 of the Dark Song ranking. Completing related challenges will earn you additional rewards. Jiang Han felt like he was over the moon, thinking that every 20 levels he increased would allow his room level to break through a floor and advance to a new rank. This means the final health points will increase even more. So he opened the system panel to check his title. Jiang Han felt like jumping for joy. As the percentage increase went up by another 50%, It might not seem like much, but in reality, my health points have already increased by nearly 2 million, the system announces. The Destroyer Envoy. The final life value increases by 350%. And immediately he thinks, plus I have skills and ultimate power, so once I get out of the fight, I can recover 1% of my health every second, which is about 170,000 health points per second. And in less than 2 minutes I can be back to full health. Turning around and standing beside him, he replied heavily, "Your brother's equipment is too valuable to lose. Now I could go on a slaughter spree across the world." Jiang Han asked suspiciously, "Hey, why don't you hide your helmet?" He clenched his fists and lowered his face. "Because my face looks quite realistic, and if I smile and reveal my mask, I'm afraid someone will underestimate my true identity." Looking at the flowing Dungnam Mountain, Kui Chan-du asked, "I just want to ask if we will continue exploring." Hearing that, Jiang Han nodded. "All right. System notification, you have entered the first stage. Super hot volcano interior." Jiang Han senses the temperature of Dungnam and reminds you, the higher the tolerance, the faster life is lost. "Can you still hold on?" He replied, "Still fine." Then turned around and said to him, "Brother, which faction currently controls the abyss? If you are my enemy, I won't be able to receive the shared mission reward from you." The other side frowned and quickly spoke up, which was Zhong Li. "But if you originally belonged to the Light faction or previously to the Shadow faction, then it would indeed be a bit dangerous. Let me see if I can receive the mission reward together with you first." Suddenly, Jiang Han sensed a change ahead and stopped Kui Chandor. "Wait a moment." A giant butterfly with blazing wings appears before the two of them. A Fire Lord butterfly. A 5-star spirit monster. Level Saskate. 5 million health. Attack Shugo. Wubai da Arshiyi. Wubai. Defense Do. Lingling da Shi. Babe. With skills including Flamestorm and Blazing Wings. Originating from a magma volcano. Born with a strong control over fire elements. Fierce and aggressive. And when pushed into a desperate situation, it stares fiercely at the Fire Lord butterfly in front of it. Jiang Han glanced at it and thought this monster posed no threat to me. You should stay back and be careful not to attract its hatred. Hearing his words, he quickly ran back. While in front of Jiang Han, he raised his sword to unleash his mighty power. Kui Chandor said, "All right, take care, my brother." He creates a tornado with his sword to attack it, seizing the Holy Spirit. Then continues to swing his sword using the technique, breaking through all directions. But the fire butterfly remains unharmed. Instead, it rises up and creates a surrounding circle to trap him. Jiang Han is shocked and worried it's self-destructing. Then a huge explosion sounded. Kui Chandor was running and looking back while shouting loudly, especially Jiang Han Shui, "But you took no damage. The system reports that your wings of the blazing butterfly struck them, causing 12 points of damage." The system announces, "Congratulations on killing the firefly butterflies. You receive a 1.5% experience bonus for this level." He saw that he was still standing there firm. Then he gasped in surprise. "Wow. Only level 100. Self-destruct attacks deal 12 damage. After upgrading to level 80 gear, he's way stronger." 10 minutes later, Jiang Han turned to Chandor and said, "I've taken care of the fire butterflies here. Let's continue." He regained his composure and nodded. "All right." Then the two of them headed to the magma volcano and directly into Mama's heart. In front of them was a glowing white flower, and he pointed at it. That was Mama's heart. Jiang Han stepped closer, thinking the mission would be accomplished. But just as he was about to touch it, Mama's heart disappeared. He looked up and saw a man in a black cloak grabbing it. "What's going on?" The black-cloaked man frowned. "Oh, he's the mysterious merchant." He holds Mama's heart on his hip and says, "Hello. I am a mysterious merchant. A regular NPC. Introduced by the system. A mysterious merchant is traveling across the celestial continent, carrying countless treasures on him. And the way to obtain those treasures is very simple. Just have enough wealth." Jiang Han cupped his fists in thought and said, "If the mysterious man's strength is like this fog, then he is truly formidable." And then he responded, "Hello, Senior." Han suddenly raised his hand and returned it to you. "So it was just a level of dark gold material. Worthless and dull. So I'll give it back to you." The system notification says you have obtained the material. Mama's heart. An ominous gold level. Jiang Han quickly reached out to take it. And with Mama's heart in hand, this mission is finally complete. Then the mysterious merchant wanted to negotiate with you again. We are destined to meet. Do you want to make a deal with me? Hearing that, Jiang Han was a bit surprised, but he still agreed and asked, Is there anything I can see in advance? Han nodded, raising his hand as a beam of light appeared. Of course I can. Since you're an explorer's disciple, I can make decisions and offer a 9 to 10% discount. The item system panel appeared in front of him, and the system announced Blood Mist Sword. Celestial Grade. Stone. 100 million gold coins. Thunderbolt Armor. Celestial Grade. Stone. 120 million gold coins. Death Body Breaking Lake Seal. Divine Grade. Price. 990 million gold coins. I'm at a loss for words, thinking to myself that this is the mysterious merchant of eternity. Really terrifying. Everything here is a divine grade weapon. There are even divine weapons. I've never seen divine grade equipment before. Turning to the side in shock, he widened his eyes. Then I was filled with horror. Wow. Even though my family is quite well off, I still can't afford to buy any equipment here. He thought it was normal and immediately said that the attributes of the equipment cannot be shown to you. This is a rule. After all, the demand for equipment can be high, low, or even non-existent. This will definitely give everyone a chance to bargain the price, I warn you. Once the deal is done, there's no regret. He nodded in admiration. Good equipment is good. But this is a bit expensive. Even the cheapest spiritual energy gear costs 100 million gold coins. Is he really selling or just robbing? He thought to himself that 100 million gold coins isn't the same as 100 million in cash, converted at the current rate of 1 to 103. That's over 10 billion. Of course, the mysterious one looked at him with some disdain. How could you not understand this? It's a basic rule when your strength increases. The prices of equipment will naturally decrease. Giang, he heard that and understood. So that's how it is. He thought to himself that according to the mysterious merchant, because our strength is too weak, they must have judged that we are not capable of spending. In other words, this is just for us to look at. Then I spoke up again. Since I can't afford it, I won't watch anymore. Let's see what I can buy. Flipping the page. Item Information System. High-grade oil. Level A. Introduction. Without this type of oil, the dish is not considered tasty at all, let alone high-grade. After eating, all attributes are reduced by 100% for 10 minutes. Sure. 000 gold coins. Miracle Burger. Level A. Introduction. If you eat it, you will become a full-seat warrior. Effects after eating: attack reduced by 1000%, and movement speed increased by 1000% for 2 minutes. Stone. 10,000 gold coins. Giang, he twitched the corner of his mouth in surprise. No wonder he's a mysterious merchant. The items he has are quite valuable. He stood beside and grabbed your hand. Most likely Jiang He. Look over here. That is the favor of the divine. SSS-Rank. Indicating someone loved by the gods. And your luck will improve beyond imagination. The success rate is 100% when capturing pets or mounts from divine level or below, and 50% when capturing pets or mounts from fairy level. When capturing pets or mounts from divine level, the success rate is 10% and costs 1 billion gold coins. Destiny is sealed. At SSS-Rank, receiving a fate bestowed by the gods guarantees success. The effect of the next action increases success chance by 10,000 times, costing 1 billion gold coins. Seeing that, he couldn't help but be amazed and had to admit that the power of this item was ridiculously strong. As the barrier responded, the mysterious merchant in this eternal shop is really famous, surrounded by treasures worth countless fortunes. Truly priceless. He crossed his arms and said, Based on your wealth, I'm afraid you can't afford to buy this treasure from me. But when the mysterious merchant stopped speaking here, it made Kuei Chan curious and ask, But what was it? Han did not answer him, turned to look at Jiang Han and said, Shadow Swordsman. Well, it seems that now you're not exactly a shadow swordsman, but you still carry the aura of one. Forget it. Give me the treasure on you, and I will let you choose any artifact you want. He asked him in surprise. What is that? His eyes looked up as he asked back to Jiang Han. Guess yourself. He quietly replied that it was a fragment of the moon, and upon hearing Jiang Han's answer, he snapped his fingers. Impressed. After a moment, The mysterious merchant said, "The moon shard means little to you. Give it to me, and I will let you choose an item as compensation." "What do you think?" he asked suspiciously. "Can I choose to refuse?" In his mind, exchanging a tool for a moon shard was completely unfair. Just a forced trade. He raised his hand, his eyes flashing as he shook his head. "There's no need for that. I don't want to make enemies with the explorers. I'm collecting moon fragments to help the explorers." Suddenly, something like a weapon appeared from behind and shot straight at the mysterious merchant to attack him. The person who appeared was Rio, emitting many small sparks of lightning, saying, "I don't understand why people keep forcing me to buy or sell." He glanced behind him with a bit of reluctance and coldness. Huffing softly, the mysterious merchant turns and walks away, brushing past Rio. The old man. "You've lived long enough. Wait a moment." He stopped and asked confusedly, "Is there anything else?" "I'm sorry. I won't do this deal anymore." "Jiang," he replied. "This isn't something I said. My brother, you have so many treasures on you. It wouldn't be good to just leave like that." The mysterious merchant points at him and says, "What? Do you want to steal my treasure?" "Jiang," he pouted, and replied, "Senior, you saw it just now. If you hadn't appeared in time, he might have killed someone and robbed the money." He shouted angrily, "Kid, don't spit blood and curse others." Rio watched the two arguing and stayed silent. Then he sighed and stepped in to stop them. "Fine." Rio turned to the mysterious merchant and said, "It's true that I was at fault first. So reduce the price of the item by 50% for not Giang Han Tuai." He was stunned and shouted, "What? I've never lost money in business before." He turned his gaze to the mysterious merchant and said, "Well, I have finished speaking. Or do you want to test the worth of the 10 great demon gods?" Changing Rio's attitude, the mysterious merchant calmly opens the system menu. "Go ahead and choose quickly. Each item can only be purchased once," he said firmly. "Don't worry. I don't have that much gold anyway." He begins to approach the selection menu. Although the high-grade oil and magic burger are clearly beneficial, their effects are quite impressive. Premium oil can be used to deceive everyone, and after eating the magic burger, your speed will increase significantly, perfect for escaping. System notification: you have received an A-grade item. Premium oil. System notification: you have received an A-grade item. Magic burger. After choosing his favorite item, Jiang Han waved goodbye and thanked the shop owner, hoping that next time he would get a bigger discount too. He stormed off in anger. "Forget it. My business losses have already ruined my reputation. So never tell anyone that I sold you these items at a 50% discount." Wei Chando stood behind, marveling and thinking, truly astonishing, a player can actually have the support of the 10 great demon gods. He stepped forward, cupped his fists in, thanks to the elder for saving him. Reo shook his head, saying there's no need for formalities. It wasn't really a rescue, but he won't take your life. And I happened to find you. I wasn't originally here to help you escape this difficult situation. Giang Han asked, "So you sought me out. What's the matter?" He crossed his arms in front of him and replied, "Do you want to hear good news or bad news first?" He felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Judging by his expression, it doesn't seem like good news. Then Jiang Han chose to hear the bad news first. With Rio's gaze turning cold, Ingyan Zhang said that the guardian of Long Vuch, Trong Fong, discovered that the dragons in Hoan Din are preparing to rescue them once they are freed. Then Long Vuc will tend to lean towards the side of the light. And it can even be said that there is a 100% chance it will join the side of the light. All thanks to you, awakening the dragon in Lake Anding. After hearing this bad news, you didn't show any reaction, Jiang Han continued to ask. So what is the good news? He replied, the good news is that we have decided to send 2 brave heroes to turn the situation around. He then asked, where are these 2 heroes now? Reo hesitated for a moment, then hid and said, this person is at the horizon. Jiang Han was puzzled when he heard the phrase, right in front of his eyes. Hearing that, Vui Vong spoke up. I do not belong to the dark faction. He looked at him and said, but you are definitely a martyr used by Long Vuc and have a tendency to help the dark faction. System notification. You have received the main quest. Assassin. SS difficulty. Details if you can persuade Long Vuc to join the dark faction. You will surely become a hero of the dark faction and attain ultimate glory. With the task to make Long Vuc abandon his intention to join the light faction and complete the quest reward. Enter the demon god's treasure vault and select 2 items as rewards. Additional rewards. Teach Ruff's skill of the deadly wind. 30-day mission duration. Mission penalty. Expelled by Longvuk. You still find it hard to believe. You told me to persuade Longvuk to join the dark faction. But if they refuse, won't I be lost forever? Rail reached out his hand towards Rang Han and said, "Don't be afraid. This person from the School of Wind is quite easy to talk to." Then he took out a ring from his pocket. System notification. You have received a quest item. A space filled with gold coins. Rang Han curiously reached out to insert his finger into the ring. The mission item. The space filled with gold coins. Introducing the space filled with 100 million gold coins. Currently, the quest item cannot be opened or traded. Hearing this, he was stunned and thought, 100 million gold coins. What a pity. What a pity. If I could take out the gold coins from this ring, I could exchange them for cash and delete my account right away. Han still remains silent. Reo crosses his arms and says, "I know what you're thinking, but it's better if you don't have any ideas about this ring. Just look at this space ring I gave him. Trongfong prefers money over anything else. I believe he won't cause you trouble." He nodded. "I understand now," he said seriously with a solemn expression, "that the reason we chose you is because you killed Uriel, the light of the gods, and the renowned Vong Sa. However, your strength is not enough to pose a threat at the moment. This not only shows the sincerity of the Shadow faction but also serves as a warning to the Dragon Realm. Additionally, your oratory skills are also a very important factor. In summary, I hope you understand that we have considered this matter, and it is not a waste of time." Gyang Han, bowing his head. "All right, I understand." Reo is satisfied. "All right, then I take my leave. I hope you travel safely on your journey." Then he turned into a stream of blue light and disappeared. "Remember, you must save the little dragon under the lake first. Only then can everything proceed." Wei Chandor looked on in amazement, possibly entrusted with a task by one of the 10 great demon gods himself. "My brother, we are truly too powerful?" he asked curiously. "Oh, you're not worried that if you fail to persuade him, you'll lose your Dragon Knight title too?" He casually thumbs up and smiles. "It's okay. Then I will give up the bright and dark cycle, set a small goal for myself, and pray to the 10 great demon gods to grant me a super rare profession." Gyang Han wanted to say something but hesitated. "As long as we have money, everything is fine," Wei Chandor said. "Let's first go to the City of Shining Light. Then I teleport to Ending Lake to meet Truong Fong." He nods. "All right. Let's see if any monsters appear on the way. I still have some experience and have reached level 81. After fighting monsters for a while, the system announces you've reached level 81. Wei Chandor standing behind the large lake. "Brother, we've killed all the monsters. Let's head down the mountain. You lead the way." The scene shifts to the ancient city of Koha, a level 2 city, and he points ahead saying, "The shining city is right in front of me. I want to forge a lava pearl. Can you enter?" He nodded. 2. I also want to put those additional equipment up for auction. System notification. You have used the stealth technique. Please use your new name, and the system will randomly generate a persona. Jiang Han mutters happily. Having a lot of money means no worries. He thought. His previous identity no longer usable, and the fashion effect displayed allows him to avoid the hassle of changing equipment. System notification. Hidden aura technique is now active. New ID is rich and worry-free. Your appearance has transformed into someone else. Jiang Han looked in the mirror and was satisfied. He. I finally don't have a bald spot anymore. Not bad at all. Turning around in surprise, he asked, "Was this the skill you used at the last tournament?" "Too powerful. So strong that it can even change appearance. I'll go to the forge over there and cast the magma buffalo beads," he said. "Then let's split up. I'll go find the auction house." He nodded. "Okay. We'll meet later at the teleportation spot." He quickly turns around and splits up to act. And after walking for a while, he arrives at the auction place, which must be the auction hall. Inside, it was extremely lively, and the next item up for auction was a level 50 ultra-rare armor set. Silver grade. The starting price is 800 gold. "At last I've found this treasure. No one can compete with me." Seeing you walk in, the auction house staff stopped and asked, "Welcome, sir. We offer auction services here. And if you want to buy items or skill scrolls, you can also purchase them here." He made up an excuse to come in. "I want to auction off my equipment here." He nodded. Alright, Jiang Han opens the item selection system. I no longer need the equipment from the boss I defeated earlier in Tianhai Town. So just put everything up for auction. Suddenly he remembered something. Oh right. The insight skill from the previous transfer. You can ignore any restrictions related to the light element. Let's see if I have any skills related to the light element. There are 3 items. The first is light healing. Level 1. Which restores 100 health per second for 10 seconds with a 30-second cooldown. The second is light shield. Grade C. Which increases defense by 15% and also recovers 200 health. 10% attack. And health per second for 10 seconds with a 1-minute cooldown. Requiring the priest profession and a gem. Costing 10 gold. The third is light enhancement. Level 1. Applying the light element blessing will make you stronger. Increasing the attack power by 20% and restoring health by 20% of your attack value per second. Lasting 10 seconds, with a 1-minute cooldown. Requiring the priest profession and a gem. Costing 500 gold coins. Jiang Han paused his finger on the screen. The level up skills are obvious. But light shield and light blessing are both pretty good. The quality isn't high, but to some extent, it heals while fighting and also increases defense and attack. So I'll try learning one first to see how effective it is. System notification. You have learned the light protection skill level C. I think everything is settled. Now let's go find the foot measurement device. Suddenly, in the grand hall, there was a lively discussion. A piece of good news for the players. Someone had just put up some level 70 dark gold equipment for auction, starting at 2,000 gold coins. Oh my god. Wait a moment while I go get the money. Hello, President. Come quickly to bid on this top-quality equipment. The two meet. The magic array has been activated. Wei Chando asks if everything is ready, and suggests we set out to find the long wind. Qiang Hang nodded to indicate agreement, and the formation took the two to the tranquil lake. Wei Chando stepped forward and waved. Calling out to the master, Han turned back, frowning slightly, and let out a doubtful sound. System message. Guardian of the Dragon Realm. Changfeng NBC Chang. Wei Chando stands on the shore, waving the lava buffalo seed. I've brought the lava buffalo seed. Changfeng takes the seed, pleased, and smiles. Well done. System notification. Congratulations on completing the mission. Crafting the magma trow seed. Difficulty level A. Reward. Level +1. B grade item. Bonus cash, 10x. Your level has increased to 82. Seeing my body level up continuously, he thought. I have to say, this was originally an A-level mission. I have plenty of experience. But what are these items and coins? The reward from the new village beginners is even more than this. After leveling up successfully, he immediately threw the lava seed into the water. Once the seed hit the water, the previously calm surface started to ripple more intensely, gradually forming a whirlpool. Qiang Han is standing on the shore of Camthen Lake, and it turns out that the heat from the lava beads has evaporated the water in the lake, clearly causing the water level to drop significantly. This isn't the first time the lava beads have been used. I can vaguely see dark energy flowing at the bottom of the lake. It seems to be the forbidden formation that Reo mentioned. Suddenly, a small, sharp sword pointed at his neck. It was Trong Fong. The swordsman said, "Dark swordsman. I will give you 1 minute to explain why you are here," he said. Long Vu cannot easily conflict with the dark swordsman. Now he puts the ring on his hand and pushes the sword aside like this. As soon as he heard this, Trong Fong's eyes suddenly widened. Even Jiang Han's eyes widened in disbelief, and the ring on his hand suddenly disappeared. What? Han once again took the ring from him. Trong Fong turned his back to Jiang Han. Very well. It's impossible. This reason is truly admirable. System notification. Thanks to your generous display, Longvuk Protector Trong Fong's favorability towards you increases by 500. And the current state is friendly. With the light from the ring shining on Trong Fong's face, Han glances back intently and says, "So what is your goal here?" For this hero, Jiang Han quickly shouts, "I want to invite Longvuk to join the dark faction," turning around and standing behind, speechless as he watched the two. "Brother. My big brother. Is it really okay to be so direct like that? Shouldn't we first clarify the benefits before trying to persuade him?" Han looked at him with admiration and said, "I have to admit, you're very brave." Jiang Han nodded, thanking him for the comment and asking if he could speak frankly with him. Han raised 3 fingers and said with a slightly strained voice, "The difficulty is very great. First, there's a shortage of food. The consumption rate is astonishing, requiring tons of meat for a single meal. This is something that the Light of Fee cannot provide. Second, we still need a long time to gather enough money to maintain the 4-season environment like the year-round mountain scenery in the Dragon Realm and to buy enough food. We need money in every aspect. And now we are completely relying on the support of the Light faction. So we can't leave easily." At this point, Trong Fong's gaze darkened. Third, the whole body of the dragon is a treasure, and the quality and management of the dark energy are even worse than those of the light energy, with each of those powerhouses having their own unique traits. Even within the light realm, there are countless people wanting to kill the dragons. If they join the dark realm, the E-Dragon clan will soon be wiped out. Gyang-Han remained silent, thinking that food, money, and safety are not issues that can be solved just by waiting to become stronger. It's not certain that the main quest is SS level. No quest is easy. Seeing that he remained silent, Trong Fong continued, "If these 3 issues can be resolved, Long Vuk can consider joining the Dark Shadow." After a moment, he turned back to Wei Shendo and said, "Not bad, your strength has improved. I can teach you a level 60 profession skill. Do you want to learn?" "Yes, I do." He's a bit hesitant. "But is it expensive?" Truong Fong chuckled softly. "Not too much. Archer, 000 gold coins will do." Wei Chendao wanted to curse inwardly, twitching the corner of his mouth. "Archer, 000 gold coins right here. Isn't this just robbery?" he thought. "Archer, 000 gold coins are equivalent to 2 million cash. No matter how angry you are, you can't spend that much." He opened the system panel to check, first examining the skills. This is a technique beyond all previous ones, exclusively for swordsmen, and others, even if they want to learn it, they can't. Wei Shandao looked at the system menu in amazement. Truly unbeatable. But could it be cheaper? Trong Fong looked at you and said, "I'll tell you. Archer, 000 gold coins is already a friendly price. If it were sold on the market, it definitely wouldn't be that cheap." He chuckled and scratched his head. "But I don't have that much money in my pocket." He pointed his finger at Wei Chendao and said, "Pay up. I am the protector of Long Vuk. You have to trust me. Pay the money and I can help you become stronger." Jiang Han silently wondered in his heart whether this person was a protector of Long Vuk or someone exploiting Long Vuk. In that case, Mr. Li, I beg you, as the protector of Long Vuk, could you give me some hints for those 3 questions? Trong Fong shook his head slightly. "Boy, the road is under your feet. You have to walk it yourself." Then a bag of gold worth 10,000 coins appeared in front of him. Trong Fong held the bag of money and smiled. "Explorer, your generosity is truly admirable." Han Za remembered Jiang Han's sword, the bloodthirsty blade on his person. Once the weapon of the previous dark swordsman, an absolutely divine weapon. But unfortunately, over time, its sharpness has gradually diminished. And until now, only skilled dwarf craftsmen can restore its former glory. He wondered if the dwarves, in some fantasy stories, are fond of rare and precious words. Could it be that the dwarves are the key to breaking the deadlock? Gyang Han asked where the dwarves were. Hearing his question, he remained silent, and seeing that Trong Fong didn't reply, he curled his lips. Still not enough money. The remaining 50,000 gold coins, having spent all the gold on killing Uriel, he then took another bag of gold, hoping the senior would show him a way. This time, he raised his hand to refuse again. It's useless. The dwarves have been living in hiding for thousands of years, and I don't know where they've gone. Jianghan Kui Swang Kemon Tien Boy. Du the now di nua. Anh nhi. Du mot van vang larat dat de muatin. Nyungo the sezung moi quan he voi. Long vuk ti khom guadat. Du trong fong la ke tam tien. Nyung han kung khom. Phai khong go muk dich kiem tien. Viang kiem tien de lam viek. Trong Fong reminds you that I just want to tell you that the dwarf clan can only restore the bloodthirsty sword to its former golden age. No need to be polite. Little brother, do whatever you want, but you have to do it quickly. Although I really appreciate your generosity, but joining the light camp is the best choice for the abyss of the heart right now. Uncle Quinn thanks you. I appreciate your reminder. Quay Tran Do took out a bag of money and held it out to him. Master, I've already paid, so please teach me this skill quickly, he said with a smile. I'm not sure if they're explorers, but I have a top-tier level 60 weapon worth at least 10,000. Do you want to take a look? Quay Tran Du shouted in regret. Oh my god, it's so expensive, but I've already paid. Quay Tran Du stammered. Then I'll go look for information about the dwarf race before their extinction. Knowing about the two of them, Jiang Han walked while opening the system menu, feeling really headache. There was no information about the dwarf race on the forum. This means that so far, no player has encountered any missions related to the dwarf race. Jiang Han stroked his chin, lost in thought. Maybe I should ask the sword god. I haven't seen her in a long time. I wonder how she's doing. No, I can't. I have already caused her to face illusions before, after killing Uriel. The light addiction became even more hostile towards me. I can't let her face illusions because of me anymore. On the screen, Quay Tran Du's contact information appears, especially Giang Han Thui. I have a lead about the dwarf race. He was surprised. So fast, the man nodded. Yes. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Let's meet first and then talk. Jiang Han asked where your information came from, and Quay Tran Du appeared before him again. I paid to ask those questions on the official forums of multiple countries. It seems that a player in the Mai Thui area, in Mai Thui, Sweden, has changed their profession to the exclusive profession of a fortune teller. Maybe through fortune telling we can find out where the hidden dwarf tribe lives. Tak Luoi thought. With enough money, even the gods can be bought. Jiang Han shrugs. So we can contact that fortune teller and pay him to help find the dwarf tribe. He frowns. I've tried, but it didn't work. This fortune teller seems to come from a wealthy family, not lacking money, and is one of the top 10 experts in the Mai Thui area. I sent him a private message saying the initial reward would be 10,000 gold coins. But he ignored me. Hearing that, I'm a bit interested. I guess I'll have to go personally to Mai Thu to inquire. Qian Zhendiao looked anxious and asked, the national border is not open for now. Can you go there? Jiang Han hesitated and said, I can try, but success is not guaranteed. I think that if it were other countries, there really wouldn't be much I could do. But if it's Danmei, Master Talini, the city lord of level 9, City High Tom in Mai Thui, I still have one vengeful district left and can ask him to meet me, he asked with some concern. Are you sure it's not too dangerous to go to the Mai Dan area with only one life? Hearing Quay Tran Du, Giang Han turned around. Could it be that there is a clue to the mission, so it can't be overlooked easily? He replied, fine, you're right. I want to act alone this time to make things easier. I'm going to Mai Thui alone. Pay close attention to Truong Fong's actions here and ask him how long it will take to rescue the giant dragon suppressed beneath an lake. He nodded in agreement and then left. All right? The scene shifts to the ancient town of Truong Than, where Giang Han gazes at the endless grasslands before him. He takes out the spirit summoning scroll and tears it in half. The system reminds you that you have used the spirit summoning scroll and your mentor, the spirit swordsman, Ta Li Ni, will meet you as soon as possible. The system has announced that the school-grade stone spear, with an ominous gold level, you were bidding on has been sold and earned you 147 Vong. System notification, the spirit armor you were bidding on has been sold, and you received 30,070 gold coins. He was amazed. Already sold so quickly. After adding the remaining Vang after killing Uriel, I now have a total of over 90,000 Vong, which is equivalent to more than 9 million in real money. A bright golden light flashed. Ta Li Ni appeared. He stepped forward and asked, Disciple, what's going on? Jiang Han happily called out, Master. Then I started telling him everything. Master, here's what happened. Li Ni listened quietly and then nodded. So that's how it is. The dark faction wants to take control of the Dragon Realm as an ally. But that's really difficult. Although the relationship between the Light faction and the Dragon Realm is not harmonious, these two major powers are interconnected for their own interests. Giang Han hesitated. Do you think relying on fortune-telling to find the whereabouts of the dwarves is reliable? He hadn't considered that before. Well, Lin He Soa just needs to know that as long as the dwarves are not extinct and still alive on the Heavenly Hang continent, so there are still fortune-tellers on the Tianhang continent. Using divination should definitely help us find out where they are living. Hearing that, I am so excited. That's great. Master, can you take me to the Mystic Forest area? He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Of course it's possible. Lin He's mount appears. He sits up and pulls the reins. But Visu's mount is still far behind. He widened his eyes and stared intently at Ta Li Ni's mount. The heavenly steed. Are there such mounts in the Death Forest's secret realm? It seems that after completing this mission, I need to find a higher level mount. Right, I see. After Jiang Han sat behind Li Er, realizing the urgency, he quickly sat up and tightly embraced his waist, then nodded. Jiang spread his wings and soared straight into the sky. Heading forward. System notification, please note that you have entered a romantic zone within the territory of another country, and the death penalty will be doubled. The speed of the heavenly horse is very fast. Even blowing Jiang Han's hair, I can feel it. Master, your strength seems to have increased again. Li Er was amazed. How do you know? He explained that, at first, the person who carried the child across the border had to rely on the power of the vortex. But now they could cut through a corner of the border using only their own strength. He glanced back and smiled. So that's how it was. Indeed. At that time, my strength wasn't enough to freely come and go across the border. We are now just one step away from becoming divine. So we can naturally tear through the border. As we fly, the divine steed suddenly stops and neighs. Ngi or glances ahead and asks what's going on. Li Er frowned and reassured him. Don't panic. I just didn't expect to encounter that little dog. Jiang Han was puzzled. Little dog. He pointed at the dog, wagging its tail on the ground, and said, Look, isn't that the dog? The system displays information. Vuong Tai. No rank. Level. Health. Attack. Defense. Or skills are known. It is an introduction. A miraculous puppy that brings good luck. With countless treasures on its body that drive divine-level experts crazy. Its origin is unknown. Only named Vuong Tai, Jiang Han was surprised. Vuong Tai and Li Ni warned not to be fooled by its humble name. This dog is just as its name suggests, a miraculous puppy that brings good luck. It seems to have a unique sense of direction when it comes to treasure. Capable of finding hidden and buried valuables in the heavenly river continent that have yet to be discovered. Vuong Tai is still focused on digging the ground. He controls the celestial horse to fly past it. Let's go around from behind. Then, the divine horse landed. Li Er drew his sword and headed straight for Vuong Tai. As many divine-level experts tried to catch it and let it find the treasure for them. But unfortunately, no one succeeded. This dog is so fast that even the demon god Roar, the wind of chaos, the famous speedster, cannot compare. An Ngi or hesitated, watching his actions. Master, is he trying to seize the treasure? He replied, while unleashing a speed as fast as the wind rushing toward Vuong Tai. Exactly. Vuong Tai, sensing the movement, quickly turned around and barked. Li Ni mercilessly slashed at Vuong Tai, but his sword struck the ground instead. He was amazed, his speed truly astonishing, as if the treasure here belonged to him. Suddenly, Vuong Tai stood on his shoulder. Jiang Han quickly shouted, That one. Master. Vuong Tai followed him. Go, go. Li Er angrily scolded. Watch out. This dog might steal things. Even divine-level treasures could be snatched away if you're not careful. The master only has 2 treasures on him. You should pray for good fortune yourself. He looked puzzled, and the master sniffed. Jiang Han turned to look at Vuong Tai, who was wagging his paw and thinking, Wait a minute. Doesn't this mean I have a chance to make him my pet? He held out the gem in front of Vuong Tai, and the system notified that the capture failed. Seeing Vuong Tai wagging its tail at him, Jiang Han sighed to himself. Oh well. I was overthinking it. Suddenly its claw struck directly at his face. The system notified that Vuong Tai had successfully stolen an S-rank item. Bitch Twingo, using the SS-Rank skill, Ru Kai Hand, and was detected by your friend. Jiang Han was furious, glaring, daring to mix my fish. This dog, I'll kill you. He raises his hand emitting a blue aura and strikes Vuong Tai. The system notifies you have successfully learned the skill. The Wine Hand. A level S. The specific skill of the mysterious beast, Vuong Tai. With an undefined rank, its skillful stealing ability makes it impossible for any thief to catch up. Even though you have learned this skill through the pickpocketing hand. But the stealth ability is still somewhat ineffective. Quietly stealing items from the opponent's inventory with a small chance of detection. Cooldown time is 3 seconds. Note, the more valuable the stolen item, the higher the chance of being detected, the less focused the opponent is, the lower the chance, ranging from a minimum of 5% to a maximum of 80%. Jiang Han raised his hand to slap him. Vuong Tai shouted out loud, System notification. You have used the skill, Hand of Drunkenness, successfully stealing an S-rank skill book. Blessed by the Dawn. From Vuong Tai's inventory, Jiang looked at his hand. A level S skill. Indeed, a powerful stealing technique. You really like stealing. Huh. I have hundreds of magic stones in my bag, and I'm willing to fight you to the death over theft. Then his hand repeatedly struck his face. And the system warned that Vuong Tai had used an S-level skill, the Hand of Alcohol, to successfully steal the artifact. The Summoning Stone. Your items in the bag have been discovered by your friend. The system reports that you used the S-rank skill, the Magical Hand, to successfully steal the artifact, which has now been advanced into a sus item. Lin He saw his actions and shouted urgently, "Watch out. Get rid of it quickly. The treasure in the child's bag is aiming to take. His master is about to arrive." Jiang Han reached out to stop him. "Wait a moment. Your face is now covered in a trap. The system alerts you that Vuong Tai has used an S-rank skill, the Hand of Alcohol, to successfully steal the item." The trap. Li Er was speechless, silently watching a dog and a person tangled together in silence. In his mind, he suddenly realized that this wasn't right. His disciple has never been a good person. He's never sat still and taken the loss. It seems that last time in Tianhai Town, this kid learned how to snatch with his hands. Could it be? Seeing Jiang Han turn his back and play with Vuong Tai, his disciple. If you don't keep your distance, that precious treasure on you will be stolen by this dog. He turned his swollen face to Lin He and said it's not enough. He turned his swollen face again. Why isn't it enough? He turned his swollen face to Lin He and said, "It's not enough." He turned his swollen face again. Wondering why it's not enough, I'm going to turn my swollen face to talk to Li Er. No rush. After I settle the score with this cute dog, then it's not too late to leave. In his mind, he thought to himself, the quick-witted master already understood. This stupid dog has lost many good things without even realizing it. As soon as Vuong Tai finished speaking, he rushed forward and hit Jiang Han in the face again. System notification, please note. Vuong Tai has used SS level skill, Miracle Hand, successfully stolen a riding beast. From your inventory, system notification. You have successfully stolen divine-grade mineral stones and spirit wine crystals using the secondary miraculous hand skill from Vuong Tai's inventory. Jiang Han slapped Vuong Tai across the face, and the system notified that you successfully stole a common item, the Heavenly Revelation Scroll, from Vuong Tai's inventory. Hearing the system notification, he stared in disbelief, whispering to himself, "Divine, divine, 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 divine. Divine level." But Jiang Han cast a glance at Vuong Tai. Seeing its fierce glare, I quickly waved my claws at it, shouting internally, "Damn it. It seems like it has figured me out." However, exchanging an S-rank waterfish and some hunting stones to get so many treasures is worth it. Vuong Tai sent over. He threw it forcefully to the ground without mercy. The thief dog stealing the fish, then turned and walked away. The dog stomped its feet and glared fiercely at him. It angrily launched 4 river ports to attack, and Li Er stepped forward from afar to stand in front of him and block. Woof woof, woof woof. He raised his hand and a black light appeared, with his eyes only showing the whites. And Li Ni used his technique, the spirit shield. Both of them were enveloped by his black veil. A golden light shot through it, followed by countless rays of light bursting out. Li Er exhaled as he held the torn scroll in his hand. Fortunately, although this dog is extremely agile and has incredible defensive abilities, its attack power is not very high. You're so unbalanced. I don't know what you stole that made it so angry. Vuong Tai is furious below, barking loudly. System notification. You have entered the map. Stop the wind blowing. He looked at Jiang Ha with a meaningful expression. It seems that kid has already earned quite a bit again. Then a glowing dark crystal appeared in his hand, and Jiang Heng was amazed. Oh. System message. Dark crystal. Introduction. This is an extremely rare ore, a treasure of enough power to make divine warriors fight each other. It can be forged into weapons. Even if they are already divine weapons, it will also significantly increase its sharpness and stability. But the only downside is that it makes the weapon extremely heavy and difficult for ordinary people to use. Li Er looked at the black crystal with wide eyes. So this treasure was hidden on that wealthy kid. Jiang Hong scratched his head awkwardly. Just eat tomorrow. I already took this black crystal from Vuong Tai. Master, If you need this black stone, I can give it to you. He raised his hand to shake his head in refusal. I don't need it. Then Li stepped forward, looked at the gemstone, and said, if you don't believe it. But the dwarf race is a race obsessed with forging. If you find them and can provide them with this divine-level black crystal, they will consider it a favor, like being reborn by their parents. Hearing that, he was amazed and thought, like parents reborn. Is this really possible? His face gradually pressed close to the spirit stone. Perhaps obtaining this black crystal from the prosperous wealth is a stroke of luck. But maybe it's also a kind of fate. At first, I was going to give you a difficult task, but the reward is a piece of immortal-grade mineral. So this time, if you manage to bring out the black crystal, the entire dwarf tribe will go crazy over it. Jiang Han happily bows in gratitude. Thank you, master. And thinks to himself, having a master with such noble character is truly remarkable. I must repay my master if I get the chance in the future. Otherwise, you will face serious trouble because this place is no longer far from the national border. And wealth can lead them to find us. It's best to stay away from this place. He nodded and agreed. Seeing Jiang Han agree, he and the others immediately left without saying anything further. Jiang Han sat in the back, opening the system panel to think. But this time, to see how valuable the two newly tested artifacts are. The system display shows the heavenly trunk. SS level. Description: enlightenment from the heavenly statue, which can make you unique. Effect: the beast gun can participate in battle +1. He's thrilled inside because this Quan Truk Thien Kai allows him to add a beast gun to the battle, which is like gaining some of the old summoning privileges. This shouldn't be SS level. But SSS level is correct. The rank is just wrong. It's simply because the system has no idea what it's doing. System notification. Do you want to use the SS level Truk Thien Kai artifact? I immediately nodded in agreement. Oh. System notification. You have used the SS level Truk Thien Kai artifact. The weapon can now participate in combat +1. Jiang Han looked at the system display showing Blessing of Dawn, along with another skill book, which is also an S-rank skill book and part of a wealth collection. So it must be pretty good. System notification. Blessing of Dawn. S-rank. Effect: single target receives 20% attribute points. Lasts for 10 minutes. And instantly restores 20% health points. Then recovers 500% of the caster's health points over 5 seconds. This afternoon, within 24 hours. The divine profession requirements. The Holy Pastor and the Bright Pastor. The system reminds you that you have learned the skill, Blessing of Dawn. System notification. Please note that you have entered the Mai Thui area, within the territory of a different country, and death will result in double punishment. Li turned around and asked, do you want to go directly to see the divination master or to the Haitam city of the master to rest first? Jiang Han smiled and replied, can I first visit the Lord of Haitam city for a walk? He thought to himself. After all, I just arrived in the Mai Thui area. If you wander within the territory of Mai Thui, something might happen. It's better to first go to the island master's fortress to see how things are. He nodded and said, all right. The city lord will take you to see Haitam city. System. You have entered the initial level of the Sea Heart City, Lord City. A level 1 city. One of the main cities in the Mai Thui area. Located by the coast with beautiful scenery. This is a rare resort area. But unfortunately, it is under the influence of the dark faction led by the powerful family of the Swordmasters. Talier. Then the two of them slowly dismounted from their mounts. As Jiang Han stepped down, he looked around and said, the city master managing this Haitam city really has a strong character. Just now, crossing the street, I saw the continuous flow of pedestrians, bustling and lively. Even if the factions change, their daily activities remain unaffected. He replied that regardless of which faction they belonged to, ordinary people had no right to choose. After taking the city, I will let the people rest. The faction relies on non-interference, allowing ordinary people to freely trade, which is why such a prosperous scene exists. Jiang Han hesitated and asked, can we succeed and defeat the light faction? Hearing his question, Lin He also paused and pondered. It's difficult, even though the demon god's strength is very powerful. But the light faction also has top-tier experts who can compete with the current power. The reason why the dark faction is so powerful and conquering cities everywhere is because the light faction is very good at internal strife, scheming, and even setting boundaries between nations, preventing communication. His master thought for a moment. Then he sighed and nodded. So what is the next step? Jiang Han asked. Looking for a fortune teller and finding the hidden dwarf clan. The system notification says you have automatically joined High Tam City. Hearing the system's message, he was a bit speechless. Joining High Tam City means something big is happening. This is a level 1 city lord. The defense of the city is completely different from the Dark Fortress. Once besieged, there will definitely be super powerhouses appearing on both sides. He chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. It's tough for me. I think the activities of a level 1 city lord might be too difficult. Maybe it's even better not to fight at all. System notification player from the Maithu region. Please note that the player from the Dongsujia Hai Diet faction, Yet Junghan Thui, Boss Cup Link, has crossed the border into Mai Tui territory and entered the level 1 main city Hai Tam. Defeating this player will grant a reward of level +5. The free attribute points increase by 100 and a basic national treasure item. Gyanghan's mouth twitched slightly. So killing me grants such a huge reward. He turned around and left. So teacher, I'm heading out now, he reminded. All right. Stay safe. If there's any danger, remember to use the communication bracelet. Gyanghan rides the blue Luan beast to contact Wei Shandor. And he sighs. I never expected things to turn out like this. Getting your head could grant you the only hidden class, along with ultra-rare skills. And now even national treasures. The player might go crazy, he replied. If it's just a player, the pressure isn't too much. I wonder where that fortune teller is. Wei Chandor recounted that during the week there are activities in Lamgate City and the nearby guild territory. Oh right. I will send you a map of the light faction area in Mai Thai and pictures of the fortune teller's appearance. Gyanghan nodded. Okay. Thank you. 40 minutes later, he also arrived at Lam Nuyet City. Gyanghan stood from afar, looking towards the city, which was now right in front of him. So he quickly calculates so he doesn't have to enter the city right away and get into trouble to avoid unnecessary hassle. He shouldn't enter the city first, but go to the guild's territory, where the fortune teller usually operates. The system provides information about Lam Nuyet City, which is mainly owned by locals. But players can also build their own territories, as long as you complete the related quests, have enough members and resources in your guild, and possess rare items like village construction orders, town construction orders, and city construction orders. Becoming a lord and holding a territory is not out of reach. The system announces that you have entered the map created by players. The Talong town. Jiang Han just stepped in, and the guards immediately approached and spoke in English. The others, seeing his attire and appearance, widened their eyes in recognition. An Eastern person, especially Gyanghan Thui. The entire Mai Thui area is searching for him. Yet he came here on his own. A guy suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Han. Hey. Trang Duang's guy is a blonde with a large scar on his face. That was Wallace. An Eastern person. Our players in Mai Thu are not like you. With those soft persimmons from the Eastern region, you could be crushed at any moment. Yet you dare to come into our evil dragon guild's territory. Then I will take you to meet the supreme god. He's not afraid. His eyes shining. Smiling faintly. Haha. And recites an Eastern proverb. Jiang Han controls the blue unicorn beast to press its hoof against his face and coldly says, "Breathe." He swung his claw down, causing the ground to ripple with the impact. The system notified that you had killed the player Wallace from the Mai Tu region and earned 2,000 experience points. System notification: you have killed the player from the Mai Thui area, Green Hartman, and gained 900 experience points. The people around are terrified. What just happened? A kick that kills 10 players. It's insane. It turns out the video isn't edited. A man hurriedly rushes to call for reinforcements, quickly summoning the leader. Only someone as skilled as her can handle this guy. Gyanghan watched him leave without stopping. It seems like the Mai Tui area doesn't really understand how powerful Boss Copeling is. He shouted loudly, "If you're going to call for backup, then I'll stay here and clear the battlefield first." A blonde woman appeared from the crowd. She clenched her fists, glaring and shouting, "Why did you suddenly barge into my territory?" The system displayed her information. Her health was critically low. The fortune teller. Level Hatvan Harum. Health 1. Sabai. Attack Tree 804. Ling Lu Ling. Defense. Wu. Wu Bai Wu Shida War. Qi Bai Qi Shi'er. Skills. Breaking Fate. Crystal Flower Moonshield. Sacrificial Light. Insight. Divination. Seeing this information, Min smiled to himself. It's the fortune teller. Indeed, the real deal. Rang Hang stated his purpose. I came to see her, hoping she could read my fortune once. Death. Remember this. You want me, a player from the America region, to do a fortune telling for you, a player from the Eastern region. Rang Hang looked at Min and asked back, isn't that okay? She pointed to her temple with her finger. Of course that's not allowed. Is this what the IQ of the top player in the Eastern region looks like? Hearing that, I gathered my strength and thought if she refused, I'd just walk away. Time waits for no one. I won't waste any more time with her. I'll just borrow her fortune-telling skills directly. Rang Hang's hand shot straight toward her. A hand of theft. The system announced that fortune-telling is an exclusive skill of the fortune teller and cannot be stolen. But death doesn't even faze him. He looks like a fool. What are you doing? Are you so funny to you? Easterners. Rang Hang was stunned. A unique skill that cannot be stolen. This time, it's going to be quite difficult. I can offer her many benefits. The players I just killed will be fully compensated. Even help to level up by 10 levels. 10 times the compensation. Does that prove my sincerity enough? She burst out laughing. Haha, looks like you're in trouble. Maybe if I didn't help you figure out your path you would definitely die, so just go back and wait for death. Raising her gaze, she chuckled and said, don't overdo it. Have you ever thought that you might have to pay the price for constantly mocking me? Death seems like a joke to him. Paying the price. If you can do that, I despise him internally. I don't believe he's invincible, as the rumors say. Precisely. The system notification says to keep the destruction mode active. The Ice Blade. Boss leveling up. All information about level, health, attack, defense, and skills are hidden. Only an introduction is provided. A daredevil has fallen into the abyss of darkness, yet remains the most terrifying existence among all adventurers. He has incredible combat power, capable of defeating enemies at higher levels, even when the Holy Light Spear has tried its best to hold back the gods trying to restrain him. But, unfortunately, they died at his hands before she could react. He rushed forward and swung his sword down from above. Seeing Jiang Han's move, the people behind the scene opened their mouths in shock. Oh my god. Be careful. Leader. His sword sent everyone flying, including her. The stones hit the deadly area hard, and she forcefully slammed her shoulder into the ground. Jiang Han turned and said, if that kick had targeted her, she would have been dead long ago. His voice is cold and distant. I'll give you one more chance. Will you help me or not? She sat up and looked up. So you've already arrived in the Mai Tui area, which means you've already paid the price here. And between us, it will never end. You directly cut through the deadly person. That was the wrong answer. System notification: you have killed the player from the Mai Tui Hoa Hong area. The system announces, congratulations on capturing Ta Long Town. Please choose to destroy or occupy. Jiang Han thought to himself, so that's how it is when you destroy all enemies in the town created by players. The territory can be either destroyed or occupied. As long as I mutter, occupied. The scene shifts to the resurrection point of the Lam Nuyet guild leader. Death Rose slowly comes back to life in front of everyone. Guild leader. Are you okay? Chloe looked deathly serious. Her murderous gaze scolding. Damn it. She's so strong. That bastard is truly too powerful. System notification: please note that your territory, Ta Long Town, has been seized by the most destructive boss, CUP Ling Cup 81 envoy Jiang Han Tui, and you have lost control of Ta Long Town. Upon hearing the system notification, she froze in place. The others were terrified. What? Boss. What should we do now? Death's gaze turned savage, and he dared to seize the town he had painstakingly built, gather all members of the guild, and request as many online as possible. She clenched her fist with determination. And I will immediately send a broadcast to the entire region to ensure the top guilds in the Mai Tui area are aware of this. The reward for the top player, Jiang Han Shui, is very generous. Enough to help us even seize the national aura, which will definitely make them act. Moreover, killing the #1 player in the eastern region would severely damage their morale. So there's no reason for anyone not to act. Everyone nodded in agreement and said, okay. The system displayed a message from the Ta Long Guild leader. Hello, all players in the Mai Tui area. I am the leader of the Ta Long Guild. The Deadly Rose, a player from the eastern region. Not Gyanghan Shui is in my guild. Ta Long Town. And is currently rallying all players in our Mai Tui area. Ta Long Guild sincerely hopes that those with noble ideals will rise up and bring glory to our Thui region. Someone below asked, since not Gyanghan Tui is in Ta Long Town and next to Kin Miet, we need to let the clown in the eastern region know that our Mai Thui area is number 1. I received the message, and I will go there immediately. The number 1 crime guild in Mai Tui city. All gathered together. He sat on the wall, opening the system and laughing. Haha, the hero of the world is coming to besiege our Ta Long town. Gyanghan crossed his arms and waited, fearing that you all would come marching in with drums and gongs, only to end up humiliated. Suddenly, a sword appeared from behind, pointing at his neck. The sneak attacker's sword swung down, but Gyanghan dodged aside to avoid the blow. Then I counterattacked and struck him. You tried to ambush me. Lie down for me. System notification. You have committed a major player murder. Envy, and received 3,500 experience points. 2 more people are coming from behind him. Second brother. Damn it. We've been spotted. Jianghan chuckled grimly. So quick to arrive. Do they really crave death that much? The group that just arrived was furious after seeing their teammate killed for the glory of Mai Tui and moved forward. Without saying a word, Jianghan directly swung his sword 4 times in a sweeping attack, breaking all directions. After a few strikes, those people were dead before they could react. He glanced around to observe. These few people are probably the vanguard. The main force is still behind. Then Jianghan hurriedly left. If that's the case, I will go to the town gate to face the enemy head-on. After all, I just want to make Rose of Death serve me. And if they really destroy the town they worked so hard to build, then there's nothing more to say. Looking ahead, I can also tell that Senza has already gathered everyone. A group of people shouting and rallying for the glory and greatness of Mai Tui. Killing. Raise your broken sword with your appearance. Follow the plan completely. And do not let the first river Han Shui down. Strengthen blood and durability. The archer fires an arrow causing a flash. The assassin uses all their strength to pierce and blind the target. And those skilled in this will be rewarded $500. He still stands there observing, smiling, probably in the Mai Tui area. Fully prepared. Let's see if anyone can threaten me. He immediately ordered the archers to shoot at Jianghan, unleashing a barrage of countless arrows. He immediately used the skill Armor Break. System notification: you used the skill Armor Break. Defense increased by 50%. Durability increased by 20%. Additional effect: light and darkness elements. Resistance increased by 20%. Duration: 2 minutes. Then Jianghan charged forward alone to block the attack. He directly rushed into the middle of the battle, striking down the archers and soldiers firing arrows. Jianghan uses the skill Sword Breaker of all directions, striking straight at the guards and soldiers. The soldiers are knocked back, crying out, "Oh Lord, where is the Snow Emperor? Let the Snow Emperor handle him." Someone with a spear rushes towards him. Get out of the way. The spear points at Jianghan's head, and he turns to glance at the spear. Jianghan quickly dodged to the side, a strand of spiritual energy shooting out, and he used his sword to block the attack, the strands wrapping around the sword. He glanced at the newcomer, alerting himself internally. There's a master here. The one approaching is the Ice Emperor. He stared at Jianghan and said, I've been wanting to see your true strength for a long time. Since you are also the only one with a hidden profession, both being champions of martial arts from their respective countries. Let's see who is stronger. His information system shows the Ice Emperor, the Ice King, level Hetvan, with a strength of 1. Liu Bai Zhou, Zhou Bai, attack Neo, Sambai Wu Dao Zhou, Sistens 22, defense 4, Su Bai Dao Se, 750. Skills include Ice Body, Cold Protection, Extreme Ice Blade, Snow and Ice World, Forbidden Technique, and Ice Sovereign. Seeing his information, Jianghan turned cautious. The only hidden profession, the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Even though there was a huge gap between him and himself, but among the players, he definitely trusts you. And he also has a forbidden technique. He looked at the opponent's strength stats and said that he was still affected by my impact of war and dominance across the 4 directions. You still have the strength to fight me. He created a stream of power in his palm and laughed loudly. Haha. Don't get too cocky too soon. System notification. The Ice Emperor used the innate skill of theft and acquired your Badao talent. Because your Badao talent is level SS, the opponent can achieve 75% of the effect. That beam of light appeared on him again. Stealing. Seems like this stealing is similar to the skill in his hand, equivalent to copying the opponent's talent. The Ice Queen chuckled proudly and said, "So this is what you call dominance. An attack increase of 37%, haha. I really am so lucky. You only increased by 37. Baffinger Wu. I don't understand what you're so proud of." He raised his spear and shouted, "Forbidden. Ice King." The system announced that the Ice Emperor used the forbidden skill, removing all debuffs, restoring health, and increasing all attributes by 80% for 10 minutes. After it ends, level decreases by 10, and he enters a weakened state for 3 days, with all attributes reduced by 50%. Are you cold and ruthless enough now to fight me? Jiang Han continued to rush forward at an incredible speed, able to withstand one of my strikes, he said. Seeing him jump to the middle, he looked up in surprise. What? The cooldown time is not over yet, and it's so fast. Watching Jiang Han's move, he was immediately frightened and dispelled the mount. He struck straight down before the opponent had a chance to counter. Then Jiang Han raised his hand to create a yellow aura. Where are you running off to? You used the skill, holding the sacred spirit, preventing the Ice Emperor from moving for 2 seconds. His body is floating above the middle point and is under control. Bing Jia grits his teeth. 2 seconds. He smirks as he strangles him. Stealing my skill system notification. You used your skill, the miraculous hand, a top-tier ability, successfully stealing a level spirit equipment, the brightness sword, from the Ice Emperor's bag. Those people stood there in shock. Can the Ice Emperor really be humiliated like this? The Ice Emperor can't bear this insult. He roared, "You will pay for this." Before he could reach him, Jiang Han swung his sword at him, unleashing his power. Continuing with his attack, he cut straight into the Ice King, reducing his strength by 2. Ling Saba. Xibai Yishur. The terrified subordinates couldn't believe it. The Ice Emperor was actually killed. No way. Seeing this scene of death, Jiang sweat profusely, wondering if killing our world champion martial artist is really that easy. Is this really a player, or just an NPC? Sim remains fearless and reassures the army. There's no need to be afraid. Keep using your control skills on him. Jiang Han is a bit intrigued. Even after I killed their top regional expert, he's still so spirited. It seems that the enemy's command level isn't bad either. And they didn't notice someone behind with a raised sword preparing to attack him secretly. You were hit by Zeklos's sneak attack, losing 1 health point and stunned for less than a second. System notification. You have been hit by a stunning arrow, losing 1 health point and stunned for a second. Then the arrows pierced Jiang Han's body. The henchmen, seeing this, became excited and happy, thinking their strategy was effective, and they couldn't stop the arrows from causing dizziness. Sim raised the book in his hand and smirked. It's time now. Then he said nothing else and will directly kill him. A figure dressed in black like the Grim Reaper appears. He's too powerful. Eastern player, you're too arrogant, he shouted angrily. You will pay for your arrogance. The man in the black robe unleashed a black aura to attack him. System notification. Please note that the player from the United States region has used the item Cup S, the Death's Scythe, reducing your life drain effect to 0, your health regeneration to 0, and decreasing all attributes by 10% for 30 minutes. Jiang Han, unafraid, let out a sound after seeing the system information. So it removes my life drain and health recovery abilities. He thought to himself, it seems I need to empower them more. Jiang Han transforms his mount, and the system notification says you have been hit by Robin's quick arrow, losing 1 health point and becoming immune to stun. I was shocked to see Jiang's eyes glaring in disbelief. What is this? Is his mount's endurance so high that it almost makes him immune to him? Jiang Han didn't bother arguing with him and commanded his beast to charge at Sim Dai. Sim snorted coldly and created an energy sphere in his hand. The sphere gradually expanded, enveloping Sim and preventing Jiang Han's strikes from breaking through the protective barrier. He was amazed, although he didn't know what the fail sphere was. He had to admit its defensive ability was truly very high. Jiang Han uses a skill to break all directions and continues to strike the protective layer multiple times. Just when it seemed ineffective, Sim inside, looking smug, was stunned to see the layer already cracked. Gyang-han chuckled happily. After more than 10 strikes, Fail's shield already had many cracks, and maybe after a few more hits, it will break. Suddenly, a golden beam of light appeared in the sky and struck his head, greatly reducing his strength. System notification. The system notification says that the god of the Forbidden Zone used an S-rank Forbidden Curse scroll, bringing about the apocalypse, and inflicting 5 million fixed damage points on you. The Forbidden Zone stands beside him, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. He stands proudly in front of Sim's shield, crossing his arms, offending, and our strongest Jiang Han's head is cut off. Sim listens to Han's sarcastic and dismissive tone, as if this cursed scroll is no match for him. The Forbidden Zone commander, with his hands on his hips, ordered. The members of the godly Forbidden Zone charged, and the people behind shouted in unison. Kill. The Forbidden Zone blocks in front of Jiang Han. The scent of the forbidden spell, he laughs. It's nothing special. The power isn't strong enough. Or maybe you should throw the 4 cursed scrolls directly to kill me. Master Jiang Han thought to himself. 4 cursed scrolls, one alone is worth a fortune. And they're all gone. Let alone 4. He was so angry. What are you bragging about? If you can't drain blood, then you still want to fight against millions of soldiers. A blue light flashes around him as his body gradually increases in strength. Jiang Han raises an eyebrow. Oh really? System notification. You used the skill. Guardian of Light. Increasing your defense by 15% and restoring 250 health points per second for 10 seconds. System notification. You used the skill Holy Light. Increasing attack power by 20% and restoring 6,030 health per second for 10 seconds. The spirits kept discussing. Damn it. He can actually heal himself. He actually has the skills of a cleric. He broke the seal. He's not a player. He's definitely an NPC. Gyang Han sneered. If there's no blood-sucking, then I guess I can't heal him. Right. Then he rushed forward and knocked the soldiers away. Watching this scene with a cold expression and a face covered in sweat, the frightened crowd shrank back and ran away. Damn it. What the hell is this? The entire God's Forbidden Zone is no retreat. I saw him run away with the person inside the protective layer. And he gritted his teeth, asking, why did he learn the skills of a preacher? Jiang Han raised his sword and replied, because my little girl has a special trait as a melee preacher. The slash and strike on the protective layer made it slowly crack apart. Damn it. I can't hold on much longer. Without waiting for Sim's reaction, the barrier immediately shattered, and he swung his sword to strike the man. System notification, you have killed a player in the Ku Mai Tui Sim area. Gyang Han laughed triumphantly. Haha. Is there anyone who can stop me? Suddenly, something powerful is approaching from behind. What's happening back there? Gale shouted, wielding a large axe on a beast mount. Get out of the way. I'll handle him. Lord Loi Phim. He coldly looked at him and said, Kid, you came from the eastern region. Dying at my hands would be no wasted effort. System information. Lord Luvim, a boss of the heavenly level. Cannot view details about level, health, attack, skills, or introduction. Gyang Han thought to himself that a level heavenly boss with an unknown attribute seemed to be over 50 levels above him. He calmly replied, well done. I came here only to take your head. Gyo angrily swings his axe to attack. But even a hard shield can't change the outcome. One of his axes slashes toward Jiang Han. But all you see is dust and smoke. But behind Gyo, the soldiers were being knocked back, and he glared fiercely behind him. Gyo is too powerful. Who dares to face me head-on? The small beams of light gradually disappeared, and he was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Why is he no longer here? One of them spoke up. He's used this trick in romantic areas before. Everyone, be careful. He has changed his name and sneaked into the crowd. He's furious. Damn it. His henchmen are too many. Gyo thinks. That cowardly rat has no honor at all. Zhang Han, disguised as a person with curly hair, suddenly hesitated and raised his hand to speak. Your Excellency, the city lord. He said, I heard that during the Jianghan water battle in the eastern region, there was an image of a head with a spike, wearing a loose shirt. Why don't we start with the head chopper first? Of course. The day has come. A guy with a shiny head suddenly shouted upon hearing that, drawing everyone's attention. Gyo ordered, "Everyone, kill that head-bumping guy with all your might. If I can kill him, I can get 100 gold at the Lava City." I don't believe that the strongest Jianghan Shui won't show up. They immediately turned to chase after the troublemaker. "Stop. I'm not the one. Buddy. I'm a member of the Heavenly Crime Guild. Don't you remember?" Seeing that, Jiang Han secretly smiled to himself. Ha ha ha. Those people are still fighting each other. They're working together now. He ran from behind towards him, believing that the Lord of the Lava City would have many treasures on him. Geo was still giving orders to his subordinates not to pay attention behind. Kill him. Better to kill than miss. Then, Gyang Han suddenly turned to attack Geo, hitting him in the face. The system notified you that you used the skill, Wonder Hand. Dimensional. Successfully stealing an S-rank treasure from the storage bag of Lord of the City Loi VM Geo. Suddenly, Geo turned his head, glaring and snarling in anger. Cursing. You bastard. The system shows that this person, Lord Lu Vim, Geo, used a skill that reveals through your defenses, rendering your skills ineffective. So Jiang Han paused and looked on in silence. Geo, furious, shouted, "Kid, today is your day to die." He regained his composure and laughed, raising his sword. "I think it's you." The system reports that the most destructive envoy Jiang Han Shui, using skills, dreams for 3 days. The next attack increases by 1000%. Damage increases by 1000%. Definitely a critical hit. Gyo was startled, grinding his teeth and shouting. "What do you mean?" He quickly shouted to dismiss the mount as Gyang Han's sword swung down. He sneered. "Ha. Old man, consider yourself lucky." Without saying a word, Jiang Han turned and ran away. So, goodbye then. System notification. You used the skill sprint increasing movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Seeing him attack me, then turn and run away. Gyo was furious. A despicable coward. Yet he kept teasing me 3 times without end. Then he transformed into a mount and chased after Jiang Han. Standing there, you also summoned Lam Lan Beast. There are many soldiers blocking your path ahead. Jiang Han swung his sword, cutting down each one. Get out of the way, or you'll die. He still relentlessly chased after him for this insult. If you have the guts, don't run. Zhang Han, knowing he's not afraid of guns, turned around and hesitated. My brother Geo. It's a pity we met too late. I know you don't want to leave me, but I have an important matter to attend to. I must find the treasure first. We can talk later if there's a chance. Then he sped off like the wind, leaving Geo no chance to catch up, and the crowd blocking Jiang Han was stunned, unable to stop him because his strength was too great. His speed is so fast it's unimaginable. There's basically no way to stop him. That damn thing. Geo is so furious his eyes are bloodshot. Teeth clenched. That bastard. He raised his staff and issued a command. Anyone who can kill this guy will be our hero in the Mai Tui area. System notification players in the Mai Tui area. Please note, a player from the eastern region. The destroyer envoy. Yachang Hantui. Link-up has violated the border, entered the territory of Mai Tui, and joined the level 1 city. Haitam. The real player will receive the reward later level +8. 200 free attribute points. And a mid-tier national treasure. Jiang Han ran into the forest, saw the system notification, and said mid-tier national treasure. I'm a bit confused. If even the high-grade national weapon isn't going to be rewarded, isn't that looking down on me? Jiang's mother, the system notification says, "Congratulations. You have received the Hidden World Quest Victory Promise. Difficulty SS. Hearing about the new quest, Jiang Han frowned. It's a Hidden World Quest. You open the system panel to check the promise of victory. Difficulty level SS. If you achieve great success in the Mai Tui area and return victorious, you will receive a reward. Complete the main mission, and return to the Eastern region happily for the mission reward. A mid-level national treasure from the Eastern region. Penalty for the mission. Level of the person. All attributes permanently reduced by 500. Jiang Han saw this and laughed. Haha. It makes sense. It's unreasonable that if a group of players from the Mai Tui area kills me, they can get rare national treasures. But if I risk entering their territory, I get nothing good. He begins to calculate. Now that the battle has just ended, and needs to give Rose a little time to recover before retaking Ta Long Town. In that case, I can go to Ta Long Town to meet the opponent, so I might as well use Gale's treasure map first. A treasure map appeared in Jiang Han's hand, and the system prompted, "Do you want to use an S-rank rare treasure map item?" No. He immediately nodded upon hearing that. The mountain appears on the map, and the system notifies you that you have used an S-rank item. A rare treasure map. To locate the treasure, the White Star Mountain, coordinates 7,584 to 884. The treasure at this location will disappear within 3 days. Please pay attention to the time. Jiang Han frowned. The White Star Mountain. Since the introduction didn't mention the danger level, this trip shouldn't be too difficult. Seeing this information, he immediately left. The urgent matter requires him to depart right now. 2 hours later, the system announced that you had entered the map, the White Star Mountain. And finally, Jiang Han reached the White Star Mountain nest, ahead of the stars. As soon as I entered, a beast appeared and blocked my path. System notification: enemy is a thorny beast at Demon Realm level. Level Saz. With 6. Wubai. 000 health. Arshalo. Ling 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 Dao Arshalo. Hu Hundra attack. Shaba. Ling 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 Dao Shaba. Vuisa, defense. Skills include counterattack and spike assault. It is the ruler of the White Star Mountain range, possessing power far beyond that of elite monsters. Whether attacking or defending, it's not something ordinary people can resist. Young explorer, stay away from it or you'll end up as a target for it. Jiang Hong was stunned, eyes wide open. In the Demon Realm, this level is even higher than elite monsters. Even at level 100, it is still much stronger in every aspect than the level 102 5-star elite Firefly monster. He swung his sword ready to fight. Toi Tin. Jiang Hong ordered the warhorse to charge and attack, destroying the porcupine beast, reducing its strength by 1. Ibai Cishalo. Subai Joshar. System notification. Due to the Thorn's counterattack feature, 25% of your damage was reflected back, causing you to lose 294. 123 health points. He looked at his sword and muttered to himself. Counterattack. Luckily, the blood crystal also has 15% lifesteal. Otherwise, this skill would really give me a headache. Suddenly, the alpha porcupine beast raised its head to the sky and let out a loud cry. Chi-chi. Then the ones behind curled up and formed a spiky defense. Jiang Hong was surprised. What kind of tactic is this now? The sharp thorns from the porcupine beast's body shot out like arrows. The thorns heading toward him startled Jiang Hong, who was caught off guard. What's going on? The sharp spikes were almost upon him, so he quickly used his golden armor to destroy them, then jumped onto the beast's back to avoid the spikes and delivered a powerful kick. Jiang Hong kicks the porcupine beast, and the system notifies that due to the porcupine beast's reactive damage feature, 25% of your damage was reflected back, causing you to lose 254. 689 health points. System notification. Due to the Thorn Beast's counterattack feature, 25% of the damage you dealt was reflected back, and you lost 135. 789 health points. My health bar is still above half. I breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it. Luckily, I have many protective skills. Otherwise, I would have died and taken myself out. After calming himself, he used a containment technique combined with an 8-directional attack. The system announces, congratulations on killing the porcupine beast. You received a reward of 1.5% experience at this level. The system announces, congratulations on killing the porcupine beast and earning a 1.5% experience boost at this level. System notification. Congratulations on killing. You gained 1.5% experience at this level. Your level has increased to 83. Watching the demon porcupines gradually disappear, he breathes a sigh of relief and continues forward. An hour later, the sky gradually darkened, and the bright yellow moon hung high above. Jiang Han unfolded the map to examine the marked location, and based on the instructions, it must be here. He stuck his sword into the ground and dug there. Jiang Han continued digging downward. Surprisingly, this treasure was hidden so deep. Suddenly, while digging, I felt something hard got it. Jiang Han happily picked it up and saw it was a box. A rare treasure map from before. The rare treasure map revealed a piece of fairy-grade fragment. This time, it can't be worse than before. Right. When opened, it was a shining gem. System notification. Congratulations. You have received the S-Rank item Bao Chao Mei Man. Bao Chao Mei Man. S-Rank. Introduction. As its name suggests, this is a magical gem that can bring you luck. The effect of the luck value increases by +5. So I held it up and looked at it carefully. Lucky Jade. I think I saw it mentioned on the official forum before. Some players have studied that luck can help items with low drop rates to be obtained more easily. And it also has certain effects on critical hits, drop rates, and activation chances of various effects. In general, the concept of luck value is a bit vague, but it's very hard to obtain. And even the first kill reward isn't guaranteed. So this item is extremely precious. But Jiang Han glanced inside the wooden box and thought, it seems like there might be something else in this box as well. You just took out the paper inside the gift box, the system announces. Congratulations. You have received the rare treasure map, Cup S. Jiang Han was amazed as he opened the map and exclaimed, a rare treasure map hidden inside another rare treasure map. Well done. Are you planning to play a game of stacking dolls with me? Luck's power. It worked so quickly. System notification. Do you want to use the Cup S item? The rare treasure map. No. He carefully observes the treasure map and nods. Oh. System notification. You used the Cup S item, the rare treasure map, and received the treasure location at Thunderbolt Gorge. Coordinates 1687. Senbai Senshujou. The treasure will disappear in 3 days. Pay attention to the timing. He muttered. It's getting late. I'll grind some monsters nearby and then log off to rest. Thinking. Jiang Han stored the treasure map, jumped onto his blue unicorn and sped off like the wind. Suddenly, he stopped, his whole body glowing yellow as he leveled up. The system notification says your level has increased to CUP 84. Jiang Han felt relieved and satisfied, finally reaching CUP 84. Offline for now. And tomorrow he would go find the remaining treasure vault. The next day, the system notified that you had entered the Thunder Shadow Gorge Canyon. As you approached the canyon, Jiang Han was amazed to see numerous lightning bolts striking within. You seem to think this place is quite dangerous, so you must be careful. At Jiang Han's Lam Len Beast's feet, a lightning bolt of light surrounds it. The system reports that you are being struck by lightning, with attack power reduced by 20% and losing 2,000 health points per second. Gripping the reins tightly, your Zhongyan's strength allows your healing to outpace your blood loss. The health points affected by the lightning strike are fine, but the attack power is reduced by 20%, which is also a significant weakening. Then Jiang Han, ignoring the danger ahead, continued forward. Suddenly, as he was walking, he sensed something in front. There was a Tiger King lying across the path. The Lightning Tiger King boss level 105 has 25 million health, an attack power of 30,000. 2 Trentuno. Ling Ling Ling. A defense of 17,000. 2 Dichato. Lin and Lin. And skills, including Thunderbolt Peak, Lightning Claw, Self-Electric Shield, and Super Bloodthirsty. It is known as the King of Hidden Beasts in the Thunder Shadow Gorge. Under the influence of the lightning here, it has gradually become deformed, and through a fortunate coincidence, it has learned to harness the power of the X-ray element and become an extremely terrifying existence. Jiang Han was surprised to find that a link-level boss with very high attributes appeared near this treasure point. Luckily, I have hundreds of beast-catching stones in my backpack. Maybe I should try to catch it and turn it into a pet or companion. He considers how to deal with it. Slowly approaches when it still hasn't moved. But he knows that striking first is the key before it notices him. After approaching the Tiger King, Jiang Han rode his horse, swung his sword, and launched a war kick. He brandished his sword and shouted loudly, slashing in 8 directions, thinking that first he needed to make it bleed. In this way, it usually increases the chances of capturing a treasured beast. This is the conclusion that other players have drawn through the process of setting up the nation. The Tiger King, sensing the movement, turned around and roared. Where did the lightning bolts come from that surrounded Jiang Han? The lightning strikes directly at you and the beast. And the system announces that the Tiger King Prince uses the skill Thunderbolt of the Sky, dealing 456 damage to you. After the lightning bolts disappeared, Jiang Han chuckled mockingly. Haha, Just over 500. 000 damage. And more than 1,000 damage is nothing to me. There's no real threat at all. We're both level Link bosses. And even though I'm only level 84, my attribute sheet is actually much better than that Thunder Lion King. Then he continued swinging his sword at it a few more times. Jiang Han looked at the Tiger King's health bar, which was at 80%, and it roared in anger. Wow. Then he calculated and swung a few more times. 60%. 50%. The system announced that the Tiger King Prince used a super bloodthirsty skill, combined with an attack, with a 20% lifesteal effect. The attack speed increases by 20% for 2 minutes as the Tiger King charges forward with fierce eyes, roaring loudly. The Tiger King slashes directly at Jiang Han with its claws. Suddenly he felt something was off. No. If it drains blood, it will reduce his chances of success. Jiang Han quickly ordered the beast to charge forward. He was a bit surprised to see the skill it just used. Yet it could also use a buffing ability. Enhancing your own damage power is quite good. Not bad at all. This beast is really impressive. Then Jiang Han used his skill, holding the Holy Spirit, as a golden light burst out around him, roaring. Seeing that it was still unharmed, he immediately used his sword to slash in 8 directions, destroying and annihilating. Tiger King gasped for breath. Its health bar barely a sliver left. Jiang Han grinned wickedly, holding the stone in his hand. Now is the time. When its health is below 10%, he threw the stone at its head. It shattered, and it stood there confused, not understanding what happened. System notification capture failed. Jiang Han continues to take out another stone to warn you. Are you still stubborn? I have hundreds of capturing stones in my bag. Let's see if you will surrender or not. You control Lamb to make the beast run in circles around it. It's a tiger. Don't struggle anymore. Follow me. Eat and drink freely. Look at my mount. Since following me, it has leveled up to boss cup. No matter how much I try to persuade it, all I get is a system notification capture failed. The angry Tiger King roared in humiliation. System notification. Please pay attention, because the level 105 spirit boss, Electric Prince Tiger, constantly captured and feeling extremely humiliated, has had its hidden power activated and evolved into a level 110 Earth boss, Loe Van Heavenly Tiger. Hearing the system notification, Jiang Han was startled. It had evolved. The system continued to announce Loe Van Thien Ho. Boss Cup Shenta Dhe. Level Sastes. Life, 25 million out of 38 million. Attack Sextio. Ling Ling Dalo Shasen. Ling Ling Ling. Defense Trenta Cis. Ling 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 Dao Senshaba. Ling Ling Ling. Skills include Thunder Peak, Thunder Claw, Death Electric Shield, and Super Bloodthirsty. Jiang Han's strength, evolved from the Tiger King Prince's endless rage, has mastered the perfect and extremely dangerous element. Provoking it means certain death. Jiang Han holds the stone in his hand and smiles. If the boss of the Forbidden Zone uses 2 evolution stones on the summoned creature and adds his luck value of 9 points, then at least it should be at the heavenly level. Right. He thought for a moment, then threw the stone directly at its head. Brother Tiger, come with me. I will make you soar and become a heavenly boss cup. The Thundercloud Heavenly Tiger roared in pain. Wow. System notification. Capture failed. Seeing it continue to break through, Jiang Han felt a bit excited. The recent breakthrough was both good and bad, making it harder to catch again. Then I'll keep trying to tame you by using another stone, and I'll play until the end, just like before. Jiang Han continues to smash the stone into the Thundercloud Heavenly Tiger's head. Come on. High-level beast capturing stone. System notification capture failed. Hearing the system notification, he wondered if 9 luck points could really be so unlucky. The Lei Yun Tian Tiger is radiating an upgraded power. Jiang Han looks a bit thoughtful. Its attribute enhancement has gone through. Its defense is so high that I can't break through. If I don't catch it again, I might be in real trouble. I put all my strength into the pet stone in my hand. My last high-level pet stone. Please surrender. Tiger. The Loy Van Thien Ho charges forward with its 2 sharp claws, and Jiang Han throws the gem. Go now. It and the high-level pet gem are about to touch. Then the Loy Van Thien Ho was swallowed by the stone. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully captured the level 110 Earth Tier boss pet. Loi Van Thienho. You hold the stone in your hand and take a deep breath. Vu. Finally, it's successful. The image of it sitting obediently inside the stone. System notification. Lei Vantian Tiger. Level 1, Earth Ranked Boss Pet. Level Edge. Health 10. Wubai. Attack 100. Defense 80. Skill Pox Attack Roar. A very rare Earth-level boss pet tiger. The most prominent among tiger types. Seeing that, Jiang Han was amazed. Having such attributes at level 1 isn't bad at all. Especially after becoming a pet. It will also be suppressed by the system. And its growth in all aspects can never reach the level of a wild boss. He only releases the Loi Van Thien Ho. So the most exciting part is here, as soon as it appears. It's no longer the fierce beast from before but looks like a cat meowing. Jiang Han looked at the gem in his hand. The pet evolution stone he had obtained earlier. Now it's time to put it to use. System notification. Do you want to use the item? Pet evolution stone. He didn't hesitate and responded. Oh. System notification. When you use the artifact, the Divine Beast Transformation Stone, please select the beast to transform. The enchanted pet stone soared into the sky, shining brightly as he called out Loi Van Heavenly Tiger. Then suddenly the enchanted stone shattered into many pieces. A yellow light radiates around it. And suddenly its eyes widen. It opens its mouth and lets out a loud cry. It was like about to transform. Its body struck by lightning. The thundercloud Heavenly Tiger cried out in pain. Huffing and puffing. Jiang Hang sighed. With a basic success rate of 50% plus 9 luck points. This success rate should be quite high. A pair of wings gradually grew on its body. And the system announced that your boss-level Earth-type pet, the Thundercloud Heavenly Tiger, has successfully evolved into a divine-level boss pet. The Thundercloud Heavenly Tiger. The shop seems quite satisfied. A divine-level boss pet. And it even grew another pair of wings. This is equivalent to upgrading the spiritual blue mount to a personal pet. It should be a celestial flying mount. After all, you should know that in this game, pets and mounts can be exchanged back and forth. He took the immortal transformation stone in his hand, then dismissed the thought, maybe there's still one more. To upgrade the Thunder Loi Heavenly Tiger to surpass the heavenly level. But with a 10% chance being too low and the value increasing, I really can't predict what will happen in the end. The shop put away the transcendent stone. Forget it. In this case, if you're still planning to bet, it's not very rational. Anyone who bets with only a 10% chance of luck from the goddess of fortune is truly a fool. It's just plain stupid. The system asks, do you want to use the divine pet transformation stone item? No. I instinctively nodded. Okay. Use the divine artifact to transform the Am Loi Thien Ho. When the divine stone soared up, Jiang Heng only then realized that he had been so excited he forgot he had blurted out. Damn it. I couldn't resist the temptation and ended up saying it aloud. The power of the divine stone transformation directly hits the Dark Thunder Tiger, causing it to cry out in pain as it gradually transforms into a celestial being. If the level can be increased, it would probably be at the fairy level, or just half a step away from becoming a fairy. The increasingly frequent lightning strikes, and the Am Loi Thien Ho, growling with its wings gently fluttering behind it. He was amazed as it successfully transformed into a fairy. The lightning bolts are getting fewer and fewer, and it looks dejected as it bows its head. The system notification says, it's a pity. A boss of the divine level. The Thunder Shadow Tiger. You couldn't break through to the king level. Seeing that, Jiang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. He pouted in frustration. And his body shape had already changed, so I still can't break through. Planning a scheme this time, it must be the system's scheme. Or maybe I'm just not lucky enough. Suddenly, the system notification. Congratulations. Your level 10 boss beast, the Thunder Shadow Tiger, has been affected by the primordial evolution of the beast. All attributes increase by 20%. With the potential to become a king level. Jiang Heng is amazed. And it can still be like this. He stared at it intently, not sure if it was an S-rank item. And even if it failed, it wouldn't be completely lost. The system asked, do you want to transform your mount? Dark Thunder Tiger. Become a mount, yes. Note that after transformation, there will be a 7-day cooldown period, during which you cannot transform again. Jiang Heng nodded and said, oh. Then it disappeared. He thought that leveling up the mount compared to the beast, would significantly improve himself. Although this is a bit of a waste of the reward, the number of participants in the battle +1 due to the apocalyptic event, but the strategy was lacking. It can be made up for in the future. Looking at the beast orb in your hand, the system notifies you that the transformation was successful and you have received a boss-level mount. The Thunder Shadow Tiger, the Am Loi Thien Ho, a rare and hard-to-find mount, forcibly promoted from Earth level to Celestial level, is a young boss with level 140, moving at 80 speed, with 20 attack, 50 health, deal defense, and an additional 20% stamina effect, because Explorer Sang Anat Gyanghan Thuai moves like lightning, fast as a flash. He has the qualification and potential to break through to the king level. Jianghan twitched his mouth. The stats are a bit bad. Really boring. Maybe because it's still a juvenile stage. Then he thought about it and realized there are 3 ways to raise a beast: feeding them, having them fight, or using related items to accelerate their growth. Thinking about it, Gyanghan immediately called his beast to come out. Looks like I still have to ride you for a while longer. Bro, once the Thunder Tiger is ready to fight, I'll find a chance to set you free. Just try not to get caught in the future. Jianghan rides on its back and speeds away like the wind, then sets out to find the treasure here. Completing the mission of this journey, after walking a while, he saw a mound of earth with a wooden cross attached in front. It seems to be here. He started digging. It looks like the treasure is buried deeper than he thought. After digging for a while, Gyanghan's pickaxe hit something. Got it. He took the object and examined it. This is the information system. The gift scroll. Level S. Introduction. A gift from the strong often brings endless benefits to the weak. After use, skills of grade B or lower automatically increase by 1 level. Gyanghan also didn't complain, although this treasure hunt wasn't as rich as the last one. I gained a high-level mount and this scroll, so it's already a big harvest. He opened the system menu to check if he had any suitable B-level skills to upgrade. Jianghan rubbed his chin and smiled. Oh right. This skill is definitely perfect. He directly tore apart the blessing scroll. Completely speechless. Such a powerful skill should be upgraded to be effective. System notification. You are using a level S item. The blessing roll. Please select the skill to upgrade. Jianghan presses the button to give an answer. Dreaming for 3 days. System notification. Congratulations on passing the blessing scroll. Transforming your active skill. Dreaming for 3 days. Level B. Into the Illusion Realm. Level A. Illusion Realm. Level A. Introduction. The power of imagination is false, but also astonishing. Absurd dreams are the source of magic, creating illusions that match the skill name to deceive opponents. With additional effects. Incorrect skill name can be changed once every 30 days. The current skill name has no cooldown. Only 2 hours. Hearing that, he gave a thumbs up, compared to the 3-day dream. This illusion field can change the skill name even more and create illusions matching the skill name. After all, if the effect of 3 days of dreaming is broad, its benefits will be greatly reduced. And this illusionary field can change skills multiple times, making defense more difficult. Gyanghan looked at the system panel with his chin resting on his hand. So he needs to come up with a good, impressive, and truly powerful name. Tang Thien. I don't know what Tang Thien really means, maybe overturning heaven and earth or descending from the sky. Well, Tang Thien is enough. Then he shook his head. No, that's not right. It must be called Forbidden Tang Thien. The system announced that your skill and illusion domain have been renamed to Forbidden Tang Thien. Gyanghan smiled proudly. He. With this rebellious name, I believe all players will be terrified when they hear it. Then he quickly mounted his pet and made it leave. Then went to level up his mechanical beast a bit and help the Shadow Thunder Tiger grow stronger. At Patru Play. M. Jianghan arrived at a mountain. You and the Amloy Heavenly Tiger are fighting the monsters together. The system message says you have reached level 85. Jianghan chuckles happily. He. This tiger turning into a mount isn't a bad strategy at all. Its whole body is shining. System notification. Your Amloy Thien Ho has entered the development stage. Amloy Thien Ho. Development stage. Level. Boss mount level. Divine tier. Speed of movement 250%. Attack 150%. Health 180%. Defense 60%. Effects: Endurance plus 80%. Super endurance skills. Rapid assault. He opened the system menu to check and saw that even though it was still in the development stage, the Shadow Thunder Tiger had already surpassed the Lawn Beast in every aspect. The speed can increase up to 250% and comes with 2 additional skills. The system notification: Super Durability. Passive. Level S increases durability by 30% when riding as a mount. Rapid Advance. Passive. Level S significantly boosts collision force. Knockback effect upgraded. Gyeonghang turned to look at the Thunderstorm Tiger. Now that its form has developed like this, it can be ridden too. He directly sat on its back and marveled. Probably a celestial level boss. In riding beast form, greatly boosting his attributes and significantly improving his attack and defense capabilities. A health point of 20 million really makes people feel amazed. System notification: Angel destroyed. First, Jianghang Shui. Level 85 Spirit Boss. Health 20. Ibai Arshitsi. Ibai Wusher. Attack Shugofem. Senbai Sisha Sandal Senshitsi. Ibai Lingsen. Defense Vinti Sink. Tsibai Ling Wuda Arshawu. Tsibai Sisher. Reputation 625. Senbai. Luck 9. Introduction: The fierce representative of Dark Shadow. Rising. The choice of the Dragon Realm can be decided by him. Gyeonghang thought to himself that since this mount could fly, it met his expectation of wanting to fly too. He's too big. So take off and fly for me. Following the speed of the Shadow Thunder Tiger rushing like the wind, he couldn't help but marvel at how fast it was. Then, its legs leapt, and it took off into the sky. Gyeonghang happily laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, this mount can fly, and its speed is astonishing, so exhilarating. The system reports that since the Shadow Thunder Tiger is still developing, each flight with a rider can only last half an hour, and the altitude cannot exceed 200 meters, after which it must undergo a 5-hour cooldown before flying again. Hearing the system, I am also quite satisfied. Half an hour. 200 meters. That's not too bad. When the time is right, then I can ride the Dark Thunder Tiger to fight level Earth bosses. Since it can fly, half an hour is more than enough. Loi Van Thinho took off into the sky and said, "Perfect timing to meet up with an old friend in Ta Long Town." In Ta Long Town, the people on the ground saw something dark flying over from afar and wondered what it was. Just then, the group recognized Jiang Han and immediately panicked. "Fook. That guy is coming again. What should we do now? Should we call the players from the American district to deal with him once more?" He started to approach, and they saw Jiang Han riding the Dark Thunder Heavenly Tiger from Kin Hai. Where did he get that flying mount? Damn it. The resources in the Mythi area have already been taken by this eastern guy. When Death Chalk saw Jiang Han arrive, he was so furious. "You're still coming. We're not done yet." You smirk and say casually, "Help me read a fortune for me, and I'll leave on my own." After all, this is a mission with a pretty good reward. It would be a shame to give up. She was so angry she blushed and couldn't speak. To you. Her rage turned deadly as she gathered a yellow sphere to attack him. "It was you. Forcing me. The yellow sphere is getting bigger and bigger." They stand to the side watching and chatting. She's about to use it. Even the Ice King might be killed today by the leader. So Jiang Han probably won't be able to escape. He crosses his arms and thinks to himself, if he intervenes in her incantation, she might still refuse to accept it. So let's see what she wants to do. After gathering enough spiritual power, she charged at Jiang Han and shouted, "Go deep." He squinted his eyes against the blinding light, frowning. As the intense brightness made it hard to see clearly, the light hit Jiang Han, and he was gone without a trace. Then he opened his eyes to find himself in a different place. The system announces that the Deadly Rose player used a skill, and a beam of light is directed towards you to teleport you to the target location. The fierce battle. 4,500百84 9,990 In exchange, the level of the Deadly Rose will decrease by 20 levels. She stands in front of him, laughing loudly. Haha. Then Yen coldly said, "I can't kill you. And the players in my Thui can't kill you either. So I want to see if you can defeat the boss of the Earth level, to test your true strength." After saying that, he turned around and saw a giant dragon twice his size, licking its tongue above his head. System notification: not you, see you Mang. Level boss. Level Sastes. Health 33 million. Attack Femtio. Leaning Lin Dao Wushasan. Lin Lin. Defense Trenta. Lin Ling Lin Dao San Shi. Ling Ling Ling. Skills include Dragon Roar, Poison Fog, Soul Spikes, Destruction Light, the owner of the ancient dragon lair and possessing formidable strength that instills fear in others. Contrary to Chet Chok's thoughts, he laughed loudly. Ha ha. She thought Gyang Han was so scared that he lost his mind, and then felt hopeless, thinking to herself that the Snow Emperor has special reconnaissance techniques, so he can detect his attribute. It also unconditionally notifies players in the MyT area. But no matter what, his attributes can't compare to the Earth-level boss. He smirked and said, "That's right. Very desperate. What should I do to let you know that I have surpassed the level of players who can compete with me?" Then Jiang Han used the skill Time Reversal End. System notification. You have used the skill Time Reversal End. All attributes increased by 60% for 30 minutes. She saw his use of this technique and broke out in a sweat. What? A 60% boost in all attributes, and no penalty. Is this guy even human anymore? System notification. The Messenger of Destruction. Jiang Han Shui. Invites you to join the team. Do you agree? He directly calls out. She left. Summoning the Thunder Tiger. Shocked and thinking, what is this guy planning? Forget it. Let's see how he turns this situation around. Anyway, she couldn't help but be curious. So she replied yes. And then he rode the Heavenly Tiger to stand before the Qumang. Gyang Han releases spiritual power, which rises and strikes the top of the head of the demon dragon, causing its blood pillar to decrease by 2. Senbai you should see. Lin Linen. She stared in shock, realizing that if it weren't for the team, she might have already been killed by his skills. Then he repeatedly slashed his sword into the center of the dragon's abdomen, between the souls, targeting the vital points, with the sword striking in 8 directions to destroy and annihilate. The dragon was furious, spewing purple toxic mist from its mouth. System notification. You have been attacked by H.U. Kumang's toxic fog. Your attack power is reduced by 20%. Your movement speed decreases by 30%, and you lose 1% of your health every second for 30 seconds. Jiang Han sneers. This skill poses no threat to me. Attack power is reduced but can be compensated up to the maximum with the War Stomp bonus. And the lifesteal can also make up for the lost health. He continued slashing at Qumang with his sword, significantly reducing its combat power. Qumang activates its skill, Destructive Light, dealing 30% damage reduction to the target's health within range. It angrily unleashes a light attack at Jiang Han, but its attack power doesn't match ours because Jiang Han dodged quickly. Jiang Han glances and smirks. Indeed, after gaining the ability to fly, he can play around with the boss. You stand face to face with it. Its health at the lowest point. Once I kill this level 110 boss, the Deadly Rose's attitude will definitely soften. Jiang Han shouted, drawing his sword. You die. Jiang Han rides the Shadow Thunder Tiger and swoops in with a critical strike on H.U. Former Dragon. System notification. Congratulations. You have killed the level 110 Earth Boss, H.U. Qumang, and received a reward of level +1 and reputation +8. Ling Ling Ling. Death nearby is affected by the shockwave. A loud notification from the system. Your teammate, the Envoy of Destruction, Zhang Hantui, has killed H.U. Qumang. You gained experience points and level up by 3. She looked at you in shock. What? The #1 expert in the East can kill a level 1 boss so easily. He summoned the Thunder Tiger to descend, then smiled smugly, as if the fortune teller couldn't read it. I can now defeat the level Earth boss. Jiang Han smiled kindly at the other person. Can you help me with the fortune telling now? Death is still stubborn and headstrong. Go dream on. He held up 3 fingers and signaled not to refuse so quickly. Help me with the fortune telling and I will give you 3 beneficial things. I already have a plan in mind. Threatening her backfires. Offering benefits is the right way. No matter what you choose, a stick and a carrot, that's the proper approach. She frowns, appearing to struggle with an intense inner conflict. Jiang Han raises his first finger to point out the benefit. I will take you to train to recover your lost level 1. And you might even make it into the top 10 inches the American region rankings. Then he held up another finger. Second, I will bear all the losses caused by the death of your guild members. Moreover, I can also sell you some equipment, including a weapon, like a top-tier spirit sword. What do you think? Surely you're curious and asking, what about the third condition? He calmly offered the final benefit. The third, 3 items dropped by the level boss. Whether I can use them or not. I can prioritize selling them to you first. She still hesitates, touching her chin. Not trusting, how do I know if you'll break your promise after I read your fortune? I swear to the gods that as long as you help me with your fortune telling, I will do nothing to delay. The 3 conditions will be fulfilled as agreed. And I also promise to compensate you for any negative losses caused by the fortune telling. Feeling that the other person was sincere, Chet Chok nodded in agreement, then took out the crystal ball. Watching the light emanate from the ball, she observed intently, a hint of worry on her face. Then Chet Chok breathes out and reveals the fortune-telling result. The target he's searching for in the blissful plane, at coordinates 8,400 to 3,314. As the system notifies, Ro's teammate Chet Chok's fortune-telling skill has been reduced by 10 levels, entering a weakened state for 2 days. Gyang Hang looked at the opponent and smiled awkwardly, making a vow, swearing to the god of vows that if he lied, he would tear and bleed to death. She grits her teeth and says, Chet, you're too much. How can you stand in front of a girl and make such disgusting vows? Actually, Chet Chok was just testing your resolve earlier, now that he sees how serious Jiang Hong is. He finally tells the truth. Han Feng Gao Dian, coordinates 1,167 to 7,894. Hearing that, he thought to himself, as expected, this area of my Thi has 2 faces. No problem at all. I can't help but smirk a little outside. Oh, you've already lied to me once. If you lie to me again, you know what the consequences will be. She leans heavily on one arm, while the other gestures up and down to signal that I've finished my reading. Now it's your turn. Gyang Hong walked away without forgetting to turn back and say, don't rush. Let's proceed with each condition one by one. I'll help you level up first, so you don't have to worry. It won't take much effort. Chet Chok hurriedly chased after. Chet Teet. Wait for me a moment. The two gradually moved forward when suddenly they saw a swarm of snakes hissing threateningly. He laughed and said, the boss has already been killed by me, so these little snakes are no threat at all. Then, he swung his sword fiercely, cutting the snake's body into many pieces. She stands still, watching Jiang Hang act alone, as the yellow light keeps ascending. The system notification, your teammate, the Guardian Destroyer, Nat Jiang Hang Tui, has killed Huyen Usa. You have received shared experience. Gained 1 level. The system notification, your teammate, the Fake Destroyer, Zhang Hang Shui, has killed Huyen Usa. You have gained shared experience and leveled up. Silent with clenched lips, she thought if she hadn't taken action, the experience gained would have been lost. But this rapid level-up method was something she had never seen before. After a while, Jiang Hong turned back and announced that all the little monsters here had been killed. And now she is at what level? She quietly replied, Level Hatvan Harum, ranked 10th on the prestige leaderboard in My Tui. Still unable to believe it. After using the sacrificial light and divination, my level dropped to 40. I didn't expect to surpass my previous level in just a few minutes. He opened the system menu and said, in fine, I will sell you my high-level equipment to compensate for your guild's losses. Death has withdrawn and returned to her calm demeanor from earlier. Excitedly choosing items. I want all of these equipment. Totaling 10,000 gold, Jiang Han was offered a cheap price and seemed somewhat dissatisfied. 100,000 gold. Girl, these items of mine, if you put them in the auction, at least start at 100. Lin Lin Ling, she casually asked again. How could you? You swore an oath to the god. If you break the oath, the god will curse and kill you. The third condition is to give me those 3 boss-level equipment items. I will definitely offer you a good price. You're in a tight spot and can only force a bitter smile. All right. I'll start calculating in my mind if you're going to be unkind. Then don't expect mercy. Seeing the opponent open the system, he sneered smugly, bound by his oath. This Dongfang guy is really easy to control, so I will drive up the price to get revenge for my Ta Long Chan theft. The 3 boss-level equipment items appeared one after another first. The HU Staff of the Earth. Attack level. Arlingling Docks Ru Wulin. With effects of 50 attack bonus, 50 attack speed increase. Additional effect of 20 health increase for the user, A special skill called Poison Mist, requiring level 95. She sighed to herself. Oh my god. All 3 types of equipment require very high levels, but their attributes are equally excellent, especially the Gamma attack, combined with the advanced skill mastery that reduces the level requirement by 30 levels, equivalent to 70% of the equipment level. This must be a divine weapon. In the eyes of the thief profession at this stage, Chetchok is still dreaming. With these equipment, our guild will surely dominate the Mythi area. The voice interrupted her. Go ahead and make your offer. She smiled and offered an extremely shocking price of 5,000 gold coins. Claiming all 3 pieces of equipment, the man shouted, 3 level gear items including 2 weapons for only 5,000 gold coins. Are you serious? Death is just an excuse. You said you'd prioritize me, so it's normal for my bid to be a bit lower. Do you want to break your promise? Jiang didn't argue anymore and just smiled confusedly fine. Don't regret it. She pressed hard, speaking as if she had everything under control. Haha. Threatening me won't work either. Anyway, I can give up Ta Long Chan. If you have the courage, come find me at level 1 settlement. His deadly gaze flicked around. Thinking that the attributes of the soldiers in the first-tier city are so powerful, they are terrifying. I can't believe he can turn the first-tier city around at this stage. In the final battle at Evil Dragon Town, the top guild in the American market suffered heavy losses. But if I buy this Eastern guy's equipment at a low price, it will not only make our guild stronger, but also help suppress other guilds. After seeing the system notification, you received 15,000 gold coins through the transaction. He closed his eyes and said, all right. All 3 agreements have been made. Goodbye. Suddenly she let go and called out, wait a moment. According to Western tradition, a deal is only complete after a handshake. No matter what past grievances we have, let's forget them. Gyang Han asked or confirmed. Are you sure? Her eyes shining with suspicious yellow light. She said of course. Then he quickly shook hands with the other person, smiling happily, cooperating happily. Thank you very much. While Chetchok was still confused and not understanding what was happening, a blue light appeared between their hands. The system announced that you have used the skill Miracle Hands, a legendary skill, and successfully stolen a gold-level item, the White Mist Armor, from Chetchok's inventory. Chetchok looked at the other person confused. What's going on here? I clearly benefit more from this deal. So why is he still smiling? System notification, you have used the skill Miracle Hands, a legendary ability, and successfully stolen the gold-level item, the Zhenyi shoes, from Rose Chetchok's inventory. Jiang Han grinned widely and said, if I need a fortune teller in the future, I will definitely come to ask for your advice first. She withdrew her hand and refused casually. No need. I hope we never meet again. Goodbye. He clasped his hands together and smiled, saying don't be in a hurry. It's give and take. When Easterners say goodbye, we should hold hands like this to show friendship. Chetchok followed along and asked, is this okay? Gyang Han shook his head and touched her hand to adjust it. No. It should be left hand holding right hand. Very good. System notification. Chetchok's Rose uses the teleportation scroll and will return to the nearby main city in 8 seconds. System notification, not Gyang Han Thuai, just used Soul Grasp and successfully solidified your spell segment into a snake. Finally, Chetchok, feeling a bit uneasy, asked again, is this okay now? She tore the teleportation scroll and turned her head to speak. All right. Eastern person. I hope I will never have to see this face of yours again. Bye. System notification. Not Gyang Han Tui has just used soul possession, successfully breaking your spell chain. He hurriedly reached out to stop her. Wait a minute. His entire hand flashed with a golden light. Thinking to himself, I haven't regained enough power yet. How can I let her go so easily? Chetchok was stunned to see a golden light appear all over his body and shouted, what? The system announced that not Gyang Han Tui had just used soul possession to successfully break your sealing spell. She knows the other person is not a kind-hearted person. This guy has been acting very strangely all along. And earlier, someone on the forum mentioned him, apparently even having the skill to steal things. Uneasy thoughts crossed my mind. Could it be? Could it really be while opening the system and muttering to myself? I saw the bag of supplies and couldn't help but let out a curse. Gyang Han gently pats her head and speaks softly. You are a girl, so you should pay attention to your manners and learn from your older brother, a gentleman of manners. This is talking about me. System notification. You have used the skill, the magical hand, the top tier, and successfully stole the level BN equipment. Jungnan hai so hai. Leitu tuido kua hua hong raroi bidoi fuong fat hien. Koai voide tai ang zaroi mang mo. Cut. D. Me matentiu? Non vosido da? Bifat hin. Jiang Han shrugged. How could she say that to me? Does she know how other players evaluate me? They say I am like a gem. An unmatched young master, he kept talking nonsense, clenched his fists tightly, and forcibly restrained Oblai. Jiang Han immediately intervened. Wait a moment, if you still want to buy the level B gear, I can still sell it to you. On the condition that you offer a reasonable price. She frowned and refused, telling me to buy more. Don't be unreasonable. He tried to persuade her again. This time, let's be honest, in our dealings, I swear, before the gods, Chetchok hesitated for a moment. That damn bastard. First you must swear that after selling to me, you will not deceive me for a year. Not even a little bit. Gyanghan also made a request. In return, she had to swear not to deceive me for a year. She nodded and said, Fine. He just opened the system panel and said, Gloves. I'll keep the weapon for myself. The spear can be sold to you. And the other equipment. Chetchok will ask for the price. How much is it? Jiang Han showed a scheming look. Lianbai Wusher. 0 gold coins. She asked back in disbelief. What are you dreaming? A level ground equipment plus a gold level equipment. How can you buy in bulk like that? I don't want it anymore, so you're just teasing and playing with me. Huh. Actually, these items aren't worth that much. But over the past 2 days, your American market area has suffered heavy losses. These items can help you surpass other guilds, especially since Jiangdan H. You can lower the level requirement to 30, which isn't a direct level increase. Seeing that the other party said nothing, Jiang Hong crossed his arms and turned to leave. If she didn't want to, he wouldn't force her. I can also go to the Supreme Guild's band zone to ask. He called out with a snap of his fingers. Wait a moment. She closed her eyes and accepted it, thinking he's cruel. Lianbai Wusher. 0 gold coins. I agree. Secretly calculating 18. 0 times more than the opponent. Damn it. He completely let him speak his mind. Even though 250. 0 gold coins was an unreasonable amount. It was just a drop in the bucket compared to the future of the guild. He gave a thumbs up to praise. The shop owner was generous. System notification. You have received 250. 0 gold coins through the transaction. The merchant waved goodbye and reminded you to be careful. Lady boss, I hope the next trade will be as smooth as this one. But all I got in return was a coldly indifferent word from the other side. He hid, finally able to start searching for the dwarf tribe after all the trouble. The system screen suddenly lit up, and after successfully connecting with Wei Chando, his voice rang out. Brother, it's an emergency. Chang Feng said. He can save the giant within 3 days. Gianghang quickly summoned the Shadow Thunder Tiger, riding on its back while giving instructions to keep an eye on him. I have the coordinates of the dwarf tribe now. I'm heading out. Report to me immediately if there are any developments. Wei Chando replied. Understood. The two quickly shot out of the cave. The scene shifts to a snowy, pristine landscape as the Amloy Thien Ho steps forward on the snow. The system notifies you that you have entered the high-altitude cold zone. Gianghong sat on its back, feeling its speed gradually slow down. Each breath becoming more exhausted, he took a deep breath and decided that after hours on the road, his stomach couldn't take it anymore, so he would rest first and eat something. The scene shifts to the outside world. Gianghong muttered while eating instant noodles. I must make progress in these 3 days. Time is the key factor. If only I had the talent for cultivation. I just took out my phone and suddenly remembered. That's right. At first I didn't have enough money so I could only buy a gaming helmet. In fact, there are even more advanced types for a better gaming experience. After a while of operating, he looked at the information the system displayed. The game cabin offers better introduction and experience, longer playtime, more effective, and continuous online play for up to 3 days. The price is 3 million. Jiang Hong happily said, just in time to complete a transaction for gold from Rosechat Chalk, which can be exchanged for 25 million. Might as well go big and enjoy it, he said and did. He pressed the call number for the seller. Hello. I want to buy a game zone. The location is… After completing the order, he excitedly said, Order completed. Turn on now. Logging into the game. Jiang Hong summoned the Loi Thian Ho, flying over the snowy mountain. And according to the coordinates, it should be nearby. His eyes lit up. Ah. Got it. Jiang Hong guided it to land in front of a place filled with debris. As he stepped inside, he wondered if this was the home of the dwarves. Observing the desolate surroundings, Jiang Hong muttered to himself. Apart from the ruined walls, there's nothing here. He moved to the central area and tried to push the large stone. It seems to be pressing down on something and can't be moved. So if that's the case, Jiang Hang leapt into the air using his skill. The war kick. The broken stone revealed a glowing formation beneath. This is the instant transmission array of the dwarf race. Jiang Hang carefully stepped into the teleportation array, muttering to himself. Could it be that this teleportation will lead to the gathering place of the dwarf tribe later? As his foot touched down, a flash of light suddenly burst from below. In an instant, his shadow completely disappeared. Then, Jiang Hong was transported to a different place, and the system notified you have entered the map and the mysterious passage. Seeing this, he looked somewhat shocked. This mysterious passage and the dwarf tribe are truly well hidden. Jiang Hong looked around as he walked, seeming to realize this was a maze, probably designed to keep outsiders from entering. The scene shifts to somewhere below, where the dwarves are gathered working. The central sphere lights up, signaling, and someone approaches in shock, exclaiming, What? Is there an outsider who has entered the maze? Someone else said doubtfully. After so long, is there still someone who can find us? We just happened to stumble upon the secret passage behind the stone statue. The person next to me sighed. Not knowing what the outside world is like now, a serious-looking red-haired man steps forward, and everyone immediately greets him. Lord Chief has arrived. Your Excellency. His name is Sazu, the dwarf chief. Sazu gestured for everyone to relax. Then he controlled the glowing orb to fly high, and it fell into his hand. The image is zoomed in for everyone to see, showing Jiang Hong moving, and a dwarf exclaims in horror. But it's actually a human. This bearded man is named Bowen, and he confidently claims that with human intelligence, I don't believe he can solve my maze. This maze took me 2 years to build, with 13 paths leading in all directions, but only one truly leads to us. And if you go the wrong way, you'll have to start over. The person behind placed a hand on his shoulder in admiration. Turns out it was Bowen's work. Another person gave a thumbs up in approval. Haha, that young kid is really going through a tough time. I can't wait to see the anger on their face when they realize they've been going in circles for so long and end up back on the same path. Although proud, Bowen still pretends to be modest as he strokes his beard. Everyone watch and see how he handles it. Maybe this kid has extraordinary talent and can actually solve the maze I painstakingly designed. The group watched as the other person moved, their hearts racing. There's no way. We all know Bowen's skills. Suddenly, Jiang Han takes a turn. Bowen keeps watching intently, and seeing this, a bright light flashes in his eyes as he quietly exclaims, I was wrong. He looked around, didn't want to waste time, and made a decision this maze could be dealt with later, right now. Xiao Ra is very busy and has no interest in playing maze games. Then Jiang Han lifted his foot and kicked the wall hard, deforming it, kicking it every 30 seconds to see how long this maze could hold him. Bowen below shouted in distress. What? Just one kick, and the sturdy structure was broken. He covers his face and shouts loudly, No, the maze is my masterpiece of passion. The person next to him angrily yells, How shameless he is. He is sabotaging it. Bowen hurriedly begged for help. Clan leader, take him away quickly. If we leave him like this, my hard work will be destroyed by him. Sazo seems hesitant. Although this approach is risky, it is also a strategy. Around Jiang Han are fragments of the maze structure. He looks up at the flashing screen. The system notification. You have successfully passed through the gate and will be transferred to the next branch. Around your body, it's glowing. Jiang Han, surprised by how quickly he passed, let out a cry. Then he was transported to another place. The system notification said, You have entered the map. A mysterious space. Jiang Han hesitated and repeated, A mysterious space. He muttered to himself that it seemed there was more than one challenge, that the maze he just passed was probably the first gate. not noticing a black crystal rushing toward him from behind. Nevertheless, instinctively, Gyang-han quickly dodged the black crystal passing by him. He froze and saw two black crystals blocking his path ahead. Once again, attacked. Gyang-han tilted to dodge and muttered softly. This is quite interesting. The number of black orbs attacking keeps increasing. But he shows no fear and just smiles, bringing more to come. Sazo stroked his beard in surprise and curiosity, asking if the second door was really the work of the chief designer. It's over. I didn't expect to be randomly assigned to a difficult door designed by the elder. This human kid is in trouble. On this side, Jiang-han skillfully dodges the attacks of 4 black orbs. He frowns as the number of black orbs increases, meaning the difficulty is also rising. 8 black orbs swirling around. Jiang-han exclaimed in surprise. How did they suddenly become so many? He stomps his foot, jumps into the air, draws his sword, and uses the skyward spear technique, causing the surrounding black orbs to collide and produce a loud sound. Sazo coldly sneers. Huh. For kids, the black orbs are increasing. Just one hit is enough. Once you jump up, you'll be right in my reach. Gyang-han watched as countless black orbs floated around him. While Sazo smirked confidently, everyone was in the air and unable to move freely. So how could they dodge so many mechanical spheres? The whistling sound of wind tearing through the air echoed as the black orbs poured toward Jiang-han. He raised his sword to face them head-on. If dodging isn't an option, then what's the point of trying to avoid? Gyang-han uses a sweeping sword technique, slicing in 8 directions, with countless streaks of light flashing in the air before hitting the black orbs. Sazo was amazed by what she saw. These crystals are made from rare materials. The system message: you have successfully passed the door and will be moved to the next scene. He looked at the broken pieces of the crystal scattered on the ground and chuckled compared to the first door. It really is a bit more difficult. But the designer of this door seems to have a bit of an artistic touch. Didn't they consider the possibility that an intruder might destroy these secret stones? Sazo clenched his fist in anger, thinking to himself, that arrogant kid. My secret stone can't be destroyed by ordinary weapons. He looked at the sword in Jiang-han's hand and understood that the weapon was not ordinary. Sazo pointed at the opponent and signaled Bogan to force him to the next challenge, which we together designed as the next obstacle. Bogan hesitated and asked, So that's the place? His eyes shining brightly. He replied gravely, Yes. This bastard human kid must learn what our race's true power is. Bogan also nodded in agreement. 2 yellow orbs of light floating in his hands. Good. This human kid is really arrogant. He must be punished. 2 light orbs collide, releasing countless golden sparks. Jiang-han is transported to a land in the middle of the lake. System notification. You have entered a super high difficulty level checkpoint. Bird Killer Expert. Note that you need to kill all the flying birds in the central area within a short time. He was stunned when he received the notification from the system, which said that for reasons unknown, you cannot fly above the lake or swim on the lake in any way. The system reports that, for reasons unknown, you cannot ride mounts or summon your loyal beasts. The 2 of them saw Jiang-han frozen in confusion and looked at each other. This lake was designed by my father-in-law, and the area above the lake is a no-flying zone. Do not touch or disturb the water in the pond at all to prevent participants from cheating and getting closer to kill the bird. The bird designed by the clan leader is full of spiritual energy. So realistic it seems alive. Not only with uneven flight angles but also able to dodge arrow attacks. Truly a masterpiece. Sazo still feels a bit uncertain. This person is only at the spiritual level. So unless they truly possess exceptional archery skills beyond ordinary people, there's no other way. Bo Wen seems quite confident. But I think since he wields a sword as his weapon, he's clearly a melee fighter, and his archery skills are probably just average. Suddenly, a wooden bow appeared in Jiang-han's hand, and the system notified that you received an item. The ancient breaking bow. Could it be that the bow is hinting for me to use archery skills? Jiang-han looks at the forest ahead, contemplating. Based on the sound, he can tell that a bird is inside that forest, about 100 meters away from me. Even a skilled archer with expert marksmanship wouldn't be able to do it. Suddenly, the water surface made a rushing sound, and when he looked down, he saw a small fish swimming happily. Jiang-han whispered softly. Just a single word. He looked at the bow in his hand and had an idea. Although I am known as a hero in this world, based on the first 2 levels, The only way to get through is to find another method. Seeing Jiang Han act strangely, Sajo felt confused. He is. It turns out that in the captured image, you're sitting cross-legged fishing. And someone exclaims in surprise, "Why are you sitting there fishing?" He turned to question him, asking why he released the fish into the pond. Isn't there already too much there? And he casually explained that creating a pond makes it more realistic. Over here. Jiang Han was waiting for the fish to bite and smiling to himself. He. Luckily, I didn't lose the fishing rod I used during the competition with Geo. I got it. He pulls on the fishing line, and the fish is dragged up along with it. Struggling fiercely, Jiang Han yanks the rod and shouts, "Here we go." The fish is being pulled up forcefully. The sudden jerk caused the fish to slip off the hook, and he was satisfied. At this moment, he aimed for the fish. Jiang Han stomped to gain momentum and jumped up to use his skill. The spear strike. You stomped hard on the fish, and the system notified you that you had killed the fish of the Quen and gained 0. 1 experience points. With this boost, Jiang Han successfully lands in the forest area and excitedly shouts, "I did it." Bo Quen suddenly shouted loudly, "What?" Sajo also gritted his teeth in disbelief because he felt it was impossible. Jiang Han watched the bird perched high on the branch, chirping meaningless sounds, muttering to himself. Then it was easy to deal with. With just a few basic sword strokes, the bird was so frightened that it panicked and flew up high. Squawking loudly, Chap took the opportunity to shoot an arrow through its body, killing it instantly. System notification: you have successfully passed the gate. Jiang Han still maintains the stance of just shooting the arrow. He slightly smiles indifferently. This door has an extremely high difficulty level. Is that all there is? The two of them kept watching intently, silent, as they saw the bird get killed. Sajo was the first to break the tension. "This door. Your design. As a problem. You shouldn't have put a useless fish in the pond and given this person a chance to exploit it." The familiar one points angrily at the other person, shouting that it's the stupid bird he designed, with someone right in front ready to kill it. Yet it still stays hot and doesn't even try to run. "What right do you have to criticize me?" Sajo charges forward. "This pond. Your pond. Beautiful, but useless. I've tolerated you for a long time now. And the pond isn't any better. Not tomorrow. Your bird can't even fly up. It's truly useless. So, do you want to fight?" A light of a teleportation formation appears beneath Jiang Han. System notification: you have passed all the gates and will be transported to the dwarf tribe's settlement. A flash of light appeared, and his figure vanished. System notification: you have entered the underground palace's main hall. Jiang Han just appeared and heard loud arguing. He asked in surprise, "What's going on?" The two of them are arguing and fighting. Sajo is hurt but still keeps talking back. "With your limited skills, you're just a disgrace to the dwarf tribe. And you're not even worth mentioning. What kind of meticulous plan from the chief? And it ends up being a joke to outsiders. It's just that simple." Jiang Han thought to himself, "What's going on? Is there a civil war among the dwarves? Gentlemen, please put your hands together and speak calmly. There's no need to get so angry." Both elders repeatedly mention anger. Both of them looked at him with a proud expression and huffed. System notification: due to your disgusting behavior, the dwarf tribe has increased your hostility level by 2,000. Current status: disgusting. Jiang Han sweats nervously. "What did I do wrong? I was just trying to stop the fight. Do I really need to be like this?" Sazo assumed a dignified posture and raised his hand to stop them. "We, the dwarf people, do not welcome your presence here. We, the dwarves, have lived in hiding for thousands of years and do not want our peace to be disturbed." The system displays information about him. Sazo, the dwarf chief, an immortal level boss. But all details about his level, health points, attack, defense, skills, and introduction are not shown. I try to keep a friendly tone. "Hello. I came here mainly for 2 reasons. Before I lose my reason, you should leave here quickly." I still try to persuade him. "First, I need the dwarf tribe to help me forge a weapon. And, second, I hope that day will come." Sazo turned around and shouted, with a familiar voice of surprise, "Humans, stop right there." Because he saw what Jiang Han was holding. "Wait, what is this?" Seeing the sparks emanating from the dark crystal, Sazo was suspicious. This is the legendary dark crystal. His eyes glowed and his voice trembled. Sazo approached, his voice filled with amazement. Willing to provide the legendary spirit crystal so we can forge superior weapons. He nodded in agreement. That's right. He rubbed his hands together, his attitude suddenly changing to a friendly smile. Ha ha ha. Esteemed guest. Esteemed guest. It was just a misunderstanding earlier. Our dwarf tribe warmly welcomes you here. System notification, thanks to your sincerity and honesty. The dwarf tribe's favorability towards you has increased by 10,000 points. Current status friendly. Jiang Han pursed his lips to hold back a smile. I didn't do anything. It's just a divine-level refinement. Bo Quen and everyone else spoke out against him. Old man Sazo. Don't even think about monopolizing the chance to craft with that dark spirit crystal. That's right. Even if you're the clan leader. Don't think you can monopolize it. Everyone heard what just happened. The clan leader, he didn't rely on you, but on our help to forge the weapon. You're truly disgusting. Sazo was immediately angered when he was outsmarted by his subordinates, protesting again and again. The dwarf tribe really is full of traitors. Old man, I invite you, brave and honorable human, to give me the spirit crystal stone, and I will reward you with a divine weapon in exchange. I'm talking about a true divine weapon. One that kills gods when it meets gods. Kills Buddhas when it meets Buddhas. If Sazo interferes, then kill him too. Nala also intervened. Young man, don't let him deceive you. I am also one of the best blacksmiths. Number 102. If you agree to give it to me, then I will agree to give you one more royal grade stone. Qiang Han was taken from one surprise to another. Is this royal grade stone really true? Sazo sneered and said, just one king-level stone, and you want to take it out to show off. Just give me the spirit crystal stone and I'll do the rest. Then I will agree to take one of the divine grade stones, along with several earth grade and extremely rare heavenly grade stones, to enhance the sharpness of my weapons. Qiang Han couldn't hold back his surprise and exclaimed, Level up fairy. He thought with admiration. The level up fairy stone is extremely valuable. Yet he still took one out. Probably the clan leader. Truly wealthy. Dad, tell me honestly. Didn't you say that our dwarf clan hasn't had any celestial stones for over 100 years? So could it be that you've been hiding something all along? Sazo lied without blinking. How would I know? Maybe the heavens are watching over us. So last night, I found a piece inside a crevice. Even a child would know this is lying. But my father's connections mean he can't do anything. So he could only say one angry word. Then he didn't know what else to say. Sazo raised his hand and asked again. Young man, do you agree to give me the obsidian stone? To keep, rest assured. Our dwarf tribe would never joke about such matters. System notification. You have accepted the quest to forge a sword. Difficulty level D. Right. You don't need to think twice. Yes. System notification. You have accepted the quest. Sword request. Difficulty. And the system displays detailed information. The quest. Difficulty. And introduction. The dwarf tribe leader personally forged a divine weapon for you. This opportunity can only be sought, not begged for. Complete the mission by passing through 3 challenges set by the dwarf tribe and submitting a black winestone to receive a reward of a weapon of your choice. Jiang Han hands the black winestone to Sazo. He carefully holds the stone with both hands, finally giving me a chance to become a divine blacksmith. I ask curiously. Dwarf clan leader. Roughly how long does it take to forge this? Sazo furrowed his brow and answered 2 days. This black liquor stone has a very high melting point and is very difficult to forge. To create a divine weapon, it would take at least 2 days and 2 nights. He glanced at the person nearby and still needed to ask an old acquaintance for help, who exclaimed in surprise, Lord Chief. Sazo carefully explained his reason for choosing the opponent. Although his mouth wasn't clean, his forging skills were not bad. This time the skill is very important. If successful, I will gain experience. Hearing that, he felt a bit embarrassed and thanked the clan leader. Then he turned to another person and made a request. Nala, give me the Vong level mineral first. I will return one to you later. And Nala agreed without hesitation. Qiang Han pondered. Each type of divine, immortal, and king level mineral has one piece, based on the words of the dwarf chief. There could still be a large amount of celestial grade ore added. This is a rare level. I was truly lucky this time. So I hope you can add some materials to this weapon in my hand. Sazo reached out to take the sword. Let me see it. He examined the sword carefully and then assessed it. Not bad. This sword is also made from divine blood, spirit crystal. But after many years of wear, its power has gradually faded away. The little people around, upon hearing this, were extremely excited. Heavenly blood divine essence. Along with black wine, spirit stones, and even more heavenly blood divine essence. Where exactly did this person come from? Sazo glanced at the sword, then pondered. With only 3 parts of the heavenly blood, divine crystal remaining as raw material, plus the black liquor spirit stone and the fairy mineral protection. Then he confidently said that there would definitely be a chance to create a peerless divine weapon. Zhang Han, after hearing that, pondered. With only 3 days left, time is critical and cannot be delayed any longer. So he made a request. Can we start forging as early as possible? Sazo nodded. I can't wait any longer to start forging. He quickly ordered the work. Dad Quen. He lit the fire. And I prepared the materials. Dad Quen immediately agreed and said, Fine. Gyang Han watched everyone busy and thought to himself, these dwarves are indeed trustworthy. But I don't understand anything about forging weapons. So I might as well rest now that the work is finished. The next day, at Mr. Vang's door, someone greeted. Your order has arrived. He looked at the delivery and sighed. I didn't expect the game pod to arrive so quickly. The staff handed Jiang Han a paper and said, Please sign here to confirm. Then I will help you with the installation setup. Looking at the brand new game pod in front of him, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's assembled. Let's test it. Gyang Han sat down in the game pod feeling extremely satisfied. This is the game pod. This feeling can't be compared to that hat. Moreover, the game pod can extend playtime through hibernation techniques, allowing it to run indefinitely. Soon, he logged into the game. Seeing the two still focused on their work, Gyang Han pondered for a moment and decided to level up a bit while he was at it. He just entered the teleportation gate. Pondering that 2 days later, the giant dragon beneath Anding Lake will be rescued by the guild. I wonder how the main quest will end. Reo said that there needs to be progress before the dragon can be rescued. But right now, there's still the question of whether these dwarves can be brought back to their world. At this point, it seems like establishing an alliance might not be a good idea. The scene shifts to the icy highlands. Jiang Han, riding on the back of the Shadow Thunder Tiger through the snowy, windy weather. As they go deeper into the icy highlands, the temperature continues to drop and blood starts to thin. But it's okay. There's plenty of blood. It recovers quickly. Just keep going. After walking for a while, he encounters a pack of demons. They roar threateningly when they see him. And Jiang Han exclaims in surprise. Luan Hoang with glowing eyes and sharp teeth. Level 105 demon beast from the cold mountain peak. With 5 million health. Attack power. 27. Ling 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 Dao Arshaba. Ling Ling Ling. Defense Dinu. Wu Bai Dao Arsher. Ling Ling Ling. Immune to extreme cold. Ice pursuit attack. Berserk assault. Known as the survivor of the high cold mountain peak. Gradually mastering ice element usage in the harsh environment. Its strong adaptability has made it the sole king deep within the icy mountain. He casually raised his hand and said excitedly, a level 150 demon realm monster. Perfect for my training, but seeing the empty hand made Jiang Han swallow his words. Enough. The blood vengeance sword is still being tempered. Temporarily, I have no weapon. He jumped to the ground. Looked at the wild wind howling. Damn it. Gyang Han rushes toward it, determined to use hand-to-hand force. The king of fists. The one Jiang Han water. I seek your guidance. He punches it hard in the face, dealing 500 less damage. Gyang Han clenched his fists again, ready to punch, at least. It could break through the defenses, though the speed was a bit slow. In terms of appearance, Luan Hoang Han Fong revealed a sinister expression, with his foot raised high above the snow, and the system notification indicated that Luan Hoang Han Fong had activated a skill, going into a frenzy and attacking. When it charges at him, Jiang Han quickly jumps up to avoid it. He kicks it away and uses the skill, War Arrow Kick. After about 10 minutes, the system notification said, you had killed the wild wind chill. Jiang Han let out a breath of relief. Without weapons, fighting monsters was really no easy task. Luan Hoang Han Fong disappeared and was replaced by a magic staff, which surprised him. Seeing a magic staff suddenly appear in front of him, He decided to use it as a melee weapon. Suddenly, the system screen lit up. Lao Wei Chandra was calling, urgently saying, "Brother, something big has happened." Jiang Han asked again, "What's going on?" Wei Chandra's voice sounded uneasy. The giant dragon beneath Ending Lake seemed to be a dragon god. Hearing that, I was stunned. A dragon god. Are you sure it's him? He firmly confirmed. It was Chuan Feng who said it. Jiang Han thought with a headache. On one side suppressing the dragon god. On the other side trying to recruit the dragon realm to join the dark side. Thanks. So the one being suppressed now is the previous generation's dragon god. Wei Chandra shook his head and said no, the true dragon god of the dragon realm is impersonated by the ninth demon god Articus, the evil dragon. The real dragon god is the one being suppressed beneath An Lake periodically. The more he listened, the more surprised he became, thinking that this story might be trying to deceive me, and quickly summarized the situation in his mind. Suppressing the dragon god, then to have the demon god impersonate the dragon god. Isn't that almost like pushing the dragon realm to the opposing side? And now there's even an idea of pulling them in. Han anxiously asked what to do now. Jiang Han calmly kept his mind clear and suggested, when troops arrive, block them. When water rises, build a dam. Every step I take, I look at the step ahead, still holding on to hope. Cheng Feng told Wei Chandra that if he were to be suppressed by the demon lord An, he would be the dragon god. But this mission hasn't been declared a failure yet, so I think there's still hope for a turnaround. Wei Chandra said confidently. All right, he clenched his staff tightly and swung it up, still holding the weapon in progress. The only thing he could do now was to maximize his strength. Jiang Han swung his staff fiercely at the wild cold mountain boar, which let out a painful cry. Ribbit, the wild pig, is dead, leaving a sword on the snow. He looks at the sword quite satisfied, then pulls out another sword. Finally having a useful melee weapon, the scene shifts to the holy city of the Light faction. Everyone gathering here, Elvis says angrily. He's just a small dark swordsman, yet he has destroyed years of our church's efforts. An archbishop stepped forward and said, Your Holiness, it was not our fault. Lord Uriel, God's light has underestimated that dark swordsman. The merciful Lord will not blame us. Elvis clenched his fists and ordered that no matter what, the dark swordsman must be killed. Keeping him alive would bring great disaster. The archbishop's group unanimously shouted, The Pope's words are truly accurate. The dark swordsman originally intended to cause chaos and disaster for humans, and we need to eliminate him as soon as possible. Elvis asked everyone again, So, do you have a plan to kill him? Now that things have calmed down, Elvis said, seriously. With our strength, killing the dark swordsman probably isn't a difficult task, but we have no reason to pursue him without cause. So there are some restrictions in the rules, and we need to find a proper way to legally and legitimately kill this dark swordsman. A grand archbishop spoke, reporting to the Pope that the dark swordsman now belongs to Hai Tam City, and Longvuk also has intentions to join the light side. Elvis heard this and let out a sigh. He vaguely understood what the other person meant, that he was suggesting to use the guild to carry out the murder. Elvis smiled and said, Let the curious ones in Longvuk go and punish them for us, and forget the sins they have committed. He stroked his beard, looking quite satisfied. This plan is not bad at all. On this side, Jiang Han kept fighting with his sword in hand. The familiar golden light flickered again, and the system notification announced that your level has reached 88. I'm exhausted and panting after 2 days of non-stop hunting wild boars in the cold wind. But I finally reached level 88. Now I feel so nauseous. My divine weapon is probably broken today. It's time to go back. Then, through the teleportation array, Jiang Han returned to that place, and the system notified you that you have entered the underground palace map. At this moment, the crowd is holding their breath watching, everyone full of anticipation, saying that the main materials are divine blood, celestial essence, dark spirit crystal, and fairy mineral wind spirit, and they also added many rare materials like king-grade minerals. It's hard to imagine what kind of divine weapon will be forged. The clan leader also seized this opportunity to become a divine blacksmith. We will surely restore our ancestors' former glory. Sajo raised the hammer high, silently praying that with this final strike, he would not disappoint his ancestors' expectations and become a divine-level blacksmith. The powerful strike hit the glowing sword, sparks flying everywhere. A loud bang echoed. Sang's figure flashed brightly, and he was knocked back with a loud cry. The surrounding dwarves also stepped back in shock. Jiang Han raised his hand to shield his eyes, marveling internally at the immense power. Was this a success or a failure? Everyone cheered loudly as they saw the sword shine brightly. This is the omen of a divine weapon being born. The clan leader has succeeded. Sajo burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Our ancestors are watching over us. Once again, our dwarf clan has forged a divine weapon of unbeatable power. Bo Quen turned to look at Jiang Han, urging him. The young man nodded in response. Okay. Jiang Han looked at the familiar yet strange sword floating in front of him in amazement. I never expected the divine weapon forged by the dwarf tribe to be so thick and heavy. He reached out and touched the sharp blade, blood immediately flowing out. So this must mean he successfully claimed it. Jiang Han held the sword with both hands, thinking that although this weapon looks very large, in reality it is extremely light. System notification, congratulations. You have received the nameless weapon and become its owner. This weapon will be your exclusive item. Cannot be traded, dropped, or discarded. System notification. Congratulations on becoming the first player in eternity to receive divine-grade equipment. Lucky you, your eyes widened in surprise. A divine-level equipment. It really is divine-level gear. Is there a problem with this? I wonder. Isn't it too early for players to receive divine-level gear now? System notification. Please name your unique weapon. Sazo reminds you to hold it tightly. Jiang Han shouted in surprise. To her, the sword in his hand suddenly became heavy and dropped to the ground. As he looked at the tip of the blade stuck in the dirt, he nervously asked what was going on. Jiang Han felt confused and wondered why it suddenly became so heavy. Sazo explained that the spirit crystal wine is a top-tier divine-grade potion, but it has a flaw. Though it might not really be considered a flaw. But what is? Will make the sword become extremely heavy, usually making it difficult to use. He understood immediately after hearing that. So that's how it is. Both hands grip the sword tightly on the hilt, then summon all their strength to lift it up. Jiang Han is not an ordinary mortal. Lift it for me. Finally, I managed to pull the sword out of the ground. Jiang Han let out a breath. Surprised at how heavy this sword was, just lifting it was difficult enough, let alone wielding it. So first I'll store it in my inventory. The sword in his hand suddenly disappeared, and he muttered to himself. I still haven't checked the attributes of this weapon, so I'll take a look first. Jiang Han was shocked to see the sword taking up half of his inventory space. Luckily, his storage is linked and can hold up to 100 slots. Otherwise, even carrying this sword would be impossible for others. Detailed system information, unnamed weapon, divine level. Attack power, 4,000. 800 to 5,000. 200. Attack speed reduced by 500%. Plus an effect that has a 10% chance to ignore 30% of the opponent's defense when attacking. Effect 20% lifesteal. Additional effect 20% critical hit rate. Critical damage 50%. Special skill super lifesteal. Divine illusion transformation. Divine strike attack. Temporarily unavailable. Special effect. Heart singing with wine. Required level 80 reputation. Requires 200. 000 bound players. Extreme cold water. Additional restrictions. After sacrificing blood to identify the owner, it cannot be traded, dropped, or discarded. Introducing a divine weapon forged from countless rare mineral materials. It will shake the world and drink the blood of the strong, or end in loneliness. With no one caring about it and no one knowing, he laughs and cries, bewildered. This is truly unbelievable. The divine weapon is indeed a divine weapon, with numerous special skills and an absurdly high basic stat. Everything on my body, including skills. Free attributes. Level 88 basic growth attack. Equipment. Yet none of it compares to this sword. There is also a singing heart icon on the screen, and it comes with a passive skill similar to the growth skill. The information system. The singing heart of wine. Passive. SS level. This weapon has a spirit and will grow with its owner every 10 levels. It releases a portion of its suppressed power until the owner is strong enough to unleash its full strength, after which it can reveal its true form. Jiang Han so pondered. Although the appearance of the sword looks very unreasonable, this 500% speed is a bit embarrassing. Sajo approached and explained that with his current strength, using this weapon as he wishes is truly too difficult. Hearing that, he turned his head, scratched his ear, and asked if there was a way to lower the difficulty. Although this sword is very powerful, if he can't wield it properly, it would be useless. He cautiously replied that there is a way. But it is a secret formula of our Lan tribe, and only core members can use it. Giang Han ngovuot hoi. Kuong noi la dai luquan sao. Trong zao nyo lai. Truk de da tung tai, zoitia vevien dai luquan trong kho bao gua matan. Convenu de la. Bi bao gua. Tok ngoi londroi. Bowen approached and asked in surprise. You're human, so how do you know about this? He quickly made an excuse and replied, I just read about it in the historical texts. Bowen, don't bring up that topic anymore. Giang Han knew they wanted to hide something and thought to himself if they didn't want to talk more about the Great Power Pill. Then changed the subject. Trung Fong implied that recruiting the Dragon Clan might be connected to the Lan tribe, so he pretended to ask casually, Yes. Why does everyone have to hide in this underground palace and stay hidden away from the outside world? Du listened in silence and replied, It seems you don't know. The Lan tribe hiding in the shadows is just a matter of necessity. Giang Han laughed and withdrew his request. Asking to hear more carefully, Gado put down his pipe, appearing contemplative, and said it would take a long time to explain. So he interrupted, saying you could also just give a brief summary. He recounted simply that in the past, when the light and dark factions fought, the light faction won. And over time, the false hearts of the light faction grew even more rampant. Our Lan tribe has become smiths, oppressed to the point of unbearable. But since we cannot fight against you humans, we can only hide away, and it is also for this reason, along with the spirits, that the male and female spirits are beautiful. After the victory, many spirits became toys in the hands of the nobles, so they couldn't stand it and hid in the demon's secret realm to heal their wounds. Remaining hidden for 1,000 years, Jiang Han quickly grasped the information and voiced his suspicion if that's the case. Everyone must deeply resent the light faction. So why not join the dark faction and pursue greater ambitions? Sazo replied, I know you belong to the dark faction. I also know you're here to persuade us to join the dark side and oppose the rule of the light faction. But that hesitant attitude made him anxious. Just what is it? He revealed a secret the ancestors had set up a proof object, and if we couldn't defeat his residual soul, we would never be able to leave the underground palace. We've endured in this dark environment too, but this illusion is too powerful. My strength has reached divine level. We can't defeat it. Jiang Han is amazed, wondering if he has to fight alone. Saso confirms. That's right. But now I have become a divine-level powerhouse. Defeating that illusion is only a matter of time. You need more time to think about this. I'm weighing the matter in my mind. But the problem is that there's not enough time right now. Giang Han came up with an idea. Maybe remote support isn't enough. Sazo isn't confident. If we can't deal damage to the illusion, it might work. But our dwarf clan is melee. No. You're also, he said with a bright smile. That's wrong. Completely wrong. Jiang Han just pointed at himself, proudly bragging. Actually, I haven't told him the full truth. In fact, I am the close combat priest. Sazo, are you serious about this secret? The man frowns and thinks, a close combat pastor. A pastor with such close combat spiritual level. I can't believe it unless it's a lie. Then he condensed a flame in his hand to prove his words. And the two others stood frozen in shock like statues. Jiang Han revealed that he has a technique called Dawn Blessing, which can increase all of his attributes by 20%, instantly restore 20% of his health, and also provide continuous healing effects. Sazo reminded him, it's still not enough. I just reached the divine level. And although my strength has increased greatly, I still need more time to defeat the ancestral illusion. This little boost isn't enough to close the gap. Jiang Han gently snapped his fingers. Not enough. This is Featherfall, which can boost all your attributes by another 20%. He was shocked. You really have a lot of treasures on you. It's just a pity that this isn't something that can be filled by increasing all attributes by 40%. He looked surprised. Is he that weak? Sazo quickly denied. It's not that I'm weak, but my ancestor's illusion is too strong. Jiang Han remembered that I still have a divine weapon that has accepted a master. Could I lend it to him temporarily? He thought to himself that although this is an exclusive divine weapon, lending it to an NPC instead of a player might cause some issues. Sazo was stunned. If you agree to let me borrow the weapon forged from Dark Spirit Crystal, with an additional 40% boost to all attributes, I will be able to defeat that ancestor. He agrees. Fine. The sword he just drew was plunged deep into the ground with imposing presence. The blade shimmered with a cold light. Jiang Han nodded. I can lend you this weapon, even now. Sazo still can't believe it. Is it possible you have your own requests? But I hope you can gift me a great power pill as a reward for helping you defeat the illusion. Sazo refused without hesitation. No way. Absolutely not. Jiang Han changed his request. So I say, what if I want the great power pill? He said coldly. Human boy. You must know your limits. I understand very well. It's just that you don't understand. Don't think that I'm just an ordinary guy who laughs ha-ha. Because I'm not some soft pink gift that you can squeeze whenever you want. What do you mean? We dwarves have treated you very well already. Jiang Han recalled the past. I gave him the spirit crystal to drink. He used it to level up his divine power. And I received the divine vessel. Don't you think we owe each other nothing? He thinks that maybe I also contributed a large amount of mineral stones, which should also be considered as adding to the grandeur. You compare it to divine weapons. But if you can't use them, they're just useless metal. Besides, I am here not representing an individual, but the Shadow faction. It seems you don't see the situation clearly. The two major factions are about to go to war. Sazo feels involved. So, what does it matter? Jiang Han questioned. Are you trying to join the Light faction to continue being a pawn for them? He hesitated. You keep talking. Sooner or later both sides will have to decide who the winner is. But I don't believe they will let neutral parties like you benefit. Even a powerful force like the Dragon Realm has to choose, let alone the Dwarf clan. He only now realized that he couldn't choose the light side nor remain neutral, satisfying neither side. The only choice is the dark side. Jiang Han smiled, placing his hand on Sazo's shoulder. But his words carried a subtle warning. I am here on behalf of the dark faction, willing to use Spirit Stone wine to help you break through to God level and help you leave this place. The price is just a single great power pill. As a result, people like him choose to live in hiding and wait until their strength is enough. Once I finish speaking, comparing the elegance of silk and giving coal in the snow are two different concepts. Which one is better? I probably don't need to explain. Sazo immediately broke out in a cold sweat, too tense to speak. After a moment, he clasped his hands and accepted, thanking his brother for the reminder. Sazo was foolish and didn't realize that we are willing to give you this great power pill. System notification. You have received a hidden side quest to free the dwarf tribe. Difficulty level A. Introduction. Rely on your quick wit. Successfully persuade the dwarf chief. Accept the quest to help him defeat the ancestral phantom. Reward the mission with a great power pill. Increase the dwarf tribe's affinity by 10,000. And there are no penalties. I secretly rejoice. The great victory is achieved. Who told me I was too quick-witted? I say casually. It's nothing serious. Chief, just understand that immediately, Jiang Han urged. So, let's stop talking and leave this place as soon as possible. Honestly, besides convincing the dwarf tribe, I will also go to meet the Long Vuk. Sajo was stunned. Could Long Vuk also betray us? Bogan interjected. If the Shadow faction could pull Long Vuk's forces into the fight, then the chances of victory would be much greater. He decided that before leaving, he would give your weapon a really good name. This weapon will be with you for life. I believe it will stay by your side for a very long time. Jiang Han gently stroked the sword, contemplating whether to use it in the final stage of the game. I probably won't need to wait any longer now. It's just, what name should I give it now? Finally, he settled on a name. General Han. And the system notified you that you have successfully named your weapon General Han. Sajo turned to the soldiers behind him and said, Fellow dwarves, I have something to announce. He announced a major news. Most of our dwarf tribe will leave the underground palace and join the Shadow faction. Those people are cheering. Finally, they can leave here. They should have done it a long time ago. The Light faction has treated us very cruelly. We must rise up against them and show them that our dwarf race is not to be messed with. Jiang Han watched everything unfold as he had hoped and thought to himself. A rallying cry that seemed to rally everyone. It looks like the dwarf race is truly ready to resist being exploited by the Light faction. You guys stay inside. Sajo just introduced. Our ancestors said that to defeat the ancestral spirits, you need to remove your armor. Just support and keep everything as it is. Jiang Han replied, I understand. Inside the house there is a stone table with a faintly glowing purple gem on it. He bids farewell to you, my brother. and kindly asks to borrow your Sang-A feather and your divine weapon. To Wong Hun, system notification. Do you agree to lend your exclusive weapon? The Cold General. For 2 hours, Jiang Han takes out the Cold General and hands it to Sajo. Yes, he held the massive sword in his hand. Assessing it, its shape was very inconvenient for me. So I transformed it. And flames appeared around the blade. Notification system. Dan Huyen Tian Bien is passive. SS level. Capable of transforming the shape of weapons. But their attributes will also undergo corresponding changes. If the equipment doesn't match the class, you can only achieve 50% of its effectiveness. The Han sword transforms into a perfectly fitting hammer in Sajo's hand. He confidently held the Frost General and approached the table, thinking that he could change the shape of the weapon in many ways to use it. For example, when you need to attack from a distance, it can transform into an arrow. When you need a wide area attack, it can become a weapon with a long handle. There's no doubt. This is an incredibly powerful special skill. Sajo's hand touched the gem, emitting a shimmering purple light that illuminated a small corner, followed by a burst of brilliant light emanating from a head. Lizard folk chieftain Jinju, a god-level being, appeared and said, "Well done. You have actually broken through to the god level. I don't think it'll be long before you can defeat me." Giang Han observed this and thought to himself, the attribute panel is invisible, but his strength is undeniable. He raised the high-ranking general in his hand and declared with a commanding presence, "No need for later. Today is enough." Because Jinju emitted a faint purple aura, indicating the presence of a god-level aura, he let out a slight cold sigh. The old man strikes down fiercely towards Sajo. Jinju feels that the weapon is too powerful, but then his hand pushes against the ground, releasing a wave of energy. Jinju judged that this little strength probably wasn't enough. As a pair of long wings sprouted from behind Sajo, he raised his hammer towards his opponent, and the two hammers clashed with a deafening sound as Jiang Han watched their battle below. Jinju strikes at Sajo's face. "Don't think that having wings means you can beat me just by a little boost in strength." He still has a trump card he hasn't revealed, and simply says, "Is that so?" Sajo turns back and calls out, "My closest brother, Giang Han Tui. Help me quickly." He agrees, his palm releasing a source of energy. Yes, his entire body is enveloped in a blue aura, already boosted by 20 billion healing points, leaving Jinju astonished. "What is this?" The old man pointed at Sajo's face and scolded him. "You cheat, and even brought a preacher along. Senior, you can eat whatever you want. But you can't speak nonsense. I'm not a preacher. Just an ordinary melee class." Jinju turned to him and said, "Interesting. The old man suggested that if you are a melee class, then you can withstand my attack without stepping back. I will give you a chance." Giang Han secretly rejoiced. This opportunity was not meant for him to support, but with such good fortune, he had to give it a try. "I accept." "Senior, I've offended you, as I unleash my power at the opponent." The system announces that the destroyer envoy, Yi Jianghan Shui, uses the Forbidden Heaven burial skill, and the next attack will increase by 1000%, with damage rising by 10, by Vong Lin, and it will be a guaranteed critical hit. In exchange, the attack speed will decrease by 100%, and after their strikes, they will face a severe punishment. This makes both of those old men take 100 times more damage. Is there still any justice or law left in this world? How can there be such unreasonable skills like this? Although this move is extremely powerful and bizarre, luckily it's not too fast and I can avoid being locked down, giving me a chance to retreat instead of facing it head-on. System Notification Clan leader Jinju used the skill Forbidden Ultra Throw, increasing all attributes by 30%, movement speed by 200%, attack speed by 20%, lasting for 2 minutes. A gust of wind rose as Jiang Han clenched his fist to the ground, and he disappeared from his spot, leaving Jinju puzzled. What is going on? Is this technique really that terrifying? When touching the evidence physically, it should have caused total destruction and left a pile of ruins. But instead, it was as gentle as a passing breeze. Giang Han sighed in relief and said, "But if I hadn't withdrawn in time, I'm afraid the entire underground palace of the Yuan dwarf clan would not have survived." Jinju realized, so that's how it was. I couldn't believe it without seeing it with my own eyes. "Thank you for stopping in time and protecting the Yuan Lun tribe." A purple light appeared from the old man's palm. "If that's the case, I am willing to give you this opportunity. System notification. Congratulations on repelling the leader of the Yuan Dwarf Jinju and receiving an S-rank passive skill reward. Extraordinary power. He is delighted to see the purple energy flowing into his body. An S-rank passive skill. Truly a gift from the heavens. Jiang Han clasped his hands in thanks, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, the true owner of the weapon in Sajo's hands must be you. Your little friend is truly blessed. Just linking up has already granted him a peerless divine weapon. The potential is limitless. So I transfer to you extraordinary power to help you better adapt to the weight of that divine weapon." Jinju glanced at him from behind. "And there's no need for us to fight anymore. The terror of the heavenly tomb has already pushed back my aurora of light. And you still haven't used all your techniques. My life point is higher than yours, so I can't defeat you." "Sayo, I understand." Old Winemaster kindly asks, "Human boy, if my dwarf tribe faces danger in the future, I hope you will still protect us. I am willing to help. That is only natural." Sajo lands in front of Jiang Han. "Brother, thank you for your help. This time, our dwarf tribe can finally see the sun again," he politely said. "It's too courteous." He handed Jiang Han a gem and invited you to accept this great strength pill according to the agreement. System notification. Congratulations on completing the mission to liberate the dwarf race. Rewards received: a divine grade potion, great strength pill, and an increase of 0 inches favorability with the dwarf race. Alright. System notification. Because your favorability has reached 20. Lin. The attitude of the dwarf race towards you has changed to respectful. System notification. You have consumed the divine grade potion, great strength pill. Your basic attack permanently increased by 1. Ling. Extraordinary power. Passive. S-rank. Introduction. Immense strength simply means your power will be greater than before. Not that it is truly infinite. When faced with something you can't lift, you still can't lift it. The effect grants a basic HP increase of 50, 0, 0, 0, and a basic attack boost of 500. Calculated by Rang Han, combined with the luck bestowed by the dwarf ancestors. With the blessing of the great power pill, I believe using the Ice General won't be difficult. Sajo hands back the Ice General's sword. "My brother, come on. Try it out. Give it a single slash." The system updates Celestial Sage Destroyer. 1 Ranghun Water. Level Nyolts van Nyolts Boss. Life 21. Sembait Sishiyi. Lingsling. Attack Nitiophira. 790 and 98. Jobai Ishaba. Defense 24. 894 and 25. Jobai Arshijo. Reputation 625. Sembai. Luck-Tsin. Introduced as one of the new prominent figures of the Shadow faction, Long Vuk's choice could determine his fate, and Han Hao was thinking that a close-range attack of 100,000 might do the trick. At first, the level Uriel boss, a level 100 Divine Light, had an attack limit of 82. Ling. But I, as a level 88 Link boss who hasn't even undergone the third transformation, had an attack higher than his by more than 16. Linening, he suddenly asked, if I wanted to join the dark side, where should I first lead the dwarves? Ingdap, Tanhai Tam, the city's lord, is my master. Just mention my name when you come. Sajo made it clear that we, the dwarf people, will not serve anyone and will establish our own clan in the future. Ronghan is very relaxed and fine with it. At that time, he can come up with a different plan. Besides, for now, he hasn't sworn allegiance to the Shadow faction yet. He replied, "All right, I'll follow your instructions now." Outside, Sajo announced, "Everyone, I will lead some of the dwarves to the surface first. The rest, young and old, will stay here to guard the fire pit. If we don't have any news for a long time, you can appoint a new clan leader, and everyone will shout in unison, 'Understood.' When Ronghan moves to that cold region, the system notifies you that you have entered the high-altitude icy map." He said, "I have urgent matters to attend to, so I will go ahead. Be careful. Lead the dwarf tribe forward, and try not to attract the attention of the light faction." Sajo will remember. Understood. While riding the flying beast, he received news that his brother, at most half an hour, the dragon god will awaken, and summoning the dragon clan will be difficult. Ronghan is persistent, There's still a chance. I'm rushing back now. You should try to buy some more time. I will do my best. Currently, he is at Hai Tam City. Rang Han landed on the ground and called out to Li Er. Master. Still asking someone to take the child to the eastern region. He realized that, in other words, the person has a way to persuade the Dragon Realm to join the Shadow Realm, and he might actually be willing to take the risk. Li Er mounted his horse and prepared to leave. All right. Then let's go. The two of them riding their horses across the sky. 20 minutes later, Li Er signaled his horse to stop and announced, "We've arrived. A formation has appeared below." Rang Han was surprised. "I didn't expect the light sect to arrive first. There are people from the light faction guarding below, and they are reinforcing the formation." Li Er is worried. This time it won't be easy to clean up. The light sacred peak arrived first to help Long Shen escape, and is showing goodwill with this move. I saw the person in front arrive and shouted, "Brother, you're finally back. The horse brought you both down to the ground below." Rang Han immediately saluted politely. "Senior." Suddenly a force surged from behind, and a blurry figure appeared floating in the air, with a ripple of water spreading from that direction. Long God, transformed into a dragon, thought to himself, "Finally I am free." Someone respectfully clasped their hands and bowed to him, saluting Lord Long God. The moving gate also brought Elvis. "Congratulations to Long Than for breaking both the demon god's trap and regaining your freedom." He glanced at the group below. The assassin singing in the shadows. "A crime that cannot be forgiven. I want to see how long you can keep dancing." Rang Han Rong exclaimed. "Senior Long Than, I sincerely invite Long Vuk to join the Dark Faction." Long Than replied, "The Dark Faction? How ridiculous. If it weren't for the Dark Faction, how could I have been imprisoned beneath Anding Lake for thousands of years? Now he tries to persuade me to join the dark side. He's truly asking for death." Li Er points his sword at him. "Long Than, if you want to vent your anger on my disciple, then ask the sword in my hand first." Long Than whispered, "Even when you are only half a step away from becoming a divine being, it won't be a pleasant experience." From that attitude, he seems to have decided to side with the light. Trong Fong bowed and said, "Lord Long Than, he is here representing the dark side. If Long Vuk takes action against him, he might be blamed by others." Long then accuses, "Trung Fong, do you still have the courage to stand in front of me?" I asked him why it took so many years to find where I was imprisoned. With his strength, he should have only taken about 10 years at most. He explained that the evil dragon Articus had disguised himself as you and used a special device. Even I couldn't see through it. When I arrived at Hoenn Din, I initially thought it was just an ordinary trapped dragon. Lord Long Than, are you planning to use me to vent your anger and hatred? Long then remained silent as Trong Fong reported, quietly emanating an aura of dominance. He stood there, appearing unyielding. Jiang Han was behind, surprised, while Trong Fong showed no fear of Long Than's pressure. Does that mean they are both equally strong? If not, with Long Than's power, he could have already destroyed anyone who opposed him. Elvis spoke to calm Long Than down, saying that if the clouds have dispersed and the sun has appeared, that's already a good sign. Maybe it's best to put the unhappy past behind us. What do you think? Long Than, as the leader of the Dragon Clan, naturally has the authority to make decisions on behalf of Long Vuk. With the ongoing fierce battle between the two sides and the continuous chaos, what are your thoughts? Long then angrily interrupted. Of course he would join the light side. How could he betray his own kind? Trong Fong sincerely advises you. Long Than, you have been imprisoned for 1,000 years and still do not understand the complex situation outside the world or the difficulties in Long Vuk. You can't make such a decision so easily. He stubbornly questioned. What? Trong Fong, do you think joining the dark side would be better? The dark faction has oppressed me for thousands of years, and it is truly despicable that Long Than would seize power over the Long Realm. So why are you still hesitating? He hesitated, secretly contemplating whether we should really choose the light side. After all, no matter the reason, the actions of the dark faction have gone beyond our limits of endurance. Jiang Hang tried to persuade, Lord Long, protector of the Dragon Realm. You cannot say such a thing. Perhaps there is no place here for your words. He declared that once you join the light side, the dark swordsman is a disaster. The sword in Long Than's hand rises high. This damn traitor needs to be dealt with quickly. Even if I am cursed later, I will take responsibility myself. A sword swings straight at him. Die. Jiang is tense, damn it. So fast can't dodge in time. In a moment of danger, a shield suddenly blocked the sword strike in front of him. And the dragon god was so furious he nearly popped his eyes out. What is this? The one who just did this. Articus said to Rio. I knew your method wouldn't work. If I had known earlier, we should have killed Dominic. Then we would have less pressure. He replied. He has been the dragon god for thousands of years, but still couldn't persuade the dragon realm to join the dark side. He is also a talented person. This person is the 9th demon god. Articus, the son of sin. Can you blame me for this? Joining the dark faction also needs a reason. Otherwise, how could I persuade that bastard Trong Fong? Jiang Han looked towards them, thankful for the past rescue. While Elvis's group was discussing, those 2 demon gods. Damn it. Has the dark faction surrounded us here? Long God angrily scolds them. You 2 bastards. He points directly at Articus and declares that the dragon realm is completely separated from the dark faction and has joined the light faction. System notification warning. Your main persuasion mission is about to fail. He frowns. What? So all my efforts over the past 2 days have been for nothing. I have to do something to turn the situation around. Jiang Han quickly interrupted. Wait a moment. Trungfeng. Listen to me. Articus is challenging me. I'm about to be threatened to death. So I might as well see what happens. I revealed to Trungfeng that I convinced the dwarf tribe to leave. And Articus is now flipping the bird at the dragon god. Do you know what it feels like to be the dragon god? All the female dragons in the Long Realm say that I am the true ancient dragon. This attitude makes you annoyed. Shut up. What's going on with this demon god? He's an enemy after all. He indeed was so angered that he gritted his teeth and shouted. You bastard. System notification. Please note, one of the 10 great demon gods, the sinful dragon Articus disguised himself as the dragon god and brought disaster to the dragon realm, causing hostility and hatred from the realm. You're hopeless. So it's over. There's no way to turn things around anymore. Articus is rightly called the sinful dragon. Well done. Elvish urges the dragon god to listen to him. Attacking Articus now would only cause mutual destruction. But the Dark Swordsman has a deep influence on the Shadow faction and is a major concern for them. As far as I know, he and the Master are currently in High Tam City. In the Maitu area, the dragon god chuckled and said, Well done. Elvish stroked his beard and muttered, The longer we wait, the more everything will change. The sooner, the better. This Dark Swordsman is cunning and full of malice. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. He glanced at the person below and declared, Articus, just wait. I will pay you back double for the 1,000 years of imprisonment you inflicted on me. He replied, So who is really afraid of whom? The dragon god changed his target to Trungfeng, who still wants to stay here and consider joining the dark side. He shook his head without revealing his intentions and let out a sigh. Seeing Trungfeng land, someone exclaimed in surprise that it was all over. Jiang Han pondered. But since everything had come to this, why hasn't the mission been declared a failure? Is there still a chance to turn the tide? Trungfeng hesitated earlier and didn't speak. It seems he is the key to breaking through. The dragon god points directly at him. The shadow swordsman, telling him to go cleanse the old man's neck and then become a sacrificial offering for my dragon realm to join the light faction. Elvis continued. This is the judgment for the divine trial offense. He immediately transformed into a fire dragon, flames blazing fiercely around his body. Relseedhil said, It's really a pity. Jiang Han agreed. Yeah, it really is a pity. He glanced at Articus and said, If you hadn't made things worse, I might have convinced Trungfeng already. He didn't understand immediately. Helping too much can backfire. What do you mean by the Dark Swordsman? He reminds you not to make things more complicated. Let me finish first. Trungfeng might have wavered. Don't you see he is still hesitating? Articus believes that without me, you would have been dead long ago, and you can't control this situation. Jiang Han denies it. No Han. First, I have a way to save myself, so Long then can't kill me in a second. On Monday, Trungfeng will not stay silent. If Long then attacks me, it will be a disrespectful act towards Trungfeng and could potentially trigger Han's rebellion. It might even be a good thing. He hesitated shyly and stammered. But without me, he might have objected. Who knows what could have happened? Articus silently thought. I am a great demon god. But I couldn't find the words after talking to him. He raised his hand to refuse. I don't want to talk to people. Please keep your distance. Reo Long asked if there was still a chance to save Van. And Gyang Han confirmed, surprising the person behind him really. He replied that the mission was about to fail but had not been officially declared a failure. So of course there was still a chance. But this plan had 2 points that made its execution extremely difficult. He reminded me, just say it. Don't worry, I will do my best. Jiang Han revealed that first. During the battle to defend Haiheng City, the two of them had to use all their strength to create an opportunity for me and Trongfeng to have a private conversation. Articus, and he remembered. Understood. Keep going. The second thing is the hardest because Jiang Han points at him, who can't talk and defend at the same time. Articus hesitated, raised his finger to point at himself. Me. He admitted that the second thing was indeed quite difficult, then agreed. All right. I will try not to say anything. System notification attention Faiyu Lu clan. The Kingdom of Dong has decided to attack the level 1 city of Meidu district at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The difficulty of this siege is very high, and you need to be above level 50 to participate. Explorers below level 50 can go to Longvuk territory to accept item collection quests and earn generous rewards. System notification adventurers, please note that Longvuk has decided to attack the level 1 city of Mai Tuai, Haitam City, at exactly 10 o'clock tomorrow. The difficulty of this siege is very high. You need to be above level 50 to participate, while explorers below level 50 can go to Longvuk to accept quests like collecting items and earning valuable rewards. Li was surprised that at 10 o'clock tomorrow, Jiang Han will lead the defense at Kung Yen, and the cowardly forces of the Pope have already started their attack, aiming to prevent us from reacting by launching the siege directly tomorrow. Ryu assured him, don't worry. Tomorrow during the defense, I will do my best so that you and Lini have a chance to talk. As for Longthen and Atticus, just leave it to the old man. Atticus asked unhappily. The old man chuckled and said, what are you talking about? How can I leave it to you? I'm family too. He agrees. Then it's settled. The rest. Just leave it to me. Lini, are you really planning to join the battle at Haitam City? With your current strength, it will be hard to protect yourself against the powerful forces of Longvuk in the chaos. It's hard for me to protect you completely, so I'll do it instead. Gyang Han interrupted. To prevent you from being chased away. He said firmly. I won't just stand by and watch you fall into danger. Don't worry. I mean it. Indeed. I am confident I can persuade Longvuk. And moreover, there's another surprise waiting when we return to Haitam Thon. He jumped onto his horse. There's no time to delay. Let's head back to Haitam City to prepare. Jiang Han called out. Brother, get on my master's mount. He replied, I'm leaving. With my current strategy, going won't accomplish anything. Besides, I'm on Longvuk's side. So having me there isn't ideal. Reo agreed. That makes sense. Little brother, if Longvuk joins the dark side in the future, your mission rewards will also be counted. He clasped his hands together, thanking the senior. The Jiang Han group rushed ahead. So let's set out. The one sitting in the back spoke. I didn't expect this persuasion mission to have so many variables. Artikos flying beside him added, honestly, convincing Longvuk to join the dark faction is not something you should be involved in. Whoever gave you this task is truly untrustworthy. As a spokesperson representing the dark side, wisdom must also be backed by enough power. That person actually entrusted you with this important task. I suspect Han has bad intentions and might be a spy within our dark faction. Tell me who Han is so that one day I can cut his head off. Reo coldly asked. I arranged that. Artikos, do you have any objections? He was shocked. What? Tim. You mean him? He is reminding you to think with your brain. I assigned this task to the singing assassin swordsman. Of course, there is a reason. Gyang Han still doesn't understand. So he asks for guidance. Reo reveals that first. Your divine killing obsession is too bright. Not only a thorn in the side of the light faction, but a thorn that pierces the flesh. And whenever you eliminate enemies, both factions' alliances produce many divine prophets, and your existence will seriously threaten them. It seems you realize that what he means is that there are people in the Shadow faction who wouldn't be surprised to see me succeed. He confirmed. That's right. So I arranged for you to become a persuader, which isn't just my own idea. You wonder. The first thing was that, so what about the second? Reo replied, "The second thing is that I am too old. I have lived too long, but in the end, I will still have to die. If you can complete such a difficult mission, then I can lend a hand and pass on some secret skills. You have a powerful spear attack that I find very interesting." Jiang Han realized, "I understand now." He thought to himself, the spear attack is indeed very powerful. It seems he is impressed by his heroic and intimidating appearance on the battlefield, and wants to take him as his disciple. Atticus crossed his arms and sneered. Reo really is a cunning old man, and he still wants to keep a prized item for himself. They have arrived in the territory of Haitam City. Li Er looked down in amazement. This is Jiang Han, proud. Master, that is the surprise I gave you. The dwarf race agreed to join the Dark Faction, so they are temporarily heading to Haitam City. This is truly shocking news for Li Ni, he exclaimed. Oh my god. System notification. The affinity of the Ghostblade swordsman Li Ni towards you has increased by 50. 000. Current status good friend. System notification. Rio. The wind of destruction. Affinity towards you increased by 10. 000. Current status close. System notification the line of sin. Atticus. Affinity towards you increased by 5. 000. Current status good friend, he asked anxiously. Is everything you said true? Has the dwarf tribe joined the Dark Faction? Because for the entire Dark Faction, this is truly shocking news. Jiang Han raises his sword to confirm yes. This dwarf tribe even helped me forge divine weapons. Atticus eagerly asks, are divine weapons really that powerful? Seeing a familiar face, he enthusiastically waved and greeted. Elder Sazo, I'm so glad to see you. It's Jiang Han's horse, softly landing on the ground with a clop. Jiang Han stands between them, gesturing towards the two. Let me introduce you. These are the 7th demon god, the destructive wind, Rio, and the 9th demon god, the line of sin, Atticus. Sazo respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to the 2 demon gods. Reo promised that the dwarf tribe has joined our shadowy cause, and they will surely be valued in the future. I introduce Li Ni to you. He is my master, a soul-blade swordsman, Li Ni, and also the city lord of Haitam City, although in terms of rank he is older than him. I hope you understand that in a world where strength is everything, strength is not just about a person's fighting ability. He has come to where you are. The wasteland has arrived. Sazo knelt and saluted the lord of the city, and Lingyi politely raised his hand to help him up. Why are you so formal? With your strength, the dwarf tribe will no longer fall behind others in the future. This Thanhai city is just a beautiful step. Let's go into the city first and then talk. Sazo replied. Tomorrow's battle will prove that our dwarf tribe truly wants to join the Shadow Faction. And the dwarf tribe has just received the mission's rules for announcement. He analyzed the situation perfectly. Even if the Dragon Realm forces can't be persuaded by my descendants and have to fight, our strength is not at all inferior. The Merchant Alliance needs to be more cautious. It might not be that simple. Perhaps the Pope will also come, and even the Light Church might send divine-level experts to assist in the battle. Suddenly, a sword aura descended to the ground, with a foot standing on the tip of the sword, and this person nodded in agreement, saying that's right. Information about him shows Swordmaster Thong Tien. Demonless beauty. Normal NPC. With unclear level. Health. Attack. Defense. Skills. And introduction. He was surprised and thought, coming on a sword. With attributes all question marks. Could it be from another sword? Li Er was stunned. A divine-level expert. With the power of the light, Articus's subtle threat. Well then, a divine-level light-bearer. Yet daring to come here to seek death. Vo then declares that the cold water of the first river does not guarantee tomorrow. The light of judgment will surely take your life. If you're not confident, I will take you away and protect you thoroughly. System notification. You have the option to abandon the main mission. To persuade. Do you agree? He asked. Take me to the front. She confirms. Yes. This time I am here representing one person's stance. Not related to the sword sect. Rio assessed. You seem very calm. As if you believe you can leave safely. Vo then warns that if I want to leave, relying on you guys probably won't work. His eyes turn red with anger, surprised at how reckless he is. Before his attack could land, Void Spirit leapt into the air to dodge. And Jiang Han had to admit, His movement was truly swift. Thank you for your kindness. But I have my own way to get through this. System notification. You have chosen to refuse. Main mission scenario. Persuasion. Will continue. She won't make things difficult. If that's the case, I won't bother anymore. Reo suddenly appeared, blocking just as the void spirit was about to leave on his sword. He was warning. If you want to leave, just go. Do you really think I am the seventh demon god? Replacing someone else. She looks down on him. If he were a few thousand years younger, maybe I would respect him a little. But right now, if you don't want to die, get out. Faced with such blunt words, Reo was speechless. Only now did Jianghan realize that you are the sword god. The godless one crossed his arms and laughed, saying, isn't the Eastern sword god the most dedicated, the strongest, the most beautiful, and the only one in history under heaven and earth? No. No. I'm not her. You've mistaken me for someone else. Articus was confused and thought to himself, I mistook someone else for her. Yet you still said it. You're not her. So why are you praising her? Jianghan clasped his hands and nodded to him, thanking him for the help. After hearing him speak, Void Spirit quickly left. Reo stroked his beard and muttered, it seems it was just a misunderstanding. Articus realizes Reo. Something's wrong. They're trying to escape. You better chase after them, he questioned. Then why didn't you go up? Stop talking nonsense. I would have cut that evil heart in half. You realize that with your strength, the two of you still can't defeat the sword god. Jianghan remembered that when he was saved by the sword god in Snowtown, the sword god was gaining the upper hand against Leo. He analyzed that Articus is good at defense. While I have an advantage in speed, your clan leader Lun is also very skilled in attack, with 3 people working together and united. They can barely manage it. But the talent of the sword god is extremely high. And recently, she has been closed off to cultivate. So her strength has increased by another level. And she is now definitely much stronger than before. He was stunned. Dongfang Yiteng. But is she really that strong now? Jianghan asked nervously. If the sword god fights tomorrow, how much chance do we have to win? And the two of them remained silent in response. He helplessly sighed. It seems that the key point tomorrow depends on Li Er's choice. Reo pointed out the weakness. In battles between divine-level cultivators, victory is easy to predict, but life and death are very uncertain. Atticus, who specializes in defense, would be assigned if the sword god acts. Atticus pointed to himself and asked, so I would be beaten badly. Reo assigned the task to him. And I will go stop the Pope, Sazo. You deal with the dragon god. Sazo agreed. No problem. He continued to give orders. Li Er and the beloved brother of the Engi Lun clan will face the divine-level cultivators on the battlefield. He commands. Understood, Reo called softly, handing over Yi Jianghan Shui and Chang Feng to you. Jianghan accepted the heavy responsibility assigned to him. He reminded everyone that time is running out. So get ready to go. Tomorrow is the big battle. And we need to suppress the light faction's aura. By evening, he received news that all the major guilds on the Maithui Forum were eager and determined to take your head. Jianghan replied, the players are all weak and harmless. They pose no threat to me. How is Trung Fong doing over there? I gave Trung Fong 000 gold coins. He will definitely appear tomorrow. Consider these coins my support for you all. It warms my heart. Thank you. The next morning at dawn, sunlight shone down on the town as an army gathered from the outskirts. Li Er stood on the city wall observing this formation. The power summoned by the spear tip and the dragon realm doesn't seem ordinary. Jianghan stepped forward and called out, Master. He asked someone to talk to everyone. I will arrange a simple defensive mission for you. System notification because you belong to the High Tam City faction. You have received a side quest to fulfill your duties. Difficulty A. Fulfill your duties. Difficulty A. Laziness is not a good habit. Since you have joined High Tam City, how can you represent High Tam City in the battle? The task requires you to appear as the boss of the second defensive wave and to delay the enemy's second attack. The mission reward is an electric-grade equipment that you can use, and a penalty if you do not appear. The level of the player is 500. With all attributes reduced by 500, he thought to himself, the second wave of the boss's defense, it's really not that difficult. By 10 o'clock, the system announced that the Sea Fortress siege battle had officially begun. Below, A cavalry unit charged forward together, the sound of clashing swords echoing through the sky, and the system notification sounded. Please note, the 65-level boss Lo Din Legion, led by Knight Benson, will launch the first attack. Get ready. Jiang Han is curious. Level Hatvanuta. The system still tries to lower the level and attributes of some of the initial troops on both sides. Li orders from the city gate to sortie and fight. That cavalry unit charged into the city for the glory of Haishan City. Kill. They fought while scouting each other. Big brothers. Watch out. Don't let me Damn it. Even though the defending soldiers are weaker than the attackers, it's still a bit tricky. Jiang Han stands above, observing. These soldiers are very experienced. Really good. He sighs. This is true gaming experience. What an ordinary gamer should have. Unlike myself. Basically, it's hard to fit in with regular players because everyone around me is a level god NPC. God-level bosses always appear in the form of a boss, taking away so much of my joy in playing the game. System notification, attention. The shadow-singing army led by the level 89 boss, the destructive divine weapon, the cold winter guard, is commanding the second defensive wave. Please get ready well. The soldiers below just swear. Damn it. It's that Eastern player again. Why did the Eternal Barrier Kid appear in the second siege? Damn it. Li Ni. Come here and call. It's your turn now. Be careful. He replied, just in time to take them out and test the new weapon. The walls below are all gone. What do you mean the Vin Hang Kid? Your defensive walls have already been destroyed by me. Come down and die quickly. Jian Han jumped down from above and asked casually, is that so? As soon as you Tutu pulls the opponent, the system notifies you that you have Tutu stolen the level 65 Shadow Gold boss, Knight Lo Din Benson, and received a reward with 0.5% experience bonus. A whole group of soldiers was thrown into chaos by a sudden gust of wind. They were confused what's happening. The close combat attack alone had 10,000 points of advantage. Clearly just a few days ago it was only 3. Lin. And normally it couldn't have increased so rapidly. Jiang Han sneered. American players, unite. I'm not invincible. Don't forget that killing me could earn you that national treasure. A whole group of players was forcibly pulled away from here. Jiang Han was elated. So what? Leader of the crime guild. Come out here. Jiang Han Shui has already arrived. His opponent has appeared before him. The evil guild leader announced. Everyone retreat. Secretly thinking I didn't expect him to come out so early. I still wanted to gain some more experience. The article's observer above assessed that one side was crushing the opponent while insulting them. He truly is the king of martial arts. Reo added. Martial arts are also a path. Jiang Han received the message. And the system announced that the Huanhui Legion, led by boss coupling level 80, with the pitiful Hui as the commander, would launch their second attack. Please prepare yourself. I haven't even mentally prepared yet. I just defeated the first wave. And now, the second one is already here. The enemy soldiers of Oart appeared, swords gleaming. The wall riders on horseback shouted loudly, get on. I will protect you forever. Jiang Han quickly rushed from his position toward the enemy, his heel appearing right in front of him. The guy was stepped on. Jiang Han laughed happily. So who can protect their life now? He was furious. You dare to kill me. My lord will punish you to shatter into pieces. He only eliminated the opponent right away. So I will ask you to deliver a message to my lord. It is said that Jiang Han Shui is here, waiting for the punishment of the lord. According to the system notification, congratulations on defeating the level 80 boss coupling. Pour Ban S's hand. You receive the reward. 30% experience boost. 3,000 reputation points. A book along with many gold coins falls out, surprising him, revealing a chess skill book. Jiang Han picked it up to look. So this is how it is forcing me to learn an additional main skill, is a harsh punishment to prevent me from focusing solely on swordsmanship, but I still got caught off guard. The item information shows that the light prayer skill, level A, has an effect that randomly removes negative effects from a single target and increases all attributes by 10% for 1 minute, and within the next 10 seconds. It restores 200% health per attack each second, with a 2-minute cooldown, requiring the priest profession. As he holds up the glowing book to face level, thank God for the blessing. System notification: you have successfully learned the A-level skill, Prayer of Light, Elvis clenched his fists in anger. Furious that the brat was so shameless, Thukha from behind said, "Your Holiness, that kid is definitely going to die today. Don't waste your time on someone like him. He will suffer endless torment in hell." He knows very well that the old pope must be extremely angry right now. And the soldiers in the distance are confused about why he appeared for the second time like this. If I had known earlier, I would have chosen the supply gathering mission instead. Luckily, there's still the ranking reward points. Otherwise, this time E would be the main character. And Articus would be dazzled by this display. The true strength of this kid has long reached the divine rank. And that divine weapon has guided him a lot. That weapon truly makes everyone envious. Sajo stepped forward and said, "That is my masterpiece. But if you two demon gods think he only has that much strength, then you are completely mistaken." I listened carefully as he continued. And Sajo revealed that a few days ago, in the underground area where the dwarf tribe lives outside, I witnessed him launch an incredibly powerful, unbeatable attack called the Heavenly Ban, which forcibly distorts the ancestral spirits with divine-level strength, forcing a temporary avoidance of direct confrontation. They were shocked, an intermediate spirit pushing back a god level. So, what kind of divine power does this kid possess to have such terrifying methods? System notification. Congratulations on successfully completing the mission. Follow the mission instructions. The difficulty is high. Rewards will be given after a successful defense. Jiang Han is feeling itchy. Only a successful defense will give priority. That's true. If the defense fails, there will be nothing left. There's also a new update. System notification attention. The Rage Flame Legion led by boss level 115. Earth will launch the third attack. Please prepare. The sound of hooves echoes along with a commanding voice. Especially Gyang Han Shui. "You damn traitor. Surrender your life," he shouted. Kill. System notification. William the Holy Light Fury. Level Sastizenut. Health points 40 million. Attack Hutio. Lin 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 Dao Tisha Lin Lin Ling. Defense 40. Lin 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 Dao Sishirar. Lin Lin Ling. Skills include the Bright Flame, Holy Shield, Holy Light Blessing, Paladin Honor, and must not unleash the Holy Light Fury. He is introduced as one of the brightest talents of the Light Church, naturally proficient with the light element, and was heavily nurtured by the Church until his younger brother, the Holy Light Covenant Asa, passed away. This made him lose his composure and act impulsively, rushing ahead of the plan just to kill the Black Shadow Swordsman and avenge his brother. Jiang Han thought to himself, "The Holy Light Oath. Asa seems to be one of the bosses I defeated during the defense battle of Tianhai Town. I didn't expect that after your younger brother's death, another older brother, Li Er, would appear on the city wall giving orders. Disciple, you can retreat now. I am determined." "No, I cannot retreat. Behind me are millions upon millions of people from Hai Tam City. I will fight with all my might to defend the fortress until the very end." He listened in silence. Thousands and thousands of people of Hai Tam City. This statement, as the city lord, I am even ashamed to say it. Yet you dare to speak it. William Jingcheng, the shameless traitor, also pretends that Tian An only talks about righteousness. Elvis is already on his tail. "William, you must not act arrogantly, as arrogance is your greatest enemy when defeating Jiang Han Shui," he assures you. "Pope, rest assured, I will do my best to handle it." System notification, Wrath of the Holy Light. William, use the skill. Ban the Holy Rage. Increase all attributes by 80%. Attack speed by 100%. Lasts for 10 minutes, after which it enters a weakened state, reducing all attributes by 30% for 2 days. A fiery blast mixed with electromagnetic energy from his spear shot forward. Die system notification. William Holy Wrath used the Divine Spear skill, increasing damage of the next attack by 300%. He was ready, with all attributes increased by 80% and attack speed up by 100%. With such a boost, it's no wonder he felt confident he would definitely win. Moreover, unlike Uriel, he immediately used his strongest move from the start. It's clear he's willing to risk everything. A faint smile curling at Jiang Han's lips. However, he urged his mount to run backward, as if no one knew how fast I was running. William sneered coldly. Still confident that everything was under control, a transparent box descends, and the system announces that William's Holy Light Rage uses an S-Rank scroll. Sealing space. Trapping you in a 20x20x20 area from which you cannot escape unless you break it, the guy said nonchalantly. Then I won't let you escape. Gyanghan replied. Why seek death when I have the ability to resurrect through the eternal darkness? You think Uriel is not my opponent. Can you really defeat me? William creates another holy light sphere. I know that the ability to resurrect through the dark revival can let you come back many times, and each time you become stronger. But both you and your brother were beaten by that power. What is this cold wind? System notification. Please note, William. The Holy Light Assault. Uses the SS grade scroll. The Divine Punishment Seal. All your healing methods are ineffective, including unlimited passive recovery. Healing skills. Blood-sucking attacks. Leveling up. Resurrection upon death. And other healing effects. Fearing the worst upon seeing this scene, we focused all our attention on the Dragon Valley behind, but forgot that the Holy Light Spire has a deep foundation and must also be guarded. Li Yi is anxious and hasn't figured out what to do. With the space seal and healing ban in place, what should we do now? Elvis appears and often says, do you really think that after killing the god, our light of the church will be powerless against your house? William takes the initiative to attack, urging you to repent before my brother's soul. But Jiang Han still keeps a cold smile on his face. Feeling something is off. What is it? Facing such a situation, how can Han still smile? I've heard that dark swordsmen are cunning and ruthless, capable of doing anything. William shouted in anger. What are you laughing at? You provoke. Laugh because he's too stupid. Fine. Your brother is okay with it too. Enduring as a shield, and still being so dumb. After hearing that, Gyang gritted his teeth and asked, what do you want to say? Gyang Han condenses a massive power onto the body of the cold general. If you still don't understand, you two are just human shields to force me to use dark resurrection, but my skills are not just dark resurrection. Even when healing is impossible and movement is limited, killing people is still as easy as flipping a hand. Taking back his words, he compresses the power sphere toward William, and Elvis watches in shock. What? Does it have an even more terrifying assassin than the Shadow Rebirth? Sajo is used to that move. He's trying to use it now. Gyang Han is confident. My great power can shake heaven and earth. System notification. Celestial Master Destruction. Yi Jianghan Shui uses the skill, Forbidding Heaven's Tomb, and endures damage for 10 minutes. All attack attributes are reduced by 120%, with attack speed and movement speed at 100%, lasting for 10 minutes. But during this time, the player cannot move. William frowned, reducing all attackers' attributes by 120%. Are there really such strange skills in this world? Sayo is stunned. What's going on? Why does the effect of this heavenly burial differ from the last time? Could it be a transform technique? Articus has to admit, this kid's arsenal is really impressive. Li Er felt relieved. This kid's guts are really big. He thought to himself. As the master of Yijiang Cold Water, he understood well the tricks that this disciple was using. He waved his hand to call William over. Furious but speechless, the old man behind him urged him to go out quickly. William refused. Not yet. Just one move, and I will lose. Elvis scolded him directly without holding back. You idiot. That brat is ruining the reputation. I order you to act immediately. The price must be paid for disobeying the church's orders. Don't you understand that? William is still hesitating. So Jiang Han Trung quickly ignites the fuse and says, look, the church people don't respect your brothers at all. If you insist on being a scapegoat, then fine. I just wonder how your level compares to that of the god Uriel. Now I am very different from when I killed Uriel. William's face turned pale upon hearing that. He warns you not to let that brat provoke you. Have you forgotten that your brother Asa was already killed by this guy? He confirms that yes. Asa died in the battle with me. But when two armies clash, someone has to die. In my eyes, at least he died as a hero in the role of a warrior. Instead, the church has repeatedly waged war, turning your brothers into cannon fodder. Your deaths are worth nothing. Tell me, William, who is the real murderer of Asa? Elvis is worried that he might be manipulated. Enough. William, if you don't act now, your house will be expelled from the church. William's veins bulged on his forehead. Enough is enough. Old man. He pointed his spear at him. I've endured you for too long. Other believers are worried. It's dangerous. William has been deceived by that dark swordsman's words. Be careful. Pope. Elvis coldly looked at him, exhausted to the limit. A burst of holy power shot out to block his attack. Gyang-han marveled. A level sastizanate boss. After all, with attribute enhancement skills. Yet just one strike was enough. This old man's strength is truly deep and unfathomable, but he killed William with just one hit. So who will get the boss's reward this time? Am I not going to get anything? The system announces that, due to your incitement, William the Holy Rage and Pope Elvis have turned against each other. And William the Holy Rage has been killed. You receive the reward, 2 light potions, a luck ball from the separate paper, and William the Wrathful Holy Lights dropped equipment. The system reminds you that for triggering the miraculous effect, you have earned a reward level +2 and reputation +20. Lin. He realized that it makes sense this way. This is the victory without fighting. Recorded in The Art of War, the soldiers below are terrified. Able to defuse the third attack just by words. This Eastern man is not a player. He's a demon. Articus, standing above, laughed triumphantly. Well done. Articus, admit that this guy is much more skilled in combat than I am. Rel confirmed. This move not only destroys the enemy, but also weakens their morale. Elvis saw his plan falling apart and cursed. You bastard. Lier sensed the danger. Kid, go back to the city quickly. For the next battle. You can't participate. I will obediently run inside. Yes. If it weren't for the restrictions, the bishop would have killed me immediately. So let's retreat now. My subordinates sincerely advise. Your Excellency, please stay calm. If Longvuk joins our attack, killing this person will be as easy as taking something from a pocket. He ordered Cowan and Mr. Bai to prepare the army. I want to level the city of Haitam and personally see that thing shattered. He glanced at the distant army. But the real battle is just beginning now. System notice, attention. The Light Legion led by Boss Captain level 200. Archbishop Elvis. And Boss Captain level 180. The Chief of Staff. Will launch their 4th attack. Please prepare. System notification. Note that the Dragon Realm, led by Boss Captain level 215. The Guardian of the Dragon Realm. Chang Feng. And Boss Captain level 205. The Divine Dragon Commander. Will launch the 5th attack. Please prepare. Jiang Han predicts that 3 divine-level experts will descend simultaneously, and the upcoming battlefield will surely be extremely fierce. It's just that, Sword God. When will you appear? The people below are anxiously discussing. Are there really so many divine-level experts? Why does the heavenly attack team suddenly become so powerful? No need to think too much. Just follow the story from now on. The old dragon is my god. Everyone, look. The old dragon has really arrived. A red dragon flies across the sky toward them, followed by a blue water dragon. You are serious. Fire dragons, water dragons, wind dragons, and all the elemental dragons are here. And there are a huge number of them. It looks like an all-out battle. Rio's men said. He really thought the momentum of the dragon realm could overpower us. But he stepped forward confidently. Artikos. Shazo. Follow me into battle. Red alert is on. System notice, please note that the defensive guard team of Haitam City is led by a level 198 boss, the swordsmith Li Er and the level 200 divine boss. Clan leader Shazo will launch the 3rd wave of defense. Please prepare yourselves. System notification. Please note the evil army led by the divine level 210 boss Ho Diet Chi Fongrio and the divine level 205 boss Artikos will launch the 4th defense wave. Please prepare well. Other players were surprised and whispering. The demon gods have appeared. And not just 1 but 2. What's going on? This is a major plot twist for the Haitam City. A triumphant laugh echoed through the space. Artikos appears with a spiked shield on his arm, daring anyone to fight him. Then lands with a mighty stance. Shards flying everywhere. Elvis secretly thought that Ma-God's participation was expected. As Ma-God Artikos' defensive ability was too strong, fighting him would just be a waste of time. However, Artikose declared, the mighty of the dragon race, and the church are all here. Yet no one dares to step forward and fight. I think it's better this way. Yatam's sword appears, ready to face the opponent. Dar. She slashes a blazing sword towards her enemy, causing the ground to shake and debris to fly everywhere. The system notification says that with 2 demon gods appearing in Haitom City, the divine-level boss pressed the light faction's button, and the sword god, united in one mind, decided to intervene, leaving only a wreckage where he stands. Gyanghan's face turned pale. A single sword can break through the ultimate. Is the sword god really that powerful? Articus said. I want to swap in the Chaos Destruction Wind as my opponent. Shouting from the wall. Thon interrupted. Don't make noise. I will deal with the Pope of the Light Church. Sajo will stop the Dragon God. Wasn't this already planned beforehand? Articus was not very confident. But not Tam from behind launched an attack. He turned around and used his shield to block her sword strikes. Then, Articus unleashed his power. He shouted, Do you really think I can only defend and not attack? Articus pushes his shield forward toward Not Tam. I'll risk it with your family. Elvis, seeing them fighting fiercely, reports that the sword god has held off the demon god. Koven, follow me into the city to kill that dark swordsman. Rio appears behind the mist, and almost half of both sides' forces are about to fall. Are you still risking your life like that? Why not have a little duel with me instead? System notification, Chaos Destruction, Wind. The Destructive Wind. Reo uses the skill. Forbidden Chaos Destruction Wind. Attack power increased by 300%. Attack speed by 500%. Movement speed by 1000. Lasting for half an hour. He accelerates to approach him. Surrounded by a bright lightning aura, Elvis held the holy staff, gathering divine light. Reo thought to himself, he just cast a forbidden spell. But I'm not a vegetarian. He closed in on his opponent and blocked the staff with his hand. Jiang Han watched the dragons flying overhead. All the demon gods have already entered the battle. Maybe Changfeng and Long Vuot should also choose the right time to appear. Sayo, my brother, can you lend me the fallen feather you lent me last time? Soon, when I fight the dragon god, I will also be able to battle him in the middle stage. At this moment, the dragon god has also arrived. He looks down on you. The dark swordsman. Your support has been completely scattered. This time, let's see how you save yourself. The energy of the dragon god transformed into giant claws. Accepting death, Sajo stepped onto the wall, used it as a spring, and leaped out. Long god, the dwarf race is here to face you. His hammer blocks the dragon's claws. The dragon god is surprised. So the dwarf race also wants to get involved in this. Sajo questions. If the dragon realm can interfere, why can't our dwarf race? This is the power of the ancient dragon. You is even weaker than me striking steel. He draws back his sword. You. Very well. I will show you what the power of the former dragon is like. Only Jiang Han is waiting. 3 divine-level experts are fighting to hold back the chaos, helping me buy some time. You see, Master Li Er is also launching an attack on the Holy Army. Trung Fong hasn't acted yet. Could it be that he's also waiting for a reason? Gyang Han rides a flying beast to his side and asks, Long Vuk's guardian, can we talk? Trung Fong hesitates. But at this point, there's nothing left to say. You admit it was a mistake of the dark faction to suppress Long Than. But we chose to suppress him and not kill him, showing that the dark faction did not want to oppose Long Vuk. He raised the question. So what? So, let me ask you. If Long Vuk joins the dark faction to prevent Articus's identity from being exposed, would the dark faction kill Long Than and forever bury the truth in history? Gyang Han replied. No. Articus can't disguise himself forever. The truth will eventually come to light. I think the high-ranking members of Long Vuk currently want to give the dark faction some time to show their sincerity. Trung Fong was silent for a moment after hearing this. He took the opportunity to speak again. But let's not talk about this anymore. Let's discuss Long Vuk's request. You once told me that what Long Vuk needs are 3 things: supplies, wealth, and safety. Right. He doubted. That's right. Don't tell me you can achieve these 3 things. Jiang Han denied. Don't even mention these 3 things. I can't do even one of them, but the Light faction also can't do it. Otherwise, you would have definitely led Long Vuk to join the Light faction without hesitation. He pondered. That's true. But at least the Light faction can provide a certain amount of supplies and resources. Even if it can't cover Long Vuk's daily expenses, it's still better than joining the Darkness faction. Jiang Han rebutted. No. According to the style of the Light faction, the resources they can provide to Long Vuk are only temporary. But if you join the Dark faction, You can sustain the war with the war itself as long as you pursue victory. Relying on strength to obtain supplies without others providing resources. Isn't that even more reassuring? I know that many adventurers, when faced with difficulties, often use gold to buy better equipment or items to solve problems. Song Feng was stunned. Wait a minute. Are you saying you're going to attack other players? You confirm that these players are basically from the Light faction, and they can earn a lot of gold from the Void. The power of adding more money is truly terrifying. Gianghan continued to persuade, explaining that low-level players on the Light side would gather large amounts of supplies in the rear, allowing us to attack and steal their resources. He finally understood. So that's how it is. He only adds 1 point. But there is another benefit to joining the Shadow faction. Thanks to your reminder. I found the dwarves. And they have also chosen to join the Shadow faction. Chang Hiu Sao, Truong Phong Lai Hong Hiu, Tok Ngoi Lun Mang Lai Loi, Ijalong Vuchu, Jang Han Fan Tik Ra Rang. I Kung Biet, Nguai Lun, Rat Joirin. Doi Voi, Long Tin, Kur, Long Vok Ti Kuki Kentiet. As long as the Long Realm provides them with Spirit Dragon essence and combines it with the dwarves' skills, I believe that in the near future, all dragons in the Long Realm will be equipped with Spirit Dragon armor. At that moment, the power of the Dragon Realm would be greatly enhanced. He thought to himself, the Spirit Dragon armor. The Spirit Dragon armor was originally the heart of the ancient dragon that died thousands of years ago. Extremely durable, but because it is very difficult to craft. Our Dragon Realm rarely uses it and has acquired the dwarf's skill. So what giant steel dragon can my Dragon Realm win? The Divine Dragon is fighting fiercely. He swings his sword and shouts, "Get lost." The Divine Dragon has found Giang Han, the singing swordsman of darkness. D for me. Don't follow behind. Zhang Han Tui. Be careful, but Truong Phong stepped forward to block that sword. Do you know what you're doing? Long Than Zok. He replied, of course I know. The so-called righteous faction is full of hypocrites. My Dragon Realm does not want to associate with them. He suspected. Are you planning to betray the Light faction? Truong Phong changed his tone. How could this be called betrayal, even if I am accused of treason? History will prove that this is a betrayal of righteousness itself. Long Then is furious. If you are truly stubborn and unrepentant, then I will kill you along with that singing swordsman. But he feels helpless. Why is it like this? The hand holding the sword remains clenched and unmoving, unable to draw the blade. Truong Phong reveals that he still hasn't seen it when he was imprisoned at the bottom of the tiger's den. I had already surpassed him in every way. The sword in Long Than's hand was crushed into pieces. He still stubbornly refused to believe it. It just can't be. Truong Phong explains that the era has changed. The Light faction has decayed. The aristocrats hold power. The people suffer. And the Dark faction is the army of justice. I made this decision to save the people from suffering. Long God, shut your mouth. I am the true master of Long Vuk. From now on, there will be no more protectors in Long Vuk. All members of the Dragon Clan follow orders. And the plan remains unchanged, using all their strength to kill these rebels. The dragons above remain still, not receiving any orders. He was stunned. What? For thousands of years, someone has taken away my power. No. Chang Fong denied it. No. You're wrong. I have no intention of controlling Long Vuk. The only reason they still follow my orders is because they know I am considering the future of Long Vuk. He declares that I, the protector of Long Vuk, hereby announce that the actions of the dragon god Dominic will harm Long Vuk. So I will revoke Dominic's title of dragon god. The dragon god is furious. Beware. The system notification states that the protector of Long Vuk, Truong Phong, has seen through the falsehoods of the Light faction and has decisively severed ties with them. Choosing to commit an act of righteous betrayal, those who receive this news will be shocked. Could it be that the betrayal of righteousness means that Long Vuk betrayed the Light faction at a critical moment? Are you saying that Yi Jianghan defeated Truong Phong with his words, "No way"? That's impossible. He bears a grudge. Chung Feng, just wait and see. I will never accept being humiliated like this. After saying that, he shot off into the distance. And one day, I will make you all pay the price. Gianghan asked from behind. Do we really need him again? He replied. After all, he was a former lord of Long Vuk. I don't want to be known as someone who kills kings and seizes power. If he still intends to harm Long Vuk in the future, I will personally uphold justice and correct him. Just look over there. All right. Could you help me check the battle situation on that side? I don't have the rank to check the Pope's health bar. Trong Fong wondered. The battle is very intense. But Rael has the upper hand. And the Pope's health is less than 20%. Dominic has already retreated. He shouldn't have pulled back so early. Why are you asking about this? Red Jiang blushed and revealed that the sword god had saved her many times. And she wanted to repay her kindness. He was curious. I didn't expect you to know the sword god. But it's strange to say it out loud. With the power of the sword god, even all the demon gods combined couldn't defeat her. But how come he's fighting back and forth with Articos like that? He understood. Data you mentioned. I am leaving now. Jiang Han stepped beside Articos. My brother. Let me take over the fight against the sword god. He can't believe it. Are you serious? With your strength, there's no way you can break her defense. Yintom quietly observes the newcomer joining the battle. Don't worry. Tranan, I have already made calculations in my mind. Please help me with something. Because of what's about to happen next. No one must find out. Artikozi admires you. Well done. You truly are the great demon god. But I can help with this. The system reports that Articos' criminal use of a meteorite caused 10 million damage to a large area, unleashing a powerful force upon the land. Everything there exploded. The players were surprised. Why is the demon god coming back towards us? Why is it like this? Another strike is coming down, causing the ground to shake violently. Jiang Han contemplatively said, a move that destroys a large area. So this is the true power of the demon god. The opponent's unwavering stance asked angrily, fighting me. What are you thinking? Vachtran. Sword god. I see through it now. This last battle was not your choice. Kiem Kak doesn't want to get involved in the conflict between the light and dark factions. But she can't refuse the order to fight for the light faction. I guess someone is threatening Kiem Kak's safety. So she can't avoid joining the fight. Not Tam asked sternly. What do you want to say? I'm not beating around the bush. Let me make it clear. I will help you eliminate Pope Elvis. What do you think? Not Tom immediately became furious and shouted loudly. She swung her sword towards the person who just spoke those arrogant words. Jiang Han received a reminder. The system upgraded. You have been killed by the sword god. The resurrection band skill has been activated. And all attributes have increased by 60%. You scolded her. The court has methods that reach the heavens. With eyes and hands covering all forces in the light sect. How dare you utter such disrespectful words? He secretly smiled to himself. Well done. She understood what I meant. Her words seemed like a threat. But in fact, she is just revealing information to me. Jiang Han continues to play his part convincingly. Currently, the Pope is at a disadvantage in the fierce battle against Rel. While I have the support of Trong Fong, the guardian of Long Vuk. This is the only chance to kill the Pope. Does the Pope still have a way to survive? Yitan reveals that the Pope is actually a light attribute powerhouse. There is a technique called the Forbidden Light Seal that can imprison everyone for a minute. But the cost is too high. So he won't use it unless it's a life or death situation. Your dark faction members are all powerful beings with the darkness attribute. So their resistance to light is very weak. If you want to attack the Pope, the secret will bring no benefit and might even cost you your life. Jiang Hanhuang gathered a stream of energy in his palm, so this is what the light attribute looks like. She was stunned. How could you possibly use a preacher's skill? He revealed that I had previously defeated the god Uriel and absorbed his karma. So now my affinity with the light attribute is very strong. Yitam silently thought. Could this really be fate? Maybe my swords can truly find a peaceful place in this chaotic world, Gyang-han urged. Hurry up and kill me a few more times. My attribute hasn't been fully accumulated yet. Over there. Rael is fighting the old man. The old man. The abyss has joined our side. If the fight continues, I fear he won't be able to keep his life. Elvish clenched his teeth, secretly thinking, don't get too confident too soon. I never expected the divine heart to be so weak and easily angered. Your time to use the divine wing skill is almost up. If you don't leave now, you'll be caught between two fires. Rael. Just wait. One day I will make you die with nowhere to bury you. Jiang Han arrived just in time to kick him in the back. Trying to run away. System notification. You have used the war arrow kick. Dealing 1. Jobai Bashuti. 659 damage to Bishop Elvish and interrupting the opponent's teleportation. But because of the huge gap in strength, Elvish couldn't suppress it and felt extremely humiliated. You little bastard. How dare you? He turned back to attack him. Get down there. Rael, standing opposite, looked at them and exclaimed, It's you. He appeared beside him and said, Kid, you've already completed your mission perfectly. So why risk doing this extra thing? Gyanghan replied, This is a rare opportunity. Today I must kill him. Or else he will scheme against me again in the future. Elvish found it really funny. You think you can scare me just because of you? Even if you use the darkness to heal and boost your attributes, you still haven't matched up to me. Elvish, look around him. The army he brought has been completely slaughtered. As for the Dragon Realm and the Dwarf race, they have all defected from the light and joined our Shadow faction. With so many divine-level powerhouses, today even if he grows wings, he won't escape. He glances at the one-minded, dreaming, the Sword God. I order you, activate the forbidden spell now. She refused, apologizing. I can't hear what you're saying. Elvish gritted his teeth in anger. What? Betrayed. Completely betrayed. He firmly grasped his staff and declared, I swear to the gods, whether it's the Dragon Realm or sword cuts from now on, there will be no more Dragon Realm or sword cuts in this world. A beam of light erupts in the space. System notification. Elvish uses the forbidden light confinement, trapping all units within the light for 1 minute. After the skill ends, Elvish's level will decrease by 1/3. Rael was stunned. What? This old man actually has a skill like this. They hurriedly blocked those binding beams of light. Yatam was also trying to endure being enveloped by the light. Elvish is vengeful. Never thought it would be pushed to this point, forcing it to unleash its skill immediately. Damn singing swordsman. Killing the illusionists within a minute is impossible, but it was enough to kill the singing assassin swordsman before teleporting back to the city. But by the time he noticed, no one was there. Where did everyone go? Gyanghan from above swings his sword down here. The old man is terrified. What is this? A beam of light pierces through his cage. System notification. You have been killed by Elvish. The terrifying reincarnation cannot be ended. It has been activated, and all attributes are increased by 540%. He looked down on us. Even though I don't know how he escaped the binding light. But how could his spell be broken twice by them? Another staff strikes down. Let's see how many times your dark reincarnation can recover infinitely. Jiang Han keeps receiving notifications that you have been killed by Elvish in a panic. The ban on ending reincarnation has been activated, and all attributes increased by 600%. System notification. Your remaining reincarnation lives, and the dark reincarnation ban are exhausted. Elvish felt relieved. Finally dead. Just as Jiang Han's sealing bolt appeared to attack Elvish, he was stunned. What? It's still alive. No way. Absolutely impossible. Rel exclaims. That's incredible. Dying 10 times in the cycle of darkness is enough. Does he have other resurrection tricks? The system notification, the duration of the holy light binding skill used by Pope Elvish has expired. Pope Elvish's level has been reduced to 1/3. Seeing the old man fall to the ground, he secretly rejoiced. This is great. The old man's level has dropped to 140. Just one strike away from killing the boss captain. Elvish begged. Wait. I surrender. Just spare my life, and I will accept whatever punishment you give me. Gyanghan, of course, showed no mercy. Slashing with his sword die, multiple system notifications appeared. The boss captain Elvish of the Light faction has been killed by you. System notification because you defeated the boss captain for the first time in the entire server. Your level has increased by 10, and you received a national treasure. He breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Disciple. What was that just now? That helped you escape death. Jiang Han took out a shard revealing that it was Master Daniel, whose moon fragment protected you once again. Lini realized. So that's how it was. Reo praised. Well done. If it weren't for you just now, Elvish would have escaped back to the church. Yatam stepped forward and called out. Yatam Jianghan Shui. She turned and said, Thank you. Finally, our swords will no longer be controlled by the church. I believe that not long from now, we will be able to completely escape the Light faction, leave the fighting behind, and focus on studying swordsmanship. An Kim Ton replied, If it weren't for the reminder from the sword god, I wouldn't have been able to do it. Sajo looked on, and Elvish's plan would definitely make the Light faction's emperor and his 4 kingdoms angry. We still shouldn't underestimate this issue. Atticus said angrily. Old man, We just won a battle. Let us celebrate a little first. He was afraid he would remember. That's right. I will let you taste the strength of our dwarf clan. Someone boldly declared. Well said. Let's go. Let's go. To celebrate the Longvuk family joining the School of Wind, leading the Dragon Realm. Today we definitely won't leave until we're drunk. And as for you, Daniel the Master, I can feel it. Our reunion is getting closer and closer.